Chapter 1 Grounded Martial Arts Achievement System. In February of the year 2325 on Blue Star, West Mountain Province. In City Number 3 High School. Huge snowflakes drifted from the sky, turning the campus into a pure white scene, with very low temperatures. But in a classroom of the teaching building, there was a group of youths in thin clothing, practicing their horse stance and continuously swinging their fists. Jiang Ye stood among them, steam rising from his sweating body, unaffected by the spring chill. The Star Martial Cultivation Technique is the first step in martial arts training. A young and beautiful female teacher in a pristine martial arts outfit walked among the students with a cold face. She reprimanded them sternly. You are already in the second semester of your second year. The cultivation technique should have reached minor success by now, yet less than half of you have achieved it. After a winter break, very few have made any progress. Some said it was too cold to practice. I ask you, why not look for the problem within yourself? There's only a year and a half until the college entrance examination. Ask yourself, can you get into martial arts university? The female teacher stopped here. She paused slightly, casting her eyes toward a boy beside her. Jiang Ye is doing quite well. The pretty female teacher nodded slightly. After the winter break, he has progressed significantly, and the Star Martial Cultivation Technique is nearing minor success. The students present turned their heads to look at Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye was very handsome, with a striking appearance, a tall posture, and youthful vigor and determination in his eyes. Keep up the good work, the pretty female teacher said. Yes. Jiang Ye bowed slightly towards the female teacher. Minor success is not outstanding in the class, especially since he has not yet broken through. But this result was the fruit of his relentless cultivation throughout the winter break. Ye is still working hard. Nearby, a dark-skinned boy sighed, if only your talent was a bit better, you might have already achieved great success. Jiang Ye shook his head at these words and said, why care so much about talent? It only belittles a person's hard work. That's true. The dark-skinned boy nodded and smiled. Those with good martial talent went to the special class in the first year. We, in the regular class, value perseverance and effort more. In martial arts training, firstly talent, secondly comprehension, and thirdly effort are considered. Comprehension is abstract, effort depends entirely on the individual, but talent can be measured. All the students in the regular class have lower-level talent. Lower-level talent also means mediocre martial arts aptitude. Jiang Ye grew up in this world, long aware that his martial arts aptitude was not good. He persisted in martial arts practice not out of interest, but because in this world, not only is martial arts practiced by everyone, there is also the threat of shadow disaster, posing a constant threat to ordinary lives. On Blue Star, nearly 10 million people die from this crisis every year. Stepping onto the martial path and strengthening oneself is the best way to protect oneself and one's family. Martial arts. Jiang Ye murmured in his heart. He also knew that the first thing looked at in martial arts training was talent. He had long accepted his poor talent. Until a few days ago. Low martial achievement system unactivated. A panel appeared before Jiang Ye's eyes that only he could see. This panel suddenly appeared a few days ago. Along with the panel came memories from his past life, and then he remembered that he was a transmigrator, though he was born in this world. At that time, he realized that his golden finger, delayed by more than a decade, had finally arrived. But what followed was a speechless moment. This is obviously an over-the-top martial arts world. What is with a low martial achievement system? In the history of this world, hundreds of years ago, Blue Star connected with the Starry Sky, bringing Starry Sky martial arts. Starry Sky martial arts combined ancient martial arts and technology, and after hundreds of years of development, reached a highly flourishing level. Some walked out of nuclear blasts unharmed. Some moved mountains and shifted seas, creating vast plains. Some struck and shattered a million-ton class aerospace carrier with bare hands. Martial arts powerhouses stood under the starry sky, defending their countries with unyielding martial will, becoming immortal monuments deterring evil forces. Without a doubt, this is an over-the-top martial arts world that resists nukes with the Physical body and destroys planets with a punch. Jiang Ye looked at the unactivated words on the panel, speechlessly. In this high martial world, giving me a low martial system, it's a wonder it could be activated. Fortunately, over the years, he had always relied on his persistence. Even without the golden finger, nothing could stop his martial-focused heart. Of course, he also understood that a lower-level talent required multiple times the effort to step onto Starry Sky martial arts. Moreover, Jiang Ye's martial arts aptitude was only mid-level in the regular class. Every year, less than 15 students from the regular class get into martial arts university, and this number fluctuates. Jiang Ye pondered, that means I have to get into the top 10 of the class to have a chance of getting into martial arts university. The top 10 students in the class had already achieved minor success in the star martial cultivation technique by the first semester of the second year. As Jiang Ye made progress, they too were diligently progressing. Trying to surpass these people is not easy. Step by step, with enough effort and determination, there's definitely a chance. Jiang Ye's mind gradually calmed. Meanwhile, after reprimanding the students, the pretty female teacher said lightly, "Everyone, adjust yourselves, we're about to undergo the entrance assessment." Upon hearing this, all the students were immediately invigorated. The assessment is one of the most important things at the beginning of the school year. Time to rank again. I wonder if I can break into the top 10 this time. I'm doomed, I think I'll drop back to the bottom this time. The students were either nervous or excited, all becoming restless. Jiang Ye was also somewhat expectant. This assessment would let him know how many people he had surpassed over the winter break. Ellipsis. Soon, the female teacher came to the center of the classroom, pressing a button on the floor. With her foot, buzz, a silver-white metallic instrument rose from the ground. This is the punch strength tester. The entrance assessment and the martial arts test during the college entrance exams are basically the same, divided into physical fitness assessment and actual combat simulation assessment. The first part of the physical fitness assessment is the punch strength test. As the female teacher began registering, one student after another stepped forward to take the test. Wen Yuehui, 351 kilograms. Li Zichao, 475 kilograms. Zheng Niu, 235 kilograms. Quote. Time passed. Finally, it was Jiang Ye's turn. Jiang Ye, it's your turn. The pretty female teacher glanced at Jiang Ye a few more times. She had a deep impression of this remarkably handsome and hard-working young man. Yes. Jiang Ye took a deep breath and walked to the punch strength tester. He stared at the tester in front of him, his right fist slowly rising. Who? Jiang Ye's feet planted firmly on the ground, his spine undulating like a soaring dragon. Channeling all his strength into his right fist, he launched a powerful punch at the round punch target. Bang! With a loud thud, the numbers on the display quickly fluctuated. Kilograms. 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 Soon, the numbers settled at 245 kilograms. Almost reached the standard for minor success. Jiang Ye wasn't surprised to see this. Kilograms is the standard for minor success in the star martial cultivation technique. His punch strength was considered middle level in the class, surpassing some but not surpassing others. Ring. Detected host's punch strength. Grounded martial achievement system is activating. Back in his spot, Jiang Ye was momentarily stunned as subtitles appeared before him. System activation. This grounded martial achievement system has really activated. Warning. Warning. Your punch strength has reached the system's upper limit, surpassing 90% of the world's population. Conducting strength assessment. Upon seeing these lines, Jiang Ye was somewhat incredulous. Me. Reached the system limit. Surpassed 90% of the world's population. Are you kidding me? His punch strength of 245 kilograms might be decent in his past life, but in this world, any high schooler could easily achieve it. He barely exerted himself and reached the system limit. After assessment, your punch strength has reached the standard of a martial arts master. Title unlocked. Martial Arts Master. Martial Arts Master. Jiang Ye was dumbfounded once again. After so long, that was the assessment. Grounded martial. Has the system misjudged the environment as a grounded martial world? But even if it were grounded martial, with punch strength over 200 kilograms, one could become a martial arts master. How low-dimensional must this world be? Just as Jiang Ye found it hard to believe, a new line appeared before him. Unlocked, Martial Arts Master, Achievement, upon detection, your physical constitution is low. Reward, Constitution Enhancement. Chapter 2, Practical Assessment. Chapter 2, Practical Assessment. Name, Jiang Ye. Physique, Mortal Body D-level right pointing arrow C-level. Cultivation Technique, Star Martial Cultivation Technique, Entry 99%. Achievements, Martial Arts Master. A panel appeared in front of Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye quickly gathered his thoughts and began to check it. Body enhancement. Does it mean my physical qualities have improved? It could be seen. His physique was upgraded from Mortal Body D level to Mortal Body C level. Jiang Ye carefully felt it, and just in that instant, his body actually seemed to undergo some changes. Firstly, his 5 senses became clearer. Secondly, his body seemed to have become much lighter. It was as if there was turbid air being expelled from his body, and his essence, qi, and spirit also became refreshed. These were just subtle changes, not very obvious, but Jiang Ye certainly felt them. It seems the enhancement is not very significant, but transforming from D level to C level. It wasn't very likely to have a huge improvement either. Jiang Ye took a deep breath. An enhanced physique should have an impact on actual combat. The specific changes will become apparent during the upcoming assessments. Meanwhile, in Class 9 of Grade 2, all students had already completed the strength test. The electronic blackboard at the back of the classroom immediately displayed the rankings. For this strength test, Jiang Ye glanced at his ranking. His strength was 245 kilograms, ranking 35th in the class. I surpassed 5 people this winter break. Jiang Ye had a slight smile on his face. During the final exam last semester, his rank was 40th. Among a total of 100 students, this ranking wasn't low. However, the strength test was just the beginning. Next, there would be speed tests and combat tests. The final ranking of the preliminary assessment would combine the results of the 3 tests for a comprehensive score. Having undergone physique enhancement, Jiang Ye's ranking in the next 2 tests might rise even further. The speed test starts. The female teacher on the platform spoke calmly. She pressed a button on the wall, and the strength test machine in the center of the classroom slowly descended. At the same time, a silver-white treadmill rose from the ground. First, Li Zichao, a sharp-headed boy, walked out from the queue to begin the speed test. Soon after, other classmates followed suit, and the electronic blackboard at the back of the classroom continuously refreshed the rankings. Li Zichao, 14.9 meters per second. Wen Yuehui, 12.7 meters per second. Zheng Niu, 10.9 meters per second. Ellipsis. Next, Jiang Ye. The female teacher said. Yes, Teacher Chen. Jiang Ye got up and headed to the treadmill. The female teacher, named Chen Zilu, was the martial arts teacher of Class 9, very young, highly attractive, with snow-white skin, and well-liked by the boys. Jiang Ye stepped on the treadmill, which was set for 100 meters, during which his peak speed would be the assessment score. Start. Boom. As Jiang Ye took a step forward, the treadmill roared instantly. Light continuously flashed on the track, accurately measuring Jiang Ye's speed through his stride. Quickly, the 100-meter test ended. The electronic blackboard refreshed Jiang Ye's data, 12.0 meters per second. Actually reached 12 meters per second. Is there a mistake? Inside the classroom, many showed expressions of surprise. Meters per second was the speed standard for minor success in the cultivation technique. And Jiang Ye was clearly not yet at this realm. Chen Zilu also looked at Jiang Ye, smilingly said, "It seems Jiang Ye worked hard on speed training during the winter break, right?" Jiang Ye remained silent. "You've all seen it, haven't you? This is the result of persistence and effort. You should all learn from Jiang Ye." Chen Zilu looked at the others, generously praising Jiang Ye. Only Jiang Ye knew. His speed breakthrough to the 12 meters per second threshold was probably due to the earlier physique enhancement. My control over my body seems to have improved. Jiang Ye savored it carefully. Although the cultivation technique realm hasn't improved, I I'm stronger than before. Is this physique enhancement? It's truly extraordinary. The speed test rankings were now out. Jiang Ye returned to his spot and looked at the electronic blackboard. 30th place. What a pity, if I had achieved this rank in last semester's final exam, I could have applied for the poverty subsidy this year. Jiang Ye was delighted yet slightly regretful. He was an orphan raised by adoptive parents. His foster parents were grassroots workers, with modest financial conditions. In this situation, applying for school subsidies was possible, provided his grades were in the top 30 of the class. Yi, congratulations on entering the top 30. Beside him, a brown-skinned boy exclaimed, over a winter break, you progressed 10 positions, that's incredible. Jiang Ye looked at him, smilingly said, compared to you, I've got a long way to go. The brown-skinned boy was Wen Yuehui, Jiang Ye's friend. He was also a top 10 student in class 9, and had already achieved minor success in the star martial cultivation technique. Compared to me, Wen Yuehui shook his head and sighed, then you have to work hard, catching up with me is quite a challenge. Though he said this, secretly he resolved to work harder too. While he was genuinely happy to see his friend's progress. But if his friend really surpassed him, then he would start feeling uncomfortable. However, he also believed that if he focused on improving, Jiang Ye's ranking would be nearly impossible to overtake. And Jiang Ye similarly made a silent resolution, set a small goal, to enter the top 10 of the class by the end of grade 2. This was once a goal he set for the college entrance exam. But now, with the system, everything is different. Ellipsis. Next, we'll conduct the combat assessment. The combat assessment for the college entrance exams is divided into arena combat and virtual starry sky assessment. Due to limited conditions, we'll only conduct arena combat for this time. Chen Zilu said lightly, I will suppress my strength to the standard of entry level in the star martial cultivation technique, and spar with you. But remember, when you face the martial arts college entrance exam, you will encounter opponents at the realm of great success in the cultivation technique. The star martial cultivation technique great success is the minimum standard for the martial arts exams. For ordinary class students to meet this requirement before the exams, they have roughly a 50% chance of being accepted to the martial arts university. Of course, martial arts university varies in levels. The 10 prestigious schools are the pinnacle, followed by the 25 schools alliance. And then 100 ordinary martial universities. For ordinary class students, getting into a regular martial arts university is already quite impressive. Buzz. Chen Zilu stepped on a button on the ground, and instantly light shone from a corner of the classroom. A 10-meter diameter silver-white circular arena rose up. Chen Zilu walked onto the ring, scanning the students below. Very soon, the combat assessment began. Even though Chen Zilu suppressed her realm to the entry level in the star martial cultivation technique, she decided the outcome within 10 moves, even when facing students in the class's top 10. Next. Next. Cold commands constantly echoed from the platform. The teacher's fundamental skills are so deep. Jiang Ye stared at Chen Zilu, longing arose in his heart. Combat is the most important part of martial arts. And the foundation of martial arts is the most crucial first step in combat. Chen Zilu easily defeated opponents at the minor success level with an entry level proficiency. This was due to her extremely deep foundation, remaining unmoved no matter the opponent's fierce assaults. This physique enhancement, I wonder how much my combat ability has improved. Jiang Ye also carried some anticipation in his heart. Time passed. Finally, it was Jiang Ye's turn to step onto the stage again. What Jiang Ye didn't expect was that as he began the combat assessment, an unexpected event occurred. Chapter 3, Ancestor's Friend. Chapter 3, Ancestor's Friend. On the arena, Jiang Ye and Chen Zilu faced each other. Around the arena, there were two camera-like devices suspended in midair, used for assessing real-time combat scores. Begin. Chen Zilu assumed a fist stance, beckoning Jiang Ye with her hand. Yes. Jiang Ye nodded, also adopting a fighting stance. But just as he was about to make the first move, a prompt suddenly appeared before him. Warning. Presence exceeding the limit detected. New achievement unlocked. sparring with martial arts ancestor. Jiang Ye didn't expect the system to pop up at this moment. Upon seeing it clearly, he was utterly astonished. Exceeded the limit again. A martial arts ancestor. According to the system's evaluation, Chen Zilu, a high school teacher, was deemed a martial arts ancestor. Seeing this scene, Jiang Ye couldn't help but feel a sense of incredulity. Yet soon, he thought to himself, if I complete this achievement, what kind of rewards might I receive? Sparring with martial arts ancestor. The rewards should be substantial, right? Meanwhile, seeing Jiang Ye hesitate without attacking, Chen Zilu immediately chose to take the initiative. Her long legs suddenly stepped forward, her form like lightning, a white delicate fist rushing straight toward Jiang Ye. Boom! An intense aura came rushing at him. Jiang Ye felt a chill in his heart, knowing well that when a martial arts expert strikes, their moves are accompanied by their aura. The higher the martial arts cultivation, the more intimidating this aura becomes. Although Chen Zilu had suppressed her level to entry cultivation technique, her presence still made one's breath catch. Jiang Ye immediately raised his left arm to block, while his right arm aimed an elbow strike at her. Bang! Chen Zilu seemed to anticipate this, seized his elbow, and nodded, elbow strike. The force is decent, but your method of exerting strength is wrong. In the star martial cultivation technique, fist technique is the most crucial part. Elbow strike was a classic move among them. Legs, waist, shoulder, and elbow exert force together, forming a straight line, hitting the surface with a point. Chen Zilu pointed out. With those words, she likewise performed an elbow strike, aiming at Jiang Ye's elbow. Boom! The force of this strike was similar to Jiang Ye's, but the effect was vastly different, leaving a muffled sound in the air. Jiang Ye crossed his arms to protect himself in front. Thunk! He felt a primeval force, uncontrollably retreating several meters, almost stepping out of the arena. Huff! In a flash, Chen Zilu closed the distance again, a straight punch hammering down hard. At this moment, Jiang Ye was already at the edge of the arena, with no chance of winning. For an ordinary person, whoosh tilde. But the next moment, Jiang Ye's figure slipped away like a loach, evading in an almost impossible posture, returning to the center of the arena. Luckily, I've undergone physical strengthening, my control over my body far exceeds before, otherwise I would have lost just now. Jiang Ye slightly gasped, feeling pressure despite his relief. Both having entry cultivation technique. Chen Zilu's combat ability, fighting skill surpassed him by far. Meanwhile, seeing Jiang Ye dodge, a look of surprise flashed in Chen Zilu's eyes. Huff! She stepped forward again, attacking Jiang Ye. Bang bang bang! The punches such as seizing, pouncing, shaking, intercepting, etc., along with sharp fist shadows, enveloped Jiang Ye like a violent storm. So strong. Jiang Ye continuously dodged and blocked, his arms numb from the impact. Soon, he was forced to the edge of the arena again. This time, Jiang Ye couldn't return to the center, getting hit by Chen Zilu, stepping out of the arena. Huff tilde. Jiang Ye steadied himself and bowed to the stage, saying, "Thank you, teacher, for your guidance." This combat session indeed benefited Jiang Ye greatly, thanks to Chen Zilu's guidance. Your practical combat skills have improved significantly from last semester. It seems. You've worked hard during the winter break. Chen Zilu smiled and said, "Not bad, keep it up." As a teacher, she enjoyed having diligent students. Yes. Jiang Ye nodded, turning back to his original spot. Watching Jiang Ye's back, Chen Zilu's gaze flickered slightly. She knew about this student. Since the start of high school, his cultivation effort had been exceptionally rigorous. The level of dedication even surpasses that of the top 10 students in the class. What a pity. Chen Zilu sighed inwardly. If this child's talent were stronger, perhaps they would have a chance to get into the 25 Schools Alliance. Such diligence, yet hindered by talent. With lower talent, getting into a regular martial arts university is already extremely outstanding. As for the 25 Schools Alliance, nearly impossible. Ellipsis. In the classroom, the surrounding classmates were very surprised. This time in actual combat, Jiang Ye managed to last in the ring for as long as the top 10 in the class. It's important to know that every one of the top 10 has already broken through to minor success of the cultivation technique for half a year. And Jiang Ye is only at the entry level of the cultivation technique. Having this level of actual combat is truly unbelievable. Meanwhile, at the back of the classroom, the electronic board displayed Jiang Ye's practical combat results. Rank 20, Jiang Ye. Seeing this ranking, Jiang Ye wasn't surprised. The practical combat ranking is a comprehensive ranking based on his combat skills, combat awareness, and physical fitness, among other aspects. He just managed to dodge multiple times to hold out for so long. But his combat skills are actually far inferior to the top 10 in the class. Ranked 20th in actual combat. Yi, you guy, really hiding your strength, aren't you? Beside him, Wen Yuehui remarked repeatedly. Jiang Ye shook his head and said, you've also made not a small improvement this time. Moving from 10th to 8th place, are you saying you're slacking off while secretly cultivating? I never do such things, Wen Yuehui denied. Jiang Ye didn't pay him any more attention because a system message had appeared before his eyes. You have unlocked a new achievement, sparring with the martial arts ancestor. Maintaining composure despite a significant disparity in strength. Title unlocked, Ancestor's Friend. Reward, martial arts ancestor goes easy on you, and while she imparts martial arts, perception increases by 30%. Quote. Looking at the prompt on the panel, Jiang Ye's face darkened slightly. Was this saying that just now, Chen Zilu went easy on him in the sparring? It wasn't going easy at all. Clearly, Chen Zilu purposefully restrained her strength. This stupid system. Forget it, this system can even get the worldview wrong, so it's not surprising it got this wrong. Jiang Ye quickly let it go. Then his eyes lit up slightly. Perception increased by 30%. In martial arts cultivation, talent is essential, and perception is another key element. Perception is critically important, and some people, even with average talent, can achieve greatness in starry sky martial arts with exceptional perception. A 30% increase in perception is definitely substantial. As for the prerequisite, while she imparts martial arts just right, Chen Zilu is originally the martial arts teacher of Class 9, and she teaches every class. This afternoon, there's her martial arts class. We'll see exactly how this goes this afternoon, Jiang Ye thought with some anticipation. At this moment, the mock examinations were all over. The electronic board showed the comprehensive rankings of this semester's opening exam. Rank 25, Jiang Ye, 206 points. Rank 25, Jiang Ye saw his ranking and nodded slightly, not surprised. By logic, he shouldn't have even made it into the top 30. Enhancing his physique significantly improved his level. In the arena, Chen Zilu surveyed everyone with her bright eyes. For this mock exam, I want to especially commend Jiang Ye for rising from 40th place last semester to 25th place. Chen Zilu said calmly, he is just like you, with an average talent. This kind of improvement can't happen without diligent cultivation and perseverance. As Chen Zilu continued, many people quietly glanced at Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye remained calm. Compared to the final exams last semester, he has indeed improved significantly. This improvement is partly due to physique enhancement. However, the main reason is his persistence and effort. If I hadn't worked hard enough during this winter break, I wouldn't have activated the system this time, let alone increased my ranking by so many places, Jiang Ye thought to himself. On the platform, Chen Zilu finally said, this afternoon, I will teach the advanced version of the cultivation technique. Remember to come to the classroom early after lunch, she said and then turned to leave. Yes. The students all stood up and rushed out of the classroom as it was lunchtime. Jiang Ye also followed them out, his mind recalling what Chen Zilu had just said. Advanced version technique. His eyes were filled with expectation. Previously, the teacher had never taught this, and it's the first time. Just right, he wanted to see how much the perception increase would help him. Chapter 4. Comprehension Aptitude. Chapter 4. Comprehension Aptitude. After lunch at the cafeteria, Jiang Ye returned to the martial arts classroom. In this world, martial arts cultivation has already become a part of life. Starting from high school, students undergo frequent martial arts training, averaging at least 5 days a week with day-long martial arts classes. At this moment, there were already quite a few people cultivating on their own in the classroom. Wen Yuehui saw Jiang Ye and immediately walked over to him. "Yi, have you heard?" Wen Yuehui whispered, "The college entrance exams are reforming next year, and the university admission standards are higher." Exam reform. Jiang Ye was stunned. Wen Yuehui nodded. "The admission standards for many regular universities have been raised, and you need to achieve perfection in the star martial cultivation technique. We're probably in trouble. To break through to perfection before the exams, who knows how much money will be needed." He sighed heavily. It's not just talk that literature relies on wealth and martial arts rely on riches. If you want rapid progress in martial arts, money is undoubtedly essential. Jiang Ye was amazed. Even great success can't get into regular martial universities. You can get in, but only into those ranked at the very bottom. Wen Yuehui shook his head. It's already a regular martial university, what is the difference between those at the bottom and junior colleges? Jiang Ye asked, "What about the 25 Schools Alliance?" "The 25 Schools Alliance?" Wen Yuehui casually said, "The standards should be raised too, but it has nothing to do with us. Why are you asking this? Are you planning to apply to the 25 Schools Alliance? It's good to have dreams. Are you trying to hold back laughter? Then I concede." Wen Yuehui smiled, not taking it to heart. "I once had dreams too. In elementary school, I wanted to go to the top 10 prestigious schools. But alas, reality is too cruel." Ellipsis. The chit-chat continued until it was class time. At the entrance of the classroom, Chen Zilu strode in wearing a clean white martial arts uniform, white shoes, and white socks. Star Martial Cultivation Technique, Fist Technique Chapter, Moves 1 to 36. This time, I will demonstrate advanced techniques. Pay attention, Chen Zilu said coldly. Jiang Ye's eyes lit up, focusing immediately. Advanced techniques are usually shown to students who have reached minor success in cultivation, and opportunities to see them are rare. With a composed expression, Chen Zilu began to demonstrate the fist techniques before the crowd. The essentials of the techniques like grip, stance, shake, and intercept were thoroughly displayed within a seamless set of fist movements. Buzz. For a moment, Jiang Ye felt as if he entered an incredibly airy state. The surrounding environment faded away, leaving only Chen Zilu and her performance, amplifying many details. Is this a 30% increase in realization? Jiang Ye's mind was shaken, and he watched attentively. He saw Chen Zilu moving with grace, revealing a slim, white waist and abdomen. Jiang Ye kept his eyes on her body, noticing every tiny detail. The Star Martial Cultivation Technique, Fist Technique Chapter, has only 36 moves. But completing a set takes an hour and is physically demanding. Boom. Finally, Chen Zilu threw a punch, like a dragon swimming in the air, finishing her display. She casually said, "Next, practice on your own. Ask me if you don't understand something." As her words fell, the entire class began cultivating. Jiang Ye, however, stood in place, unable to move for a long time. No one knew that at this moment, his brain was working frantically. Turns out there were so many mistakes and omissions in my previous practice. Jiang Ye closed his eyes tightly, as one realization after another emerged in his mind. This time, Chen Zilu's teaching seemed to enlighten him suddenly, and he comprehended many crucial points instantly. In the next moment, Jiang Ye slowly set his stance. He punched and chopped, increasingly fluent and effortless with his movements. Fist Technique Chapter, it's not just about fists. Jiang Ye remembered Chen Zilu's words. While practicing fist techniques, the shoulders, waist, abdomen, hips, and legs must exert force simultaneously. Every punch should mobilize the muscles all over the body. The Star Martial Cultivation Technique, Fist Technique Chapter, includes a total of 36 moves, with each move comprising 36 actions. It is divided into entry, minor success, great success, and perfection stages. If you can correctly mobilize muscle strength in every action and complete the practice of the 36 moves, you won't be far from perfection. This means achieving extreme control over every inch of the body. It is said that those who achieve perfection in the star martial cultivation technique can even control themselves thoroughly in those aspects, and the results are enduring. Jiang Ye hasn't reached that level yet, but this time he has improved tremendously, and minor success is within reach. Ellipsis. Meanwhile, as Jiang Ye was immersed in practicing, Chen Zilu's gaze roamed around the martial arts classroom. It was her first time demonstrating advanced techniques in the second-year 9th class. But if someone has decent talent, they should have gains and significant improvement by now. Chen Zilu scanned roughly but didn't find such a student. Students from regular classes, whether in martial arts talent or realization, are ordinary. Chen Zilu wasn't surprised, quietly sighing in her heart. Yet, as she was thinking this, her expression subtly changed, and she looked in one direction. This student seems to have understood something. Chen Zilu's gaze fell on a male student. The student was thin and lean, and his hair looked unusually pointed, perhaps due to his hairstyle. Recognizing the student, she seemed to recall something: Li Zichao. His parents are both martial arts powerhouses. Though he is of lower talent, he's still superior to others. Chen Zilu thought for a moment and then shifted her gaze. But when she accidentally glanced at Jiang Ye, her gaze paused once more. Jiang Ye. He's also about to break through. Chen Zilu looked at Jiang Ye, lost in thought. Ellipsis. Meanwhile, not far from Jiang Ye, Wen Yuehui had already been cultivating for 3 hours and stopped, drenched in sweat. He saw Jiang Ye still practicing his fists at the side and couldn't help but think, this guy. Why is he lasting so long this time? Don't underestimate just 3 hours. But these 3 hours require mobilizing the whole body, no less than continuous intense exercise for 3 hours. Suddenly, Wen Yuehui realized something and thought to himself, he's about to break through to minor success. Just as he thought of this, Jiang Ye's fist technique suddenly became aggressive, and the rhythm of his breathing seemed to resonate with his fists. Crack, crack, crack. A burst of popping sounds came from his scapula, his spine undulated like a dragon's back, positioning himself to strike his fists. Boom. As a punch was thrown, a muffled sound faintly echoed in the air. He broke through, the cultivation technique's minor success. Jiang Ye also woke up from that selfless state. He looked at his fists, overjoyed. Just now, he sensed a sudden leap in his control over his shoulder and waist muscles. As if he could command them at his will. This means that from now on, with every punch, he can fully utilize his shoulder and waist muscles, exerting far greater power than before. This is the minor success of the star martial cultivation technique. On the display, the progress of the star martial cultivation technique had also changed. From entry 99% to minor success 1%. I didn't expect to break through directly this time. Jiang Ye was overjoyed. There is a bottleneck from entry to minor success. According to his estimation, it would have taken at least another week to break through. But now, he broke through in just 1 class. Is this the effect of the ancestor's friend? It's incredibly powerful. Jiang Ye felt satisfied. He knew that being able to break through so quickly this time was greatly related to a 30% increase in his comprehension. Ye, congratulations on breaking through to minor success. Wen Yuehui came over and sincerely said, from now on, you are also one of the elites of our 9th class. Seeing his friend break through, he was genuinely happy. Jiang Ye shook his head with a smile, just about to respond. Suddenly, Li Zichao, standing not far away, released a series of cracking sounds from his joints. Ya! All of a sudden, he threw a punch, the fist print landing like the clash of gold and iron, shaking people's eardrums painfully. Hiss! When Yuehui was shocked, Li Zichao. He actually reached great success. Jiang Ye also turned to look. He had just reached minor success, and someone in the class had already broken through to great success. For regular class students, achieving great success before college entrance exams was already excellent. Reaching great success by sophomore year, very rare. Li Zichao. Chen Zilu commented, being able to achieve great success by sophomore year, you are much more outstanding than others. However, from great success to perfection, it's the most challenging step in the star martial cultivation technique. Don't slack. Yes, Li Zichao cupped his hands toward Chen Zilu, his expression neither joyful nor sorrowful. Chen Zilu added, buy some enhancement potions, they are very beneficial for breakthroughs. Li Zichao slightly frowned, saying, won't using potions harm the body? Chen Zilu said, the dragon pill has minimal side effects. Li Zichao nodded. Dragon pill. Jiang Ye also muttered to himself. Although Chen Zilu wasn't speaking to him, since it's something that aids breakthroughs, he naturally had to remember it. When Yuehui glanced at him and whispered, a single dragon pill costs 3,000 bucks, so let's not think about it. 3,000 bucks per pill. Jiang Ye was shocked in his heart, a bit incredulous. His foster mother's monthly salary was only 3,000. That's right, otherwise why say literature is for the poor and martial arts for the rich? When Yuehui sighed, the rich are really lucky, if only I were that rich. Jiang Ye couldn't help but have a clearer understanding of martial arts. He thought to himself, it seems that I'll have to rely on my own efforts from now on. Meanwhile, Chen Zilu's gaze turned to Jiang Ye, knowing he was one of the only two in the class who grasped the advanced techniques. She smiled slightly and said, Jiang Ye is doing well too, finally breaking through to minor success. Breaking through to minor success by the second semester of sophomore year is actually quite average. Even though he also has lower talent, Jiang Ye's aptitude is obviously much worse than the top 10 classmates. But at this time, she didn't discourage him. Jiang Ye, if there's anything you don't understand, just come to me. Having said this with a smile, Chen Zilu turned and left. In the classroom, many people looked at Jiang Ye with envy. Jiang Ye was the only one for whom Chen Zilu offered private tutoring. It was known even Li Zichao didn't have this treatment. But there was no help for it. Jiang Ye's hard work in cultivation and his handsome looks played a part. Just as the boys were all envious, some girls took the opportunity after the martial arts class ended to hand Jiang Ye a bottle of water. Chapter 5, A Family of 4. Chapter 5, A Family of 4. Thank you. Looking at the shy girl in front of him, Jiang Ye didn't hold back and took the water bottle directly. The girl ran away shyly, a hint of joy on her face. Jiang Ye recalled Chen Zilu's last words in class. I'll indeed need to consult more with the teacher in the future. According to the system, his comprehension would only improve by 30% when Chen Zilu was teaching. Whether in class or during private coaching sessions, these were opportunities for him to advance. He started planning his future. Jiang Ye finished his day's cultivation and embarked on the road home under the sunset. Ellipsis. Taoyang District. Building 12, Apartment 606. As soon as he returned home, a delicious aroma wafted through the air. Looking up, he saw a dish of braised beef with an enticing color and corn ribs on the dining table. You're back. In the kitchen, his adoptive mother Li Anping saw him and smiled. Hurry and sit down to eat. Jiang Ye washed his hands and came to the dining table. Brother. A little girl, about 4th or 5th grade, ran over. She was adorable, with a mischievous glint in her eyes, and hugged Jiang Ye coquettishly. Brother, do you have any candy? Li Anping scolded. Ting Ting, it's time to eat. Jiang Ting, Jiang Ye's sister, was a cute little girl not yet 12. Jiang Ye took a lollipop out of his pocket and said, eat your meal first, then you can have candy. Otherwise, no more candies next time. Okay, I understand. Jiang Ting accepted the lollipop with a happy expression. The three of them sat at the dining table, and Li Anping casually asked, Yi, how was your opening exam today? It was okay, 25th place, Jiang Ye replied. Li Anping exclaimed with surprise, 25th. That's 15 places higher than last semester. Your dad will be so happy when he hears this. Jiang Ye smiled and said, why has dad been coming home so late these days? He's been working overtime at the factory these days. Li Anping didn't elaborate. His adoptive father, Zhang Dai, worked at a bionic prosthetic factory in An City, a place specialized in processing bionic limbs. Due to the shadow disaster, even in the city, there could be lurking dangers. Every time a shadow disaster struck, the injury rates soared, leading to a rapid rise in the bionic industry. This is the news. Last night, a second-level shadow disaster occurred in Xianyang City, West Mountain Province. The police, along with the Xianyang City Shadow Hunting Bureau, have successfully controlled the shadow disaster. Residents are advised to reduce outings at night, and those below the martial arts first realm should avoid going out at night. On the wall-mounted TV in the living room, the evening news was broadcasting. Xianyang City. Jiang Ye was slightly taken aback when he heard this news. Xianyang City is just next to An City and ranks among the top 5 cities in West Mountain Province. It also hosts a martial arts university, boasting much better public safety than An City. Even so, once a shadow disaster strikes, casualties are inevitable. Jiang Ye frowned slightly. Only those in the martial arts first realm can have a slim chance of self-protection during a shadow disaster. There are 7 realms in martial arts. Breaking through each realm is a process of breaking the shackles of life and reaching new heights. During this process, various extraordinary abilities emerge. Those who break the life shackles for the first time are called Star Sky martial artists, also known as the first break. Only at this level do they have the strength and confidence to face a shadow disaster. Ellipsis. After dinner, Jiang Ye returned to his room to continue his cultivation. The Star Martial Cultivation Technique is the foundational cultivation technique formulated by the Blue Star Federation, also the first step on the path of Star Sky martial arts. Reaching perfection in cultivation indicates nearing the first life shackles. But this alone is not enough to enter the martial arts first realm, it requires undergoing several Star Sky refinements to truly transform. Of course, these are still distant for Jiang Ye at the moment. He glanced at his status panel. Grounded Martial Arts Achievement System. Name: Jiang Ye. Constitution: Mortal Body, Sea Level. Cultivation Technique: Star Martial Cultivation Technique. Minor Success 1%. Achievements: Martial Arts Master, Ancestor's Friend. Reflecting on the benefits brought by the 2 achievements, Jiang Ye earnestly sighed. It's great to have cheats. He felt no shame in using cheats. In the vast multiverse, which powerhouse doesn't use cheats? Using cheats doesn't contradict hard work. Working hard while using cheats is the true path of a powerhouse. To quickly become stronger, I must unlock more achievements, Jiang Ye contemplated. These achievements are essentially buffs. The effects can stack infinitely. The challenge is figuring out how to unlock new achievements. The achievements I unlocked seem to be due to system misjudgments. Jiang Ye's expression turned odd. Simply put, the system failed to accurately identify his environment. It mistook the over-the-top martial arts world for the grounded martial arts world. It mistook exams for sparring. The outcome was right, but the process was a mess. The current question is whether the system will continue down this path. Will it self-correct later on? These are all unknowns. For now, I should focus on honest cultivation, Jiang Ye thought. For him, the safest strategy is to strengthen his abilities and unlock higher martial arts achievements. By unlocking more achievements and identifying patterns, he might gain some insights. Breaking through great success in cultivation will bring about a transformation. Perhaps at that time, new achievements will be unlocked. Jiang Ye gradually immersed himself in practicing without distraction. Ellipsis. At 10 o'clock in the evening. Creak tilde. The sound of the door opening was heard, and a middle-aged man walked into the home. How's it going, dear? Did you find a new job? Li Anping approached and asked softly. Zhang Dai shook his head slightly, looking somewhat fatigued. It's hard to find one. Many companies reject me when they hear I'm over 40. Midlife, facing the risk of unemployment. Zhang Dai was one of those caught in this wave of layoffs. Tomorrow, I'm thinking of applying at the Shadow Hunting Bureau. I heard there are overnight security positions available, Zhang Dai said while sitting on the sofa, planning. Li Anping's expression changed slightly. The Shadow Hunting Bureau. Isn't that the place? Dealing with shadow disasters. Isn't it too dangerous? Don't worry, it's just guarding the place. There's nothing dangerous. But working at night. Li Anping looked worriedly at her husband. The news even recommended not to go out at night. While shadow disasters can happen during the day, they are more frequent at night. Although Zhang Dai has had some training, he hasn't even reached the first break, making self-defense difficult in dangerous situations. Understanding these concerns, Li Anping was unsure of how to persuade him. Jiang Ting is at an age where she needs nutritional support for growth, and Jiang Ye is at a crucial stage of martial arts cultivation, requiring a lot of supplemented nutrition. Both children need money. The substantial family expenses left her at a loss for further persuasion. All right, don't worry. Zhang Dai tried to reassure her, I'm only guarding the place, and it's the shadow hunting bureau, the safest place in the city. Besides, I'm almost at the first break. I'm not as weak as you think. By the way, our little Yi ranked 25th in his opening exam this time, Li Anping mentioned. Really? Zhang Dai's eyes lit up with surprise and joy, ha ha ha. That kid, I knew he could do it. He improved so much this time. Zhang Dai had been observing Jiang Ye's diligence. But after the excitement, Zhang Dai's expression turned solemn as he continued, still. With his level of effort, if only he had better talent, he could get into one of the good martial arts universities and wouldn't have to follow our path. Both he and Li Anping were of lower talent. Zhang Dai knew well the limitations low talent posed in martial arts. Zhang Dai slowly clenched his fist. No matter what, I, as his father, can't drag him down. When he's working so hard. Even if I have to sell everything, I have to send our child to martial arts university, Zhang Dai said with determination. Chapter 6, Special Tutoring. Chapter 6, Special Tutoring. So father has been leaving early and returning late these days because he's looking for a job. Jiang Ye stood in front of the wall. Due to his enhanced physique, his hearing improved, and combined with the poor soundproofing of the old house, he could vaguely hear the conversation in the next room. Dad is actually going to apply for a night security position at the Shadow Hunting Bureau. Jiang Ye frowned deeply. The Shadow Hunting Bureau is an extremely special organization in this world. It exists specifically to deal with the shadow disaster. The shadow disaster has been around for a long time. Hundreds of years ago, after Blue Star connected with the starry sky, people discovered a kind of eerie creatures that could attach themselves to shadows. Through the host's shadow, they suck the host's life force. These eerie creatures are called the shadow race. Once targeted by the shadow race, unless one is a martial arts powerhouse, there is little hope for escape. This kind of thing cannot be killed by technological means, only with the help of Star Sky. Martial arts is there a chance to eradicate them. And the Shadow Hunting Bureau is the organization specifically for hunting the shadow race. The majority of the martial arts powerhouses in an city are stationed there. As Zhang Dai said, it is the safest place in the whole city. But once a shadow disaster occurs, the Shadow Hunting Bureau will also become the most dangerous place. Dad applying to the Shadow Hunting Bureau is also out of desperation. Jiang Ye understood his foster father's helplessness too. Middle-aged, with the elderly above and children below, one cannot be without a job. Especially since Jiang Ye's martial arts training requires large expenses. Not to mention, at least he needs to have meat to eat every day. The shadow disaster not only endangers humans, but it also affects animals, causing meat prices to rise year after year. Ordinary pork goes for 50 units per pound. Not to mention martial arts special supply pork, at least 200 units. Special supply beef, mutton, these cost more than 500 units. Yet, martial arts cultivation cannot do without eating meat. Martial arts improvement cannot do without dietary supplements. Eating meat is just the most basic part of dietary supplements. Jiang Ye sighed inwardly. He heard that those students from well-off families not only eat large portions of meat every meal, but also supplement with rare martial arts ingredients like martial ginseng, whale eyes, tiger gallbladder, etc. These are all very expensive, often costing thousands. The saying that literature is poor, martial arts is rich, is not just talk. Jiang Ye's family doesn't have such financial conditions, his foster parents combined. Annual salary is less than 100,000 units. Even so, they ensure he can eat meat every day. I must get into martial arts university. Jiang Ye's gaze grew more determined. It's not just about repaying kindness, but at least, he doesn't want to let his parents' expectations fall short. His current goal is to break through to perfection in the star martial cultivation technique. Before the college entrance examination, continue cultivating. Jiang Ye returned to his place, assuming his fist stance again. Normally, he would cultivate until 1 in the morning before falling into a deep sleep. Today, of course, was no exception. Ellipsis. Early the next morning, Jiang Ye woke up from the bed, clutching his groggy head. Another nightmare. Recently, he has been having the same nightmare repeatedly but can't remember its content upon waking. Jiang Ye rubbed his head, unconcerned. He looked at the panel. Cultivation technique. Star Martial cultivation technique. Minor success 2%. A whole night's cultivation actually improved by 1%. Jiang Ye was somewhat surprised. Improving by 1% overnight, this efficiency far exceeded his previous levels. My cultivation speed seems to have increased. Could it also be the effect of the enhanced physique? Physique enhancement can also improve martial arts aptitude. Could it be that this so-called physique actually refers to martial arts talent? This speculation is astonishing. It indicates that Jiang Ye's martial arts talent has indeed been enhanced. After minor success, each subsequent upgrade becomes more difficult, but I will break through to great success sooner than planned. Jiang Ye thought silently. The Star Martial cultivation technique has 4 stages, each breakthrough to a new stage doubles the difficulty. The difficulty from minor success to great success is twice that of the entry stage. And the difficulty from great success to perfection will increase even more drastically. Jiang Ye originally thought he would break through to great success in his 3rd year of high school, but now, he feels confident about reaching this goal by the end of his 2nd year. Time for breakfast. Jiang Ye got up and walked outside. After breakfast, Jiang Ye took his sister Jiang Ting to school. They arrived at the gate of an city primary school where Jiang Ting studied. Before leaving, the little girl looked at him eagerly and said, "Brother, I'll miss you." Jiang Ye patted her head and said, "I'll bring you candy after school." Thank you, brother." Jiang Ting happily walked into the school. Jiang Ye also headed towards an city number 3 high school, beginning another day of cultivation and study. Ellipsis. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Jiang Ye continued his routine of living between 2 points. Aside from eating, sleeping, and culture classes, he spent all his time in continuous cultivation. During this time, he hasn't unlocked any new achievements. According to his speculation, he must reach a certain level of strength, or trigger some bugs, to unlock new achievements. For instance, Ancestor's Friend was achieved by exploiting a bug. But so far, Jiang Ye hasn't triggered any new bugs. Fortunately, his strength has increased rapidly. Following the physique enhancement, Jiang Ye's martial arts aptitude improved, and his cultivation speed increased slightly. Additionally, his perception improved by 30% in Chen Zilu's class. Of course, the most crucial part was his tireless practice day and night. Jiang Ye's martial arts prowess was growing at a visibly fast pace. Ellipsis. March 30th. During the culture class. As the top student in the culture class, Jiang Ye sat in his seat. He looked at his own panel. Cultivation technique. Star Martial cultivation technique. Minor success 40%. In 1 month, the path to great success is already halfway. Jiang Ye felt satisfied inside. If this were before, he might not even have been able to increase 10% in a month. Lower talent is just like that. Most students in the regular class achieve minor success by the 2nd semester of their sophomore year, and with the remaining 1.5 years, they need to fully commit to cultivation to possibly break through to great success. This month of cultivation also helped him to summarize a pattern. Every 10% increase, the difficulty of cultivation rises a notch. Up till now, it takes 2 days to improve by 1%. Jiang Ye was not disappointed, on the contrary, he was filled with anticipation. His cultivation speed was already very fast. Perhaps in less than a semester, he might break through to great success. In this class, let's discuss the grading of talents. At this time, the teacher's voice caught Jiang Ye's attention. The culture class teacher was a glasses-wearing female teacher in her 30s, dressed in a tight black skirt, with a curvaceous figure. She explained, "Martial arts talents are approximately divided into 4 levels. Original, newborn, Dao Bone, extraordinary. According to the Star Sky martial arts, there are even higher levels, but on Blue Star, we mainly have these four kinds. Among which, original talent, also commonly known as lower talent, more than 70% of people on Blue Star possess this type of talent. Talent not only relates to the strength of one's physique but also affects the cultivation of Star Sky martial arts. For example, with original talent, it is even more challenging to embark on Star Sky martial arts. Jiang Ye's heart was slightly stirred. Listening to the teacher's explanation, martial arts talent isn't entirely equivalent to physique. This contradicted some of his previous assumptions. At this moment, Jiang Ye suddenly noticed a new line on his panel. Grounded Martial Arts Achievement System. Name: Jiang Ye. Physique: mortal body, C level. Talent: original. Cultivation technique: Star Martial Cultivation Technique. Minor success 40%. Achievements: Martial Arts Master, Ancestor's Friend. The system also separates physique and talent. It seems the two are indeed different. Jiang Ye thought to himself. The second level of talent is called newborn. The glasses-wearing female teacher in black tight skirt said, newborn signifies the rebirth of martial bone, a physique far stronger than original talent. These individuals often possess stronger martial arts talent, cultivating at half the effort. For double the result, like students from the elite classes, they are all of this kind of talent. The glasses-wearing female teacher continued her introduction. It was Jiang Ye's first time learning what students with newborn talent were like. Newborn talent, achieving perfection in cultivation techniques in sophomore year and possibly becoming a Star Sky martial arts in junior year. Jiang Ye was shocked. Star Sky martial arts require breaking the life shackles. That level was too far-reaching for the current Jiang Ye. No wonder the school separates regular and elite classes. The gap between them is tremendous. Newborn talent is already this strong, what about the higher Dao bone and extraordinary? Jiang Ye pondered in his mind. The satisfaction he felt earlier was entirely swept away at this moment. The path of martial arts is long and arduous. The grounded martial arts achievement system is just a tool to help improve. But to surpass those geniuses and become a true powerhouse in martial arts, ultimately, it still requires his own efforts. Ellipsis. In a blink, it was time for martial arts class again. Whoosh. As Jiang Ye stepped into the classroom, he saw not far away Li Zichao holding a dragon pill and injecting it into his arm. So rich. Jiang Ye thought with feeling. This month alone, Li Zichao had injected medicine 10 times. At the price of 3,000 yuan per bottle, that's 30,000 yuan. This kind of expense was unimaginable in his family. While Jiang Ye was secretly feeling, a pale-faced Chen Zilu wearing white shoes and socks walked in to start the martial arts class. Jiang Ye studied diligently. Daily his greatest improvement was during the martial arts class. Hours slipped by. Before this martial arts class ended, Chen Zilu suddenly said, Jiang Ye, come to my office after lunch. Jiang Ye was taken aback upon hearing it, but he quickly responded, all right. Chen Zilu left gracefully. Meanwhile, classmates around cast slightly envious glances at Jiang Ye. Now even teacher Chen is taking the initiative to give him private lessons. Last time I went to seek guidance, but the teacher told me to just go back and watch the recordings myself. Why does Jiang Ye get such good treatment? Chen Zilu is really good to him, maybe he has some leverage on the teacher. Don't be jealous, Jiang Ye is handsome and diligent in cultivation, you're not even worth a strand of his hair. I'm for early morning classes. Wang is also a hot horse. Chapter 7, Martial Bone Awakening. Chapter 7, Martial Bone Awakening. Jiang Ye was a bit puzzled. He's indeed asked Chen Zilu for advice many times these days but never privately sought her out before. It's also the first time Chen Zilu has ever sought him out proactively. Just as Jiang Ye was pondering, a girl approached him and handed over a bottle of water. This water is for you. Looking up, Jiang Ye saw it was the girl who often gave him water, named Sha Qing. Thanks, I'll bring one for you next time, Jiang Ye replied. Sha Qing nodded shyly, then quickly ran away with a face flushed red. Watching her retreating figure, Jiang Ye felt a hint of sentiment. Is this the benefit of being handsome? Unfortunately, in this world, being handsome can't be used to make a living. In the distance, Wen Yuehui came over, staring at him with disbelief. "Hey, buddy," Wen Yuehui said with a look of discontent, "did you switch persons?" Jiang Ye turned his head in confusion and asked, "What's up?" "The Ye I know couldn't possibly have such impressive martial arts talent." "Hey, who are you? Give me my good buddy back," Wen Yuehui lamented loudly. This past month, Jiang Ye's rate of progress might not be visible to others. But Wen Yuehui, being the closest to him as a partner in mischief, could see it clearly. Especially now, since even Chen Zilu took the initiative to offer Jiang Ye extra lessons. Which made Wen Yuehui's jealousy practically palpable. Looking at Wen Yuehui's funeral-like expression, Jiang Ye couldn't help but twitch his mouth in amusement. Goodness, afraid that a brother has it rough, yet also afraid that the brother might drive a Land Rover, right? At this moment, Wen Yuehui suddenly said, "Yi, did you activate some cheat? If you find something good, remember your buddy here." Jiang Ye shook his head, sighing, "Could it possibly be just my perseverance and hard work?" Wen Yuehui was momentarily stunned. Then he said haltingly, "If perseverance and hard work were that effective, the richest person would be a donkey." This remark couldn't be refuted. Seeing that Wen Yuehui still wanted to rant, Jiang Ye said, "Let's head to the cafeteria. If we don't go now there won't even be soup left." Dang it! Wen Yuehui suddenly realized and rushed out of the classroom. Jiang Ye followed right after, and the two quickly arrived at the cafeteria entrance. There was an electronic rolling screen hanging at the cafeteria's entrance. On it, electronic slogans repeatedly scrolled. "Efficiency is life. Please observe the dining duration. 15 minutes for seniors, 20 minutes for juniors, 30 minutes for freshmen." Seeing this scene, Wen Yuehui couldn't help but curse, "Holy crap, why has the time shortened again? Wasn't there half an hour for juniors previously?" Jiang Ye was speechless as well. He understood it was the school's regulation to squeeze out more time for students to cultivate. But now, the dining time had been shortened again. Just 20 minutes left. Practicing martial arts does require a huge appetite. You want the ox to run but not let it graze, isn't this just absurd? The two entered the cafeteria with grumbles, only to see the students devouring their meals without a single word, leaving only the sound of frantic swallowing. Jiang Ye couldn't help but glance at several private dining rooms on the second floor. Those rooms are occupied by students from the elite class. Though ordinary and elite classes share the same school, their treatments are worlds apart. The dining duration rule only applies to ordinary classes, not affecting elite ones. Elite class students receive better nutritional supplements and access to various resources. Of course, these perks are still bearable. Jiang Ye even heard that in some schools, ordinary class students need to greet elite class students, cultivating the habit for future work culture. Thankfully, in City Number 3 High School isn't like that. Jiang Ye quietly remarked in his heart. After lunch, Jiang Ye hurriedly went to Chen Zilu's office. The office was empty, evidently, Chen Zilu hadn't finished her meal. Jiang Ye decided to start cultivating right there. In no time, half an hour passed. Turning his head, Jiang Ye saw a beautiful and cold lady seated on the chair. "Teacher." Jiang Ye approached and said. Chen Zilu glanced at him and said, "You've made quite progress these days. Did you use a dragon pill?" Jiang Ye was startled. He hadn't expected her first sentence to be about that. Could his significant progress make even his teacher suspect him of using pills? Immediately, he shook his head to deny it. Chen Zilu said blandly, "Using pills too early isn't ideal, you're not at the great success stage of cultivation yet. If you use pills now, breaking through to perfection will be harder. I let Li Zichao use pills because both his parents are martial arts powerhouses and can eliminate some side effects. If you use pills prematurely, you'll only deplete yourself further." Even when Yuehui could see Jiang Ye's progress, Chen Zilu as the teacher saw it even more clearly. In her eyes, Jiang Ye's enhancement over the month was clearly unusual. Jiang Ye said helplessly, "Teacher, I honestly didn't use any pills." He had no desire to pretend he's weak only to surprise everyone later. The more she realized his potential and was willing to teach him, the more opportunities he'd have to advance. But Chen Zilu smiled, why are you so anxious? I know you didn't use any pills. Huh? Jiang Ye looked at her in confusion. Chen Zilu continued, but if you plan on using pills later, you can come to me. I know a cheaper source with fewer side effects. Quote. Jiang Ye was momentarily stunned. Then he felt a burst of astonishment in his heart. So all she said was essentially pitching pills to him. Could Li Zichao's dragon pill also be bought from Chen Zilu? Teacher, didn't you just say not to use pills? Jiang Ye asked after being speechless for a while. Chen Zilu replied, don't use them prematurely, not don't use them at all. To climb the starry sky of martial arts, using pills is a necessary part. But ideally, you need to master the star martial cultivation technique to perfection to withstand the pills' side effects. Jiang Ye asked puzzled, then Li Zichao. He recalled Li Zichao only mastered the great success in fist technique before Chen Zilu recommended him to use pills. Chen Zilu said blandly, Li Zichao's potential is exhausted, only using pills early would give him hope to get into a better martial arts university. As for you, she glanced at Jiang Ye, saying, I haven't sensed any sign of you using pills. Does this mean you underwent martial bone awakening? Martial bone awakening. Jiang Ye looked puzzled. Chen Zilu explained, what determines a person's martial arts talent, besides talent itself, is the martial bone. Of course, the higher the talent, the naturally stronger the martial bone. Usually, martial bone, like talent, cannot be altered. Chen Zilu said, however, rare cases have occurred where martial bone subtly changed afterward, dramatically boosting talent. Known as martial bone awakening. I see. Jiang Ye nodded, a bit of understanding seeping in. What's referred to as martial bone should be akin to constitution. He didn't undergo martial bone awakening but had his constitution enhanced. This explanation suited well to justify his faster cultivation pace. Jiang Ye promptly said, then I guess it's martial bone awakening. I indeed felt the change. Within previously. He slightly adjusted the description of changes during constitution enhancement in his account. After listening, Chen Zilu got up and approached Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye was still confused when he felt a slender hand touching the back of his neck. Do you mind? Asked Chen Zilu. Please go ahead, teacher. Jiang Ye replied calmly. The next moment, he sensed a mysterious energy coursing through him from the vertebrae. A tingling sensation immediately aroused Jiang Ye's nerves. This is. Jiang Ye felt stirred inside. He had heard that those who break life's shackles would generate extraordinary inner energy. Is this extraordinary energy? It surprisingly brought a sudden surge of delight, making every cell in his body ease. Quickly, Chen Zilu withdrew her hand, nodding. It seems you indeed had martial bone awakening. Looking at Jiang Ye, she smiled, now you perhaps have a chance to get into a slightly better martial arts university. Jiang Ye cupped his hand, I owe it all to your guidance, teacher. Chen Zilu laughed, evidently pleased. No need to be modest, a mentor opens the door, cultivation depends on oneself, your effort is what's crucial. Chen Zilu continued, since you've had martial bone awakening, there are certain things you're now ready to understand. Jiang Ye expressed confusion, please elaborate, teacher. Chapter 8, The Way to Make Money. Chapter 8, The Way to Make Money. Have you thought about joining the key class? Chen Zilu looked at Jiang Ye and asked. Joining the key class. Jiang Ye was slightly taken aback, then shook his head and said, I never thought about it. The students in the key class all possess newborn talent. Even though they are in the same school, the world of the two types of students is completely different. As someone with lower talent, Jiang Ye had never thought about joining the key class. Chen Zilu said, then let me ask you, do you want to apply to a regular martial arts university or the 25 Schools Alliance? The 25 Schools Alliance, Jiang Ye replied without hesitation. In the past, he only aimed for a regular martial university. But now, he has a system, and his aspirations go beyond that. He even harbors a slight desire to apply to one of the top 10 elite schools. Of course, he knows the chance is extremely slim. If he'd obtained the system in first year, perhaps there'd be a slight chance, but now it's already the second semester of second year, leaving him very little time. So he has to settle for the next best thing. The 25 Schools Alliance is what Jiang Ye must strive for. Chen Zilu said, only by joining the key class will you have a sliver of hope to get into the 25 Schools Alliance. A sliver. Jiang Ye looked at the teacher. Chen Zilu nodded. The 25 Schools Alliance is composed of 25 martial arts universities, each one being a top-tier university. Even in the key class at our school, only the top 10 students each year can be admitted. Top 10 in the key class. Jiang Ye held his breath. The students in the key class all possess newborn talent. Most of them can achieve perfection in their cultivation technique by the second year. Among them, the talented ones can even make their first break and become Star Sky martial arts masters in the third year. According to the teacher's explanation, isn't it only after making the first break that one can enter the 25 Schools Alliance? Chen Zilu smiled. You have awakened your martial bone, theoretically offering a chance. But the prerequisite is to join the key class as soon as possible for learning. The key class not only provides better resources but also offers the opportunity to learn higher-level art techniques and the priority to participate in various trials. Furthermore, students in the key class can even go out to work as trainers and earn money. Aside from other benefits, just being a key class student makes you more respected in every field. Jiang Ye felt a slight stir in his heart. He understood only a little of the differences between the key class and the regular class. But he hadn't realized there were so many hidden benefits. Key class students can actually use their status to earn money. As a trainer, being a trainer sounds great, especially a fitness trainer. Listening to the teacher, he felt a bit tempted. Chen Zilu continued, not only that, but key class students can rent the virtual helmet unlimitedly to enter the virtual starry sky to hone themselves. Unlimited access to the virtual starry sky. Jiang Ye held his breath. The virtual starry sky is a technology released after Blue Star connected with the starry sky, with epic-making significance, capable of a one-to-one reproduction of the real world. One of the two practical exams during the college entrance examination is conducted in the virtual starry sky. Only the virtual helmet is expensive, costing over $1 million each, and even the school has limited equipment. The regular class has only a few rental opportunities apart from what is needed for classroom use. The privileges in the key class are indeed many. Jiang Ye couldn't help but marvel to himself. He pondered for a while and asked, "Teacher, do you teach the key class?" "I only teach the 9th class," Chen Zilu shook her head. Jiang Ye frowned slightly. Without Chen Zilu's teaching, he wouldn't be able to gain the 30% insight improvement. Switching to a different teacher likely wouldn't unlock the same achievement. He continued to ask, "If I join the key class, can I still come back to consult with you?" Chen Zilu, hearing this, was caught between laughter and tears. "You student, doesn't the quality of teaching in the key class surpass mine?" Jiang Ye said seriously, "In my heart, Teacher Chen's teaching is the best." "Stop it, you haven't even attended a key class yet." Despite her words, Chen Zilu was quite pleased inside. She smiled faintly, "As long as you are willing to consult with me, I will teach you whenever I have time. However, there are conditions for transferring to the key class." Chen Zilu sat back in her chair, crossing her fair legs, and said, "You must achieve perfection in the star martial cultivation technique by the end of the second semester of third year. If you achieve it just before the college entrance exam, joining the key class holds no significance, so the sooner you achieve perfection, the better." Jiang Ye nodded. Even with his current speed, achieving perfection before the college entrance exam is quite challenging. After all, the difficulty between great success and perfection only increases. However, with the grounded martial arts achievement system, he has the confidence. Chen Zilu looked at him curiously, "You seem quite confident." Jiang Ye frankly said, "I'm waiting for you to tell me a shortcut, teacher." He was confident Chen Zilu wouldn't say this just to discourage him. Chen Zilu gave him a sidelong glance. In martial arts, there are no shortcuts. But indeed, there are two ways to quickly enhance martial arts strength. She looked at Jiang Ye, holding up two slender fingers. First, dietary supplements or medication. Second, participate in the school's trials. Trials. Jiang Ye was puzzled. Dietary supplements and medication, he already knew about. Chen Zilu had mentioned before, she didn't recommend medication for him, so he could only rely on dietary supplements. But trials, it was his first time hearing about them. Chen Zilu explained, some trials at the school will give you substantial rewards once passed. Not only can you huode higher art techniques, but also rewards of several tens of thousands yuan. Simultaneously, these trials will hone your skills significantly. Jiang Ye held his breath slightly. They could even win tens of thousands of yuan in bonuses. For his family, this could be a godsend. To maintain family expenses, especially to support his dietary supplements, his adoptive parents faced great work pressure. Tens of thousands of yuan would be a substantial sum. Not only could it help him improve, but it could also alleviate family pressure. Chen Zilu added, however, the regular class only offers a few spots to participate in trials each year. With your current strength, even if given a chance to participate, you wouldn't pass the trial. Talk about it after you've achieved great success in your cultivation technique. Jiang Ye nodded. According to the teacher, the school's trials are predominantly attended by students from the key class. To compete with key class students, merely achieving minor success in the cultivation technique is far from enough. Also, if you score in the top 10 in the semester's final exam, there's also scholarship support. The higher the rank, the more scholarship. Work hard. Chen Zilu raised her fair hand, patting Jiang Ye's shoulder, said, if there's anything you don't understand in cultivation, remember to ask me, don't feel embarrassed. Okay, thank you, teacher, Jiang Ye said sincerely. He also noticed that Chen Zilu treated him uniquely. To others, Chen Zilu might not be so devoted. All right, go back, Chen Zilu waved. Goodbye, teacher. When Jiang Ye turned and left, Chen Zilu pulled out a profile sheet from a drawer. She looked at Jiang Ye's enrollment information on the profile. Chen Zilu rested her sharp side face on her hand, muttering, Martial Bone Awakening. Interesting. What she didn't tell Jiang Ye was, since Blue Star connected with the starry sky, there hasn't been a single case of original talent Martial Bone Awakening. Those able to awaken were none less than Dao Bone and above talents. Ellipsis. When Jiang Ye returned to the classroom, his mindset was calm. Applying to the 25 schools alliance is tougher than he imagined. The threshold is, unexpectedly, becoming a Star Sky martial arts master. How challenging is it to become a Star Sky martial arts master? Take his adopted father Zhang Dai, for instance, he practices martial arts too. But until now, he hasn't made the first break to become a Star Sky martial arts master. To make the first break, one must first achieve perfection in the cultivation technique and undergo several rounds of Star Sky refinement. Not only is the former difficult, but even more so the latter. Take it step by step. Jiang Ye maintained a calm mindset, planning solo. Strive to achieve great success in the Star Martial cultivation technique by the end of second year and participate in trials as soon as possible. In the second year's semester final exam, aim to be in the top 10, preferably top 3. Chen Zilu mentioned that financially challenged students achieving top 10 in class receive scholarship rewards. And the higher the rank, the larger the reward. To accelerate cultivation, I must rely on a 30% enhancement in insight. Jiang Ye has already planned. Starting today, aside from academic subjects, he'll consult Chen Zilu daily to activate the ancestor's friend effect. Since the other party isn't afraid of being interrupted, he naturally won't worry too much. Even if he has to shamelessly seek, he'll squeeze out all of Teacher Chen. Chapter 9. Breaking the System's Limits. Chapter 9. Breaking the System's Limits. Evening time. Jiang Ye dragged his tired body out of Chen Zilu's office and headed towards the classroom. It was already past the after-school hours, and in the martial arts classroom, only a few people were still cultivating. When Yuehui was among them, he looked at Jiang Ye walking over, his eyes a little curious. Ye, why do you look like you've been drained? Jiang Ye glanced at him, frowned, and said, do I? When Yuehui nodded, why don't you look in the mirror, you seem completely exhausted. Oh, right, where were you during the self-study lesson this afternoon? I didn't see you. I went to Teacher Chen. Jiang Ye said. In the afternoon, he took advantage of the self-study period and went to Chen Zilu's office. spending the entire afternoon deeply discussing martial arts techniques with him. Chen Zilu was indeed very patient, offering a lot of guidance. Jiang Ye also knew that this kind of one-on-one instruction was very rare, so he studied extremely seriously. The whole afternoon almost completely exhausted his energy. Fortunately, the progress is remarkable. Jiang Ye looked at the panel. The star martial cultivation technique had shown significant improvement. Just one afternoon equaled 2 days' progress usually. During this time, my comprehension seemed higher than usual. Could it be that only when Teacher Chen teaches me individually can I fully enhance that 30% comprehension? As Jiang Ye pondered, Wen Yuehui nearby was already wide-eyed. Last time I asked her for private tutoring, she told me to ask during the martial arts class. But when it came to you, you got private lessons. Wen Yuehui was indignant. Jiang Ye glanced at him and smiled, maybe your modeling isn't good enough. Angry, trembling, cold, male security. Wen Yuehui spread his hands, expressing sadness, the world is a giant looks-based selection, when will ordinary men rise? Jiang Ye shook his head and smiled, ignoring him. Of course, he knew it wasn't because of Chen Zilu's appearance preferences. The main reason was his willingness to put in the hard work, as well as the martial bone. Awakening. This world never lacks hard-working people. Nor does it lack so-called geniuses. But hard-working geniuses are liked everywhere. Night was about to fall. Taking advantage of the dusk, Jiang Ye rushed home. Due to the presence of the shadow disaster, he never went out at night. Ellipsis. Taoyang District, Building 12, Apartment 606. At the dinner table, Jiang Ye was devouring meat. Suddenly he paused slightly. Today's meat, why does it taste different? It didn't taste like the pork, beef, or lamb he usually ate. Li Anping smiled. It's leopard gall, your father bought it today. Leopard gall. Jiang Ye looked at Zhang Dai across the table in surprise. Leopard gall is a martial arts ingredient. Although not as precious as tiger gall, its price is still much higher than ordinary beef and lamb. Beef and lamb cost 500 yuan per pound, let alone leopard gall, which is specially supplied for martial arts dietary supplements, costing several times more than ordinary meat. Zhang Dai grinned, I got my salary today, bought it for ye to try, just once a month, so take it easy. Half a month ago, he had successfully joined the shadow hunting bureau. Although he was just a night guard, his monthly salary was 8,000 yuan, far exceeding. Before, Zhang Ting was holding Jiang Ye's arm, acting coquettishly, brother, I want to eat too. Your brother needs it to support his martial arts training, don't compete with your brother, Li Anping scolded. Huh. The little girl shrank her neck, quickly saying, I'm sorry, then I won't eat. Zhang Dai looked at Jiang Ye, smiling, how does it feel? He had never eaten anything so expensive in his life, and he was very curious as well. It feels warm in my stomach. Jiang Ye had only eaten half of it and already felt it. This kind of tonic, when paired with the cultivation technique, produces many amazing effects. Dad, Mom, I'm going back to my room to cultivate. He quickly finished the remaining leopard gall and rushed back to his room. This kind of opportunity is very rare and must be paired with the cultivation technique to maximize the benefits. In the room, Jiang Ye quickly assumed the fist stance and began cultivating the star martial cultivation technique. 1 hour, 2 hours. In the blink of an eye, 5 hours passed. Covered in sweat, Jiang Ye stopped cultivating. Finally absorbed it all, he slowly exhaled, subconsciously looking at the panel. Cultivation technique. Star martial cultivation technique. Minor success 41%, right pointing arrow 45%. 5 hours, and nearly a 5% improvement. This efficiency was too high, equivalent to his week-long hard work. Of course, this was also because it was his first time eating leopard gall. If he ate it every day, maybe the effect wouldn't be so exaggerated. But there's no doubt, it's far better than ordinary beef and lamb. This is martial arts dietary supplement. After the joy, Jiang Ye felt a desire in his heart. This kind of progress was too addictive. But he also knew that given his family situation, there was only one such opportunity a month. Strive to break through to the cultivation technique. Great success, then I'll have the ability to make money. Jiang Ye's heart gradually calmed. He looked at the time, it was 11 o'clock at night, he could still cultivate for another 2 hours. Jiang Ye straightened up and started cultivating again. Ellipsis. Time flew by. Jiang Ye cultivated day after day. Except for holidays, he would ask Chen Zilu for guidance every day in order to trigger the ancestor's friend, and its 30% comprehension boost. In a blink of an eye, it was mid-June. With the end of term assessments approaching, the whole second year was gradually becoming tense. Finishing the second year meant the arrival of the third year. Therefore, the end of term assessments of the second year were also crucial. Those ranked in the top 10 were destined to receive more attention and resources from the school and teachers. Many students began to work overtime, staying up late to cultivate, desperately improving themselves. Jiang Ye was no exception. During this time, his deep exchanges with Chen Zilu became less frequent. After all, he wasn't his private tutor and had to attend to other students. His private requests sometimes got declined. Jiang Ye had no complaints about this. It's a kindness that he's willing to teach me privately, it's his duty if he doesn't want to. Jiang Ye's mind was clear. Chen Zilu had already given him enough extra guidance. Once he pushed his luck, people would only find him annoying. Time came to late June. That evening, Jiang Ye was diligently cultivating the star martial cultivation technique in his room. Ding ding ding. During the cultivation, Jiang Ye's whole skeleton continuously emitted crisp sounds, like metal clashing. The sound was crisp at first, and then gradually became deep. Finally, it resonated like the sound of the earth, resounding unceasingly. In an instant, a breakthrough sensation like ice breaking in spring surged forward like a sharp sword. Star martial cultivation technique. Minor success 100%, right pointing arrow, great success 1%. After half a year of hard cultivation, I finally broke through to great success. Jiang Ye stopped cultivating and looked at his body. But before he could examine his changes, lines of text emerged. Detected that your strength has surpassed the system limit. Title unlocked. Martial Arts Grandmaster. Congratulations, achieving the Martial Arts Grandmaster accomplishment, stepping into the ranks of peak powerhouses. Reward. Physical fortification. The Martial Arts Celestial Ladder feature has been unlocked. Chapter 10. Martial Arts Celestial Ladder. Chapter 10. Chapter 10. Martial Arts Celestial Ladder. Physique. Mortal body, C level, right pointing arrow, B level. Soon, Jiang Ye sensed the changes occurring in his body. A surge of cool energy began spreading to his limbs and internal organs. His whole body's cells seemed to be purified, as if renewed. His blood, muscles, meridians, and skin were vibrating rapidly. Not only that, he heard a roaring sound from his internal organs, and his whole skeleton creaked. My bone structure and meridians are changing. Jiang Ye sensed this, a look of joy appearing on his face. The C-level physique had already greatly benefited him. B-level. The transformation must be even greater than before. Martial Arts Grandmaster. Jiang Ye continued looking at the panel. Martial Arts Grandmaster. Power participates in creation, strength far exceeding ordinary people. Unique in martial arts knowledge, enough to establish a sect, passing on the martial arts torch. A towering figure in current martial arts, admired and respected by countless people, a martial arts grandmaster. You have broken the system's limits and reached the peak of the mortal world. To go further, you must climb the martial arts celestial ladder. Quote. Power participates in creation, the peak of the mortal world. Jiang Ye's mouth twitched. This system sure knows how to boast. If only he were indeed this strong. However, Jiang Ye knew that in a grounded martial arts world, he might actually be this strong. Yet in this world, even 10 martial arts grandmasters might not withstand a high school student's lightning 5 chain whip. Martial arts celestial ladder. Can it let me go further? Jiang Ye's expression changed slightly. Martial arts celestial ladder. Martial arts are like a heavenly ladder, each step a stage. Each step a chasm. Starting from martial arts grandmaster, you can climb the martial arts celestial ladder and acquire the immortal monument. The subtitles faded then. The panel emerged. Grounded martial arts achievement system. Name: Jiang Ye. Physique: Mortal body, C level, right pointing arrow, B level. Talent, original. Cultivation technique, star martial cultivation technique, great success 1%. Achievements, martial arts master, ancestor's friend, martial arts grandmaster. Martial arts celestial ladder, can climb. A martial arts celestial ladder option quietly appeared on the panel. New system function, I wonder what rewards climbing will bring. Jiang Ye muttered. He looked at his body. The transformation was not yet complete. So, he didn't hesitate much and immediately thought to himself. Begin the climb. Buzz. In the next instant, his head felt as if it had been struck by a stick, spinning dizzily. Then, his consciousness sank downwards. In a cloud of mist, Jiang Ye suddenly opened his eyes. Before him stood a towering cloud ladder, entirely golden yellow, grand and magnificent. The cloud ladder was made of layers of stairs, reaching towards the sky. Mysterious runes, emitting a golden light, were etched on the surface of the stairs. Is this the martial arts celestial ladder? After a brief moment of daze, Jiang Ye walked towards the ladder. He noticed that every 10 steps, there was a large platform, like a resting place. Just need to climb up. Jiang Ye walked up to the ladder, thought for a moment, then lifted his foot to climb. Buzz. As soon as he climbed a step, he immediately felt immense pressure. Fortunately, having achieved great success in cultivation technique now, this pressure wasn't much for him. Jiang Ye climbed step by step upwards. The higher he climbed, the greater the pressure he felt. When he reached the 10th step, this pressure almost reached his limit. Boom! Jiang Ye, enduring the terrifying pressure, took another step and finally reached the first large platform. Instantly, that pressure vanished without a trace. At the same time, a panel appeared before him. You have ascended to the first layer of the martial arts celestial ladder. Would you like to immediately start the first layer test? Seeing the words on the panel, Jiang Ye was stunned. There was a test too. Then what was the point of spending all that effort climbing here? It seems only with the strength of a martial arts grandmaster can you start the first layer test. With all this trouble, the rewards must be amazing. A gleam of light appeared in Jiang Ye's eyes. Quickly, without further hesitation, he thought to himself, begin the first layer test. As his thoughts settled, buzz, the surroundings began to change abruptly. Darkness faded, and Jiang Ye found himself lying on a large bed, with soothing music playing next to his ear and warm lighting casting an ambiguous glow on his body. Various bottles of essential oils were placed on the bedside table, emitting a pleasant fragrance. Isn't this the massage parlor I used to frequent? Jiang Ye looked around, feeling a bit dazed. Just then, the door was pushed open. A beautiful girl in a white silk uniform, with a high ponytail and exquisite features, walked in. Hello, sir. Technician number 13 is pleased to serve you. Jiang Ye looked at her in surprise. Teacher Chen. The beautiful girl in the white silk uniform was actually his martial arts teacher, Chen Zilu. No, is this right? Chen Zilu gave him a sweet smile and said in a soft voice, want to switch roles again? I'll bring another outfit next time. As she spoke, she had already come over to start working. Wait a moment, Jiang Ye said, holding his head, feeling that something was not quite right. Chen Zilu looked at him puzzled, then suddenly seemed to realize something, laughed lightly. You remembered, you like jade feet, right? Before Jiang Ye could react, she had already taken off her little leather shoes, and her white silk feet pressed down. Jiang Ye felt his head becoming dizzy, as if he'd forgotten something important. But under Chen Zilu's massage, he unknowingly got immersed and began to enjoy it. Time slowly passed. Half an hour, 1 hour, 2 hours. After a round of service, Jiang Ye lay on the bed, completely relaxed, his eyes gradually unfocused. But at this moment, suddenly, Jiang Ye's pupils shrank. No, this is obviously the massage parlor from my past life. How could Chen Zilu be here? Right, I'm undergoing the martial arts celestial ladder test, all this is an illusion. At the moment Jiang Ye realized this, the surrounding scene faded away like wind. He was back on the martial arts celestial ladder. Test time, 3 hours and 7 minutes. Martial arts will test failed. Test not passed. Would you like to continue the first layer test? Seeing the panel before him, Jiang Ye revealed a slightly helpless smile. He had anticipated failure, but never expected to last over 3 hours in the illusion. Seems the first layer test assessed my martial arts will. Jiang Ye pondered. The so-called martial arts will is a focused mind towards martial arts, without distractions. Jiang Ye pursued martial arts wholeheartedly and shouldn't be that bad. He reflected that his martial arts will wasn't lacking in determination. Rather, the illusion itself made him feel drowsy. Most importantly, the illusion was so realistic, all 5 senses vividly clear, just like truly experiencing a massage. Even now, he could smell the faint aroma lingering around. Fortunately, there was another chance to redo the test. Jiang Ye sighed in relief, thinking to himself, I was just too indulged due to the realism. Let's try again. He found himself back in the massage parlor. Seeing this scene, Jiang Ye felt a sense of relief. However, before he could figure out why he came here, a beautiful woman in a black silk office outfit opened the door. Hello sir, technician number 13 is happy to serve you. With that crisp voice, a gleam of understanding flashed in Jiang Ye's eyes. I remember, I'm here for what I like. Chapter 11, Generous Rewards. Chapter 11, Generous Rewards. Assessment time, 2 hours and 37 minutes. Assessment not passed. On the first large platform, Jiang Ye looked at the panel that appeared before him. Momentarily at a loss for words. At this moment, he finally understood that as long as he entered the illusion realm, he would instinctively forget his own purpose. It's as if an invisible hand erased his memory. This is quite frustrating. Unless his martial arts will can surpass the assessment limit, he simply cannot pass the assessment. However, this time I completed the assessment half an hour early. Jiang Ye pondered, does this mean, my martial arts will has progressed? In the illusion realm, although he seemed to be enjoying himself, his subconscious was always resisting the illusion. Waking up sooner naturally means a stronger martial arts will. And after going through the illusion realm twice, Jiang Ye felt that his willpower had indeed become slightly stronger. If I can continue to progress, there will come a time when I will pass the assessment. With this thought, he no longer hesitated and entered the assessment once more. Ellipsis. Assessment time, 2 hours and 11 minutes. Assessment time, 1 hour and 50 minutes. Assessment time, 1 hour and 23 minutes. Ellipsis. For a period of time thereafter, Jiang Ye kept repeating the illusion realm assessments. Time and again enduring the tests of the massage parlor. It's not for pleasure, but to temper my martial arts will through this method. Jiang Ye thought to himself. This indeed had an effect. Through the continuous tempering within the illusion realm, the time he took to complete the assessments grew shorter and shorter. This indicated that his martial arts will was gradually strengthening. However, the progress tended to slow down the further he went. Especially when the time got within an hour, each time he could only improve by a few minutes. And the illusion realm didn't always feature Chen Zilu, it would also rotate in beauties of varying styles to serve him. Fortunately, Jiang Ye's mind remained resolute, yielding progress with each attempt. As the time to complete the assessments decreased further. Finally, after one particular assessment. Assessment time, 10 minutes. First layer assessment completed. First layer of the martial arts celestial ladder. Rumble. A golden steel gradually rose from the first large platform, like the first light of dawn. Radiating brilliantly. Engraved in a flamboyant style were 4 formal characters. Martial Arts Grandmaster. Congratulations, you have set foot on the first layer of the martial arts celestial ladder. And obtained the immortal monument. Calculating rewards. Phew. Jiang Ye let out a long breath, his eyes bright. After a night of rigorous training, he finally passed the first layer assessment. I wonder what the rewards are. Jiang Ye was quite expectant. In reality, even if there were no rewards, just the improvement in his martial arts will from this one night had been a significant gain. The martial arts will is intangible and elusive, practically impossible for ordinary people to improve. But Jiang Ye's martial arts will now far surpass that of the average person. You went through Beauty Gate a total of 47 times before passing the assessment. Surpassing 0.001% of martial arts grandmasters. You love beauty as much as you love power. Title unlocked. Beauty path chasing. Reward calculation. Beauty path chasing, talent visibility, enhanced comprehension. Beauty path chasing. When facing an opponent or teammate of the opposite sex, attack speed increases by 35%, and the likelihood of inflicting 50% more damage increases. Talent visibility. As a martial arts grandmaster, your discerning eye can easily identify the martial arts talent of others. Enhanced comprehension. Comprehension permanently increased by 10%. Seeing the lines of text appearing on the panel, Jiang Ye felt quite disheartened. Surpassing 0.001% of martial arts grandmasters are the hearts of other martial arts grandmasters this steadfast. Jiang Ye felt no shame in this aspect. Since ancient times, heroes have been notoriously captivated by beautiful women. To err over beauty is only human. So what if one is a martial arts grandmaster? Does that mean martial arts grandmasters cannot have relationships with women? Jiang Ye shook his head, looking towards the rewards. Beauty path chasing, talent visibility. Beauty path chasing was easy to understand. Encountering an opponent of the opposite sex increases attack speed and critical hit probability. But this talent visibility, it could actually let him see the talent of others. What does the system expect me to do with this? Could it really want me to start my own sect and recruit disciples? Jiang Ye shook his head helplessly. Nonetheless, he was still pleasantly surprised by these rewards. Comprehension permanently increased by 10%. Jiang Ye's eyes lit up slightly. He had long savored the benefits of comprehension. Combined with his B-level talent, Jiang Ye did not dare to imagine how fast his cultivation speed might become. However, in this martial arts celestial ladder, he could not perceive any changes within himself. Jiang Ye did not hurry to leave but instead looked at the panel again. You have passed the first layer assessment. You may repeat the assessment, but cannot receive rewards. You may continue to the second layer. As those lines appeared, the space ahead of Jiang Ye seemed to emit a burst of golden light, as if indicating that the second layer had been unlocked. You can repeat the assessment. This means I can use the illusion realm of the first layer to continuously temper my martial arts will. Jiang Ye thought as he looked at the panel. He had already decided to use the illusion realm to train himself in the future. But for now, he wanted to see if he could ascend to the second layer. Jiang Ye looked at the white jade steps before him, immediately climbing them. Boom! The moment he stepped on the first step, he felt an immensely terrifying pressure. Jiang Ye gritted his teeth and stood upon it, but no matter what, he couldn't take the next step. The pressure was terrifying. After a moment, Jiang Ye returned to the first layer. It seems that only after the perfection of the cultivation technique, or perhaps even after a first break, will I be able to challenge the second layer. Jiang Ye felt a pang of regret in his heart. Despite the transformation of his talent, he could only just barely step onto the first step. But there were still 9 steps remaining to reach the second layer. Moreover, judging by the pattern from climbing the first layer, the pressure of each step would multiply exponentially. Jiang Ye knew that he could only stop at the first layer for now. It's time to leave. Jiang Ye turned to go, descending the martial arts celestial ladder. Soon, he exited the celestial ladder. Looking back at the grand, endlessly towering celestial ladder, Jiang Ye's figure slowly vanished into the mist. Ellipsis. In the room, Jiang Ye suddenly sat up. Looking at the time, it was already 4 in the morning. Was it just a dream? Jiang Ye rubbed his eyes. However, as he looked at his panel, he suddenly realized the truth. Constitution. Mortal body B level. Talent. Original. Technique. Star Martial Cultivation Technique. Great success 1%. Achievements. Martial Arts Master. Ancestor's Friend. Martial Arts Grandmaster. Beauty Path Chasing. Martial Arts Celestial Ladder. First layer. Looking at himself, Jiang Ye's first impression was that his whole body felt much lighter. His entire being was filled with energy and abundant with vitality. Is this the B-level mortal body? He could feel that his body seemed entirely remade, inside and out. Even in darkness, the world before his eyes was extraordinarily clear. His hearing seemed different too, as he could vaguely hear sounds from far beyond the window. He stood up and tried swinging his fist. Wham! Wham! Sure enough, just a faint swing produced a rapid whooshing sound in the air. It's truly different from before, he confirmed. The transformation had brought about a comprehensive change in his body. I just wonder how it will be to cultivate with a B-level mortal body. Jiang Ye was filled with curiosity and anticipation. Now, not only had his physical constitution improved, but his comprehension abilities had also been permanently increased by 10%. Chapter 12. Rapid Advancement Double. Closing parenthesis. Chapter 12. Rapid Advancement Double. Chapter. At present, Jiang Ye was too lazy to sleep, having nightmares every day during this period. Made for restless nights. While it was still early, Jiang Ye started practicing his punches in his room. As soon as he assumed the fist stance, he immediately felt a difference. I seem to have a deeper understanding of the cultivation technique. Jiang Ye recalled slightly and discovered that the teachings from Chen Zilu had become incredibly clear. Even every detail was vividly present. Previously, these memories were vague, with many details often overlooked. Is this what a genius feels like? Jiang Ye instantly immersed himself, intoxicated. As the saying goes, a master leads the way, cultivation depends on oneself. No martial arts teacher can explain all cultivation details exhaustively. So, insight during the teacher's demonstrations depends entirely on the student. Some areas, even with repeated observation, cannot be comprehended if you're unable to grasp them. But some martial arts geniuses can independently perceive those key points and benefit greatly from them. And Jiang Ye now was precisely like this. He observed Chen Zilu in memory, focusing on the chest, waist, hips, and other key parts. From beginning to end, the energy is connected, one move follows another, tightly interlocked. So, this is how to use Dragon Swing's tail. In just a few minutes, Jiang Ye greatly benefited. He was in a state of abandonment, intoxicated, tireless, and continuously cultivating the Star Martial Cultivation Technique. In a blink, daylight illuminated the sky. Jiang Ye noticed the glorious sunlight through the window and only then realized it was already 11 a.m. Fortunately, today was his day off, and he didn't need to go to school. I didn't expect to practice for 6 hours straight. Jiang Ye was drenched in sweat but felt profoundly enriched. I've heard that after reaching great success, the difficulty of improvement far exceeds minor success, yet why does it feel easier than minor success? Jiang Ye took 3 full days to progress from 99% to 100% with the cultivation techniques. Minor success. According to Chen Zilu, the difficulty of improvement after great success is more than 5 times higher than during minor success. This means he might need half a month to progress just 1%. But that was then. I wonder how much I've progressed. Jiang Ye looked at the interface with some apprehension. Cultivation technique. Star Martial Cultivation Technique. Great success 3%. Only 6 hours, yet I've improved by 2%. Seeing this scene, Jiang Ye couldn't help but show a look of shock. Logically, what takes a month can be done in 6 hours. Is this my potential? Jiang Ye understood that such improvement was definitively tied to the physical enhancement he just underwent. Presently, the martial bone had transformed to mortal body B level, and his comprehension permanently enhanced by 10%. This meant his martial arts aptitude had greatly improved. Though still an original talent, it was already vastly different from before. This is just the reward for the first layer of the martial arts celestial ladder. With such an incredible first layer reward, I wonder what future layers will offer. Jiang Ye was extremely eager. Not to mention anything else, even if the second layer brings another physical transformation, it would be unbelievably amazing. However, to enter the second layer, one probably needs to perfect the cultivation technique, or even break the first break. Brother tilde. Come out for lunch. While Jiang Ye was deep in thought, Zhang Ting's crisp voice came from outside the door. Coming. Jiang Ye replied, feeling hungry after practicing punches all morning. Ellipsis. At the dinner table, Zhang Ting looked at Jiang Ye and asked, Brother, why didn't you come out when I called you last night, even locked the door? Were you doing something bad in the room? Last night, when Jiang Ye entered the martial arts celestial ladder, he locked the door for precaution. Who taught you to say these things? Jiang Ye glanced at his sister. Zhang Ting giggled and said, My classmates say, if a boy locks himself in a room and doesn't come out, he's doing something bad. Hearing this, Jiang Ye couldn't help but recall his experience of getting pressed on the bed by various beauties all night. Seeing Jiang Ye's contemplative look, Jiang Ting put away her playful smile. Her little face grew tense as she asked, "Brother, what did you do? Will the police come to arrest us?" Seeing her expression, Jiang Ye immediately knocked her on the head and said, "Don't let your imagination run wild. Eat." Oh. Jiang Ting stuck out her tongue and obediently started eating. Jiang Ye looked at the empty corner of the table and thought silently, both parents have gone for work. Though Zhang Dai was in night security, he sometimes had to be on duty during the day. As for Li Anping, aside from her main job, she found a part-time job. After all, Jiang Ye was in a crucial period now, with a daily appetite requiring substantial meals, inevitably leading to significant expenses. I've already broken through the star martial cultivation technique with great success. And according to the teacher, I can participate in trials to earn money. Though it might have to wait until next semester. Speaking of this, Jiang Ye remembered that tomorrow was the day of the final assessment. Final assessment, I want to break into the top 3. Jiang Ye thought to himself. As long as he can enter the top 3, he can receive scholarship money ranging from several thousand to over 10,000, which is significant for him. Jiang Ye glanced at Jiang Ting, who was earnestly devouring her meal, and a gentle look flickered in his eyes. This home, although life was simple, was quite nice like this. He hoped it could always be like this. Suddenly, Jiang Ye seemed to remember something. He discreetly opened the Grounded Martial Arts Achievement interface to see if he could check Jiang Ting's talent. And the moment he aimed the interface at Jiang Ting, small lettering immediately appeared above Jiang Ting's little head. Physical Constitution, Mortal Body, Chapter 13 to 12, Rapid Progress Double Length. Chapter 13, Chapter 12, Rapid Progress Double Length. Talent, Original. Is this talent visibility? Jiang Ye's gaze was peculiar. Could he really see the constitution and talent of other people? To verify his thoughts, Jiang Ye stood up and walked to the window, looking at some pedestrians downstairs. He saw several lines of small text appearing above those pedestrians' heads. Constitution, Mortal Body, D level. Talent, Original. Ellipsis. Constitution, Mortal Body, D level. Talent, Original. Ellipsis. Strange. Jiang Ye suddenly noticed, why does Jiang Ting's constitution only show mortal body, without a level? He looked at Jiang Ting again, and it was still the same as before. Constitution, Mortal Body. Talent, Original. Odd. Jiang Ye touched his chin and suddenly remembered something. The little girl wasn't the biological child of Zhang Dai and his wife, she was adopted, just like him. Due to physical reasons, Zhang Dai and his wife didn't have biological children and had long treated Jiang Ye as their sole heir. Then, when Jiang Ye was 5 years old, they found a little girl abandoned on the street. At that time, their economic condition was difficult, and Zhang Dai did not want to adopt. But Li Anping, having been an orphan herself, couldn't stand such a thing, and insisted on bringing her back. Could it be that mom found a treasure and this girl's constitution is unusual? Jiang Ye pondered but quickly shook his head. He remembered reading in textbooks that those martial arts prodigies were born with some extraordinary ability. But Jiang Ting had never exhibited any special ability since childhood. In the end, it's still a mortal body. Jiang Ye sighed inwardly. No matter how special it is, it can't be anywhere special, not to mention it's an original talent. This world is ruled by talent. 99% of original talent is destined to be ordinary. Just as Jiang Ye was pondering, Jiang Ting was also secretly observing Jiang Ye. When she saw Jiang Ye pacing back and forth by the window, she couldn't help but think to herself, has brother really done something bad? Thinking this, she clenched her small, white fists, with a flash of determination in her eyes. Brother, don't be afraid. If the police come later, just say it was me who did it. Jiang Ting mustered her courage and said loudly. Jiang Ye was stunned. Jiang Ting, clutching her small fists, said, I'm just a child. Even if I've done something bad, the police won't do anything to me. What nonsense are you thinking? Jiang Ye said speechlessly, I haven't done anything bad. He walked over and rubbed the little girl's head, feeling a mix of amusement and helplessness. Ellipsis. After dinner, Jiang Ye returned to his room to continue cultivating. He only came out once for dinner, then continued cultivating. He kept practicing until 1 o'clock in the morning the next day when he finally went to sleep with a weary body. Ellipsis. Perhaps it was the exhaustion. Jiang Ye slept in a semi-conscious state, seemingly dreaming of his childhood self. At that time, he was only 1 year old, being carried by a young man toward a magnificent palace. Jiang Ye noticed that the young man bore some resemblance to him, with deep-set eyes and a prominent nose, almost identical. The young man looked at the palace ahead. The plaque on the palace was inscribed with 4 large words, Star Sea Divine Path. In a daze, he heard the young man murmuring to himself, I must succeed. Then, Jiang Ye saw the young man walking firmly forward. The dream was fragmented. The scene shifted, and Jiang Ye found the young man had vanished, while his 1-year-old self lay in darkness, crying loudly. The night was pitch black, an endless darkness engulfing him like a tide. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Jiang Ye suddenly woke up from his bed, drenched in cold sweat. That strange nightmare again. Jiang Ye held his head, he had been having the same nightmare these past days. But this time, the dream was particularly vivid, so much so that he remembered it clearly. Upon waking, why am I having these dreams? Usually, memories from before the age of 1 should have been forgotten. But that memory seemed to be rooted deep in Jiang Ye's mind. He realized that maybe as his strength grew, the memories from his childhood emerged as well. Who is that young man? Jiang Ye was sure it wasn't Zhang Dai. He recalled the appearance of the man, bearing a 7 or 8 part resemblance to himself. Could he be my biological father? Jiang Ye felt a slight shock at this rather astonishing speculation. Quickly, Jiang Ye stopped thinking about it. He was originally a transmigrant, so it didn't matter who his biological parents were since he didn't have those memories. What mattered were the people around him. Ellipsis. After breakfast, Jiang Ye took Zhang Ting to An City Primary School. At the entrance of An City Primary School, before parting, Zhang Ting suddenly said, Brother, can you bring me a hot dog today? Jiang Ye smiled and said, Why do you suddenly want to eat a hot dog? Zhang Ting replied seriously, My classmate said that if you want to get stronger, you have to eat hot dogs. Quote question mark quote. Jiang Ye looked puzzled. Zhang Ting clenched her little fists and said, I want to grow up quickly and get stronger so I can help mom and dad with things. Jiang Ye patted her little head and smiled, If there's something to be done, it should be me doing it, not you. I can assist you, brother. Zhang Ting said with her head held high. Jiang Ye shook his head with a smile and nodded, I'll bring you a hot dog after school, now. Off you go. Hee hee, thank you, brother, you're the best. The little girl hugged his arm and gave it a kiss, then skipped happily into the school. Ellipsis. In City Number 3 High School. As soon as Jiang Ye stepped into the school, he felt an atmosphere of solemnity. The campus wasn't as vibrant as usual, with students' expressions either tense or expectant as they hurriedly made their way to the teaching buildings. The reason was that today was the day of the final exams. Jiang Ye walked while glancing at his status panel. Cultivation Technique. Star Martial Cultivation Technique. Great Success 5%. After a day of cultivation yesterday, the cultivation technique improved by 4%. In a single day, it improved by 4%. This is at the Great Success stage, which is more than 5 times harder than the minor success stage, and any 1% increase is significant. Even the students in the advanced classes are generally like this. So this is what a B-level physique is. Jiang Ye couldn't help but sigh, thinking about how tough his days used to be. After reaching great success in the cultivation technique, the difficulty indeed far exceeds minor success. But for him, with his current B-level mortal body, cultivating is surprisingly easier than before. It's like the same math problem. For a struggling student, it's impossible to figure out. But for a top student from Tsinghua or Peking University, it's as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Filled with emotion, Jiang Ye arrived at his examination room. At this time, there were only about 20 people in the large classroom. The morning exam was a cultural exam. Because of martial training, students had excellent vision, so to prevent cheating, the school specifically required that there be at least a 3-meter distance between each examinee. As the top student in cultural courses, the cultural exam was naturally not difficult for Jiang Ye. Of course, he did not take it lightly. After finishing the paper, he double-checked it several times, only submitting it when the bell rang. Even martial arts university requires a 30% score in cultural studies. For the geniuses in the advanced class, cultural scores are basically perfect. Geniuses are strong in every aspect. Ellipsis. The cultural exam ended. After eating lunch in the cafeteria, Jiang Ye headed to the martial arts classroom of class 9. In the classroom, many people were already diligently cultivating, making a final sprint before the exam. Ouch! Not far away, Li Zichao jabbed a needle into his arm, preparing for the exam. Of course, this was an exam-legal potion, and injecting it an hour before the test wasn't against the rules. However, it was more expensive than ordinary potions. So rich, Jiang Ye couldn't help but marvel internally as he watched. But he also understood. Li Zichao's parents were both star sky martial arts masters and held high positions in large corporations. Naturally, he couldn't compare with their family background. With this thought, Jiang Ye instinctively opened his status panel to observe Li Zichao. The next moment, 2 small lines of text appeared above Li Zichao's head. Physique. Mortal body, C level. Talent. Original. He's only C level. Jiang Ye was somewhat surprised, but upon considering Li Zichao's cultivation speed, he understood. Li Zichao reached the minor success in star martial cultivation technique in the first year of high school and broke through to great success at the start of the second semester of the second year. This speed exceeds that of students in ordinary classes but still lags behind those in the advanced classes. Jiang Ye looked at the others and saw most had D-level physiques. Only a few in the top 10 of the class were C-level. Mediocrity is the majority, after all. Jiang Ye sighed and shook his head. Then he grew somewhat expectant. I wonder how much progress my strength has made in this final exam. The exams in the second year of high school aren't many, with only 2 that really matter. The initial exam at the start of the school year and the final exam. Especially the final exam, where students in the top 10 of the class can apply for financial aid for disadvantaged students. If one can make it into the top 3, the amount is quite considerable. Chapter 14-13, Final Assessment. Chapter 14, Chapter 13, Final Assessment. 1 hour later, a middle-aged man wearing a black martial arts uniform strode into the 9th grade martial arts classroom. The assessment is about to begin, everyone prepare yourselves. The middle-aged man said in a deep voice. The students were invigorated, and they quickly stopped their cultivation to get ready. Is he the grade director of the martial arts class? Jiang Ye looked at the middle-aged man. On top of his head, 2 lines of information appeared. Physique. Mortal body, lower A level. Talent. Newborn. Lower A level. Jiang Ye was slightly surprised. B, C, and D levels each have only 1 rank. It seems now, a level is further divided into upper, middle, and lower ranks. But this is also the highest level of physique he has seen so far. The grade director of the school's martial arts class is almost the strongest power outside of the principal. Having that level is quite normal. However, what exactly is the difference between talent and physique? It seems like they can determine cultivation speed. Jiang Ye was a bit puzzled. Up until now, he still has the original talent, but his cultivation speed is already not inferior to those students with newborn talent in the special class. This world places such importance on talent, surely talent must have other functions. Just as Jiang Ye was pondering, the assessment began. The 4-part martial arts assessment, the first part begins now. Director Zhang Jinwu said in a deep voice. The 4-part martial arts assessment refers to the punch strength test, speed test, arena combat test, and virtual starry sky combat test, corresponding with the college entrance examination content. With Zhang Jinwu's words falling, a punch strength tester rose in the middle of the classroom. First, Shu Sisi. Zhang Jinwu called. A girl with a slender figure but long legs stepped onto the stage. Ellipsis. Zhang Jinwu watched the test taker approaching the tester, a gleam flickered in his eyes. I heard there's a promising talent in 9th grade. Zhang Jinwu pondered. Being praised by Miss Chen like that, I'm quite curious which student it might be. Boom. At this moment, the first test result for Xu Cixi was out. 603 kilograms. Zhang Jinwu slightly nodded, breaking through to great success in the ordinary class by sophomore year, not bad. The great success standard for star martial cultivation technique is 500 kilograms. But for Zhang Jinwu, this level still falls far short of the standard of not bad. Xu Cixi returned to her seat, a hint of excitement hidden on her charming face. Punch. Strength has made another breakthrough. Can I take first place this time? Her martial arts scores have always been second in the class. Soon after Li Zichao broke through to cultivation technique great success, she followed closely. This time, her punch strength exceeded 600 kilograms, an unprecedented breakthrough. Perhaps hopeful for first place. Ellipsis. As each classmate stepped onto the stage for testing, the electronic blackboard rankings were constantly refreshing. Yet Zhang Jinwu still hadn't seen a student who stunned him. At this moment, a boy with a sharp hairline stepped onto the stage. Boom. Li Zichao punched, and the numbers on the punch strength display rapidly soared. Kilograms. Wow tilde. Seeing this number, the whole class was surprised. 732 kilograms. Terrifyingly amazing. I'm just over 400 kilograms, how does this guy cultivate? In the crowd, Xu Cixi witnessed this scene, and immediately sighed, seems like I can only settle for second place. Li Zichao's progress was far faster than she imagined. 300 kilograms improvement in 1 semester. Wen Yuehui also narrowed his eyes and remarked, this Li Zichao is truly a monster. He glanced at Jiang Ye beside him, calm as water, confusedly asking, Yi, why aren't you surprised at all? What's there to be surprised about? Jiang Ye shook his head and replied, someone else's cultivation is serious, and their use of enhancers is diligent, this progress is pretty normal, isn't it? Quote ellipsis quote. Wen Yuehui nodded. Makes a lot of sense. Ellipsis. On stage, a gleam flashed in Zhang Jinwu's eyes. Li Zichao. Not bad, but parents are martial arts powerhouses, assets in the millions. Zhang Jinwu looked at the student information on the tablet. He shook his head internally. For him, such achievements from this kind of family background are unsurprising. Far from outstanding. Most of the students had finished their tests, and Zhang Jinwu still hadn't seen a student who impressed him, feeling slightly disappointed. Next, Jiang Ye. With the words spoken, a graceful and handsome boy strode onto the stage. This student. Zhang Jinwu, with his keen eye, immediately noticed that this boy seemed somewhat different. Jiang Ye stepped up to the punch strength tester. Clang clang. His muscles surged, and his bones rang. As he raised his right fist, the muscles of his shoulders, waist, and hips subtly puffed up. A surge of primal power transmitted from bottom to top. Boom. He unleashed a punch. Numbers soared on the punch strength display. Kilograms. 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 1 second later, the number stopped exactly at 610 kilograms. 610 kilograms. Jiang Ye was also somewhat surprised by this result, as he had just recently reached great success. Indeed, the stronger the physique, the correspondingly stronger the strength. Jiang Ye thought to himself, if I didn't have B-level physique, my punch strength might have just exceeded 500 kilograms. In the same realm, the better the physique, the stronger the combat power. This point was something Jiang Ye had already guessed during the preliminary assessment. And today, it was further confirmed. Although just breaking through to great success, the B-level physique endowed him with extraordinary combat power. Jiang Ye bowed to Zhang Jinwu, then walked off the stage alone. Ellipsis. The classroom erupted into astonishment again. Many students looked at Jiang Ye with surprise. Xu Cixi also unwillingly looked at Jiang Ye. She initially thought she could hold second place and fight for first, but now she couldn't even maintain second place. Jiang Ye. This guy, wasn't his preliminary test just 245 kilograms? Xu Cixi murmured. In 1 semester, he improved by nearly 400 kilograms. progressing more than Li Zichao. How did he do it? On the other side, Wen Yuehui widened his eyes. 666, no salt at all. Good brother, where did you buy the hacks? Can you sell me one? Jiang Ye shook his head, sighed, and said, I told you, it's because of persistence and hard work. Wen Yuehui protested with anger. Rich people rely on technology, poor people rely on mutation. You definitely mutated. Maybe. Jiang Ye smiled, speaking in a certain sense, he indeed mutated. Meanwhile, Zhang Jinwu also looked at Jiang Ye from the stage. It's him. Zhang Jinwu thought internally. He had already checked Jiang Ye's information. Ordinary family, ordinary background. The most critical part is the student's speed of progress. Last term's final exam scores ranked 40. This term's opening assessment ranked 25. This time, directly soaring to second place. Seems Miss Chen was right. Zhang Jinwu subtly nodded. 9th grade has produced a promising talent. Of course, for him, it's just promising. As the grade director of the martial arts class, Zhang Jinwu understands very clearly where the limit of original talent lies. The sophomore year's rapid progress is not uncommon, but typically this momentum slows down in the senior year. Ellipsis. Soon, the punch strength assessment ended. Li Zichao, Jiang Ye, Xu Sisi respectively secured the top 3 positions. Wen Yuehui also made significant progress this time, reaching 6th place. Zhang Jinwu stood on stage, and solemnly said, the second assessment, speed test, begins now. First, Xu Sisi. Called upon, Xu Sisi took a deep breath. She glanced at Jiang Ye, a hint of competitiveness flashing on her fair face. Punch strength is not her strong suit. Being female, speed is the goal she has been honing this semester. I must catch up with points in the speed test. Xu Sisi thought, as long as the speed test and the subsequent combat tests exceed Jiang Ye, I can still hold on to second place. Surpass Jiang Ye, pursue Li Zichao. This is her goal for the upcoming tests. Xu Sisi took a deep breath, then stepped onto the stage. Chapter 15-14, Zhao Qingli. Chapter 15, Chapter 14, Zhao Qingli. Xu Sisi steps onto the silver treadmill. Boom. The silver treadmill roars to life. Second place, I must hold on to second place to get the 10,000 yuan scholarship in senior year. And if I can rush into first place, I can get 30,000 yuan in scholarships. Xu Sisi continually motivates herself. According to Federation regulations, families with a monthly income below 10,000 yuan are listed as poor families. She is from such a family. She cannot lose. The girl strides with her slender long legs, sprinting like lightning. Maybe the self-motivation worked. This time, she feels her speed breaking through like never before. The 100-meter test concludes. The electronic board displays her speed. 16.9 meters per second. Xu Sisi shows a surprised expression. Normally her fastest is only 16.5 meters per second. Ellipsis. Other students start the speed test one after another. Wen Yuehui, 14.1 meters per second. Li Zichao, 17.0 meters per second. Zheng Niu, 13.1 meters per second. When it's Jiang Ye's turn, he instantly grabs everyone's attention. Everyone wants to know if this dark horse in the strength assessment can continue to shine. Jiang Ye ignores those stares. For him, doing his best is enough. Boom. He starts sprinting on the silver treadmill. Moments later, the treadmill slowly halts. The electronic board updates the data. Jiang Ye, 16.1 meters per second. B-level physique, more strength enhancement but slightly weaker in speed. Jiang Ye understands internally. Below the stage, Xu Sisi breathes a sigh of relief. The speed assessment, she undoubtedly retains second place. It's a pity, just a little more, and I could surpass Li Zichao. Xu Sisi feels a bit regretful, while glancing at Jiang Ye walking down the stage, thinking to herself. Comparing speed, Jiang Ye is indeed not as good as me. Strength is his strong suit. In the upcoming combat assessment, I need to perform exceptionally to hold on to second place. Can she do it? Absolutely she can. Easily. Xu Sisi takes a deep breath, determination evident in her apricot eyes. Ellipsis. 10 minutes later, the speed assessment concludes. Li Zichao still maintains first position, Xu Sisi is second, and Jiang Ye is third. Jiang Ye is not surprised, Xu Sisi has reached great success months ago, and with a focus on speed, surpassing him is normal. First place in the second-year final exam, top scholarship of 30,000 yuan in senior year. Second place receives 10,000 yuan, third place 5,000 yuan, fourth to 10th place 3,000 yuan. Jiang Ye also has his own goal. Achieving a higher rank means more scholarships. These funds may not mean much to the wealthy, but to Jiang Ye, they are crucial. In the upcoming 2 assessments, both striving for top rankings, Jiang Ye thinks to himself. Despite having a B-level physique, he doesn't get arrogant, as the realm difference is evident. At the current stage, Xu Sisi is a strong opponent for him. After all, she is among the few level C physiques in the class. Martial Arts Third Assessment, Arena Combat. Zhang Jinwu's voice echoes. First up, Xu Sisi. Jiang Ye observes the stage, while a thought suddenly arises, wonder if fighting director Zhang would trigger a new achievement. The strength of the martial arts class director surpasses that of ordinary teachers. Even Teacher Chen can be a martial arts ancestor, so shouldn't Director Zhang be at least a martial saint level? Jiang Ye waits silently with anticipation. Time passes. Finally, it's Jiang Ye's turn. On the arena, Zhang Jinwu examines Jiang Ye as he steps onto the platform, a hint of scrutiny in his eyes. Miss Chen mentioned this boy, let's see how his combat skills are. If really decent, that condition is indeed worth considering. Teacher, please guide me. Jiang Ye slightly arches his hand toward Zhang Jinwu. Then, he steps his left foot forward, adopting the tiger pounce fist stance. Make your move. Zhang Jinwu carries himself with a steady aura, using only minor success level cultivation technique to spar with students. Yet even students at great success are inevitably defeated within 30 moves. In the next instant, Jiang Ye charges like a hungry wolf, his figure swiftly gliding through. Fist winds slice through the air, hammering heavily toward the opponent like a meteor. Zhang Jinwu sidesteps lightly, easily dodging the strike, while his right elbow swings forward to hammer Jiang Ye's chest. In an instant, the two clash. The combat style beyond great success usually erupts with tremendous sounds. Only hearing the echo of clashes on the arena, akin to the resonation of iron and stone. Jiang Ye adopts an aggressive defense, leveraging his strength advantage to barrage attacks. While Zhang Jinwu counters with soft techniques, his power continuous and elusive. Fortunately, Jiang Ye's fist technique is highly refined, various moves emerging endlessly. Using strength to counter strength. Ye's combat skills truly grasp Teacher Chen's essence. Offstage, when Yuehui secretly admires, no wonder Ye always looks exhausted nowadays. Seems like he's been fully filled in private by Teacher Chen. On another side, Xu Sisi clenches her hand tightly, her preceding arena performance was merely average. Now, witnessing Jiang Ye's display, she realizes second place is slipping away. Not far away, Li Zichao also observes, a thoughtful expression appearing in his eyes. Ellipsis. Over 20 rounds later, Jiang Ye is forced out of the arena by Zhang Jinwu. He stabilizes his form, bowing slightly toward the stage. The electronic board displays his arena combat ranking. Second place, Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye pays no heed to his ranking, immediately accessing the panel to check. To his disappointment, this assessment did not unlock a new achievement. Strange, is it because Director Zhang's strength is lesser than Teacher Chen? Or is Director Zhang's strength also classified within the martial arts ancestor level? Jiang Ye believes it's likely the latter. As for the former, it seems unlikely. A half-hour later, the arena combat assessment concludes. The electronic board displays the comprehensive score of martial arts 3 assessments. Jiang Ye also looks toward the board. First place, Li Zichao, 295 points. Second place, Jiang Ye, 260 points. 260 points. Jiang Ye ponders, just need 90 points in the last assessment to meet the standards of martial arts university. Going by annual patterns, the college entrance exam standard for ordinary martial arts universities is 350 points. Of course, the 25 schools alliance far exceeds that, requiring at least 700 points. As for the top 10 elite schools, the minimum for the lowest ranked one is also 900 points. The maximum total for martial arts 4 assessments is 1200 points, scoring 900 points. Demands near insane standards. But Jiang Ye still has a full year, his improvement space is considerable. Ellipsis. The 4th assessment, Virtual Starry Sky Combat Assessment, is held not in the classroom but in a spherical building at the school's center. Under Zhang Jinwu's guidance, the students of Class 9 arrive at the entrance of the spherical building. Other classes' students are already queuing. The school's virtual equipment is limited, late arriving classes often face long waiting times. Luckily, Class 9 reaches first. Some students have finished the virtual assessment, exiting the spherical building. Students from the special class. Jiang Ye glances at those students, his expression slightly changing. Students from the special class are different from ordinary classes. Benefiting from newborn talent, whether in demeanor or temperament, they exude a kind of spirited confidence. Among them, leading is a cool-tempered girl, standing at 1.75 meters, short sleeved and in shorts, her legs snowy and long. Above her delicate waist, the stunning sight is astonishing. The cool girl turns her head to glance at Class 9, her expression aloof, striding with long legs to leave. Class 1's Zhao Qingli, a terrifying presence reaching 700 points from 4 evaluations. Inside the building, many students look in awe at the towering figure. Jiang Ye opens his panel to look, revealing a slightly surprised expression. Chapter 16-15, Shadow Race. Chapter 16. Chapter 15, Shadow Race. Physique. Mortal body B level. Talent. Newborn. Jiang Ye looked at the top of Zhao Qingli's head, thinking to himself, just like me, she has a B-level physique, and she's a second-year student, but her total score has already reached 700 points. Her current score is 700 points, but it doesn't mean her college entrance exam score will be the same. There is still an entire year before the college entrance exam. Next year, Zhao Qingli will only far exceed this score. Right now, there is still a significant gap between me and these newly talented geniuses. Jiang Ye sighed, but his mindset was very calm. There's a long road ahead, and one day he will catch up. Of course, he also knew very well that even if he surpassed the new talents, it would only be the beginning. In this era, geniuses are as plentiful as fish crossing the river. As the cultural class teacher said, talent is divided into 4 levels: original, newborn, Dao Bone, extraordinary. The outstanding among the newborn talents can break through the first break in the 3rd year and become a Star Sky martial arts master. While the Dao Bone talents, becoming a Star Sky martial arts master in the 3rd year is just basic. Breaking through the 2nd break before the college entrance exam is not deemed difficult. But even so, they are not considered true geniuses. What is a true genius? Starting cultivation from the age of 10, the first break at 12, the second break at 15, reaching the 3rd break by the time they turn 18. This is extraordinary talent. Also the true darlings of the world. Ordinary people can only start cultivating at 15, but those with this born extraordinary ability start 5 years earlier, naturally far beyond comparison with ordinary people. However, even this kind of genius is not the strongest. It is said there are even stronger talents above, but that level is too far from in city. The realm of martial arts is endless. Prodigies shine like the stars. Someday, I might reach that level too. Having lived 2 lives, Jiang Ye's blood is still hot, filled with yearning. At this moment, the group from Class 9 had already walked into the spherical building. In front of them was a vast metal hall. In the center of the hall, there were rows of metal seats, each with a silver-white metal helmet placed on it, and at the front of the hall, a giant screen displayed the ranking for the whole grade. First place, Zhao Qingli, 710 points. Second place, Lin Miao, 652 points. Third place, Wang Zhang. Nearly all of the top 100 rankings consisted of students from the special classes. Occasionally, a few students from regular classes would squeeze in, usually at the bottom ranks. Strange, the special class includes students with lower A-level physique, but the first place is an individual with a B-level physique like Zhao Qingli. Jiang Ye glanced at the surrounding special class students and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Logically, an A-level physique far surpasses a B-level one. But as far as he knows, Zhao Qingli's name has been firmly in the first position since the first year. Is it because of her talent, or other factors? Jiang Ye thought thoughtfully. As he pondered, it was already time for Class 9 to start their assessment. Ellipsis. Now, let's start the numbering. Zhang Jinwu stood at the front of Class 9's team and spoke loudly. Everyone became excited at once. They weren't here for the first time. Occasionally, during normal classes, they would experience this. The virtual Starry Sky practical assessment involved forming groups of 5. The assessment content consisted of team combat within a virtual world against the shadow race. The scoring of this assessment was based on the number of shadow race killed and the casualties of the team. Team formation wasn't random. The school system would number them to ensure that each team had equivalent strength. Of course, this numbering was done class by class. So the students from the special classes definitely scored higher on this assessment, as the average quality was better. Jiang Ye, Sha Qing, Dao Xiaogang, Hua, Li Zan. Jiang Ye was a bit surprised to hear his group. Sha Qing, the girl who often brought him water. As for the other 3, they were mid to lower level students, not very close to him. Yet at this moment, the 3 quickly gathered around Jiang Ye. Brother Jiang, please carry us. Yes, Brother Jiang, among us you're the strongest, we'll rely on you to lead us. Jiang Ye smiled slightly and said, this is a team effort, everyone is important. Let's work hard together. Yes, let's work hard together. The group said in unison. They naturally obeyed Jiang Ye, who was ranked second in the class. Jiang Ye glanced at Sha Qing, who was secretly looking at him and suddenly said, Sha Qing, be careful not to get taken out by the monsters immediately. Ah! Sha Qing was momentarily stunned, then her face turned slightly red, and she quickly nodded, I will be careful. Dao Xiaogang, seeing this, immediately said, Brother Jiang, don't worry, Sha Qing is the only girl on our team, we'll definitely protect her. Jiang Ye nodded, not saying much. He definitely had to protect Sha Qing since having a girl on the team granted him a 35% attack speed bonus, and there was even a chance to trigger a 50% damage boost. I wonder if I can rely on this ability to take first place. Jiang Ye silently glanced at Li Zichao in the distance. First place came with a 30,000 yuan poverty aid scholarship, which he very much coveted. Ellipsis. Team assignments were complete. Li Zichao remained calm, still confident in maintaining his first place position. On the other side, Xu Sisi clenched her fists, a hint of determination flickering in her almond-shaped eyes. In this assessment, my speed is my advantage, whether I can reclaim second place depends on this time, Xu Sisi thought to herself. This was when Zhang Jinwu spoke, each group, proceed in order to your seats, and begin the virtual Starry Sky assessment. Everyone started to move. Jiang Ye walked to his seat and put on the silver-white virtual helmet. The virtual helmet, also called the brain nerve connector, communicated with brain waves through neutrinos, allowing people to instantly fall into a sleep-like state. As he put on the helmet, Jiang Ye's consciousness sank. The next moment, he found himself in a corner of a virtual city. Together with Jiang Ye were Sha Qing, Dao Xiaogang, and 2 others. The moon was high, the wind howling. The streetlights were dim yellow. It's so real. Jiang Ye looked around at the environment, still unable to help but marvel, even though he had been there before. The virtual Starry Sky could recreate reality in a 1:1 ratio, and it could even fully restore pain sensations. In other words, any injuries here would immediately affect one's combat ability. Huff! Right then, in front of them, within a shadowy area, a pitch-black figure, resembling liquid, slowly solidified from the shadows. As the shadow solidified, a chilling and bone-piercing cold wind suddenly rose. Shadow race, infant body. Jiang Ye's eyes sharpened as he shouted, prepare for battle. The other 4 tightened their expressions. The shadow race was exceedingly powerful. An infant body stood between 1.5 to 2 meters, while a juvenile body could reach over 3 meters. Facing a juvenile body required at least a first-break martial arts master to handle. While the infant body before them was about 1.5 meters, the weakest among its kind, it still took the strength of 5 to manage. Hiss. The black shadow emitted a hiss, lunging toward them suddenly. However, just as Jiang Ye and the others put in their full effort, the shadow mysteriously vanished. Dao Xiaogang and the others were momentarily stunned. Jiang Ye shouted, "Watch your backs." The shadow race favored possessing shadows. Jiang Ye remembered, Chen Zilu repeatedly emphasized the need to always keep shadow positioning in mind during combat. At the start of the battle, Jiang Ye noticed his shadow was behind him. He suddenly turned around. There it was, a gaping mouth lunging straight at him. 35% attack speed boost. Farmer's triple punch. Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 17-16, Rankings. Chapter 17, Chapter 16, Rankings. Beauty path chasing. When you encounter an opponent or teammate of the opposite sex, attack speed increases by 35%, and there is a 50% probability of increased damage. Jiang Ye's current punching speed is 1.35 times his usual rate. He can throw an extra punch each second. It may not seem like much, but in 10 seconds, that's 10 more punches, and the compounded damage is considerable. In just 3 or 4 seconds, Jiang Ye, like a pile driver, had already thrown more than a dozen punches. Each punch nearly maxed out at 600 kilograms of force. Roar. The humanoid shadow's face was pounded in, issuing a howl, and its figure vanished. Swoosh. It didn't escape but quickly possessed the shadows of Dao Xiaogang and others. The shadow race is highly intelligent. It seemed to realize that Jiang Ye was difficult to deal with, so it decisively chose to handle the others first. Roar. The humanoid shadow howled, its voice seemingly disrupting minds, causing everyone's heads to fuzz and their ears to ring. Watch out. Jiang Ye shouted loudly. He was the first to regain clarity, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Even baby forms of the shadow race have speeds far surpassing ordinary humans. They can teleport using shadows, their movements are elusive. This is one of the reasons why the shadow race is tough to handle. As soon as Jiang Ye's words fell, the pitch-black shadow reappeared, clawing viciously towards Sha Qing. Go to hell. Sha Qing was not one to be trifled with. She cried out and smashed her fist into the shadow. But the effect of her punch was far inferior to Jiang Ye's. Fortunately, Dao Xiaogang and the others quickly caught up, each displaying their skills, surrounding and attacking the baby form of the shadow race. Ordinary weapons, knives, guns, swords, even firearms, could hardly do substantial damage to the shadow race. Instead, human fists can indeed threaten the shadow race. This is because the human body generates a peculiar, magnetic field that can intimidate evil spirits. And the Star Sky martial arts masters harness Star Sky energy to evoke this magnetic field. At which point special weapons can be used to inflict greater damage on the shadow race. As for those who haven't reached the first break, they can only rely on their own fists. Die. Jiang Ye and several others together besieged the shadow. Though it was only the weakest baby form, 5 people together found it extremely difficult. Every time the shadow howled, it made people dizzy, barely able to stand. Fortunately, those howls had little effect on Jiang Ye, so he could remind the others in time. If not for this, the group would have already suffered severe injuries. Roared Tilda. Another roar. This time, Jiang Ye was too late to warn. Peef. One of them had their arm bitten off, blood gushing, and cried out in pain. Li Zan. Are you okay? Dao Xiaogang's face changed, the intense battle making him almost forget they were in a virtual world. This damn shadow race, their life force is too strong. Their physical strength is limited, but the shadow race seemed to have endless energy. With thick skin, practically unkillable. Bear in mind, this was 5 against 1, if faced alone, it would be unimaginable. It's almost at its limit too. Jiang Ye looked at the shadow, saying sternly, go all out, finish it. At this moment, the humanoid shadow was continuously distorting, like a melting popsicle, struggling to maintain its form. This indicated weakness. Go all out. Jiang Ye charged forward first, throwing a punch with all his might. In this moment, he felt a sudden inspiration, predicting that the punch's power would greatly increase damage by 50%. Finally triggered, after the whole game. Jiang Ye had no time to think, fiercely smashing his fist at the shadow's head. Boom! This punch directly caused the shadow to create phase separation, with splashing shadow, resembling droplets of liquid. Yet the shadow still had some strength, its form flickering and disappearing once more. The next moment, the shadow appeared in the shadow behind Li Zan, clearly intending mutual destruction. Luckily, Dao Xiaogang noticed just in time, sending a leg whip to sever the shadow's body. Finally dead, Dao Xiaogang exhaled deeply. The shadow race, too troublesome. Jiang Ye shared the same heavy expression. Thankfully this was in the virtual world. If placed in the real world, the danger would be far greater. Just then, in the shadows not far away, 3 more human-shaped virtual shadows emerged. They were also standing at a height of 1.5 meters, the lowest level, infant bodies. But this time, there were 3. Second level. Everyone's expressions tensed. The virtual Starry Skies assessment was similar to game levels. The first level only had 1 shadow race. The second level had 3. The third level had 5. As you progressed, the number increased. Don't slack off, strive to get through the second level. Jiang Ye said. Got it. Dao Xiaogang and the others centered around Jiang Ye and naturally had nothing more to say at this moment. Ellipsis. While Jiang Ye's team was fiercely battling, other teams were also engaged in fierce combat. In a virtual space, Xu Cixi, leading 4 others, was fighting fiercely against 3 shadows of the second level. Now, 3 members of her team were already injured, with 2 of them having lost an arm. The entire team's strength was greatly reduced. Only Xu Cixi still maintained her peak combat strength, but she wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. Hang in there. Xu Cixi gritted her teeth, thinking to herself, you're the only hope for your parents. You have to make it into the 25 Schools Alliance and let mom and dad live in a 200 square meter house. You cannot fall here. If you can't even secure the second, how can you talk about the 25 Schools Alliance? Kill. Under the force of her will, Xu Cixi exploded with astonishing combat strength. Poof. She drove a punch through a shadow's head, but at the same time, her left arm was torn apart by the shadow race. Xu Cixi gritted her teeth and continued to rush towards the next target. Ellipsis. In another virtual space. Boom. Li Zichao destroyed the third shadow, continuously bleeding. He too was severely injured, and the situation was dire. But turning back, he saw 4 teammates being pinned to the ground and beaten by a shadow. Li Zichao intended to go back and support them. Roar. A roaring sound echoed, and Li Zichao immediately covered his ears in pain, feeling the world spin. This was a roar from the shadow race, capable of mind interference, causing confusion. While he was unguarded, a shadow flashed over, delivering a slap. Ellipsis. In the metal hall, Zhang Jinwu stood with arms crossed, watching the rankings scrolling on the giant screen. That girl Zhao Qingli reached 700 points. Unbelievable. I recall that when she enrolled in the first year, her talent wasn't among the best, but if she maintains this momentum, she might make it into the top 10 elite schools next year. And City number 3 high school isn't the best school in City. They don't always have students who make it into the top 10 elite schools every year. Even in City's best high school, and City number 1 high school, at most has 1 or 2 such students annually. And City, after all, is a small city. Zhang Jinwu's gaze flickered slightly, then shifted toward Jiang Ye's direction. This student indeed shows some potential, and perhaps next year, he might have the smallest of chances to get into the 25 Schools Alliance, for Miss Chen's sake. Let's give him a trial opportunity. As he pondered, a young man walked over. Director Zhang, is there a student here that interests you? The young man asked with a smile. Zhang Jinwu turned to look. The young man was Wang Zhang, a student from the advanced class. He was also a prominent figure in this end-of-term assessment, currently ranking 3rd in his grade. Wang Zhang glanced around the hall, curiously asking, I see that these are just students from the ordinary class. Zhang Jinwu spoke with hands behind his back, never underestimate anyone. The ordinary class has produced strong contenders before, like last year, when a student transferred from the ordinary to the advanced class and finished in the top 50 of the grade during the college entrance exam. Wang Zhang did not refute, remarking, "Such people are always the minority, most people, including me, are actually quite mediocre." He sighed repeatedly, displaying a self-deprecating demeanor. Zhang Jinwu glanced at him accusingly. "Stop fronting, you being third in your grade yet. Acting modest. First, surpass those two girls ahead of you before you talk big." Wang Zhang was speechless. "I already said I was mediocre, how am I faking it?" Zhang Jinwu snorted coldly, not replying further. He knew this kid often put on a show. Wasn't he aware of that? Now, having ranked third in the grade, he feigned humility, but in reality, he was quite arrogant. At this time, most of the students from Class 9 had finished the assessment. The top-ranked students were also gradually exiting the virtual starry sky. The grade rankings on the giant screen were changing once again. Chapter 18-17, The Dragon Lies Hidden. In the Abyss. Chapter 18. Chapter 17, The Dragon Lies Hidden in the Abyss. Pucci. In the virtual city. Jiang Ye punched through the head of the last shadow. Huff. Everyone sighed in relief. The three shadows were finally defeated. At this moment, in Jiang Ye's team, apart from him, the other four were severely injured. And Jiang Ye himself was also not lightly wounded. Huff huff tilde. In the shadows not far away, more shadows were converging and forming. This time, there were 5 shadows. The third round. Dao Xiaogang and the others saw this scene, and a trace of helplessness flashed in their eyes. They were no longer able to keep fighting. Jiang Ye charged forward alone, trying to kill one more shadow before his strength completely gave out. However, he underestimated the difficulty of the third round. Half a minute later, Jiang Ye and his 4 teammates exited the virtual city simultaneously, and the system settlement page appeared in front of them. This group has completed the virtual starry sky assessment, settling the scores. Best finisher, Dao Xiaogang. Best tank, Dao Xiaogang. Opening square bracket ellipsis closing square bracket. Dao Xiaogang being the best in 2 consecutive categories even surprised himself. Best damage, Jiang Ye. Best vision, Jiang Ye. Best martial arts will, Jiang Ye. Ellipsis. Killed 4 shadow race members, took 21 minutes, average team casualty rate 85%. Group MVP, Jiang Ye, 70 points. Dao Xiaogang, 50 points. Sha Qing, 45 points. Ellipsis. Seeing this, Jiang Ye let out a sigh of relief. He almost thought he would become someone who wins by doing nothing. Dao Xiaogang sheepishly said, "Brother Jiang, sorry, I stole a few of your kills. It was just a coincidence." Every time a shadow race member was near death, it ran to him. He couldn't just watch the shadow take his teammates down with it, could he? So Dao Xiaogang unknowingly picked up 3 kills. Only the last shadow race member was killed by Jiang Ye himself. "It's fine." Jiang Ye shook his head, not minding. After the system settlement, they all exited the virtual space and returned to the metal hall. Jiang Ye looked at his virtual assessment score. Jiang Ye, 330 points. 330 points. Just 20 points shy of the martial arts university's standard. Jiang Ye smiled. He also noticed the scores of Li Zichao and Xu Cixi. Li Zichao, 355 points. Xu Cixi, 315 points. 355 points. Jiang Ye was surprised to see Li Zichao's total score. He remembered the other party's 3-item total was 295 points, which means in this assessment, he only scored 60 points, lower than Jiang Ye. Could it be he didn't reach the third round? Jiang Ye thought to himself. The virtual starry sky assessment is similar to a challenge mode. The more rounds completed, the higher the score. In the 4 martial arts total scores, this assessment holds the largest weight, accounting for nearly half. The higher the score, the more you can get from the virtual starry sky assessment. Like Zhao Qingli, who could get a high score of 700, with 300 points from this assessment alone. And for Li Zichao to score less means he didn't make it past the third round. So, in the 4th assessment score, I should be first in class. Unfortunately, still second in total score. But it's okay, at least I can get a $10,000 scholarship. Jiang Ye was already content. In just 1 semester, moving up from rank 25 to this rank, only he knew the effort it took. Ellipsis. Elsewhere, Li Zichao was also looking at the rankings. 355 points. Li Zichao stared at his score, his expression unsatisfied. In the last assessment, with his strength, he shouldn't have had such a low score. But the roar of the shadow race affected him greatly. Then, Li Zichao suddenly noticed a name. Jiang Ye, 330 points. His virtual assessment score is higher than mine. Li Zichao looked towards where Jiang Ye was. He remembered that at the start of the semester, Jiang Ye's score was only 206 points. In just one semester, he increased by over 100 points. This rate of improvement had surpassed his. Li Zichao seemed to realize something, a thoughtful look appeared in his eyes. Ellipsis. Darn it, still third place. Xu Sisi stared at her rank, clenching her white fists tightly. Jiang Ye scored 15 points higher than me, certainly reaching the third batch, and his average casualty rate is lower than mine. The average casualty rate refers to the average frequency of injuries per minute for the whole team. If a teammate dies, this rate skyrockets. Per group, although no one died, nearly all were severely injured, with an average casualty rate of 90%. After a long while, Xu Sisi slowly exhaled, helplessly glancing at Jiang Ye not far away. This guy seems to be from a poor family like me. Well, it's better to lose to him than to those annoying rich kids. Xu Sisi sighed. Then she clenched her fist again. But, only 15 points difference, next semester, I'll definitely surpass you again. Ellipsis. At the front of the hall, Zhang Jinwu said in a stern voice, students who have completed the 4 martial arts assessments can go home. Next year, you'll be seniors. This summer, work hard and don't hold the class back. With that, everyone in class 9 began to leave one by one. Zhang Jinwu glanced in Jiang Ye's direction, a glimmer flashing in his eyes. He scored 70 in the virtual assessment. It seems this kid's martial arts will is quite impressive. He had previously witnessed Jiang Ye's combat abilities. Based on his assessment of Jiang Ye's strength, this assessment should normally yield only 50 points, not exceeding 60 points at most. Points. That was well beyond his expectations. But the virtual assessment doesn't only look at combat ability, it also assesses martial arts will. The shadow race can interfere with the mind, plunging people into chaos. Only those with a strong martial arts will can reduce this impact. Jiang Ye's ability to score this high must be due to his martial arts will. Beside Zhang Jinwu, Wang Zhang smiled and said, "Director, were you just looking at that student named Li Zichao? 355 points exceed the baseline score for an average martial university. A general class student reaching this level in the sophomore year is indeed commendable." Wang Zhang evaluated. Zhang Jinwu didn't reply. After everyone from class 9 had left, Zhang Jinwu finally spoke slowly. Class 9 might produce someone noteworthy. Wang Zhang was confused. If anyone else said this, he might scoff. But since Zhang Jinwu said it, he couldn't help but take it seriously. He couldn't help but ask, "This Li Zichao, is he really that outstanding?" Zhang Jinwu shook his head and said, "The dragon hides in the depths, lurking in the city. Sometimes it's the inconspicuous one that surpasses all. The dragon hides." Wang Zhang was even more surprised. It was rare for the director to use dragon to describe a person. Could it be Li Zichao has some special attribute I overlooked? Wang Zhang pondered. "Fool." Zhang Jinwu scolded, "You thought I was talking about him." He shook his head and left. Wang Zhang's eyes widened. Not Li Zichao. Then could it be? He checked for the student ranked second in class 9. Jiang Ye, 330 points. 330 points. Wang Zhang murmured, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. Even if he only had an arm left, he shouldn't score so low." "I understand." Suddenly, Wang Zhang was enlightened, his eyes clear, thinking the director's hint was subtle. He spoke as if referring to the general class but meant the special class. Could the hidden dragon be me? Chapter 19 to 18, 30,000. Chapter 19. Chapter 18, 30,000. Second year, Class 9, Martial Arts Classroom. Displayed on the electronic blackboard at the back of the classroom are the scores and rankings for this semester's final assessment, Martial Arts. First place, Li Zichao 355 points. Second place, Jiang Ye 330 points. Third place, Shu Cc 315 points. Opening square bracket ellipsis closing square bracket. Brother Jiang, congratulations. Dao Xiaogang, Sha Qing, and others came to congratulate him, secured second place in the class. Jiang Ye looked at them and smiled. Congratulations to you too, you all made it into the top 30 this time. The class has a total of 100 students. The top 30 means reaching above average performance. Dao Xiaogang scratched his head and smiled. I really have to thank Brother Jiang. If not for the guidance in the fourth assessment, I wouldn't have scored so high. In usual virtual assessments, he would only score 20 or 30 points at most. This time, he managed to get 50 points. Sha Qing and others also earned over 40 points. Don't underestimate a mere 20-point difference, it could move you up by over a dozen ranks. In an equivalent college entrance exam, 20 points could surpass tens of thousands of people. You all need to work harder then. Jiang Ye smiled and said, don't let your ranking drop. Next semester. Haha, for sure. While they chatted, Chen Zilu, wearing a white dress and lace socks, walked into the classroom. You've all seen the results of the final assessment. Chen Zilu, with a cold demeanor, briefly commented on and summarized the assessment results from the podium. 10 minutes passed quickly. Chen Zilu didn't waste many words and after a brief conclusion said, Jiang Ye, Li Zichao. Come to my office for a moment. With that, she carried her long legs out of the classroom. Everyone knew that the semester had ended, so they started packing up to go home. Yi, why did the teacher ask you to go over? When Yuehui asked Jiang Ye, puzzled. Probably something about the grades. Jiang Ye also felt puzzled but had another guess in mind. Ellipsis. Moments later, in Chen Zilu's office. There's something to notify you about. Chen Zilu looked at the two boys in front of her and smiled. In a month, there will be a trial at school. Do you two want to participate? In a month, during the summer. Jiang Ye was a bit surprised. He guessed it was about the trial, but didn't expect it to be so soon. Li Zichao frowned. Doesn't the ordinary class only have one slot for the trial? Can both of us participate? Chen Zilu said calmly. Rules are dead, people are alive. As long as you are outstanding enough, the school can make exceptions. Hearing this, Jiang Ye couldn't help but feel moved. He guessed that this was probably a spot Chen Zilu specifically applied for him. Chen Zilu continued, this trial is the lowest level trial, and as long as you have the great success in the star martial cultivation technique, you can participate, and it's held right at the school. But if you are only at the great success level, the probability of passing is very low. Failing the trial does carry some risk, although there's no life hazard, it might affect your future cultivation. This statement left Jiang Ye and Li Zichao silent. The trial, there could be danger. However, they weren't surprised. Any trial comes with risks, otherwise, how would it be called a trial? Chen Zilu said, there's only this one chance. If you've decided to participate, let me know. Now. Just as she finished speaking, Jiang Ye and Li Zichao spoke in unison, I'll participate. Chen Zilu nodded, not surprised. Li Zichao, you can leave now. Jiang Ye, stay for a while. Yes. Li Zichao glanced at Jiang Ye and turned to leave. Jiang Ye looked at Chen Zilu and asked, Teacher, is there anything else? Chen Zilu tossed a disc-like object towards the wall. With a buzz, the object attached to the wall. This is a soundproof device. After arranging it, she then looked at Jiang Ye with a smile. Not bad, improved from rank 25 to 2 in one semester. It's all thanks to your teaching, teacher, Jiang Ye replied honestly. You, always so humble. Chen Zilu said, her eyes filled with appreciation. This time, Jiang Ye's result also exceeded her expectations. Earlier, she introduced Jiang Ye to Zhang Jinwu, thinking that if Jiang Ye could make it to the top 10, it would sufficiently prove his excellence. Unexpectedly, he made it straight to the top 2. This also brought her some pride. Chen Zilu took out an envelope from the drawer, take this and use it for nourishment. When you go home. Jiang Ye accepted the envelope and opened it to find 30,000 yuan inside. Teacher, you. He looked at Chen Zilu in astonishment. The additional scholarship for second place for low-income families was only 10,000 yuan, and it wasn't granted until the third year. 30,000. He wasn't even in first place, why would he qualify for so much? I made a bet with Director Jiang. Chen Zilu chuckled softly. I bet you would pass this trial, so don't let me down. Jiang Ye showed a look of surprise. So, the 30,000 yuan was a sponsorship from the teacher. Teacher, isn't 30,000 too much? You need resources for your cultivation too. Jiang Ye wouldn't accept help from others without reason. Especially when it involves money, it needs careful consideration. I'm a teacher, I don't lack this money. Chen Zilu looked at him, but you are different. In this month, you need to do your utmost to improve to have a chance in the trial a month later. During this period, you must consume martial arts ingredients daily to increase the probability of passing the trial. Her voice was clear. Inwardly, Jiang Ye was slightly shocked. From her words, it seemed that the trial's difficulty might be much higher than he'd imagined. Chen Zilu crossed her right leg, the hem of her dress revealing a long, fair leg beneath. She spoke in a calm tone. There are many types of martial arts nourishment. To improve quickly, you need to select premium quality ingredients like tiger's gall, whale's eye, etc. This expenditure is huge, the 30,000 is for your nourishment. Finally, consider this money borrowed. You'll have to return it to me later. With a slight smile, Chen Zilu lightly swung her dainty foot, adding a playful touch. Jiang Ye said, I'll return it after I receive the scholarship in the third year or earn money from the trial. Let's talk about it after you graduate high school. It's only 30,000. Right now, I'm not worried about that amount. Chen Zilu waved her hand, again emphasizing she wasn't short of money. Jiang Ye felt a bit helpless. How wealthy was she, treating 30,000 like nothing? Could her family have a mind? After a brief silence, he bowed solemnly. Thank you, teacher. Jiang Ye was well aware. Whether it was the bet she mentioned or the emphasis on repaying, in reality, it was out of consideration for his dignity. Some help is charity, but some help is truly giving someone an umbrella. Having lived two lives, Jiang Ye was clear-headed about these things, making him even more grateful. Chen Zilu smiled lightly. Oh, by the way, and city might not be very safe recently. Try not to go out much during the holiday, she suddenly said. Not very safe. Jiang Ye felt a stir in his heart. Could it be because of the shadow disaster? Chen Zilu continued, if you need anything, message me on WeChat. My WeChat ID is CZL 23060901. Jiang Ye hesitated for a moment and said, Teacher, do you have a phone number? I'll get a communication device to contact you, phones are too expensive. Chen Zilu glanced at him and took out a wristwatch from the drawer. You can use my communication watch, it can also contact me. All right. At this point, Jiang Ye complied and accepted the watch. Teacher, I'll head back now. Go on back. Chen Zilu waved her hand. Jiang Ye nodded, turning to leave the office. But before leaving the office, he remembered something and turned back to glance at Chen Zilu. The display panel appeared. When Jiang Ye saw the two lines of text above Chen Zilu's head, he was instantly startled. Chapter 20-19, Then Let Me Ask You. Chapter 20, Chapter 19, Then Let Me Ask You. Inside the office. Ring ring ring. Jiang Ye had just left when Chen Zilu's phone rang. She took out the phone and saw the caller ID, Zhao Yingluo. Zilu, do you still need money? After Chen Zilu answered the call, a crisp girl's voice came through. Why did you borrow 30,000 from me before, is that enough? Upon hearing this, Chen Zilu's previous, rich, image instantly collapsed. She sighed and said, Zhao Yingluo, do you think I'm like you? I don't even have 10,000 on me now. Transfer another 20,000 to me, quickly. The next moment, a voice of exclamation came through the phone. Oh my god, how are you surviving? Doesn't just one cultivation session cost more than 10,000 now? Chen Zilu said, it's not for my cultivation, it's for a student I have high hopes for, investing. A bit early on. Zhao Yingluo sounded surprised. A student you have high hopes for? Have you come across extraordinary talent? What are you thinking? Chen Zilu said irritably. How could there be such a student in an city? Zhao Yingluo asked puzzled. Then who is it? Worth borrowing money to invest, when your own cultivation isn't enough. Chen Zilu laughed. Actually, it's not really investing, just a bit of help. Boy or girl? Boy. Oh. Zhao Yingluo's tone turned somewhat teasing. Is he handsome? What's his personality like? Chen Zilu rolled her eyes. Why are you asking these things? Just curious. Zhao Yingluo giggled. You're a celebrity at White Dragon Martial Arts University, if word got out that you borrowed money to help a guy, that would be huge gossip. Quote. Chen Zilu replied speechlessly. Stop it, I've almost not been back to school for half a year. You'll be a junior next year, come back soon, there's a lot waiting for you at school. Zhao Yingluo said, then couldn't help but ask curiously, speaking of which, who is that guy? Exactly. You're treating him so well. Could it be? See you next year, I'll pay you back then. Chen Zilu decisively hung up the phone. Afterwards, she looked out the window, lost in thought. Does she find Jiang Ye unique? She herself hadn't deliberately intended to do so. It's just that she indeed saw a bit of her own shadow in Jiang Ye, which is why she lent a helping hand. Because no one knows better than her how much Jiang Ye needs help at this time. Chen Zilu rested her pale face on her hand, her clear eyes revealed a trace of reminiscence. Mrs. Illness is truly too rare. In the warm room, the doctor looked at the little girl lying on the bed and sighed. Repeatedly. This illness, if not cultivated it's fine, but as soon as you cultivate, you will constantly suffer from the agonizing pain of being devoured by countless toxins and bones, even starry sky. Martial arts masters can't endure it. The best way is to give up cultivation, and not step onto the starry sky martial path. The little girl on the bed had snow-white skin, long eyelashes, her features not fully formed. Yet but already exquisite and beautiful. One can imagine, once she grows up, she will definitely be an exceptionally beautiful woman. A couple stood by the bedside. The man had a calm demeanor, dressed in a dignified and elegant manner, clearly someone in a high position, with similar brows and eyes to the girl. The woman beside him, however, looked nothing like the little girl, but was extremely alluring and beautiful. Upon hearing the doctor's words, the man's face was full of disappointment as he turned away. A moment later, a majestic male voice vaguely sounded from outside the room. Such a pity, wasting such good talent. This was followed by a charming female voice. Let her be an ordinary person for life, just like her mother. After all, we have other children we can nurture. The little girl on the bed lightly trembled, quietly clenched her fists. I must become a martial arts powerhouse. Chen Zilu returned from her memories, her gaze becoming more serene. Ellipsis. Elsewhere. Jiang Ye walked on the road, also reminiscing. Earlier, he had checked Chen Zilu's talent through the panel. Physique. Profound body, upper A. Talent. Dao Bone. Teacher Chen is actually Dao Bone endowed. Jiang Ye thought to himself. Dao Bone talent, though only one level higher than newborn talent, the difference is as vast as a chasm. Newborn refers to martial bone newborn. Whereas Dao Bone is much more than just martial bone newborn. Those with Dao Bone talent, from birth their martial bone has extraordinary traits, such as natural divine power and divine eyes, possessing abilities ordinary people do not. Upon stepping onto the martial path at 15, they can display talents far surpassing common people, cultivating at astonishing speeds, any martial arts techniques coming easily to them. Born for martial arts, perfectly attuned to martial arts. This is Dao Bone. It's said that once such people step onto the martial path, breaking realms is as effortless as drinking water, with virtually no obstacles. Of course, rumors tend to exaggerate. But this highlights the power of such talent. And this profound body, is it a physique higher than mortal body? Jiang Ye recalled the panel. No doubt, profound body must be a level higher than mortal body. If profound body is also divided into A, B, C, D levels, then Chen Zilu's martial talent is truly terrifying. Mind you, even the martial arts class's year head Zhang Jinwu was only newborn talent, lower A. Mortal body. Whereas Chen Zilu, upper A profound body. Just based on physique she's a whopping 7 levels higher. Teacher Chen is apparently only 19, she should be in university, why is she here in an city? As a teacher, Jiang Ye mused. Chen Zilu's chat ID is her birthday. September 1, 2306. It's now June 2325, so Chen Zilu isn't even 19 yet. Soon, Jiang Ye shook his head, no longer dwelling on these thoughts. Back to cultivation, strive to improve myself. What others do, is their own business. His goal ahead was to exert every effort in the next month to improve himself. Jiang Ye knew clearly that the reason Chen Zilu helped him was because she saw his talent and effort. In just one semester, rising from the 25th in class to 2nd, all of this Chen Zilu saw. If it weren't for that premise, none of this would have happened. Ellipsis. Inside the martial arts classroom, the students had all left. Jiang Ye tidied up his things, without staying, hurriedly walked towards the door. Dusk was approaching, night was dangerous for ordinary people. But after leaving the classroom, Jiang Ye unexpectedly bumped into Zhao Yinglua with a sharp-eyed boy. You haven't left. Jiang Ye was somewhat surprised. Li Zichao looked at him, spoke quietly. There's something I want to ask you about, is that all right? Jiang Ye glanced at him, nodded. The two went to a secluded corner. Go ahead, what is it? Li Zichao hesitated a bit, then said, Jiang Ye, can you tell me, have you taken any drugs? Jiang Ye, hearing this, felt rather puzzled. I haven't taken any drugs. No drugs. Li Zichao's pupils slightly shook. You haven't taken drugs, then I ask you, how many drugs have you consumed? He asked persistently. Jiang Ye was a bit dumbfounded. I haven't taken drugs either. Li Zichao suddenly furrowed his brows. In his view, Jiang Ye must have taken a lot of drugs. Otherwise it's impossible to progress so fast. He's been desperately taking drugs recently, yet his speed of improvement isn't as fast as Jiang Ye's. Although he's still first, he senses that at Jiang Ye's current pace, there's a high likelihood he will surpass him. Now, with Jiang Ye flatly denying, he immediately felt a chill. Li Zichao thought, he can't possibly not have taken drugs, is he purposely saying this to show off? Yet with his family situation, it's unlikely he can afford so many drugs. Sustaining a semester is already the limit. If he has no drugs to take in the next month, his progress will soon slow down. With this thought, Li Zichao looked at Jiang Ye again and said seriously, Jiang Ye, see you next month, hope your mouth can be as tough then. After saying that, he turned and left. Jiang Ye watched his back, utterly bewildered. This guy, is he alright? Chapter 21-20, Star Sky Energy. Chapter 21, Chapter 20, Star Sky Energy. Back home, Jiang Ye immediately shared the good news with his parents. What? Second place in the class? Li Anping looked incredulous. Brother, you're amazing. Zhang Ting looked up in admiration. Zhang Dai at the dining table was also a bit surprised. Second place. You were only 25th. When the school term began, Jiang Ye had already prepared his explanation. Teacher Chen said that after I achieved minor success in the star martial cultivation technique, my martial bone awakened, so my cultivation speed greatly improved. Martial bone awakening. Zhang Dai and Li Anping exchanged a glance. They didn't understand what it meant, but it seemed like at least it's not a bad thing. Good. Zhang Dai laughed heartily, exclaiming, our family is going to produce a martial arts genius. Li Anping also laughed, saying, you will surely get into martial arts university next year. The couple's biggest wish was to send their two children to martial arts university. This way, they wouldn't have to follow the same path they did. Jiang Ye coughed and said, Mom, Dad, Teacher Chen gave me 30,000 yuan today. He took a stack of money out from his backpack. 30,000. Zhang Dai and Li Anping were a bit shocked. Their family savings over many years only amounted to tens of thousands. 30,000 in cash was no small number. Jiang Ye explained briefly and also mentioned the trial happening in a month. All right, we support you. Zhang Dai didn't say much more, but earnestly remarked, this money, they said to repay after you graduate. They didn't actually plan on asking for it back, but we not only need to repay, but the earlier the better. You give to receive, give and take, the relationship becomes closer. If you fulfill your promise early, it strengthens the bond, and later it's easier to ask them for help. Jiang Ye nodded, he understood these principles. But his foster father's words were even more profound. Zhang Dai, after all, had been working hard at the grassroots level for decades, turning past losses into experience. Now that I'm working at the Shadow Hunting Bureau, our finances aren't as tight anymore. Jiang Ye smiled warmly and said, "You can repay this money next semester." Jiang Ye nodded. Mentioning the Shadow Hunting Bureau reminded him of something. "Dad, how's the Shadow Hunting Bureau doing lately? I heard from Teacher Chen that in city might not be very safe during this time." "Not safe." Jiang Ye shook his head. "There's no news in the bureau, but since your teacher said so, be careful." Jiang Ye nodded. Ellipsis. In the following days, Jiang Ye resumed his daily cultivation routines. As summer arrived, cicadas chirped under the scorching sun. Jiang Ye stayed home all day, cultivating tirelessly. At night, he'd enter the martial arts celestial ladder, repeatedly honing himself through the first layer of the illusion realm, enduring the tests of martial arts while in the massage room. Each night, Zhao Qingli, Chen Zilu, and other beauties put him through rigorous trials. If it were before, Jiang Ye might not be so passionate about it. But after the virtual Starry Sky assessment, he realized the importance of martial arts will. Facing the shadow race, beyond physical strength, a strong martial arts will is crucial. The shadow race's voice penetrates the mind, leading to confusion. Only a powerful martial arts will can counter it. Each night, Jiang Ye fought until exhaustion in the massage room. His martial arts will constantly improved. A week swiftly passed. At home, having completed a phase of cultivation, Jiang Ye opened the panel and glanced at it. Grounded Martial Arts Achievement System. Physique. Mortal Body B level. Talent. Original. Cultivation Technique. Star Martial Cultivation Technique. Great Success 21%. Achievements. Martial Arts Master, Ancestor's Friend, Martial Arts Grandmaster, Beauty Path Chasing. Martial Arts Celestial Ladder. First Layer. This week, Jiang Ye replenished himself with leopard gall, complemented by an application of martial arts essence oil all over his body. The so-called martial arts essence oil is also a martial cultivation resource, aiding the body's rapid transformation, costing 1,000 yuan for a small bottle. Now, as Jiang Ye is pushing hard for a month, he's not skimping on this expense. Luckily, the improvements are significant. Yet, after the cultivation technique surpassed 20%, he distinctly felt the speed slowing down. But it's also normal. Reaching perfection from great success is the toughest phase. Even for most students in advanced classes, it takes a year to surpass this stage. Once I acquire tiger gall, whale eyes, and other rare ingredients, I presume improvements will be even quicker. Jiang Ye thought. The rarer the martial ingredients, the harder they are to obtain. Especially in smaller places like in city. Martial ingredients are monopolized by the wealthy. Families like Jiang Ye's can only purchase alternatives like leopard gall. However, after a week of inquiries, Jiang Ye found a channel and expected to procure tiger gall and whale eye within a couple of days. Still too slow. Jiang Ye furrowed his brow. The deeper I delve, the harder the cultivation becomes. Every 10% improvement ups the difficulty notch. At this rate, how will I break through first break before the college entrance exams? To break through first break and become a Star Sky martial arts master, he must undergo multiple Star Sky refinements. Each Star Sky refinement consumes a lot of time. Calculating this way, he wouldn't possibly reach the standard of the 25 schools. Alliance before the exams. I've heard that Zhao Qingli, the grade's top student, completed her transition from great success to perfection in just 6 months. She's also a B-level mortal body. How did she manage that? Jiang Ye pondered. Even if she has money and supplements daily. Yet, he's not far off from that at present. Now Jiang Ye's physique and comprehension have improved, the gap shouldn't be that big. Ask the teacher. Jiang Ye suddenly recalled that he can contact Chen Zilu anytime. This week he had been engrossed in cultivation, not trying it until today for the first time. With this thought, Jiang Ye immediately pulled out his communication watch. After turning on the watch, he found Chen Zilu's contact info and dialed directly. Beep. A moment later, an ear-pleasing voice came from the watch. What's the matter? Jiang Ye hurriedly said, Teacher, I heard that Zhao Qingli, the top student of the grade. He briefly described his doubts. Upon hearing, Chen Zilu chuckled softly, Zhao Qingli. You don't need to compare yourself to her. Her monthly food supplement costs up to 100,000 yuan. 100,000 yuan every month. Jiang Ye couldn't help but gasp. 100,000 yuan was equivalent to his parents' annual salary. It seems he indeed underestimated the wealth of those rich people. Is she eating tiger gall, whale eyes, these martial ingredients every day? Jiang Ye couldn't help asking. Chen Zilu replied, more advanced than what you mentioned, special martial arts. Ingredients. Jiang Ye sighed. The rich indeed have an unfair advantage. However, Zhao Qingli's half-year transition from great success to perfection isn't just due to her food supplements. Chen Zilu continued, the key is, she also used star energy for refinement. Star energy? Jiang Ye queried. Chen Zilu affirmed. Star energy, also known as star energy, is a vital energy to master when ascending to starry sky martial arts. Star sky refinement before breaking through first break utilizes star energy to refine the physical body, thus driving the body to break life's shackles. Chen Zilu said, after achieving great success in the star martial cultivation technique, you can also use a small amount of star energy to refine your physique, accelerating progress significantly. Having heard this, Jiang Ye's eyes lit up, quickly asking, teacher, could I do this too? Yet, Chen Zilu's subsequent answer took him by immense surprise. Chapter 22-21, New Achievement. Exploiting a System Bug. Chapter 22, Chapter 21, New Achievement. Exploiting a system bug. I don't recommend you do this, Chen Zilu said. Jiang Ye asked suspiciously, why? Is the star sky energy like drugs, causing side effects? No. Chen Zilu shook his head and explained, you have the original talent, so your absorption efficiency of star energy is very low. The reason why star sky energy is called that is because it originates from the starry sky. Humans discovered this substance on Mars hundreds of years ago. Therefore, the price of star energy is much higher than martial arts ingredients, and the expenses far exceed the gains, making it not worth the cost, Chen Zilu said. Jiang Ye was slightly stunned. Original talent, absorption efficiency very low. Suddenly, he recalled a question that had always puzzled him. The difference between physique and talent. The Blue Star Federation places great importance on martial arts talent, and there must be a reason. Jiang Ye couldn't help but ask, teacher, is the grading of talent related to star energy? Correct. Chen Zilu indeed nodded, saying, star sky energy is very important to star sky martial arts. After stepping onto the path of star sky martial arts, only by continuously absorbing this energy can the transformation of life be pushed forward. Moreover, the higher the talent, the more efficient the absorption of star energy. Jiang Ye understood. Hundreds of years ago, the Blue Star civilization connected to the starry sky. Today, human footprints already cover the entire solar system. It is said that the current cultivation system, star sky martial arts, was discovered during the exploration of the solar system. Now it seems all of this is related to star sky energy. Original talent is called lower talent because of the very low absorption efficiency. So, when it comes to star sky refinement, doesn't that mean my time spent will be longer than others? Jiang Ye frowned slightly. It seems that breaking through the first break is more difficult than previously imagined. At this moment, a light laugh came from the watch, regarding the star sky refinement. You don't need to worry, I have a way to speed up for you when the time comes. Your current goal is to break through the cultivation technique to perfection as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ye was delighted and said repeatedly, thank you, teacher. Are there any other questions? No more. Be careful, there have been disappearances in the city lately, Chen Zilu said. Jiang Ye was slightly stunned, is it the shadow disaster? Chen Zilu shook his head, not necessarily, it could also be human factors. Just be extra cautious during this period. Jiang Ye nodded, alright, you too. After hanging up the call, Jiang Ye sat in place, contemplating. Whether it's the potential danger or the issue of star sky refinement, they both made him more determined about his goal. Become stronger. Break through the star martial cultivation technique to perfection as soon as possible and enter the special class. Jiang Ye's gaze became more resolute. But just then, his expression suddenly froze slightly. What is this? Before him, several system messages suddenly popped up. Warning, warning, your hearing has reached the system limit. You have unlocked a new achievement, clearly perceive sounds 10 kilometers away in. Communicate over 10 kilometers. Unlocked title, downwind ear. Reward, hearing increased by 200%, the further the clearer. Jiang Ye was almost stunned. No way, bro. He just made a phone call, and broke the system limit. And unlocked the downwind ear achievement. Indeed, in the grounded martial arts world, there is no such thing as a phone. So, in the system's judgment, making a phone call became transmitting sound over thousands of miles. Jiang Ye wore a bewildered expression. This rule is easy to understand, but it was something he never imagined. Suddenly, a peculiar expression appeared on Jiang Ye's face. This could be considered a way to exploit bugs, right? If this could unlock achievements, then many paths he'd never imagined might also unlock new achievements. As Jiang Ye was still amazed in his heart, he suddenly felt his ears wriggle. Next, the internal structure of his ears seemed to undergo some subtle changes. Buzz. In an instant, an incredibly noisy sound entered his ears. For a moment, Jiang Ye felt like his mind was about to explode, filled with countless noises. But soon, he gradually adapted, trying to control his hearing. Extracting useful information from those chaotic sounds. Vaguely, he heard dialogue from 200 meters away. Mama, mama, look at the flowers tilde. Have you finished your homework? Boo-hoo-hoo. Quote ellipsis quote. Jiang Ye slightly closed his eyes and turned in another direction. From 300 meters away, a faint voice came. This guy, drunk after just a few bottles. So weak. So, you're brave. Ellipsis. Now I can hear sounds from 300 meters away. Jiang Ye opened his eyes, a hint of contemplation in them. Previously, he could only hear sounds within 100 meters. In other words, this reward directly tripled his ability. However, these kinds of achievements won't be one-time, right? Jiang Ye pondered. If there are no higher-level achievements in the same category, this achievement should be unlocked later when it's more valuable. He realized that this kind of achievement exploiting bugs is not necessarily better when unlocked early. Take the downwind ear for instance. From his original 100-meter hearing enhanced to 300 meters, it wasn't much. But if he had a 1,000-meter hearing, enhancing it to 3,000 meters, that increase would be huge. The stronger one's ability, the greater the gain. But since he unlocked it, there was nothing to regret. In 3 weeks, the trial will begin. I can try more to see if similar achievements can be unlocked to boost my strength. Jiang Ye contemplated silently. Soon, he came up with an idea. Ellipsis. Not long after, Jiang Ye left home. He stood by the roadside and flagged down a taxi. Driver, do you take highway routes? Costs extra. Not going far, just around and city, is 100 enough. Get in. Jiang Ye got into the taxi, exhaling gently. This time, he risked coming out. After all, Chen Zilu mentioned that the city hasn't been safe lately. But to verify his idea, Jiang Ye decided to go out anyway. It's noon now, which should be relatively safer. Driver, after getting on the highway, please drive at the maximum speed for a while, Jiang Ye said. In this world, the highway standards differ from those in the past, with a maximum speed reaching 200 kilometers per hour. However, this taxi is unlikely to go that fast, probably only 150 or so. Even so, it should far exceed the standards of the grounded martial arts world. Exactly. Jiang Ye just wanted to see if this can unlock a new achievement. Just testing. If it works, I'll buy a plane ticket when I have money. In this world, commercial planes are mostly supersonic. The prices are also very high. Even for a short domestic trip, round trip requires tens of thousands. Apart from planes, floating cars are available. But their speed is generally within 500 kilometers per hour, with a starting price of 1,000. Without money, nothing works, Jiang Ye sighed. A penny troubles a hero. Whether it's living costs, transportation costs, or martial arts resources, all require substantial wealth. The path of a powerhouse might be lonely, but never poorly furbished. Thus, through the upcoming trial, entering the special class, and getting into the 25 5 schools alliance became Jiang Ye's necessary goal. We're on the highway. At this moment, Jiang Ye's gaze brightened as he looked out the window. After passing through the highway toll booth, the car speed gradually increased. 100 km per hour. 120 km per hour. 130 km per hour. Chapter 23 to 22, 1 month later. Chapter 23, Chapter 22, 1 month later. A moment later, the car's speed stabilized at 150 km per hour. Jiang Ye patiently waited. However, after waiting for a few minutes, he still didn't receive any system prompt. Could it be that it won't work? Jiang Ye pondered in his heart. Is it because the speed isn't fast enough? Or is it that this method can't exploit a bug? Driver, can we go a bit faster? Jiang Ye asked. Any faster and we'll take off. Though the driver said that, he still slammed the accelerator, increasing the speed again. The entire car vibrated, with a vague feeling of floating. At this moment, the speed had reached 160 km per hour. Jiang Ye patiently waited another 10 minutes. Still, there was no system prompt. Could it be that this method really can't exploit a bug? Jiang Ye felt slightly disappointed. But just as he felt disappointed, several system messages suddenly popped up. Detected that the host has achieved martial arts grandmaster level speed, reaching the standard of a martial arts grandmaster, and sustained it for a period of time. Unlocked title, Gale Step. Reward, immediate speed boost of 100%, can be actively triggered, lasts for 30 seconds. And has a 3-minute cooldown. Did it really take this long to trigger the achievement? Jiang Ye mused to himself, this system isn't very smart, the detection takes this long. He was used to it. This system always manages to surprise him with new tricks when he's not paying attention. Jiang Ye shook his head and looked at this time's reward. Gale Step. Actively triggered. He immediately felt a surge of joy in his heart. Actively triggered, meaning it's a growth-type reward. In other words, the 100% speed boost will increase as his base speed increases. Martial Arts Grandmaster. At this time, Jiang Ye noticed a special term. According to the system's realm classification, a martial arts grandmaster comes after a martial arts grandmaster. It seems that a martial arts grandmaster equates to the real world's first break level. If one merely achieved cultivation technique perfection, they couldn't reach a speed of 160 km per hour. Only by breaking the shackles of life and advancing to a starry sky martial arts master at the first break level could one achieve this. Driver, let's head back. Jiang Ye called out. For him, this journey was already perfect. Ellipsis. After returning to the neighborhood, Jiang Ye immediately tested his newly acquired ability. Gale Step. He silently thought to himself. Instantly, Jiang Ye's figure turned into a shadow, suddenly sprinting forward. So fast. Jiang Ye was shocked, this speed almost exceeded his control. This was because if the physical body realm couldn't keep up with the speed, it would create an illusion of losing control. Typically, the first time would be very uncomfortable. Fortunately, after experiencing it for a while, Jiang Ye slowly gained control over this speed. So fast. Unfortunately, it only lasts for 30 seconds. Jiang Ye thought to himself, however, if used in actual combat, it's more than enough, as a sudden speed double increase is hard for opponents to respond to. After completing the test, Jiang Ye contentedly went home. The plan was indeed feasible. Perhaps there are more places where bugs can be exploited. Jiang Ye thought of numerous ideas. For example, using a telescope to observe objects tens of kilometers away might unlock the eyesight achievement. Or wearing a bulletproof vest to stack armor and increase defense, etc. But all of these require quite an expense. For instance, buying a high-end telescope is necessary. It needs to be far enough, clear enough, and have a wide field of view. Otherwise, with the system's quirks, it might not unlock the achievement. Meeting these requirements, the price starts at least in the tens of thousands. No need to mention the bulletproof vest, given his current economic capability, it's not possible. Exploiting bugs like this is indeed satisfying, but it's also very costly. Is there a simpler and cheaper way? Jiang Ye pondered. Unfortunately, for now, he couldn't think of such a method. Yi. At this time, Zhang Dai's voice came from outside the door. Coming. Jiang Ye stepped outside. Guess what I brought back? Zhang Dai laughed heartily. Tiger's gallbladder. Finally. Bought it. He placed a black iron box on the table. Opening the box revealed a piece of dark golden meat, soaked in turbid wine, with a strong, bloody scent wafting out. It's tiger's gallbladder. Jiang Ye was somewhat surprised too. The price of tiger's gallbladder is more than 5 times that of leopard's gallbladder, and the enhancement effect far exceeds it. He had long wanted to try it but had never been able to buy it. Half an hour later, Jiang Ye sat at the dining table. In a bowl was a large bowl of golden yellow slices, glistening with oil, each slice translucent and like light golden amber, exuding a rich meat aroma. Beside it was a bowl of strong wine. Strong wine with tiger's gall, 1 bite is worth a year of cultivation. Of course, this is an exaggerated statement, no martial arts ingredient could be worth a year's cultivation. But this also shows its effectiveness. Jiang Ye couldn't wait and began to feast. Beside him, Zhang Ting looked envious, but she knew, this was for Jiang Ye's martial arts cultivation, and she couldn't snatch it from her brother. 10 minutes later, Jiang Ye cleared the table and hurried back to his room to start cultivating. As soon as he began to cultivate, he immediately felt something unusual. All my pores are open, expelling impurities. There's a fierce energy coursing through my meridians, and my ren and du meridians seem to be unblocked. An unprecedented sense of clarity emerged. Jiang Ye didn't dare delay and quickly started refining this energy. 1 hour, 3 hours, 5 hours. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 hours had passed. During this time, Jiang Ye didn't feel any fatigue or hunger at all. Instead, he felt more energized the more he practiced. Until more than 10 hours later, he finally felt a slight exhaustion. But Jiang Ye did not stop cultivating, continuing to refine the remaining energy within him, until it was completely exhausted. A whole day passed. Jiang Ye opened his eyes and looked at the panel. Cultivation technique. Star Martial Cultivation Technique. Great success 21%, right pointing arrow 26%. Comfortable. Jiang Ye marveled secretly. These past few days, he was improving less than 1% daily. After taking the tiger's gallbladder, the effect is more than 5 times better than the leopard's gallbladder. I can still eat tiger's gallbladder for several more days, and I will maintain this rate of improvement in the coming days. By the end of the month, I should be able to reach at least 40%. Jiang Ye was suddenly filled with hope for the future. He glanced at the time. Oh, it's mealtime again, let's eat first and then come back to cultivate. Jiang Ye stood up and walked out the door. Ellipsis. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, it was early August. In the room, Jiang Ye finished the last move of the Star Martial Cultivation Technique, and slowly concluded his practice. The communication watch on the table chimed with a sweet female voice. Not bad, your method now has almost no mistakes compared to before. Thanks for your efforts, teacher. Jiang Ye went over and picked up the watch. This past month, he often used the communication watch to video call Chen Zilu, actively seeking guidance. After passing the first layer of the martial arts celestial ladder test, he gained a 10% permanent increase in comprehension, combined with the 30% comprehension increase from ancestor's friend. Every day Jiang Ye learned something new from Chen Zilu. On the watch, Chen Zilu smiled and said, "Tomorrow is the trial assessment, remember to be at school on time." Got it. Take a break today, don't wear yourself out. Chen Zilu's cool voice continued, diligence isn't achieved in a moment, you already work hard enough usually, relaxing before the test is also important. Alright. Jiang Ye nodded. After hanging up, Jiang Ye sat back on the bed, taking a deep breath. A month's hard cultivation, and it's finally time to see the results. For tomorrow's trial, Jiang Ye was both focused and expectant. He silently looked at his panel. Chapter 24-23, Lin Zan. Chapter 24, Chapter 23, Lin Zan. Grounded Martial Arts Achievement System. Physique. Mortal Body B level. Talent. Original. Cultivation Technique. Star Martial Cultivation Technique. Great Success 41%. Achievements. Martial Arts Master, Ancestor's Friend, Martial Arts Grandmaster, Beauty Path Chasing. Downwind Ear, Gale Step. Martial Arts Celestial Ladder. First Layer. The path to perfection is already halfway there. Jiang Ye relaxed completely. 6 months ago, he never imagined this scene. Back then, Jiang Ye hadn't even broken through to minor success with his cultivation technique. Just 6 months, from minor success, striving toward perfection. This cultivation speed might not even be imagined by the students in the advanced class. During this time, besides my own efforts, the key was the teacher's guidance and that. 30,000 yuan. Chen Zilu's 30,000 yuan was like providing timely assistance. Thanks to this, he could supplement with leopard gall, and even tiger gall, every day this month. Such conditions might not be available to advanced class students. But compared to Zhao Qingli, who is rich, it's still far too lacking. Jiang Ye sighed. He only spent 30,000 yuan in a month, and could only experience it for 1 month. While others can spend 100,000 yuan every month. However, Jiang Ye doesn't care. In terms of wealth, he's no match, but he has a cheat. His buffs aren't strong enough now, but as his strength grows, the achievement buffs will increase. By then, all those martial arts prodigies and unmatched talents will be left speechless. Take a break. Jiang Ye closed his eyes slightly, almost sleepless and restless this month, spending every day in either cultivation or illusion realm training. With the trial approaching, it's time to relax. Ellipsis. Next morning, Jiang Ye woke up from bed, holding his head. Damn, when last night, he planned to rest his eyes briefly, but unexpectedly slept until morning. Key is he dreamed that same nightmare again while sleeping. A young man suspected to be his biological father. And that golden palace called Star Sea Divine Path. Star Sea Divine Path, what is that place? Jiang Ye recalled the palace in his dream. The young man entered the palace, leaving him like abandoned, deserted at the palace gate. But the dream didn't seem like the biological father abandoned him initially. The dream included many indistinct fragments, intermittent, missing many crucial parts. Making one curious. Unfortunately, he's indifferent about so-called parentage and disinclined to explore further. No more sleeping, I'll stay in illusion realm at night, avoiding nightmares and waking. Fresh the next day, Jiang Ye made up his mind. Time to go to school. He got up, exited the room, washed up, ate, then headed to school. Brother, do your best. Before leaving, Zhang Ting suddenly ran out from her room. Why are you up? Jiang Ye was surprised. Hee. Zhang Ting smiled at him. I specifically remembered today's date, brother's going for the trial. This month, Jiang Ye indeed kept mentioning it every day. The little girl didn't understand what the trial was but knew that whatever her brother mentioned all month must be important. Silly girl, go back to sleep. Jiang Ye shook his head and smiled, rubbed her tender little face, turned and left. Ellipsis. In city number 3 high school. The campus was silent during summer break. But today, many figures moved through the campus. As Jiang Ye entered the school, he saw a familiar figure. Li Zichao. He called out to the distance. When the other turned around, Jiang Ye was slightly stunned. A month passed, Li Zichao's physique became more robust, veins bulging, muscles knotted, exuding strong presence. However, the top of his head seemed sharper, whether due to visual reason or not. Jiang Ye. Li Zichao walked over with a confident smile. How's your month been? Has cultivation gone smoothly? Li Zichao looked at Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye nodded. Not bad, how about you? I've improved greatly this month. Li Zichao smiled. This month, I broke the limit of 2 injections a week, now I can inject 3. He raised his head, eyes brimming with confident light. 3 injections a week. This brought notable transformation to his body in a short time. Li Zichao was confident in the upcoming trial. Quote. Jiang Ye was silent for a moment, then said, didn't teacher Chen tell you about the side effects of injections? Li Zichao shook his head. How could the path of a powerhouse be without cost? These side effects mean little to me. But haven't you injected this month? He looked at Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye shook his head. I never injected. Hearing this, Li Zichao laughed, shaking his head. Even now you stay stubborn. There's nothing disgraceful about injections, forget it, since you haven't injected this month. I wish you success in the trial. Li Zichao sighed. He hoped for a rival in the class to boost his potential. But if Jiang Ye doesn't continue injecting, Li Zichao will surely leave him behind. Jiang Ye said nothing more, believing that Chen Zilu also warned Li Zichao about injection risks. But if the other chooses this path, it's understandable. Everyone has their destiny, no need to force interference. The two walked side by side towards the trial location. The trial location was in the spherical building from the previous virtual starry sky. Assessment. Spherical building, hall. Many people filled the hall in anticipation of the trial's start. Jiang Ye entered, finding quite a few freshmen around. This was evident through the different uniforms. In City No. 3 high schools, uniforms differed from freshman to senior. Additionally, they're different for ordinary and advanced classes, as advanced class uniforms are often well-made, custom designed. Ordinary class uniforms are simple, preventing early romance. Freshmen, all from advanced classes. Jiang Ye looked around, not surprised. The trial was a lowest level 1, requiring cultivation technique great success. Advanced classes can achieve great success in freshman year, just meeting requirements. Of course, few sophomores participated, as top-tier geniuses usually skip low-level trials. Li Zichao, you came too. A voice suddenly called out. Jiang Ye turned to see a peculiar-looking guy walking over. This person had a large head, nearly same width as shoulders, appearing out of proportion. Seeing the person, Li Zichao frowned. Lin Zan, aren't you from City No. 1 high school, why are you here? City No. 1 high school ranks top in City, far superior to City No. 3 high school. Jiang Ye heard ordinary class students bow and greet advanced classmates in some schools. A tradition of City No. 1 high school. The rule that a powerhouse must shame the weak relentlessly represents City No. 1 high school's motivational policy. The big-headed guy, Lin Zan, smiled. I was invited as City No. 1 high school freshman representative for the trial. Then he glanced at Jiang Ye. Your classmate. Seems from ordinary class. Lin Zan chuckled. Chow, you're falling behind, still mingling with ordinary class. Staying like this, I won't admit you're my neighbor anymore. Saying this, he looked at Jiang Ye. Classmate, no offense intended. Celestial Dragon District is a well-known wealthy area in City. Lin Zan, like Li Zichao, seems to be offspring of wealth. Unacquainted with Jiang Ye, he indeed didn't target him personally, but his disdain for ordinary classes was evident. Nonetheless, Jiang Ye disregarded Lin Zan's words entirely, instead studied his large head and curiously asked, did you drink too much tainted milk as a child? Chapter 25 to 24 30% chance. Chapter 25, Chapter 24 30% chance. Sanlu. What Sanlu? Lin Zan frowned deeply upon hearing this. Nothing, Jiang Ye slightly shook his head and said, just an unknown milk powder brand. Lin Zan looked at him inexplicably. On the side, Li Zichao snorted coldly, about the honors class, I can get in whenever I want, but I prefer to stay in the regular class now. That's quite a lifestyle. Lin Zan chuckled and said, I heard there's a chance to get a high-level art technique in this trial, but there are only 3 spots. Chow, you'd better give it your all. You're in the second year now, don't lose to us freshmen. After saying that, Lin Zan didn't linger in front of the two and turned to leave. As a rich second-generation kid from the Celestial Dragon District and a top student at City No. 1 high school, he always disdained standing alongside regular class students. Even staying one more second felt like a tremendous insult to his status and talent. Chow is really embarrassing the Celestial Dragon District, almost in the 3rd year, still mixing with the riffraff of the regular class. Lin Zan thought disdainfully. In his eyes, students of the honors class and regular class were almost not even the same species. Indeed, Chow himself has lower-level talent, no different from the regular class people. In the future, I must keep my distance from him, we're destined to be on separate paths. Lin Zan shook his head and walked away. At the scene, Li Zichao snorted, that guy. The other was clearly here to show off, yet he couldn't argue back. After all, he was just the top of the regular class at City No. 3 high school. And Lin Zan was in the top 10 of the honors class at City No. 1 high school. Such a gap, even though he was a year above the other, was hard to bridge. When I get back, I'll challenge myself to the 5-needle routine weekly. Li Zichao clenched his fists secretly. On the side, Jiang Ye didn't have many thoughts about it and, taking advantage of Lin Zan's departure, opened a panel to look at him. Physique. Mortal body, middle A. Talent. Newborn. Middle A level physique. Is this what it means to be a top student at City number 1 high school? It's practically a dimensional reduction attack on our school. Jiang Ye thought to himself. Most students in the hall were of B-level mortal body, with a few reaching lower A level. In comparison, Lin Zan stood out like a crane among chickens. Ellipsis. At this moment, the hall was gradually filling up with people. But the trial had not officially started. Is this trial also conducted within the virtual starry sky? Jiang Ye looked ahead, a bit puzzled. I wonder what specific trial it is. It can't just be hunting the shadow race again, right? About this, he had inquired Chen Zilu before. Sadly, the content of the trial was strictly confidential, no one would know before it officially started. For the school, the trial is even more important than the final assessment because it can identify truly outstanding students. So the rewards for passing the trial are exceptionally rich. Jiang Ye inwardly mused, besides the generous cash reward, the most important thing this time is that high-level art technique. Art technique. Skill fighting method. It can greatly enhance combat effectiveness. The star martial cultivation technique can also enhance strength, but it's a basic cultivation technique, more for strengthening the body, with only a small increase in combat effectiveness. The art technique, however, has significant destructive power. Like Zhao Qingli and Lin Miaomiao, these top-ranking students, their high scores are also due to their cultivation of art techniques. There are only 3 spots this time. Meaning, I must get into the top 3 to obtain that high-level art technique. Jiang Ye looked around. Besides Lin Zan, whom he had to specifically watch out for, there were a few second-year honors class students also attending this trial. They seemed to be on the lower end of the honors class, their cultivation techniques not yet at perfection. Nonetheless, they're not far from perfection either. These people are strong competitors. At this moment, Jiang Ye suddenly froze slightly. Wang Zhang, why is he here too? He looked towards the distance, his eye twitching. The third in the grade even came to participate in this kind of trial. Crazy. Ellipsis. At this moment, Wang Zhang was standing on a platform. Contrary to Jiang Ye's guess, he was not there to participate in the trial. He was there to maintain order at the scene. This is annoying, the director had nothing better to do and called me here in the heat to maintain order. Wang Zhang grumbled gloomily, I'm the third in the grade, don't I have any dignity? At that moment, he suddenly sensed a disapproving gaze. Following the gaze, Wang Zhang quickly shut his mouth. On a higher stand, a figure had appeared at an unknown time. It was director Zhang Jinwu. At the moment Zhang Jinwu stood with arms crossed, looking down at him with a cold expression. Wang Zhang acted as if he hadn't seen it, thinking to himself, the director's deaf, probably didn't hear what I said, right, exactly. He started scanning the hall nonchalantly, obediently taking up the security role. At this point, he suddenly paused. Is it those 2 from class 9? Wang Zhang looked in the direction of Li Zichao and Jiang Ye, his expression shifting a little. Interesting, those 2 actually came to participate in the trial. Just as well, let me see how they perform. Wang Zhang stroked his chin. Although he firmly believed that when Zhang Jinwu spoke of potential dragon that day, he was referring to him. He still wanted to see if those 2 from class 9 had any real special qualities. Ellipsis. Higher up on the stand. Not only was Zhang Jinwu there, but several other teachers were also present. Zhang Jinwu glanced in Wang Zhang's direction, coldly snorting internally, this kid. Getting bolder, even dares to curse me. This semester's scholarship will be pushed to next year. The top 10 in the grade all received generous scholarships. Yet Zhang Jinwu decided to let Wang Zhang learn the meaning of respecting teachers and valuing the principle of the way. Director Zhang. At this moment, a crisp voice sounded. Soon after, a woman in a white dress, with long legs and a cool, charming demeanor, walked over. Miss Chen. Seeing her, Zhang Jinwu's stern face finally broke into a faint smile. Chen Zilu, hearing the title, helplessly said, "Director, just call me Chen." "Then I'll boldly call you Chen." Zhang Jinwu laughed heartily. He knew the background behind Chen Zilu was far beyond what a small place like in city could imagine. So even if she was not yet 20, he dared not offend her in any way. The other teachers present, although unaware of the specifics, respectfully watched Chen Zilu. They were even more reluctant to provoke someone treated with such caution by the director. Chen Zilu was long accustomed to their attitudes and did not say much more. She looked at Zhang Jinwu and said, "Director Zhang, who do you think will win that high-level art technique in this trial?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Jinwu's gaze swept over the hall. A few second-year honors students are also participating in this trial. Zhang Jinwu slowly said, although they rank at the lower end in the honors class, among this group of people, they stand out. Like Zhang Xueqing and Xu Lei, all of them are popular candidates for the top 3. If another teacher had asked, that's all he would have said. But now, Zhang Jinwu looked towards Jiang Ye's direction. He knew Jiang Ye was the student Chen Zilu paid special attention to. As for those two from class 9, Zhang Jinwu hesitated a moment before saying, "I estimate their likelihood of reaching the top 3 at only 20%. Well, Jiang Ye might be a bit higher, maybe 30%. Chapter 26-25, 8 Forms Thunder. Sound Fist. Chapter 26, Chapter 25, 8 Forms Thunder Sound Fist. Hearing Zhang Jinwu's words, the other teachers all looked in Jiang Ye's direction. A few teachers even picked up their phones and started checking Jiang Ye's grades on the school's website. The most recent final assessment, 330 points. With that score, he's still far from the top 3, probably less than a 10% chance. The teachers murmured among themselves, all very surprised. Clearly less than a 10% chance, yet the director said it was 30%. Could it be that the young man had something special about him? But when Chen Zilu heard this, she just smiled faintly and said softly, "The director might be underestimating Jiang Ye." Oh. Zhang Jinwu was slightly surprised, and laughed. "So, how likely do you think he is to make the top 3? Chen Zilu replied, "I think at least 50%, maybe even 70%. Buzz. At these words, the entire stand went quiet. Many teachers looked at the cold and charming woman in a white dress in shock. Did they hear wrong? 70%. On what basis was Miss Chen so confident in that student? Even Zhang Jinwu was a bit stunned and couldn't help but shake his head with a smile. It's known that among the students participating in the trial this time, there are at least 3 who are close to the perfection in the star martial cultivation technique. A 70% chance to secure a spot in the top 3. Only those students in the key classes of the second year might have this confidence. Chen, you're really that confident in him? Zhang Jinwu looked at the woman in the white dress, not refuting, but with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Chen Zilu smiled faintly and said with a clear voice, "If it's purely about competing in strength, Jiang Ye indeed finds it hard to surpass so many people, but as I understand, this trial isn't just about raw strength." Upon hearing this, Zhang Jinwu showed a thoughtful expression. This trial. Of course, he knew the specific content. Therefore, he was also very clear on what Chen Zilu was referring to. Yet Jiang Ye in the top 3. Almost impossible. Then I'll have to take a good look. As Zhang Jinwu spoke, he turned his gaze to the hall once more. In terms of insights, he might not be as knowledgeable as this Miss Chen. But in terms of judgment, as the grade director, he was confident that his ability to assess students was far better than Chen Zilu's. Ellipsis. 8 in the morning. Dong. On the platform, Wang Zhang struck the hanging golden bell behind him forcefully, and a low, resonant bell sound spread out. The doors of the spherical building slowly closed. The trial is about to begin. Everyone's spirits lifted, many students looking around curiously and nervously. Finally, it's starting. Jiang Ye also perked up, still unaware of the specific content of the trial, which would now finally be revealed. On the platform, Wang Zhang said calmly, "This trial comprises 3 main challenges. The first challenge, the test of martial arts will. The second challenge, the flowing light trial. The third challenge, the thunderfire trial." Upon hearing these 3 challenges, Jiang Ye's eyes lit up. Martial arts will. That was his strong point. But as for the other two challenges, he wasn't very familiar with them. Just listening to Wang Zhang's introduction, complete the above 3 challenges, and you can pass this trial, earning a 30,000 yuan bonus. Additionally, those ranked in the top 3 of this trial will each receive a high-level art technique, 8 Thunder Sounds Fist. At this point, he clapped his hands. Buzz. In the next moment, a circular platform in the hall's center rose. On the platform was a box crafted from golden silk and jade, from which faint thunder sounds could be heard. The 8 Thunder Sounds Fist was placed inside the box. A high-level art technique that automatically emits sound. Seeing this scene, Jiang Ye couldn't help but feel he was witnessing something rare. Beside him, Li Zichao whispered, "That's because there's a speaker inside the box." Jiang Ye nodded expressionlessly, once again feeling enlightened. Then he looked again at the platform. 30,000 yuan bonus, even if I only get that, it won't be a waste of time, Jiang Ye thought to himself. Of course, he would also do his utmost to compete for the 8 Thunder Sounds Fist. Next, let's see these 3 trials. I wonder what the specific content of these trials is. Jiang Ye wondered. Just as he was puzzled, someone had already shouted, "Hey, Wang Zhang!" A girl in a red dress shouted toward the platform. What exactly are the details of the 3 trials? Explain clearly. Li Zichao glanced at the girl in the red dress, his eyes immediately focusing. Zheng Xueqing, from the key class, almost reached perfection in her cultivation technique, a very formidable opponent. Wang Zhang also looked at Zheng Xueqing. She was his classmate, though ranked low, she was exceptionally pretty. Student Zheng Xueqing, please mind your tone when speaking to the 3rd in the grade. Wang Zhang said lightly. Seeing the looks of admiration directed at him, he nodded contentedly and continued. The test of martial arts will naturally assesses the strength of your martial arts will. The flowing light trial mainly tests step techniques and reaction speed. The thunderfire trial involves tempering your body with thunder and fire. The longer you persist, the more benefits you'll gain from it. Specifics will be clear once you enter the trials. Wang Zhang announced loudly. No more idle talk, the trials are about to begin, take your places. With these words, everyone hurriedly found their seats in the virtual cabins. Jiang Ye and Li Zichao stepped forward and sat in adjacent seats. They put on their virtual helmets. Buzz. Jiang Ye's consciousness sank, and soon he entered the virtual city. Ellipsis. After a period of darkness, the scenery around Jiang Ye gradually lit up. He looked around and found himself standing in a spacious room, brightly lit. Not far from him, there was a large white bed. This scene, why does it feel a bit familiar? Jiang Ye muttered, then looked around in confusion. This virtual network is called Virtual Starry Sky, so I should see a starry sky right as I enter. Why is it that every time I enter, I'm in a city instead? Jiang Ye pondered, is it due to settings? At that moment, he heard a pleasant voice. Student, the test of martial arts will is about to begin, please prepare yourself. Jiang Ye's spirit lifted, and he turned around. A beautiful girl, barefooted, was slowly approaching him. Jiang Ye looked at her, frowned, and asked, "Who are you?" The beautiful girl said softly, "I am a staff member for this trial. The trial is about to begin. Please lie down on the bed so I can give you a pre-trial relaxation massage." Pre-trial massage. Jiang Ye showed a hint of surprise. The beautiful girl nodded, walking toward the bed with her bare feet, urging, "Student, make haste, the trial is about to start. Quickly undress and lie down." Her gentle voice seemed to carry a certain magical charm, warm and soft, luring one into a deep relaxation. As she spoke, the girl even began to undress, revealing her elegant shoulders, as her skirt hem shifted, a pair of smooth, long legs partly revealed, an intoxicating fragrance in the air. Seeing this, a peculiar look appeared in Jiang Ye's eyes. It seemed he was already in the illusion realm. Chapter 27-26, that's it. Chapter 27, Chapter 26, that's it. It seems this martial arts will assessment is just like the first layer of the martial arts. Celestial ladder. Using illusion to test people. Jiang Ye looked at the stunningly beautiful girl with snow-white feet, his gaze peculiar. Testing him with this. Which high school student wouldn't withstand such a test? We still have to try to see if it's an illusion. Jiang Ye immediately stepped forward. Ellipsis. At the same time, other trialists gradually entered the illusion realm. Like Li Zichao, he found himself sitting in a classroom. On the blackboard in front, the rankings for this month's exam were displayed. First place, Jiang Ye. Second place, Xu Cixi. Third place, Li Zichao. I actually fell to third place in this exam. Li Zichao trembled, staring in disbelief at the blackboard in front. Not only surpassed by Jiang Ye but Xu Cixi also overtook me. Li Zichao gritted his teeth. On the podium, Chen Zilu coldly said, "It's clear that Li Zichao has regressed significantly in this exam. There's no longer any chance to enter the special class. I'll inform your parents of this situation, take care of yourself." Li Zichao, upon hearing this, shivered all over. He had dropped to third place. No longer has a chance to enter the special class. Scenes of the future seemed to appear in Li Zichao's eyes. The disappointment in his parents' eyes, Lin Zan's cruel mockery, regarded as the disgrace of the Celestial Dragon District by peers. No, no. Li Zichao shook his head frantically, his eyes full of fear. Ellipsis. Lin Zan sat in the classroom of an City No. 1 high school. He looked at this year's ranking in disbelief. My score fell out of the top 100 for the year. If my grades continue dropping, I might even be kicked out of the special class and thrown into the ordinary class where waste gathers. Lin Zan stared fiercely at the score sheet, as if scenes of the future were appearing before him. Li Zichao's cruel laughter, the disheartened look in his parents' eyes, pinned to the pillar of disgrace in the Celestial Dragon District. What good is newborn talent? In the end, it's about the same as my lower talent. Li Zichao mercilessly mocked. No, I don't want to be with the ordinary class's rotten bunch. Lin Zan clutched his huge head, roaring in agony. Ellipsis. Meanwhile, in the hall outside, all students had already entered the trial. The majority showed painful expressions, as if enduring immense hardship. On the viewing platform, Zhang Jinwu chuckled, looks like the students have entered the zone. This martial arts will trial is to evoke the deepest emotions within and present them as an illusion. Saying this, he glanced in the direction of Lin Zan. Unexpectedly, even the boy ranked top 10 in an City No. 1 high school has something that terrifies him. It's really intriguing. Other teachers also looked towards Lin Zan. Lin Zan was sweating profusely, his face full of fear, seemingly going through something extremely terrifying. Chen Zilu wasn't surprised. Everyone has their 7 emotions and desires. Fear is what's most likely to make one lose their sanity. So in the martial arts will trial, everyone faces their inner fears. Upon hearing this, yet Zhang Jinwu shook his head and smiled. Not necessarily, look over there. He pointed towards Jiang Ye's direction. Chen Zilu, upon hearing this, also looked towards Jiang Ye's direction. She paused for a moment in surprise. Jiang Ye was sitting on a virtual seat with a leisurely smile on his face, standing out amid a group of grimacing students. This guy's having a sweet dream. Chen Zilu chuckled softly, covering her mouth. A teacher exclaimed, most people in the martial arts will trial see terrifying things, and he's having a sweet dream. That's rare. Zhang Jinwu nodded, this shows he has nothing in his heart that scares him, indeed. Very uncommon. Either he hasn't experienced fear all his life, or, it means his character is special. No matter how big the storm, it's hard to make him fearful. Everyone's expression turned serious. The former is almost impossible. But the latter often indicates a strong martial arts will. Yet Zhang Jinwu shook his head. Pleasant illusions often make people more prone to indulging, and it's harder to wake up from them than from terrifying illusions. Chen Zilu nodded slightly, her beautiful eyes glancing towards Jiang Ye. She knew Jiang Ye's martial arts will well. After all, so many days had passed, and she already noticed Jiang Ye's firm determination towards martial arts, an unwavering will. Such individuals often have a strong martial arts will. And he's having a sweet dream. Can he wake up? Chen Zilu stared at Jiang Ye with bright eyes. And just as she thought this, ding! Suddenly, a prompt sounded in the hall. Someone has completed the first trial. What? How is that possible? It's barely been a minute. Who is it? The teachers present all looked towards the large screen in front. The screen displayed the scores of 100 trialists. The total score for the first trial was 300 points, the second trial 200 points, the third 500 points, totaling 1,000 points. Since the trial had just started, almost everyone's score was still 0 points. Chen Zilu quickly scanned it, her bright eyes suddenly shining. "It's Jiang Ye," she said in a sweet voice. Zhang Jinwu also looked intently. Jiang Ye, 300 points. Jiang Ye scored full marks in the first trial. He was also the first to break through the illusion and complete the martial arts will trial. This kid finished the first trial in less than a minute. Zhang Jinwu glanced at the time, surprise appeared on his face. Actually, passing the trial within 3 minutes yields full marks. Finished in a minute. This indicates Jiang Ye's martial arts will is already stronger than the trial standard. This student has a very strong martial arts will. Even waking so quickly from a sweet dream. Such a firm martial arts will, if not for lower talent, is destined to be a prodigy. Many teachers sighed. On the distant platform, a gleam appeared in Wang Zhang's eyes. Class 9 truly produced a character. Wang Zhang nodded slightly, hands behind his back, rather like my style back then. On the viewing platform, Chen Zilu smiled sweetly at Zhang Jinwu and said, "Director, now what do you think are Jiang Ye's chances of placing in the top 3? Zhang Jinwu looked at her helplessly. This girl was just waiting for him to be slapped in the face. But as the grade director, he was calm and very confident in his judgment. Zhang Jinwu shook his head. "The trial has just begun, too early to say. Starting from the second trial, real skills will be tested." Chen Zilu nodded, said no more, and turned to look at the hall. As Zhang Jinwu mentioned, from the second trial on, martial arts strength is tested, a point where Jiang Ye is weaker compared to Zheng Xueqing and Xu Lei. The result remains uncertain, even for her. In the virtual space, Jiang Ye watched the surroundings gradually fade, knowing he'd completed the first trial. Is that it? Jiang Ye relished in the memory of the girl with snow-white feet, shaking his head, not even as real as the illusions in the martial arts celestial ladder. Chapter 28-27, Flowing Light. Chapter 28, Chapter 27, Flowing Light. You've passed the martial arts will trial, please wait for the second trial to start. Jiang Ye saw a line of text appear in front of him. Is this the martial arts will trial? Jiang Ye adjusted his pants, shook his head, and said, mediocre. For others, the illusion realm was extremely lifelike just now, realistic in every aspect. But for Jiang Ye, it was full of loopholes. The reason is simple. Because for the past 6 months, he has been subjected to similar tests in the martial arts celestial ladder every night. Moreover, the illusion realms in the martial arts celestial ladder not only appear extremely real, but even touch, smell, and taste have reached an astonishing level. Every interaction causes a high-frequency neural network vibration, unleashing waves of dopamine storms, making it addictive. After experiencing such finesse, the martial arts will trial just now is nothing for Jiang Ye. Seeing the white-footed girl for the first time, he guessed he had entered the illusion realm. However, out of caution, he still carefully identified it. Unexpectedly, seeing he wasn't deceived, the girl arranged for 3 or 4 equally stunning girls to enter the room to serve him. Moreover, these stunning girls all sounded similar to shadow race voices, capable of disturbing one's mind. The beautiful girls continuously emitted seducing sounds, attempting to trap him in the bed. Jiang Ye saw this and was completely sure he was in the illusion realm. Then, he easily passed the trial. Almost a minute to pass the trial. Jiang Ye muttered, I wonder if this result can make it into the top 3. The system hadn't given the score ranking yet, so he had to wait patiently. Time passed. In a blink, 15 minutes had gone by. Martial arts will trial ended. Those who haven't broken out of the illusion realm, eliminated. A light screen appeared before all the trialists. Next, the score list appeared on the light screen. In Lin Zhan's trial space. After the light screen appeared, Lin Zhan immediately looked at the score list. Lin Zhan, 280 points. Only 20 points away from a full score. Lin Zhan smiled. Although entering the illusion realm initially scared him, he was a top student at City No. 1 high school, and his martial arts will wasn't weak. Thus he passed the trial in just 5 minutes. Is there anyone higher than me? Lin Zan continued to look at the score list. Zhang Xueqing, 290 points. Xu Lei, 260 points. Li Zichao, 210 points. After scanning these names, Lin Zan immediately grinned. Chao only got 210 points. Not good enough. His martial arts will couldn't match his, nor could his martial arts talent. What would he use to compete? Lin Zan shook his head, no longer considering Li Zichao a threat. In this trial, my biggest opponent should be Zhang Xueqing. Suddenly, a name caught his eye, and his expression froze. Jiang Ye, 300 points. How is this possible? Lin Zan stared at that name, somewhat incredulous. Someone got a perfect score. Could it be that the person only took 3 minutes to pass the trial? Ellipsis. In another trial space, a delicate girl in a red dress frowned at the list. Jiang Ye. Zhang Xueqing stared at the name, clenched her hand, and said, I must go all out in the next 2 trials. No ordinary class student must take first place. If that happens, she would definitely become the laughingstock of her peers. And that Lin Zan from City number 1, he's only in freshman year, I cannot lose to him either. Zhang Xueqing whispered, as if cheering herself up. Ellipsis. Li Zichao looked at the score list, deeply inhaled. He wasn't surprised by his 210 points. Because he took nearly 10 minutes to get out of the illusion realm. Martial arts will had always been his weak point. After all, medicine can enhance martial arts strength, but can't improve martial arts will. Jiang Ye got a perfect score of 300. Li Zichao looked at the list. Lin Zan got 280 points. 2. He clenched his hand but didn't get discouraged. Starting from the second trial, I'll show my true power. Jiang Ye, Lin Zan, and Zhang Xueqing, you'll all be overshadowed by me. Li Zichao's eyes flickered with a hint of determination. Ellipsis. Martial arts will trial over, 30 people eliminated. Flowing light trial is about to begin, trialists please prepare. A cold mechanical voice reached Jiang Ye's ears. Looking at the subtitle, he was a bit surprised. 30 people eliminated in the first trial. The martial arts will of this cohort is surprisingly fragile. It seems I'm underestimating myself and overestimating others too much. Jiang Ye shook his head and lamented. He trained daily on the martial arts celestial ladder. His martial arts will was as solid as rock. How can ordinary people compare? The flowing light trial has started. Jiang Ye looked ahead. Though he gained an advantage in the martial arts will trial, the next 2 trials were equally important. To get into the top 3, he must exert all his strength. At this moment, the environment around Jiang Ye suddenly darkened. Then, he appeared in a pitch-black scene, surrounded by darkness, with just a speck of light. Flowing light trial started. Trial rules. Avoid as many light arrows aimed at you within 15 minutes. The longer you persevere, the higher the score. Getting hit by a light arrow 10 times ends the trial. Seeing the subtitle appear before him, Jiang Ye suddenly understood. I see, a test of body technique and reaction speed. In this pitch-black scene, with light arrows coming, it should be easy to react. Jiang Ye thought the trial scene was well arranged. But soon, he changed his mind. Whoosh! A piercing sound came. Jiang Ye quickly turned his head, and then was startled. It was actually a black light arrow. As if it completely blended into the darkness, rendering itself invisible. Fortunately, Jiang Ye's reaction speed surpassed ordinary people due to his cultivation. He moved across, dodging the first light arrow. Black light arrows. The difficulty is crazy. Jiang Ye couldn't help but feel like cursing. A dark scene, black light arrows. If the speed were even a bit faster, he might not be able to react. But soon, Jiang Ye calmed down. If he couldn't react, others couldn't either. It's just about who can last longer. I have downwind ear and gale step. I can identify location by sound, react in advance. As for gale step, it can only sustain for 30 seconds, I must hold onto it till the end before using. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Ye already had a plan. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several more light arrows shot out, from different directions. Jiang Ye perked his ears, carefully identifying the directions. Downwind ear, hearing ability enhanced by 200%. The next moment, he turned into a shadow, dodging swiftly. Chapter 29-28, Gale Step. Chapter 29, Chapter 28, Gale Step. Whiz, whiz, whiz. As time passes, in the dark space, the number of black light arrows gradually increases. From 1 or 2 at the beginning, to 5, 10. Not only that, the speed of the black light arrows also gets faster and faster. The later it gets, the higher the difficulty. 5 minutes later, Jiang Ye can hardly distinguish the light arrows with the naked eye. Luckily, he still has downwind ear, which allows him to discern the direction of the light arrows from the sound of them piercing through the air. Hearing enhancement by 200%, it's a comprehensive enhancement. My auditory perception, auditory distinction, and auditory positioning have all been enhanced comprehensively. Whoosh! Jiang Ye's figure sways, narrowly dodging several incoming light arrows. At this moment, he faintly feels he's nearing his limit. Persevere. Jiang Ye remains incredibly calm, continuously evading. Whoosh tilde. Suddenly, more than 10 light arrows pierce the air, incredibly fast, shooting at Jiang Ye from all directions. Thunk. This time, Jiang Ye fails to completely dodge, getting hit in the shoulder by one arrow. My hearing kept up, but my speed didn't. This is a flaw in my strength. Jiang Ye sighs inwardly, realizing his star martial cultivation technique is still a distance from perfection, providing him little advantage compared to Zheng Xueqing, Xu Lei, and others. Though he is already at AB level mortal body, Zheng Xueqing, Xu Lei, and others, as elite class students, are also of B level physique. Newborn talent is naturally better than original talent. Had Jiang Ye not undergone 2 physique enhancements, he would still be the lowest D level mortal body. Still have 9 more chances, stick to the end. Despite being hit by one arrow, Jiang Ye's gaze becomes steadier. The closer it gets to the end, the more he can't rush. If his mindset gets unbalanced, all prior efforts would go to waste. Staying calm and maintaining composure is crucial to fully utilizing one's abilities. At such times, his martial arts will play a significant role too. The stronger the martial arts will, the calmer one's mindset becomes. Tai Mountain could collapse in front of him, yet his face remains unchanged. Whiz, whiz, whiz. As time progresses, the number of light arrows increases, speed accelerating. Yet Jiang Ye remains composed, evading the increasing number of black light arrows at his own pace. But, as the difficulty rises, he cannot avoid being hit by light arrows. Second time, third time, fourth time. Puff. At the 8th instant of being hit, Jiang Ye's gaze suddenly sharpens, inwardly intoning, Gale Step. In an instant, his figure resembles a lightning bolt, swiftly traversing this dark space. Gale Step instantly increases speed by 100%, can actively trigger, lasts 30s, cooldown. 3 minutes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of black light arrows shoot simultaneously, resembling a rain of swords piercing towards him. In this dark space, faced with such a quantity of arrow rain, with Jiang Ye's original speed, evading is impossible. But at this moment, his figure seems ghostly, threading through the dozens of black light arrows. The advantage brought by speed doubling is obvious. After this round, Jiang Ye isn't hit at all. Gale Step has 15 seconds left. Jiang Ye lightly pants, mentally focused. In the next moment, dozens more light arrows shoot at him, faster than before. Puff. This time, Jiang Ye fails to completely evade, getting hit by another light arrow. Suddenly, Jiang Ye felt his speed drop significantly. The effect of Gale Step is over. Jiang Ye wasn't affected, determined to stick it out until the end. Whiz, whiz, whiz. Light arrows shoot in rapid succession, speed astonishing. After losing Gale Step's effect, Jiang Ye didn't last much longer, getting hit consecutively by several light arrows. Number of hits exceeds 10. Flowing light trial ends. Trial duration, 12 minutes 55 seconds. As a mechanical voice sounded, the dark environment slowly faded away. Phew. Jiang Ye pauses, breathing heavily. This trial was akin to a fierce battle, quite exhausting. Yet, there was a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Endured for 12 minutes 55 seconds, wonder what ranking I'll get. Ellipsis. What Jiang Ye didn't know was that before completing the flowing light trial, many had already awakened in the outside hall. Lin Zan was one of them. Whoosh tilde. Lin Zan's eyes abruptly opened. He immediately looked towards the screen. On the large screen in front, trialist score lists were continuously being updated. 170 points. Lin Zan furrowed slightly upon seeing his score, still so far from full marks. The full score for the flowing light trial is 200 points. He's not satisfied with this score. But surveying the surroundings, Lin Zan's face turned even grimmer. Zheng Xueqing, Xu Lei haven't awakened, Chao hasn't awakened, even that ordinary class guy beside Chao hasn't awakened. Seeing this scene, Lin Zan felt increasingly uneasy. The later one awakens, the higher the score. After all, I'm still a freshman, not surprising to be surpassed by Zheng Xueqing. But this ordinary class guy lasted even longer than me. Lin Zan stared at Jiang Ye, quite unwilling. The opponent isn't an elite class student, nor wealthy. And yet, he lost to such a person. He never imagined this. Even if the opponent is a grade higher, Lin Zan thought he should have crushed them. Ellipsis. After a while, Li Zichao awoke. Li Zichao, 175 points. Upon seeing his score, Li Zichao looked expressionless around. Then his pupils suddenly contracted. Jiang Ye actually lasted longer than me. How is this possible? Li Zichao's eyes filled with disbelief. For the past month, he had been desperately taking drugs and pushing his limits. This flowing light trial, he should have crushed Jiang Ye, surpassing the elite class. Yet now, he's finished the trial, while Jiang Ye is still going. Is there something wrong? Li Zichao pondered internally. Perhaps Jiang Ye didn't immediately exit, so hasn't awakened. He waited silently. Soon, Li Zichao realized his assumptions were too naive. Moments later, Zheng Xueqing, Xu Lei, and Jiang Ye all gradually awakened. The flowing light trial officially ended. And on the large screen, the trial score list was revealed. Zheng Xueqing, 200 points. Xu Lei, 190 points. Jiang Ye, 185 points. Ellipsis. 185 points. Jiang Ye breathed out slowly upon seeing his score. This score was within his expectations. Zheng Xueqing actually scored full marks. Jiang Ye looked towards the nearby red-dressed girl. The standard for full marks is lasting 15 minutes. But it doesn't mean she's limited to 15 minutes, it's the trial limit, not necessarily her own. She should be nearing cultivation technique perfection, just a step from breakthrough. Jiang Ye thought. The flowing light trial becomes increasingly difficult towards the end. At 12 minutes 55 seconds, the difficulty was terrifying. Zheng Xueqing lasting 15 minutes shows her exceptional strength. Currently, my total score still remains in the top 3. Whether I can stabilize, or even reclaim first, depends on the final Thunderfire trial. Jiang Ye looked expectant. Chapter 30-29, Thunderfire. Chapter 30, Chapter 29, Thunderfire. On the platform, Wang Zhang said lightly, the flowing light trial has a total score of 200. Those scoring below 120 are considered eliminated. As soon as he finished speaking, on the big screen, the names of 30 trialists dimmed. Another 30 people have been eliminated. There are less than 40 people left. Jiang Ye looked around, thinking to himself that the school's trial was indeed not easy. If so many people are eliminated in the last trial as well, there will be less than 10 people passing this trial. And this is the lowest level of trial, the pass rate is frighteningly low. What exactly is the Thunderfire trial like? Jiang Ye looked forward to it in his heart. The first 2 trials were virtual, but the Thunderfire trial is conducted in reality. Wang Zhang had mentioned before that the longer one persists in the Thunderfire trial, the more benefits one can gain. Evidently, this trial is extraordinary. The other surviving trialists were also eagerly anticipating. At this moment, Wang Zhang said lightly, the final trial, Thunderfire trial. He pressed a button on the wall. The next moment, the virtual cabins beneath everyone sank into the ground one after another. Boom! Metal walls rose from all sides, enclosing the entire hall. These metal walls had countless metal nozzles, densely packed, numbering in the hundreds, all aimed at the trialists in the field. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but feel creepy. The Thunderfire trial won't really use lightning and fire to roast us, right? Jiang Ye also felt a bit horrified. Could it be too exaggerated? Just as everyone was tense and uneasy. Buzz. Hundreds of metal nozzles simultaneously sprayed a concentrated gas. The The gas was a faint purplish-red color, and the moment it appeared, it actively drilled into the pores of all the trialists. Wang Zhang introduced. This gas contains a trace of thunder and fire attribute star-sky energy, which can temper your body. The longer you persist, the more benefits you will gain. Of course, this process will be very painful. Wang Zhang showed a slightly malicious smile. For those whose star martial cultivation technique hasn't reached perfection, this pain will be super amplified. He didn't need to explain. Everyone present had already felt it. This time, there wasn't a single student here whose cultivation technique reached perfection. As the purplish-red gas penetrated his pores, Jiang Ye immediately felt a sharp pain. It felt as if countless scalding ants were biting at his cells and constantly rubbing salt into the wounds. At this moment, some students had already started to wail. "Mom!" Some students screamed, unable to endure the pain any longer. Wang Zhang said lightly, "If you can't endure it, you can press the button beside you at any time and exit the trial immediately. But you must persist for more than 15 minutes to pass the trial. Persist for more than an hour to get full marks." His words made everyone feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Such pain, and they have to endure it for 15 minutes. But everyone still gritted their teeth. No one pressed the exit button. It was hard to reach the third level. How could they give up so easily? For a moment, the entire hall fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was enduring with gritted teeth. Jiang Ye's expression was calm, perhaps due to his strong martial arts will. This level of pain was still within his endurance range. Not far away, Zheng Xueqing, Xu Lei, and others had similarly calm expressions. They were already close to perfection in the cultivation technique, so the pain they suffered was lighter than others. As for next to Jiang Ye, Li Zichao showed the benefits of persisting in taking medicine for the past 6 months. Having endured the torment of the drugs, his endurance was stronger than others. Only Lin Zan's face was extremely ugly. After all, he was only a first-year student, and had not long ago broken through to great success in the cultivation technique. The pain he suffered was far greater than others. Persist. I absolutely can't lose to Chao. Lin Zan gritted his teeth tightly. Ellipsis. Time passed continuously. 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Finally, someone couldn't endure the pain and pressed the exit button. The next moment, the ground where that person stood directly sank, sending him out of the trial ground. The big screen in front continuously refreshed the remaining numbers. Remaining 39 people, 38 people, 37 people. Finally, the time came to 15 minutes. Most trialists breathed a sigh of relief and quickly exited the trial. They had passed the trial. As long as they didn't fight for the top 3, there was no need to continue staying. Soon, there were less than 10 people left in the hall. If it's just this level of pain. There was a hint of madness in Lin Zan's eyes, then I might as well persist for an hour. As the top student of City No. 1 high school, his martial arts will was really strong. Now, he had gradually adapted to that pain. He even found a subtle pleasure in that endless pain, immersing and enjoying it. But just as Lin Zan was planning to continue enduring, on the platform, Wang Zhang suddenly showed a wicked smile, and then pressed a button. Boom! In the trial ground, hundreds of metal nozzles suddenly spewed out purplish-red gas several times denser than before. The sharp increase in gas concentration brought along an even more terrifying pain. Lin Zan finally couldn't endure it anymore, letting out a beast-like roar. Even Jiang Ye found it hard to bear. If the previous pain was like rubbing salt into the wounds, then now, it was like pouring strong liquor and spicy oil on the wounds. This feeling was unbelievably terrifying. Not far away, Zheng Xueqing, Xu Lei, and several other sophomore key class students, also had twisted expressions. Even the closest to perfection, Zheng Xueqing, felt somewhat unable to hold on. Every 15 minutes, the trial difficulty will rise a notch. Wang Zhang said with a smile, "Good luck to all of you." This sentence was like a devil's whisper, causing everyone's expressions to change. Instantly. 15 minutes per notch. That means in another 15 minutes, the pain will intensify again. Hold on. Jiang Ye took a deep breath. This level of pain, he could still barely hold on. But whether he could endure another 15 minutes, he was not sure. But he had to get through this stage. Ellipsis. On the other side, Lin Zhan's face had turned extremely grim. He was the only first-year student in this group. The lack of realm caused the pain he suffered to be many times greater. Damn it, is this really my limit? Do I really have to lose to Chao, lose to the ordinary class? Lin Zhan's body trembled, his heart roaring, hold on for me, damn it. Time continued to pass. Gradually, within the even stronger pain, Lin Zhan actually found that familiar trace of pleasure again. He held on. In the blink of an eye, this trial had lasted for half an hour. At this point, there were only 5 people left in the field. Jiang Ye, Zheng Xueqing, Xu Lei, Li Zichao, Lin Zhan. On the platform, Wang Zhang smiled slightly, activate the third stage. Boom. In the trial ground, the hundreds of metal nozzles erupted once more, spraying out an even denser purplish-red gas. With the arrival of the third stage, the 5 people present immediately felt unprecedented pressure. Yet surprisingly, the first one out was not Lin Zhan, but Li Zichao. Lin Zhan, seeing Li Zichao being eliminated, seemed to feel a sense of relief and soon ended the trial. Only 3 people were left in the field, struggling to hold on. Zheng Xueqing, Xu Lei, Jiang Ye. The top 3 were already determined. But who would be the first? That would soon be revealed. Chapter 31 to 30, Rankings. Chapter 31, Chapter 30, Rankings. At this moment, there are only 3 people left in the trial ground. All the other trialists are watching the trio with horror. To endure this kind of pain for so long, are they still normal humans? Could they have awakened some special attributes? Lin Zhan stared at Jiang Ye, his eyelids twitching constantly. He thought to himself, could this guy be feeling the same pleasure as I am? Thinking of this, Lin Zhan walked toward Li Zichao, not far away, and whispered, what's the name of your classmate? His name is Jiang Ye. Li Zichao, staring at the stage, also felt somewhat unwilling. In these 3 trials, his scores were completely suppressed by Jiang Ye. Damn it, this guy must have taken some special medication, no wonder he won't tell me. Li Zichao thought to himself, I will make sure to question him hard later. Beside him, Lin Zhan's pupils also narrowed tightly. So he is Jiang Ye. Looking at Jiang Ye, Lin Zhan thought, is this the person with a perfect score in martial arts will? He did not know Jiang Ye before, nor did he know his name earlier. It seems the ordinary class isn't entirely full of useless people. Lin Zhan nodded silently. Unfortunately, I am still in the first year of high school, but if I were already in the second year, Jiang Ye wouldn't qualify as my opponent. Ellipsis. In the trial ground, Jiang Ye sat cross-legged. At this moment, his flesh felt as if being devoured by endless sulfuric acid, every inch of skin, muscle, and bone enduring immense pain. Endure. Jiang Ye closed his eyes tightly, gritting his teeth. His goal was not merely to fight for first place. More importantly, he discovered that this pain greatly benefited his flesh. Every time the pain reached its peak, a faint pleasure surged within Jiang Ye's body. This was because, when the gas containing thunderfire energy entered his body, it madly refined his entire cellular structure. Although this process was extremely painful, enduring it promised immense benefits. Cultivation technique. Star Martial Cultivation Technique. Great success, 41% right pointing arrow 42%. Using starry sky energy to refine the flesh indeed proves astonishing. In just half an hour, it exceeds a day's worth of cultivation results. Once the cultivation technique reaches great success, one can refine themselves using a trace amount of star energy. This accelerates cultivation speed. According to the teacher, the price of star energy is extremely high, affordable only for the super wealthy. Yet, the current trial is completely free. This opportunity is rare, and Jiang Ye planned to endure until the last moment. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, another 15 minutes passed. On the stage, Wang Zhang's gaze became sharp, and he said in a deep voice, "Fourth tier. Activate." Swish. Instantly, a powerful energy wave erupted within the trial ground. Even students outside the trial ground turned pale and retreated continuously. Even standing outside the trial ground, they could sense the familiar intense pain. Not to mention the 3 in the center of the trial ground. At this moment, Jiang Ye felt as if his skin was sliced open, with boiling acid soaking his nerve endings. Pain. Too painful. I give up. Just then, a loud shout was heard. Xu Lei suddenly pressed the button, withdrawing from the trial. 3 minutes later, Jiang Ye finally reached his limit and pressed the button. If he continued, he suspected he'd pass out on the spot. Now, only the red-robed girl remained in the field. Zheng Xueqing did not give up immediately due to Jiang Ye's withdrawal. Instead, she continued to persevere. Only after 10 minutes did she suddenly press the abandon button. Ellipsis. What a monster. Off the stage, Xu Lei glanced at Jiang Ye not far away. He wasn't surprised Zheng Xueqing could last until the end. But Jiang Ye, a student from the ordinary class, held on longer than him. All others present were equally shocked, looking at Jiang Ye in astonishment. In this trial, Jiang Ye was undoubtedly the biggest dark horse. Even Wang Zhang on the stage gazed deeply at Jiang Ye. As the potential dragon, the director spoke of referring to him. Or me. At this moment, even Wang Zhang felt some uncertainty. But Jiang Ye didn't care about others' looks now. He looked at his own panel. Cultivation technique. Star Martial cultivation technique. Great success 43%. Less than an hour, and it improved by 2%. Jiang Ye marveled, is this starry sky energy? It's astounding. At the same time, he was somewhat regretful. If his cultivation technique had already broken through 50%, he might have been able to persist longer and gain more benefits. Like Zheng Xueqing, whose cultivation technique might have reached over 90%. Jiang Ye was able to persist for so long purely relying on martial arts will. Just then, the scores of the Thunderfire trial refreshed on the large screen ahead. Zheng Xueqing, 480 points. Jiang Ye, 430 points. Xu Lei, 400 points. Immediately, the total ranking scores of the 3 trials appeared. First place, Zheng Xueqing, 970 points. Second place, Jiang Ye, 915 points. Third place, Xu Lei, 850 points. Fourth place, Lin Zan, 800 points. Ellipsis. Everyone in the hall was astonished. First place is only 30 points away from a perfect score. So powerful. Jiang Ye in second place is also surprising, a student from an ordinary class scoring this high. Amidst the clamor, Lin Zan also glanced in Jiang Ye's direction, secretly thinking, Jiang Ye, I will remember you. There's 1 month until school starts, I hope by then, you'll still be above me. Lin Zan set Jiang Ye as his short-term goal. Although he is from an city number 1 high school, he could also find out the examination results of an city number 3 high school. When the new school year begins, every school will arrange preliminary assessments. This month's time gives Lin Zan enough confidence to surpass Jiang Ye. Ellipsis. The trial is over. On the stage, Wang Zhang announced loudly, 15 people passed the trial and can receive 30,000 yuan as a reward. The top 3 step forward to receive the high-level art technique, 8 Thunder Sounds Fist. As he finished speaking, in the center of the hall, a golden silk box emerged from the ground. The red-dressed girl, Zheng Xueqing, was the first to step onto the stage. Jiang Ye and Xu Lei quickly followed. When they opened the box, they found 3 metal wristbands inside, alongside a small speaker. Thunder sound really comes out of the speaker. Jiang Ye raised his eyebrows. The 8 Thunder Sounds Fist should be inside the metal wristbands. The 3 each took their wristbands. Jiang Ye opened his wristband and immediately a projection appeared, showing the cover of 8 Thunder Sounds Fist. It's actually a holographic wristband. His heart skipped a beat. Just this wristband alone probably costs a lot. Jiang Ye put away the wristband, planning to study it later. Just then, Zheng Xueqing suddenly said to him, Jiang Ye, you'll be coming to the advanced class, right? Jiang Ye nodded slightly, probably. Now, he is absolutely confident about entering the advanced class. The only question is whether he'll get in sooner or later. Zheng Xueqing looked at him and said softly, you're quite a decent opponent, I hope after you enter the advanced class, we get a chance for a fair fight. If there's a chance, we can try. Jiang Ye smiled. He did not consider Zheng Xueqing as his target or opponent, although her ranking is currently higher than his. But for Jiang Ye, surpassing her is only a matter of time. Rather than Zhang Xueqing, it was Lin Zan who caught Jiang Ye's attention. Lin Zan, 4th place. Jiang Ye looked at the ranking. He is just a freshman, a whole year below him, but his strength is nearly equal. Middle A physique, truly strong. Jiang Ye was quite envious. If I were also middle A, I would surely have taken first in this trial. If it were anyone else, there's no way to change such innate factors. Fortunately, Jiang Ye seems to have the chance. Ellipsis. While Jiang Ye was pondering silently, below the stage, Li Zichao clenched his fists. In this trial, he only achieved 6th place. This rank is actually not bad, having caught up with students from the bottom of the advanced class. But, compared to Jiang Ye, the gap is too big. At this moment, Jiang Ye and the others finished collecting their rewards and walked off the stage one by one. Seeing this scene, Li Zichao's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. This time, he must force Jiang Ye to reveal what special medicine he took. By any means necessary. With this resolve, Li Zichao immediately approached Jiang Ye. "What's up?" Jiang Ye looked at him puzzled. "Godfather." Li Zichao grabbed his hand, begging in a low voice, "What medicine did you take? Tell me. Privately, can you? I want to take it too." Quote. Jiang Ye looked at him speechlessly. This guy, has he gone crazy? Chapter 32-31, Missing. Chapter 31, Missing. In the high-level stands. A group of teachers looked at the rankings from this trial, all very surprised. Even the grade director, Zhang Jinwu, shook his head and sighed. Miss Chen's insight is truly extraordinary. It seems I've made a mistake in judgment. Previously, he thought Jiang Ye was nearly impossible to enter the top 3. And the result? Jiang Ye unexpectedly got 2nd place overall. This was entirely beyond his expectations. Next to Zhang Jinwu, the woman in the white dress with a cold and elegant demeanor shook her head and said, "Director Zhang, you're too kind. Actually, I didn't expect Jiang Ye to get 2nd place either." Although she said this, she couldn't suppress the smile on her lips. This achievement of Jiang Ye also gave her immense pride. Beside her, a teacher laughed and said, "Teacher Chen has put in a lot of effort to bring a student from a regular class to this level. It's truly not easy." "Yes, all thanks to Teacher Chen." The teachers present all nodded quietly and acknowledged this. Unexpectedly, Chen Zilu furrowed her eyebrows and shook her head. "Everyone misunderstood. This isn't entirely my achievement. More than anything, it's Jiang Ye's own hard work." She earnestly explained, "Jiang Ye cultivates very diligently. I've heard from his parents that every night he would cultivate until 1 or 2 in the morning, and not once has he broken this habit in the last 2 years of high school. With such hard work, how could you say it all depends on me?" In Chen Zilu's eyes, there was a mix of seriousness and displeasure. Jiang Ye was a student on whom she had spent a lot of time teaching, and his achievements also gave her a sense of fulfillment. But she refused to take all the credit alone. Achievements gained through effort being attributed to background, supported by others. Help. She was very opposed to this kind of rhetoric. Seeing the young woman's expression, that teacher realized the mistake in his words. Immediately, the teacher swiftly changed his stance. "Teacher Chen is right, effort is very important too." Zhang Jinwu also added, "This student merely has original talent, yet achieving such results comes from effort far beyond the norm, and that cannot be denied." Only then did Chen Zilu's expression slightly relax. She looked at Zhang Jinwu and suddenly said, "Director, I heard that the students who rank top 3 in the first trial all have a free opportunity to undergo star sky refinement." Zhang Jinwu nodded. "There is one opportunity, but they have to achieve cultivation. Technique perfection first." Speaking of this, his gaze became somewhat deep. "Jiang Ye is looking quite good now, it's just unknown how he will perform during the star sky refinement." As the grade director, Zhang Jinwu often considered from the school's perspective. Every star sky refinement requires a lot of funding. Naturally, these funds are provided by the school. Of course, not everyone can participate, only the students ranked top 3 in the trial get a free opportunity. Even those in the top 3 in the final assessment don't qualify. The trial's value is much higher than ordinary assessments. The school does this to cultivate true talents and improve the enrollment rate of the 25 Schools Alliance. Logically, Jiang Ye being the second in this trial deserves to participate freely in the Star Sky. Refinement. But original talent. Zhang Jinwu slightly shook his head. The efficiency of original talent in absorbing Star Sky energy might be less than 1%. While newborn talent can reach over 10%. Dao Bone talent over 50%. As for extraordinary talent, it might exceed 100%. And City Number 3 High School doesn't have Dao Bone talent, but there are quite a few newborn talents. To give such a precious opportunity for Star Sky refinement to original talent. It's too wasteful. For original talent to achieve something, merely relying on effort won't work, unless there's substantial funding. For the school, investing these funds on newborn talent yields far more rewards than on original talent. The teacher's earlier comment that Jiang Ye's achievement today was solely thanks to Chen Zilu wasn't just flattery. If I'm guessing correctly, Miss Chen likely personally supported Jiang Ye quite a bit before the trial. Zhang Jinwu thought. If not, relying solely on Jiang Ye himself wouldn't result in such a rapid progress. Ding dong. As Zhang Jinwu pondered, suddenly a phone rang. Zhang Jinwu took out his phone and his face immediately tightened. Chen. He handed the phone to Chen Zilu and spoke with a deep tone. Take a look, is this a student from your class? Chen Zilu took the phone and her face quickly sank. Ellipsis. Meanwhile, Li Zichao, after resorting to any means necessary, still couldn't figure out what medicine Jiang Ye took. He looked at Jiang Ye not far away, gritted his teeth. This guy, I even called him my adoptive father, yet he still won't tell me. Could it be, he really hasn't taken any medicine? Thinking this, Li Zichao's pupils suddenly contracted. If Jiang Ye truly hasn't taken medicine, he felt even more uncomfortable. Forget it, I won't compare myself with him, I just need to become strong myself. Li Zichao took a deep breath, his gaze firmed up. Not far away, Jiang Ye looked at Li Zichao and laughed. Bro, finally came to your senses. Li Zichao waved his hand. Don't worry, I won't be comparing myself to you anymore. Oh. Hearing this, Jiang Ye immediately laughed. That's great. Seeing his friend relieved, he too was very gratified. Next moment, Li Zichao clenched his fist and said, my goal now is to challenge myself with one injection a day. His gaze was pure, without the competitive spirit among classmates, leaving only the desire for power. Quote. Jiang Ye was speechless for a while, shook his head helplessly in his heart. This guy is truly possessed. Ding dong. At this moment, his communication watch vibrated. Jiang Ye opened it to see, it's Teacher Chen. Teacher Chen asked us to go to the office. He said to Li Zichao. Li Zichao nodded. They quickly headed towards the office. Ellipsis. Inside Chen Zilu's office. When Jiang Ye and Li Zichao arrived, Chen Zilu was not there yet. 10 minutes later, a woman in a plain white dress, with long, slender legs and a cold, elegant demeanor, entered the office. Congratulations, you both passed this trial. Chen Zilu smiled at the two and took out 2 bags of bonuses. Thank you, teacher. Jiang Ye received one of the bags of bonuses, filled with joy. This was the bonus for passing the trial, a full 30,000 yuan. Chen Zilu smiled slightly but soon swapped to a serious expression, saying, when you return, be cautious. It's not very safe in the city recently. Not safe in the city. Jiang Ye was surprised, as Chen Zilu had already told him this. Now mentioning it again, had something happened? Chen Zilu said solemnly, a student from our class has gone missing. Sha Qing, you all know her, right? Sha Qing. Jiang Ye immediately remembered the girl who often brought him water. Sha Qing, missing. Jiang Ye's pupils contracted, somewhat incredulous. Chapter 33-32, Divine Concealment. Chapter 33, Chapter 32, Divine Concealment. Since last month, disappearance cases have been frequent. But he never thought it would happen around him. Chen Zilu nodded and sighed. The police are searching desperately, but, the recently missing people are almost never found. Beside him, Li Zichao frowned. Could a shadow disaster have occurred in an city? Chen Zilu shook her head. If it was a shadow disaster, the Shadow Hunting Bureau would immediately detect it. These disappearances are likely man-made. Man-made. Jiang Ye was somewhat surprised. If it's man-made, why haven't the police solved it yet? Chen Zilu said, have you heard of the Divine Concealment Organization? Jiang Ye and Li Zichao both shook their heads. Chen Zilu explained, the Divine Concealment Organization is a force formed by a group of rats who worship the shadow race. This force is complex and vast, infiltrating almost the entire network of the Federation's major cities. Worship the shadow race. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ye and Li Zichao were both astonished. Are there really people who worship that thing? Why would anyone worship that kind of thing? Jiang Ye couldn't help but ask. Naturally, it's because there are benefits. Chen Zilu shook her head. Members of the Divine Concealment Organization can acquire some abilities of the shadow race, and even gain extremely powerful strength in a short time. There are always people who would take risks for this kind of power. She sighed lightly. These people move mysteriously and have strong infectious abilities, assimilating normal individuals into one of them. Every year, hundreds of thousands of disappearance cases are related to this organization. Hundreds of thousands of disappearances every year. Jiang Ye held his breath. This number also indicates that the Divine Concealment Organization is an exceptionally vast force. If all these people have been assimilated into one of them over so many years, how many members does this organization already have? It's hard to imagine. Jiang Ye couldn't help but ask, Teacher, can Sha Qing be rescued? Difficult. Chen Zilu shook her head and did not speak much on this subject. A student from her class went missing, and it made her feel bad too. In any case, you must be careful. The habits of the Divine Concealment Organization are similar to those of the shadow race, preferring to act at night. Chen Zilu reminded them, therefore, be sure not to go to remote places, avoid going out at night, and don't engage with strangers. Yes. Jiang Ye and Li Zichao both responded deeply. All right, go home early, it's getting late. Chen Zilu waved her hand. Li Zichao nodded and then turned to leave. He was somewhat frightened, his face didn't look good. However, Jiang Ye didn't rush to leave. What's the matter? Chen Zilu looked at him. Jiang Ye took out that bag of prize money and said, Teacher, the 30,000 yuan you lent me last time, I'll return it to you this time. Chen Zilu was stunned for a moment. Then, a stern look appeared on her pretty face. What do you take your teacher for? Do I look like someone who lacks money? Chen Zilu pushed the money bag back, saying, I said, return it when you graduate. Teacher, Jiang Ye wanted to speak again. Chen Zilu pushed the money bag back into his hand, glaring with beautiful eyes, enough. Talk, is your teacher or my teacher? Only then did Jiang Ye take it back. He actually anticipated that the other party wouldn't take it. But, as his father Zhang Dai said, whether the other party wants it or not, and whether he expresses it or not, are entirely different matters. Expressing it in advance is also an attitude. While Chen Zilu had a stern face, her eyes carried a hint of a smile. Jiang Ye's actions made her appreciate this boy even more. She didn't continue with this topic, and instead said, when your cultivation technique reaches perfection, the school will arrange a free star sky refinement. This opportunity is rare. Chen Zilu said, so, try to break through as soon as possible. Okay. Jiang Ye nodded. He was delighted at heart. A free star sky refinement. It's indeed rare. As far as he knows, before breaking first break, each star sky refinement costs tens of thousands of yuan. This is a significant expense. Thinking about this, he remembered something, and quickly asked, does the school's arranged star sky refinement have a time limit? Time limit? No. Chen Zilu shook her head. You can persist as long as you can. However, you have experienced the difficulty of star sky refinement today. The Thunderfire trial is just a weakened version of star sky refinement. As for the real star sky refinement, imagine it yourself. Chen Zilu smiled softly at him. Jiang Ye couldn't help but be astonished. The Thunderfire trial was already painful to such a degree, and it was still just a weakened version. Looks like I must train more of the martial arts when I go back. Jiang Ye clenched his fist secretly. Go back, practice well. Chen Zilu giggled. The baseline assessment for the start of senior year high school is very important. If you can enter the top 100 in the grade, there will be prize money too. Jiang Ye's eyes slightly brightened. Teacher, I'll be going back then. He waved to the girl, knowing time was precious, he needed to seize every moment to improve himself. Go ahead. Chen Zilu waved, watching Jiang Ye leave. She held her fair, sharp jaw with her hand, her eyes reflecting some anticipation. Star sky. Refinement. Chen Zilu had a rare disease since childhood, experiencing unbearable pain each time she practiced. This flaw, however, made her stand out during star sky refinement. How far can Jiang Ye persist? She was also somewhat expecting it. Ellipsis. After leaving the school, Jiang Ye walked on the street, unable to stop recalling what Chen Zilu said about the Divine Concealment Organization. His mind was heavy. Originally, having obtained second place in this trial, Jiang Ye should have been overjoyed. But Sha Qing's disappearance swept away his inner joy. Although he had no special feelings for this girl, regardless of the circumstances, she had delivered water to him multiple times, which accounted for a close relationship. Now, having disappeared like this, Jiang Ye felt quite uncomfortable. According to the teacher, Sha Qing might be difficult to find again. If appearing again, perhaps she had already been assimilated into one of the Divine Concealment Organization. Become strong. Jiang Ye was unable to change this situation, only continually strengthening himself is the sole solution. He quickened his pace, returning home before mealtime. Ellipsis. Taoyang District, Building 12, Room 606. Jiang Ye shared the good news with his parents, and handed over the 30,000 yuan for Zhang Dai to buy martial arts ingredients. Received another 30,000 yuan in prize money. Both Zhang Dai and his wife were shocked upon hearing this. The couple would have to work for half a year to earn this much money. But Jiang Ye, in just 2 months, he had twice earned 30,000 yuan. Since when did earning money become so easy? Ye is really great. Li Anping's eyes were full of affection. She knew very well, whatever Jiang Ye achieved, there must have been many unimaginable efforts behind it. After all, she often saw Jiang Ye working hard on cultivation until 1 or 2 in the morning. Ye, don't put too much pressure on yourself, you've already done really well. Zhang Dai said. The couple has always supported Jiang Ye in his martial arts journey. Now, finally achieving something makes them feel gratified. But they're also worried Jiang Ye might rush it, leaving behind health issues. Jiang Ye smiled, Mom and Dad, rest assured, I know my limits. He then asked, by the way, Dad, are you still working the night shift recently? I heard there have been a lot of disappearance cases in the city. Disappearance cases. Zhang Dai frowned. Jiang Ye shared with him what Chen Zilu spoke about the Divine Concealment Organization. Divine Concealment Organization. Zhang Dai's expression tightened, nodding. Inside the shadow hunting bureau, I've heard several people discussing this too, it seems to have quite an impact. Jiang Ye was a bit concerned. Dad, if you're working the night shift, be careful. Zhang Dai nodded sternly as it concerned his life. Don't worry, when on night shift, I'll stay in the security room and won't go anywhere. Next, he looked at Zhang Ting who was sitting beside him. Ting, you'll stay home next, and won't go anywhere. Zhang Dai said sternly. Compared to Jiang Ye, he's more worried about this little girl. If encountering danger, she has no capability to protect herself. Zhang Ting immediately said, I'll stay by my brother's side, won't go anywhere. Saying this, she even shifted closer, sitting beside Jiang Ye, hugging his arm. Seeing the little girl snuggling closely with him, Jiang Ye shook his head and smiled. But at that moment, when he instinctively opened the panel, he was suddenly stunned. Chapter 34-33, Life Magnetism. Chapter 34, Chapter 33, Life Magnetism. Under the panel, Zhang Ting's head suddenly displayed 2 lines of text. Physique. Martial embryo holy body. Talent. Original. Martial embryo holy body. This isn't right. Jiang Ye was stunned for a moment when he saw this scene. He remembered that Zhang Ting's physique was a mortal body before. How come she suddenly became a holy body after just a while without noticing? What kind of physique is this? Jiang Ye stared at the panel. Whether it's mortal body, profound body, or this martial embryo holy body. All are classified by the system according to the standards of the grounded martial arts world. There are classifications of physique in reality too, but they differ from the systems. Classification. For instance, mortal body is called martial bone, in reality. A level mortal body is equivalent to a level martial bone. As for profound body, Jiang Ye hasn't come into contact with it yet, so he doesn't know the real-world term. This martial embryo holy body, just from its name, seems far more advanced than mortal body, or profound body. Martial embryo holy body, is it more advanced than Teacher Chen's profound body? Jiang Ye looked at Zhang Ting with a bewildered gaze. Could it be that this girl has a hack? 2. To transform from a mortal body to a holy body overnight is just too incomprehensible. Is this even an earthling? Could mom have picked up an alien? Jiang Ye wondered, having never heard of such a thing. Changing physique has always been gradual. Jiang Ye deeply understood this. How could anyone leap so vastly all at once? What's crucial here is that Zhang Ting is still at the lowest level of original talent. With all these factors combined, is she still human? Anyway, it's a good thing after all, Jiang Ye mused. If Zhang Ting could quickly grow into a powerhouse, he'd have an able assistant by his side. But this girl is still far from ready for cultivation. Jiang Ye looked at the young girl. His sister's talent is excellent, but she's too young, not even 13. Precisely because of this, he must avoid her encountering danger. Early demise of geniuses is not uncommon. Whether she's a genius or not, my own strength is what truly matters. Jiang Ye knew. Clearly. Ellipsis. After dinner, Jiang Ye returned to his room. He opened the bracelet. Buzz. An image projection emerged. The projection page had no other functions but only a book. Clearly, this is a custom bracelet designed specifically for teaching art technique, without even the function of making phone calls. This is also to prevent the leakage of the art technique. 8 Thunder Sounds Fist. Jiang Ye tapped on the book. The next moment, an image of a middle-aged man in a black martial arts uniform appeared on the projection page. This man had eyes like an eagle, extremely sharp and bright, his posture upright, even. While standing in the projection, an overwhelming aura emanated through the page. 8 Thunder Sounds Fist is a yellow-tier middle-level art technique, suitable for cultivation below the second break. The middle-aged man spoke deeply. Yellow-tier middle-level art technique. Jiang Ye's eyes lit up. Indeed, this is a high-level art technique. Compared to talent, the ranking of cultivation techniques is not so complex. They are generally divided into heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, each further split into high, middle, and low grades. For instance, the Star Martial Cultivation Technique, fully named Star Martial Cultivation Basic Method, is a yellow-tier lower-level technique, suitable for entry-level martial arts. Cultivation. Yellow-tier middle level. It's already the highest level technique Jiang Ye has come across. The middle-aged man continued, this technique is fierce and dominant. The cultivator must guide thunder attribute star energy into their body, then combine it with the special breathing technique and fist stance to unleash this power. Each punch carries the force of thunder with 8-layer thunder sound vibrations, easily shattering the opponent's meridians. After the initial introduction, the middle-aged man began the demonstration. Jiang Ye studied diligently. The more he delved into the study, the more stunned he became. This 8 Thunder Sounds Fist actually enables the body to host the power of lightning. The method is simple. Through a specific cultivation technique, thunder attribute star energy is compressed within the meridians. When punching, it is instantly released, not only exploding with immense energy but also vibrating with a thunderous effect. But how can a person generate thunder sound? Jiang Ye was quite puzzled. Soon, he understood the principle behind it. By leveraging life magnetism, the compressed thunder energy within the body is released, producing a thunderous effect. Jiang Ye showed a look of realization. The human flesh contains an unusual magnetism. And this magnetism can integrate with star sky energy. Star sky refinement is the process of strengthening one's magnetism. Only when one's magnetism is strengthened to a certain level can they break through life shackles and become a star sky martial arts master. By then, the human magnetic field can actively sense star sky energy and integrate on its own. That's also why, after the first break, one is referred to as a star sky martial arts master. Back to the previous question. Why can a human generate thunder sound? Because the person's magnetism, having integrated star-sky thunder energy, produces a similar effect. Upon understanding all this, Jiang Ye was enlightened. This 8 thunder sounds fist is a potent killing skill. It can also present a significant threat to the shadow race. The thunderous force and explosive energy are the best means to counter these sinister entities. Soon, Jiang Ye watched all the videos. He immediately took the stance and started cultivating independently. Although practicing this art technique requires drawing thunder into the body, he has not yet reached first break, so he can simply practice the fist stance. As long as the fist stance reaches perfection, even without thunder sound, it can still display formidable power. Whoosh, whoosh. Jiang Ye practiced alone. Ellipsis. 8 hours later. Huff. Jiang Ye adjusted his breathing, feeling a stream of air flowing through his body's meridians. His hands opened like eagle claws, and when that stream of air reached his right hand, he suddenly shot his right fist like an arrow. Boom! A slight rumbling sound came from the air. Jiang Ye stood firm after retracting his fist. Bare hands making a thunderous sound. This is 8 thunder sounds fist. It also represented proficiency in the technique. Earlier, he had just used the breathing technique, and if he applied star-sky thunder energy, it would produce actual thunder sound. This power is so strong. Jiang Ye was quite pleased. Practicing the 8 thunder sounds fist doesn't elevate his realm, but it allows him to mobilize his entire strength far more efficiently. If Jiang Ye were to test his punching power now, it would have increased by at least 50 kilograms compared to before. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. Jiang Ye checked the time and immediately sat cross-legged. Time to go for illusion realm. Grinding. The next moment, he submerged his consciousness into the martial arts celestial ladder. Ellipsis. After enduring an entire night of tough battles, the next day, Jiang Ye started practicing 8 thunder sounds fist again. This high-level art technique improved him more than he had imagined. If he could reach the entry level before school starts, his strength would skyrocket. Several hours later, Jiang Ye called Chen Zilu. Teacher, I've encountered some issues while practicing 8 thunder sounds fist. Jiang Ye consulted, have you ever practiced this art technique? No. Chen Zilu spoke with a trace of helplessness. Jiang Ye indeed took her as an encyclopedia, coming to her every day. If not for her fondness for Jiang Ye, anyone else would have been impatient long ago. But I have practiced the profound tier middle level, Heavenly Thunder Fist, which shares some similarities with 8 thunder sounds fist. Chen Zilu sighed and said, tell me, what problem have you encountered? Jiang Ye immediately voiced his concerns. Consulting Chen Zilu brought a 30% enlightenment bonus to him. When it comes to personal interests, Jiang Ye was always quite thick-skinned. Yet he knew that such consultation is a significant favor, as not everyone is willing to be disturbed every day during holidays. I'll make sure to repay her well in the future. Jiang Ye thought to himself. After he finished describing his issue, Chen Zilu indeed had unique solutions. Jiang Ye quickly began practicing. Ellipsis. Day after day. During the last month of summer vacation, Jiang Ye's days were filled with activities, switching back and forth between cultivation and the illusion realm. In the blink of an eye, a month's time passed. Chapter 35 to 34, New Achievement. Saintess as Servant. Chapter 35, Chapter 34, New Achievement, Saintess as Servant. August 31st. In the room, a bright-eyed young man, bare-chested, was constantly moving his body. Though young, his body lines were perfectly balanced and taut, making him look not only mature but also full of heroic spirit. Boom! Suddenly, the young man clenched his fist and threw a punch. The sound of the punch exploded. All of the young man's essence, chi, and spirit seemed to be contained within this punch, which was launched with the force of thunder and an overwhelming sense of oppression. Boom! A deep thunderous sound suddenly burst forth. Vaguely, it seemed the sound waves rippled out. Swish tilde. The next moment, the curtain several meters away seemed affected by the sound wave. Swaying. The window also made a creaking sound. So strong. Jiang Ye stood with his force withdrawn, looking at the destructive power he caused. This was across several meters and could affect the window from a distance. If the punch landed on a human body, it would definitely injure the viscera. 8 Thunder Sounds Fist, truly a killing skill. Jiang Ye exhaled a long breath, looking at his panel. Grounded Martial Arts Achievement System. Physique. Mortal Body B level. Talent. Original. Cultivation Technique. Star Martial Cultivation Technique. Great Success 59%. 8 Thunder Sounds Fist. Not entered 99%. Achievements. Martial Arts Master. Ancestor's Friend. Martial Arts Grandmaster. Beauty Path Chasing. Downwind Ear. Gale Step. Martial Arts Celestial Ladder. First Layer. This month, he had already spent all of his 30,000 yuan from the trial. He conducted martial arts dietary supplementation every day. And the effects were evident. Not only was the 8 Thunder Sounds Fist close to entry, but the Star Martial Cultivation technique also improved by nearly 20%. By the end of the first semester of senior year, the cultivation technique must break through to perfection. This was the goal Jiang Ye set for himself. As for the 8 Thunder Sounds Fist, he could only leave it to fate. Even though he was cultivating quickly now, reaching near entry in just 1 month. But it would only get more difficult as he progressed, especially after breaking through to great success, requiring time to persevere. The Star Martial Cultivation Technique is the best example. And now the 8 Thunder Sounds Fist progress reached 99%, ushering in a bottleneck period, making it rather difficult to break through to entry. Bottleneck period, it's hard to break through just by cultivating. Jiang Ye thought to himself, only through sudden insight can I cross this hurdle, but an insight. Such opportunities are rare. His talent ultimately has a limit, unless his comprehension dramatically improves again. Otherwise, he can only rely on time to hone. Brother. At this time, Zhang Ting's voice came from outside the door. Coming. Jiang Ye walked out of the room, looking at little Zhang Ting. What's up? Zhang Ting held a basin of water, smiling sweetly. Brother, I'll wash your feet, sit down. Quickly. Wash feet. Jiang Ye stared at the foot wash basin with a strange look, saying, why are you washing my feet? Just say if there's something up. Zhang Ting said somewhat embarrassed. It's the school's homework, asking us to wash the feet of elders. Go wash dad and mom's feet. Jiang Ye said. No, I want to wash brother's feet. Zhang Ting hummed. Brother is also an elder. Jiang Ye understood this little girl was too shy to wash her parents' feet, but was close to him. He looked at the time, it was already late at night. Their father was working late, and their mother should be asleep. In the future, this kind of homework should be done for mom and dad, no slacking off. Jiang Ye taught her, this time, forget it, you can wash mine. He sat down. Got it, I know brother is the best. Zhang Ting immediately squatted down happily and began washing his feet. She wasn't perfunctory and seriously rubbed Jiang Ye's feet with her petite white hands. Brother, remember to bring me something tasty when school starts tomorrow. Zhang Ting said eagerly while washing. You little girl. Jiang Ye shook his head and smiled, realizing this was her intention. But just as he was about to respond, suddenly, a few lines of text popped up in front of him. You have unlocked a new achievement, Upper Realm Saintess, serving you willingly. Unlocked title, Saintess's Servant. Reward, Comprehension Transformation, you have been nourished by the Saintess. Comprehension increased by 50%. Even though he was accustomed to the system's shocks, Jiang Ye couldn't help but gasp. Saintess's Servant. System, are you kidding me? She's my sister. Who would have thought Zhang Ting washing his feet would be judged by the system as her being his servant? Upper Realm Saintess. Jiang Ye looked at those words. In the system's judgment, Zhang Ting became an Upper Realm Saintess. Is it because of the martial embryo holy body? Jiang Ye pondered to himself, but why is it called the Upper Realm? Is it because this physique exceeds the limits of the grounded martial world? Thinking back to the system's detection of Zhang Ting's physique, he thought this possibility was very high. But this grounded martial achievement system actually unlocks this kind of achievement. Jiang Ye was quite surprised. Most of the achievements he unlocked before were related to his strength. Even if he exploited glitches, they were closely linked to his strength. But this time, it was obviously an exception. Saintess's Servant should belong to the social type achievement, right? Jiang Ye pondered. This reminded him of some online games he played in his previous life. There are many types of achievements. Growth, life, social, combat, exploration. Since he could unlock social achievements, maybe there are more achievements waiting for him to unlock, just not yet discovered. Darn it, no beginner guide, isn't this trouble for Fat Tiger? Jiang Ye couldn't help but complain. Since activating the system, he figured out all the functions by himself. If there were even a manual, he wouldn't have been this confused. Jiang Ye shook his head and looked again at the recent reward. Wisdom enhancement by 50%. Upon seeing this reward, his eyes lit up. His cultivation speed might get greatly enhanced again. Ellipsis. After washing his feet, it was already close to midnight. Jiang Ye didn't continue cultivation but instead entered the martial arts celestial ladder. Starting the illusion realm practice over. The next day, September 1st, school start day. In City Number 3 High School. The school was filled with a tense atmosphere, with each class preparing for the start of school baseline exams. After arriving at school, Jiang Ye did not immediately go to the classroom for assessment. Instead, he went early to Chen Zilu's office. Chen Zilu looked at Jiang Ye. The exam is about to start, what are you here for? Jiang Ye took out a box of cake and laughed. Teacher, happy birthday. Chen Zilu was momentarily stunned, her pretty eyes shifting to the cake box, her gaze very surprised. You knew. She hadn't told Jiang Ye her birthdate. Guessed it. Jiang Ye chuckled, saying, you told me your WeChat number. Chen Zilu looked at him unexpectedly, then took the cake. Thank you, that was thoughtful. It's only appropriate. Jiang Ye grinned, then quickly headed back to the classroom for the assessment. This guy. Chen Zilu pursed her rosy little mouth. Then, she opened the cake box for a look, a hint of smile appearing on her charming face. A small gift with a heartfelt sentiment. The cake wasn't expensive but it did raise her impression of Jiang Ye a notch. Chen Zilu closed the cake box, carefully placed it in the cabinet, locked it up, then got up to leave the office. Elsewhere, Jiang Ye walked out of the office, staring intently at the panel before him. Moments later, he sighed. Gift-giving can't unlock achievements. In many games, giving gifts to female friends with sufficient affinity can unlock social achievements. This was one of the reasons Jiang Ye rushed over early to give Chen Zilu the cake. Unfortunately, this time, the system didn't pop up with a new achievement. Though Jiang Ye was disappointed, he didn't dwell on it. After all, it was just an attempt. Chen Zilu had always treated him well, and today was her birthday. Giving her a box of cake, for that reason alone, was perfectly fine. Moreover, it could increase the goodwill. Time for the exam. Jiang Ye took a deep breath and walked towards his class. Ellipsis. In senior year, every assessment is very important. Thus, even for the entry baseline exam, a cross-monitoring format is adopted. The invigilator for Class 9 was a burly man with a whisker. The start of school baseline assessment now begins. The whiskered teacher said in a deep voice, everyone, proceed with the tests in order. Below the podium, Wen Yuehui looked at Jiang Ye, whispered, Yi, did you pass the trial? Passed. Jiang Ye nodded, not hiding it. Really? Congratulations. Wen Yuehui was quite surprised, as the trial difficulty at school was high. Given Jiang Ye's strength, passing the trial must have been extremely difficult. I heard passing the trial yields a prize money of tens of thousands. Wen Yuehui secretly sighed. Now the gap between Yi and I will surely be larger. Because of his good relationship with Jiang Ye, he doesn't want to lag too far behind. Jiang Ye didn't care. After undergoing the summer trial, he felt little pressure about the baseline assessment. But he eagerly wanted to see if his current power could rank him in the top 100 of the grade. Chen Zilu mentioned that scholarships are awarded to the grade's top 100. Soon, it was Jiang Ye's turn. He approached the punch power testing machine, adjusted his stance, then suddenly threw a punch. Boom! A dull sound rang out. After finishing the punch power test, Jiang Ye didn't stop, but turned towards the silver white treadmill. This assessment tested both punch power and speed together. Bang tilde. On the treadmill, Jiang Ye's legs seemed to transform into shadows, sprinting fiercely. Moments later, he finally paused. By this time, the whole class quieted down, staring at the electronic board ahead. Jiang Ye. Xu Sisi was also watching attentively. As the second place surpassed by Jiang Ye, she was very focused on his score. This assessment would tell her if she regained second place over the summer break. Not long after, Jiang Ye's punch power and speed test results were displayed. Punch power, 960 kilograms. Speed, 19.1 meters per second. Chapter 36 to 35, Jiang Ye's strength. Chapter 36, Chapter 35, Jiang Ye's strength. 960 kilograms. The bearded teacher looked at Jiang Ye in surprise. The speed has also broken 19 meters per second, almost reaching the perfection stage of the cultivation technique. The standard for star martial cultivation technique perfection is 1000 kilograms and 20 meters per second. Of course, this is for regular class students. For the advanced class, 1500 kilograms, 25 meters per second is the standard for cultivation technique perfection, as students in the advanced class have better physiques. However, college entrance exams are set according to the regular class standards. Jiang Ye's data is already close to reaching this standard. Wasn't he just over 600 kilograms in the end-of-term assessment? Improved so quickly. How did he do it? The classroom was filled with the sound of gasps, and the students were all shocked. When Yuehui was also surprised. He had guessed their gap would grow larger, but not this much. Only Jiang Ye knew that the recent test wasn't his full strength. If I use Gale Step, my speed can exceed 35 meters per second, Jiang Ye thought to himself. But if he did that, it would be too suspicious, anyone would know something's up. The assessment continued. 30 minutes later, the third item of the martial arts assessment, actual combat assessment began. Jiang Ye had no pressure at all for this assessment as well. The bearded teacher followed the college exam standard, which is using the strength of cultivation technique great success, to conduct arena matches with everyone. When it was Jiang Ye's turn to take the stage, this time, he didn't hold back, immediately unleashing the 8 Thunder Sounds fist. He also wanted to see if, by using this yellow-tier middle-level art technique, he could defeat the opponent. Boom! Jiang Ye's aura was like thunder, his figure flashed by, fist wind swept through, piercing through with an incredibly fierce momentum. Vaguely, a thunder sound exploded. Bang! The bearded teacher collided solidly with him with a fist. This power! The bearded man's eyes flashed with shock. It exceeds 1,000 kilograms. Generally speaking, in actual combat, it's not often one can exert the highest level achieved during tests. After all, tests require readiness and preparation, while actual combat tests immediate execution. Exceeding test level in combat. Very rare. Not bad, kid. The bearded teacher suddenly smiled and said loudly, "Strive to defeat me." With that said, his fist technique suddenly became fierce. Boom! The bearded man punched out one after another, each punch was on par with Jiang Ye's previous level. Like one mountain after another pressing toward Jiang Ye, continuous without end. Jiang Ye immediately felt great pressure. Fortunately, his 8 Thunder Sounds fist was nearing entry, the fist edge was powerful and unmatched, sustaining resilience in a force versus force situation. 3 minutes later. Ding! As a bell rang, the bearded teacher and Jiang Ye simultaneously stopped fighting. 3 minutes was enough to test combat score. Jiang Ye was also the first student to persist for 3 minutes against the bearded man without being defeated. Your 8 Thunder Sounds fist is almost entry level, right? The bearded man looked at Jiang Ye. He recognized this high-level art technique. Jiang Ye nodded. Just a little short. The bearded teacher heard this and sincerely praised. In 1 month's time, almost reaching entry level. You're really impressive. This is a yellow-tier middle-level art technique, with quite high cultivation difficulty. Such strong comprehension, such strong combat ability, hardly like a regular class student. Teacher overpraises. Jiang Ye said modestly. Keep it up, hope to see you in an advanced class soon. The bearded teacher smiled. Jiang Ye cupped his hands and turned to walk off the stage. The entire class looked at him with admiration and reverence. Even his friend Wen Yuehui, his gaze shifted to one of respect. When the gap is large enough, jealousy doesn't arise, only pure amazement. Soon, the total score of the 3 tests appeared. First place, Jiang Ye, 340 points. Second place, Li Zichao, 310 points. Third place, Shu Cece. Jiang Ye undoubtedly took the first place in the class. Though there's still a virtual Starry Sky assessment remaining, nobody in Class 9 can surpass his combat ability. Yet Jiang Ye's focus was not within Class 9, but on the whole grade. I'm progressing, so are the people in the advanced class, Jiang Ye thought to himself. I wonder how much they've progressed in 2 months. Moments later, the group from Class 9 left the classroom and headed to the spherical building, ready for the virtual Starry Sky assessment. Ellipsis. The spherical building. The hall's 3 huge display screens were rolling with the ranking of 3 grades in real time. Jiang Ye is now in senior year. He looked toward the senior grade display screen. First place, Zhao Qingli, 750 points. Second place, Lin Miaomiao, 695 points. Third place, Wang Zhang, 670 points. Zhao Qingli, 750 points. Jiang Ye was secretly shocked. At the end of term assessment, she was 710 points. She improved 40 points over the summer vacation. Don't just look at 40 points. The higher the score, the harder it is to improve. The difficulty of improving from 90 points to 100 points is far greater than from 0 points to 10 points. Zhao Qingli is over 700 points. Having this improvement rate is truly terrifying. Spending 100,000 yuan a month, truly high value, Jiang Ye thought to himself. Besides Zhao Qingli, both Lin Miaomiao and Wang Zhang showed significant improvement. He looked towards the grade's 100th place. 100th place, 450 points. Jiang Ye slightly nodded. This assessment, he might enter the grade's top 100. Half an hour later. Finally, it was time for Class 9 to start their assessment. The system ranking was also group-based, 5 people per group. Jiang Ye's group, upon entering the virtual Starry Sky, officially began the challenge of hunting the shadow race. Ellipsis. With Jiang Ye's current strength, he easily advanced to the 3rd level. Faced with 5 shadow race infant forms. The last time, he fell at this level. But now, Jiang Ye's strength has greatly improved, having cultivated the 8th Thunder Sound's fist, he could inflict significant damage on the shadow race. Die. Jiang Ye punched again and again, erupting like raindrops. Accompanied by dull thunder sounds, a shadow race was thoroughly shattered by him. Brother Jiang is so strong. So amazing. The 4 teammates were being overpowered while besieging a shadow race, but seeing Jiang Ye's unrivaled might, their blood boiled. 1 head, 2 heads, 3 heads. Soon, Jiang Ye exterminated all 5 heads of the shadow race in the 3rd level. Buzz. As the 3rd level ended, the surrounding space suddenly lit up with red light. It seemed to signify that a major challenge was coming. 4th level. 10 dark figures rose from the ground. The foremost figure was over 2 meters tall. These were also shadow race infant forms, but much stronger, closer to juvenile form. This battle was undoubtedly extremely difficult. Jiang Ye swung his fists, exerting all his strength, battling these shadow race. But this time, he had no time to care for those 4 teammates. Very soon all 4 teammates died under the shadow race siege. Jiang Ye fought solo against 10 shadow race. He had already killed several small shadow race. But the 2-meter-tall shadow race was too powerful. Every blow made Jiang Ye's blood boil, his arms numb. Roar. A roar sounded, coming from the 2-meter-tall shadow race, having a much stronger impact on the mind than other shadow race. Even Jiang Ye's martial arts will, honed through countless trials, was affected. In the next moment, a group of shadow race launched a fierce attack. No doubt, this attack was exceptionally fierce. Jiang Ye was almost unable to escape. But amid this desperate situation, Jiang Ye's will suddenly exploded, with a nearly desperate strike, his fists forcefully smashed out. Bang bang. 2 thunderous booming sounds suddenly exploded. Jiang Ye was slightly stunned. Boom. In the next moment, 3 shadow race were shattered by his punch. Even the 2-meter-high shadow race had its shoulder smashed. However, Jiang Ye's heart was also pierced by the shadow race, his body slowly fell. But a smile appeared on his face. On Jiang Ye's panel, 8 Thunder Sound's fist had changed. 8 Thunder Sound's fist. Not entry 99%, right pointing arrow entry 1%, chapter 37 to 36, Crouching Dragon. Chapter 37, Chapter 36, Crouching Dragon. The virtual Starry Sky assessment concluded, but Jiang Ye didn't exit immediately, instead choosing to remain within the virtual space. He looked at his own hands. Entry. Jiang Ye's face was filled with surprise. Just a moment ago, he seemed to have experienced an epiphany, breaking through to a brand new realm in his fist technique. Breakthrough during battle. But breaking through in combat has always been reserved for geniuses. How could it be so easy? Reality isn't a novel. Moreover, Jiang Ye felt earlier that his fist technique had encountered a bottleneck, requiring a long time to hone, and a serendipitous moment to break through. And now, he surpassed it in the blink of an eye. Taking advantage of the system's calculation interval, Jiang Ye clenched his fists tightly, sensing the strange change that surged within his heart. Huff! A strand of aura flowed through his meridians, traversing his entire body. With the aid of the breathing technique, Jiang Ye quickly immersed himself in the realm. Fist stance erupted. Boom! Boom! The fist wind broke through the air, erupting one after another with two thunder sounds. Dull yet deafening, as if true heavenly thunder were resounding. 8 thunder sounds fist, thunder opens the path, suppressing and killing the evil spirits. Jiang Ye continued to swing his fist. One after another slight thunder sound exploded, the sound waves constantly reverberating. Being able to produce substantial thunder sound signifies proficiency in this high-level art technique. And if one can produce consecutive thunder sounds, more than 2, that's considered entry. Striking several thunder sounds with one punch is not merely a difference in sound, it also represents the stacking power. Moreover, the more consecutive thunder sounds, the stronger the power, increasing geometrically. Truly entered. Jiang Ye slowly withdrew his stance, his eyes exceptionally bright. Initially, in his plan, it might take over half a month to enter. But now, a mere virtual battle has helped him break through. Is it because of the 50% increase in perception? Jiang Ye pondered. Previously, Zhang Ting washed his feet for him, unlocking the Saintess is Servant achievement, and also permanently increased his perception by 50%. The significant increase in perception not only quickened his cultivation, but also granted him the opportunity to break through during combat. Is this what it feels like to be a genius? Jiang Ye exclaimed. It's too relaxing. It's rumored that top talents above Dao Bone, those peerless geniuses, might even break through realms while eating or drinking. Although he isn't that extreme now, he has had a taste of it. Recalling the battle just now, however, Jiang Ye still felt a lingering fear. The shadow race is indeed incredibly troublesome. Jiang Ye thought of that 2-meter-high shadow race. 2 meters tall was still considered part of the infant body category. Only reaching 3 meters tall is considered entering the juvenile body. Of course, it's not that taller means stronger. After the shadow race reaches a certain stage, their body size gradually shrinks. The adult shadow race are generally about the same size as humans. However, without a doubt, at the infant body stage, taller definitely means stronger. Even the 2-meter-high infant shadow race body was extremely troublesome for Jiang Ye. Even having broken through to the entry level of the fist technique, if he were to face it again now, he'd have no chance of victory. Shadow race appearing in reality is basically in the juvenile stage. Jiang Ye's mind was heavy. If a shadow disaster occurs, it would be a catastrophe for an city. Previously, he only heard that the shadow race was terrifying, but hadn't truly understood. Now, with his strength increasing, he was even more wary of the shadow race. Just at this moment, the system had completed the calculation. Best damage, Jiang Ye. Best vision, Jiang Ye. Best martial arts will, Jiang Ye. Ellipsis. Killed 14 shadow race, took 29 minutes, team average casualty rate 79%. Group MVP, Jiang Ye, 120 points. The other 4 teammates, having reached the 4th level, also achieved scores above 60. Indeed, following Brother Jiang is satisfying. Brother Jiang, let me treat you to a drink later. All 4 teammates were deeply grateful to Jiang Ye. The feeling of winning effortlessly was very enjoyable too. Ellipsis. Meanwhile, in the outside hall, the large display screen was constantly refreshing the rankings of the senior year. At this moment, an inconspicuous name surged to the end of the rankings. Rank 95. Jiang Ye, 460 points. It's Jiang Ye. Someone from our class made it into the top 100 in the grade. Students from class 9 who had already completed the assessment were very surprised. The awakened Shu Sisi also revealed a look of relief on her face. Losing to such a genius is not a big deal. She patted her invisible chest. There's joy and there's worry. Near the hall entrance, a young girl in a red dress had a constantly changing expression. Jiang Ye. Grade rank 95. His progress is so fast. Zheng Xueqing frowned slightly, her rank was only 86. Although it seemed like a difference of 10 ranks, it was actually less than a 5-point difference. It should be known, she was a newborn talent. And Jiang Ye was just an original talent, his strength now almost catching up to her. I must strive to improve, I can't let him catch up. Zheng Xueqing thought to herself. She had once actively sought to challenge Jiang Ye. If Jiang Ye caught up and challenged her, she'd truly be a clown. One can be a clown, but should never voluntarily become one. Ellipsis. On a certain stand, a cold and proud young girl wearing a shirt and hot pants, her snow-white, long legs stood. Looking down at the entire hall. Not far away, there was a young man with a lazy expression. The two were Zhao Qingli, the first in the senior year, and Wang Zhang, third in the year. Jiang Ye. Wang Zhang looked at the grade rankings, muttering to himself, this class 9 really has produced a dragon. To him, Jiang Ye's current score was certainly not remarkable. But he had checked Jiang Ye's previous scores. The progress speed was too fast. Despite it being quite easy to improve below 600 points, such progress speed still surprised him somewhat. What are you muttering about? The cold and proud girl glanced at him. The girl's legs were long, her face as stunning as snow, but the most striking part was above her slim waist, where her shirt buttons seemed almost about to pop open above her chest. At least E-class. Wang Zhang couldn't help but glance but quickly looked away. He coughed and said, you might not believe it, but Director Zhang once told me something. What? Zhao Qingli frowned. Wang Zhang folded his hands behind, smiling, a hidden dragon in the depths, sometimes. Inconspicuous ones often emerge as leaders later. Zhao Qingli sneered upon hearing this. You, a hidden dragon. She stared disdainfully at Wang Zhang. You must have heard wrong, the director might have said recluse dragon. Quote ellipsis quote. Wang Zhang kept a stoic face, his fist tightly clenched behind him, thinking, hold it, I'm ranked third in the year, if she beats me down here, I'd lose face. He smiled faintly and calmly said, the director wasn't referring to me, but someone in Class 9, Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye. Zhao Qingli scanned the top 100 and indeed found the name. A regular class student can rush into the top 100, I suppose the family is quite well off. The girl nodded. She wasn't concerned. In terms of family wealth, within and city, almost no one could surpass her. In terms of talent, the regular class is all original talent, unable to compare with her. Her vision had long shifted beyond the school, focusing on those ranked in the top few at and city number 1 high school. Furthermore, stretching her gaze across the entire West Mountain province. But at this moment, Wang Zhang shook his head. I asked the director, Jiang Ye isn't wealthy at all, his family annual income doesn't even reach 100,000. Zhao Qingli suddenly turned her head. Chapter 38 to 37, Step by Step, Toward the Pinnacle. Chapter 38, Chapter 37, Step by Step, Toward the Pinnacle. Annual household income less than 100,000. Zhao Qingli's pretty face showed surprise. She had seen many so-called geniuses from the regular class. Even with original talent, as long as enough resources were poured in, they could barely catch up to the tail end of the advanced class. But an annual household income less than 100,000 means a poor family. A student from the regular class, also from a poor family, entered the top 100 of the grade. Very rare. What? Wang Zhang looked at her and smiled. Do you also think he's a hidden dragon? Zhao Qingli replied calmly, the director's judgment is certainly sound. Being able to enter the top 100 already proves his potential. If I were in such a family situation, I might not be doing better than him. Wang Zhang gave her a deep look. The thing he admired most about this woman was that despite being incredibly wealthy, she never took pride in it. Of course, admiration aside. For Wang Zhang, if you have the capital to show off but don't, then what's the point of living? Don't belittle yourself. Wang Zhang smiled and said, like me, although my family background is ordinary, I'm still third in the grade. This is the advantage of newborn talent. The girl gave him a cold glance. Compared to her, Wang Zhang's family background was indeed ordinary. But compared to Jiang Ye, the other party would definitely be considered well off. However, at this moment, Zhao Qingli did not refute. As Wang Zhang said, no matter how outstanding the regular class students are, in the end, it is still original talent. Original talent may allow one to strive and catch up in the early stages of cultivation through hard work and various factors. But reaching the stage of star sky refinement will expose the true disadvantage. A hidden dragon. It's just growing a few dragon scales, seemingly mystical at first, but far from being comparable to a true dragon. Ellipsis. In the hall, Jiang Ye woke up from the virtual cabin, and by this time, Class 9 had completed their assessments. When he saw his ranking, he let out a sigh of relief. Top 100 in the grade. I just don't know what the scholarship amount will be. Jiang Ye mumbled. On the way back to the classroom, he suddenly saw Li Zichao with a face of mourning. Congratulations, first place. Li Zichao also saw him and immediately looked pale and said. Jiang Ye's mouth twitched slightly. Even if he snatched first place, was there a need to be so sad? Someone who didn't know might think his wife had been stolen. Buddy, are you okay? Jiang Ye couldn't help but offer consolation. I'm fine. Li Zichao shook his head and sighed, I'm just a bit disappointed in myself. I couldn't meet the goal of one shot a day this summer. Quote. Now Jiang Ye didn't know how to comfort him. Should he encourage him to work harder at getting shots? In the end, Jiang Ye could only pat him on the shoulder, indicating its human nature. Ellipsis. Back in the martial arts classroom. The electronic blackboard at the back of the classroom had already shown the class rankings for this time. Jiang Ye unsurprisingly remained in first place. But at this moment, Jiang Ye looked towards the bottom of the ranking. There, a gray name was displayed. Sha Qing. It's been more than a month since the other party disappeared. But to this day, there was still no clue. To prevent the spread of panic, the school explained the disappearance of individual students as transferring schools or dropping out. But soon, someone guessed something was wrong. Because shortly after the school year started, the school arranged safety lectures mentioning the Divine Concealment Organization, and announced the characteristics and hazards of this organization, reiterating to avoid going out at night. This inevitably led people to think that those suddenly missing classmates might be related to the Divine Concealment Organization. These Divine Concealment Organization scum are more abhorrent than the shadow race. Many clenched their fists secretly after hearing the lecture. Only Jiang Ye sighed inwardly. He knew very well that the Divine Concealment Organization had a way to make people rapidly grow stronger. This kind of temptation is not something everyone can resist. He had cheats with him, indeed unafraid of such temptation, but what about others? For countless students with original talent, following a normal path of promotion, only a handful stand out. Most will end up as laborers, the dregs of society. If there were an opportunity to become strong quickly, to rise above others, would you take it or not? I can't control others, only myself. Jiang Ye took a deep breath. Top 100 in the grade is just the beginning. I will climb the martial arts celestial ladder step by step until I reach the highest, the strongest. Jiang Ye's gaze was firm and pure. Speaking of the martial arts celestial ladder, his heart stirred slightly. 2 days ago, he tried climbing it again. He found that he could already reach halfway to the second layer. If this progress continues, Jiang Ye guessed that after breaking through the perfection of the cultivation technique, he might ascend to the second layer. I wonder what the reward for the second layer of the martial arts celestial ladder is. Jiang Ye was expectant. When he ascended the first layer, he received 3 rewards. The rewards for the second layer should be even more generous. But all of this will have to wait until his cultivation technique reaches perfection. In the martial arts classroom, Chen Zilu, dressed in a pristine martial arts uniform, with white lace socks, strode in to start the first martial arts class of the new semester. Jiang Ye listened attentively. He was surprised to find that the gains from this class far exceeded his expectations. Thanks to the previous 50% increase in comprehension, plus the effect of the ancestor's friend. After a class, his speed of improving the star martial cultivation technique was over twice as fast as before. Maybe it won't even take a semester for my cultivation technique to break through to perfection. Jiang Ye felt extremely satisfied. Ellipsis. 3 days later, Jiang Ye was called to Chen Zilu's office. Teacher. Jiang Ye looked at the cold yet pretty woman in front of him, feeling quite expectant. He vaguely guessed the purpose of her call. Chen Zilu didn't waste any words. She took out 2 stacks of money from the drawer. This is your poverty aid grant for the semester and the top 100 in the grade reward. Chen Zilu said. Jiang Ye opened the money bag to look. At the end of the term assessment, he was second, and the aid grant was 10,000 yuan. As for the reward for being in the top 100 in the grade, 20,000. Jiang Ye was a bit surprised. The reward for the top 100 in the grade was more than the aid grant. You were originally a poor student and a regular class student, Chen Zilu smiled. The reward for being in the top 100 in the grade is slightly higher as well. But only this once. She added, normally, after 50th place in the grade, there is only a 10,000 yuan scholarship. Hearing this, Jiang Ye was moved. Could it be special application by the teacher? Thank you, teacher, Jiang Ye said sincerely. Chen Zilu smiled. This time it wasn't me, it was Director Zhang who applied it for you. Director Zhang. Jiang Ye was slightly surprised. Immediately, he couldn't help but feel emotional. When strength and talent rise, benefactors around seem to appear more like flowers attracting butterflies. This 30,000 yuan would be quite a help for him. Ellipsis. In the following days, Jiang Ye repeated the 2.1-line training. Time flew by. Thanks to the 50% increase in comprehension, Jiang Ye's strength improved rapidly at an astonishing rate. Star martial cultivation technique. Great success 60%. Great success 70%. Great success 80%. Great success 90%. Great success 100%. Chapter 39 to 38. Farewell. Chapter 39. Chapter 38. Farewell. The time in senior year of high school passes very quickly. In the blink of an eye, the semester is over. But for Jiang Ye, a lot happened this semester. From September to November, several more cases of student disappearances occurred at school, clearly the work of the Divine Concealment Organization. The Divine Concealment Organization has been causing chaos in An City for several months, resulting in no less than 100 disappearance cases. It's not that the police in An City are incapable. After all, An City is just a remote small city with weak martial arts strength and handling. Such a mysterious and large underground organization is somewhat beyond their abilities. December. A group of well-trained officers arrived from the provincial city, Yun City, joining forces with the An City Shadow Hunting Bureau, and after a month of siege, they finally eradicated the stronghold of the Divine Concealment Organization, prevalent in An City before the new year. Jiang Ye remembers that night, when the suburbs of An City suddenly became as bright as day, followed by deafening sounds. The next day's news brought good tidings. A major criminal organization in An City was purged by the police. However, a few criminals escaped, reminding city residents to be cautious and to report any danger promptly. This matter seemed to have come to an end, but Sha Qing never appeared again. Ellipsis. End of December 23-25. In the martial arts classroom of Class 9. Chen Zilu, dressed in a snow-white long dress, scanned the classroom with her gaze. At this moment, the students were all diligently cultivating. When her eyes landed on a male student, they moved slightly. Jiang Ye, is your cultivation technique almost perfected? Chen Zilu asked. Jiang Ye stopped cultivating, nodded in response, should be in the next few days. SS is tilde. The classmates all looked at Jiang Ye in astonishment. There's still half a year until the college entrance exams, and his cultivation technique is already almost perfected. He's clearly aiming for the 25 schools alliance. Most people in the regular class can't even get into a regular martial arts university, let alone the 25 schools. Chen Zilu's face also showed a smile, and she immediately said, come to the office after class. All right. Jiang Ye nodded. Then he looked at his own panel. Cultivation technique. Star Martial cultivation technique. Great success 99%. 8 Thunder Sounds Fist. Entry 85%. Great success at 99%. Just a bottleneck away from perfection, but it should be broken through soon. Jiang Ye thought to himself, the 8 Thunder Sounds Fist is also about to reach minor success. This semester, he spent most of his time on the Star Martial cultivation technique. If not for this, the 8 Thunder Sounds Fist might have already reached minor success. There's still half a year until the college entrance exams. Can I reach first break? Jiang Ye's goal has always been the 25 Schools Alliance. Only if he reaches first break before the college entrance exams can he be confident of being admitted to the 25 schools. Whether he can achieve this depends on the upcoming Star Sky refinement. As Jiang Ye was pondering, the end of class bell rang. Jiang Ye looked up, seeing Chen Zilu already leaving, he immediately got up and walked out. Ellipsis. Office. When Jiang Ye got there, he was surprised to find Zhang Jinwu also present. Here you are. Chen Zilu's smile was particularly charming today, although she often smiled at Jiang Ye. She usually had a cool and charming demeanor. Teacher, director. Jiang Ye bowed to them. Zhang Jinwu smiled at him. I heard from Chen that your cultivation technique is nearly perfected. Jiang Ye nodded. Zhang Jinwu said, starting today, you don't need to stay in class 9, go attend class 1. Jiang Ye was slightly taken aback, then said, Director, I'm still a bit away from perfection, I haven't met the requirement for the key class. Zhang Jinwu waved his hand, smiling, it's more or less, you're going eventually anyway. Let's get it done today. Besides, Chen is also leaving school today. Hearing this, Jiang Ye looked at Chen Zilu in shock. Leaving school? Does it mean temporarily leaving, or? Chen Zilu explained, I've resigned from the school, and in the future, other teachers will take charge of class 9. Jiang Ye asked, are you leaving today? Yes. Chen Zilu nodded. Actually, I'm still attending university. She shook her head, I became a teacher here because of certain reasons. Jiang Ye looked regretful. With Chen Zilu leaving, wouldn't the 30% perception boost be wasted? Beside them, Zhang Jinwu laughed. Chen, it seems Jiang Ye is very reluctant to let you go. I'm also sorry, my mentor demands that I return immediately. Chen Zilu sighed lightly. Jiang Ye, I'm not a professional teacher. However, being acknowledged by you makes me very happy. She smiled brightly. Zhang Jinwu shook his head. You're a student of White Dragon University, with your level, even teaching our school's key class is more than enough. White Dragon University. Jiang Ye was slightly surprised. White Dragon Martial Arts University is one of the top 10 prestigious universities. And even within the top 10, it ranks quite high. However, thinking of Chen Zilu's Dao Bone talent, it didn't seem surprising. She has a Dao Bone talent and an upper A profound body, getting into a top 10 prestigious school is quite normal. The director is overpraising, I'm only a sophomore, without much teaching experience. Chen Zilu shook her head, then looked at Jiang Ye, smiling, keep that watch, if you ever have questions, you can still reach out to me. Okay. Jiang Ye didn't act coy, nodding in agreement immediately. Even though she said that, since she's no longer a teacher at school, he can't keep seeking her guidance frequently. Otherwise, no matter how much goodwill there is, it might run out one day. Unless there's an important matter, it will be difficult to contact her again. Jiang Ye, go pack your things in the classroom, I'll take you to switch classes shortly. Zhang Jinwu smiled. All right. Jiang Ye turned and left. Inside the office, Chen Zilu suddenly said, Director, do you think Jiang Ye can get into the 25 Schools Alliance? A bit challenging. Zhang Jinwu slightly shook his head, even though he achieved near perfection with his cultivation technique very quickly, in just half a year's time. In this aspect, only Zhao Qingli surpasses him in our school. But for Jiang Ye, the upcoming Star Sky refinement will be a significant hurdle. Zhang Jinwu shook his head. The original talent results in low efficiency in absorbing star energy. This is common knowledge. Chen Zilu slightly nodded, sighing lightly, what a pity, if Jiang Ye had newborn talent, his future would be very different. Zhang Jinwu laughed, indeed a pity, if he had newborn talent, he might even have a chance to get into your university. Chen Zilu paused, then smiled without speaking. Newborn talent getting into White Dragon University. Zhang Jinwu obviously underestimated the difficulty. To enter White Dragon Martial Arts University, reaching first break in sophomore year is the minimum requirement. Achieving second break before the college entrance exams is required for absolute assurance of admission. This is the quality of White Dragon University. However, Chen Zilu did not rebut, as Zhang Jinwu is merely the director of a third-tier high school in a small city, and it's understandable that his perspective might be limited. Every year, and city number 3 high school may not even produce a single student who makes it to a top-tier university. Even if one does make it, they often just scrape by, entering the lower ranks of the top 10. Even Zhang Jinwu might not truly understand how unattainable White Dragon Martial Arts University is for ordinary people. Even if it is Zhang Jinwu, he may not be aware of how unattainable White Dragon Martial Arts University truly is for an ordinary person. Even so, Jiang Ye would likely not meet again with Chen Zilu. Chen Zilu shook her head slightly. She indeed had a profound impression of this student. Though his talent was notably poor, his perseverance in cultivation was extraordinary. This somewhat resembled her own qualities. Of course, most importantly, it was Jiang Ye's visible progress. A person who works so diligently, despite knowing it might be in vain, resonated greatly with her own disposition. Not to mention, he was also quite good-looking. The combination of these factors was the real reason for her unique interest in Jiang Ye. However, it's a pity they ultimately aren't from the same world. Chapter 40-39, Gift. Chapter 40, Chapter 39, Gift. Jiang Ye, after finishing the transfer procedures with Zhang Jinwu, returned to Chen Zilu's office once more, only to find it empty. Buzz buzz. At that moment, his watch vibrated. Jiang Ye opened the watch to see it was from Chen Zilu. Chen Zilu. Jiang Ye, come to the school gate, I have something to tell you. A moment later, at the gate of an city number 3 high school, Jiang Ye saw from afar a lone, cool-looking young woman standing at the gate. Calling her a woman is less accurate than calling her a girl. Chen Zilu wore a plain white long dress, her complexion fairer than snow, with a face pure and beautiful, and her thick, dark hair draped down to her slender waist. Without the teacher's attire, she looked just 18 or 19, full of youthful vitality. Teacher, Jiang Ye spoke, guessing that she was most likely leaving. You're here. Chen Zilu's voice was sweet, she gave him a stunning smile. Then, she took out an exquisite metal bottle from her suitcase. Here you go. Chen Zilu handed the metal bottle to Jiang Ye, saying, this will help you absorb star energy, use it when you undergo star sky refinement. Jiang Ye was slightly taken aback. Something that helps absorb star energy. He had never heard of such a thing, it must be very valuable. Chen Zilu smiled warmly and said, don't open it here, wait until you get back to look at it. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ye was more certain of its value. Teacher, is it really okay for me to accept this? Jiang Ye took the metal bottle, feeling a bit helpless. He hadn't even paid back the 30,000 yet, and now she was giving him such a treasure. This favor, he could never repay. Chen Zilu smiled lightly and said, I mentioned before that I would help speed up your star sky refinement. But now it seems, I won't be able to wait until then. She shook her head with a smile, lamenting, originally, I wanted to return to school after you finished your university exam, but plans can't keep up with changes. Jiang Ye's heart was moved. He was actually curious why she would come to an city as a teacher. Logically, she was only a freshman at White Dragon University when she came, she shouldn't have left school so soon. Why did you before? Jiang Ye couldn't help but ask. Upon hearing this, a look of reminiscence appeared on Chen Zilu's fair face. After a moment, she shook her head and said, the reasons are complex, mainly because a trial failed, causing damage to my abilities, and then I encountered many things afterward. Coming to an city, partly because it's my mother's hometown. The other part was mainly to adjust my mindset, Chen Zilu said softly, feeling emotional. Jiang Ye was quite surprised. He did not expect her to have such experiences. But since she had now decided to leave, she must have already adjusted her mindset. I wish you all the best at White Dragon University, Jiang Ye solemnly said. Chen Zilu smiled brilliantly, stunningly beautiful. She patted Jiang Ye on the arm, and smilingly said, I also wish you to get into the 25 Schools Alliance. Buzz. At that moment, a small black dot appeared in the sky, with a faint vibration coming through. In just an instant, whoosh tilde. A massive shadow suddenly appeared overhead. Jiang Ye looked up, holding his breath. It was a small spaceship filled with a sci-fi vibe, shaped like a V, black and deep in color, with a surface covered in countless diamond-shaped nanoscales that pulsated rhythmically as if breathing. A personal spaceship. Jiang Ye was amazed. This spaceship clearly used very advanced technology, crossing dozens of kilometers in just a moment. Boom tilde. A huge hatch opened at the back of the spaceship, spewing out white gas. A man in a suit, looking like a butler, stood at the hatch. I'm leaving. Chen Zilu glanced at Jiang Ye, waving, Jiang Ye, see you if fate allows. With that, she stepped forward. The next moment, she was already at the spaceship over 100 meters high. Miss. The man in the suit at the hatch respectfully bowed. I told you not to pick me up. Coming is one thing, but being this ostentatious, Chen Zilu looked at the spaceship, slightly displeased. The man in the suit was taken aback, then smiled helplessly, Miss, I chose the most low-key vehicle. Quote. Chen Zilu shook her head. This spaceship belonged to her father. However, after that incident in her childhood, she had been averse to anything related to him. Since university, she hadn't asked her family for a cent. Let's go back, Chen Zilu said calmly, walking into the spaceship, the hatch slowly closing behind her. She glanced at the small figure on the ground one last time, knowing in her heart that this would probably be the last time they met. Behind her, the man in the suit cautiously asked, Miss, who is that boy just now? He is my student, Chen Zilu replied coldly. The man in the suit nodded, the trace of worry in his eyes quietly disappearing. Earlier, seeing the boy bid farewell to Chen Zilu alone, he couldn't help but think too much. But in reality, there was nothing to worry about. Just a poor boy from a small mountain ditch. What qualifications did he have to catch the eye of the young lady? Not to mention in city, even looking across the entire West Mountain province, such a person is hard to find. Oh, and miss, the man in the suit suddenly said, your father hasn't received a reply from you for half a year. He wants to know how you're doing and if you have enough money. Chen Zilu's expression was cold. No need to worry. Ellipsis. Ground level. Jiang Ye watched the private spaceship disappear into the distance and couldn't help but take a deep breath. This spaceship is worth at least a few billion, right? Teacher Chen, turns out she's so rich. Actually, it makes sense. According to talent inheritance, the stronger the martial arts powerhouse, the more likely excellent offspring will be born. Chen Zilu's talent is so strong, the family background behind her is most likely a behemoth. A few billion, when can I be that rich? Jiang Ye sighed. Suddenly, he was slightly taken aback. A system message suddenly popped up in front of him. You have achieved a new accomplishment. The martial arts ancestor has given you a precious gift. Title unlocked. Ancestor feeding. Reward. The gift from the other party, value increased by 200%. Quote. Jiang Ye looked confused. No way, don't mess around. Logically, shouldn't this kind of behavior unlock a favorability level or something? Ancestor feeding, what the heck? But at this moment, Jiang Ye's heart also confirmed one thing, no wonder it didn't work. When I gave gifts before, turns out it has to be the other party giving to me to work. He looked at the reward. Value increased by 200%. Doesn't that mean the things Chen Zilu gave him have also greatly improved in effectiveness? Jiang Ye looked at the metal bottle in his hand, tempted to open it right away. However, he restrained himself. Don't flaunt wealth, better look at it when I get back. For now, I should head to the special class for registration. Jiang Ye turned and walked towards the school. Ellipsis. This is a student transferring from an ordinary class, Jiang Ye. In class 1 of grade 12, the homeroom teacher stood on the stage. Jiang Ye, why don't you introduce yourself? The homeroom teacher looked towards the handsome youth at the door. Okay. Jiang Ye's gaze swept across the unfamiliar faces in the classroom and he said, "Hello. Everyone, my name is Jiang Ye, Jiang as in river, Ye as in ambition. My recent monthly exam score ranked 89th in the grade." After his introduction, "Welcome." A cold and proud girl with snow-white legs was the first to applaud. She was the class president of Class 1, and also first in grade, Zhao Qingli. Clap 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 tilde. With the class president leading the applause, the other students naturally followed suit. And the room was filled with thunderous applause. After the welcome ceremony, the homeroom teacher turned and left. Jiang Ye then walked into the classroom. A young man approached, smiling, and said, "Jiang Ye, nice to meet you. My name is Wang Zhang." Jiang Ye looked at him and nodded, "Third in grade, brother Wang." "Good eye." Wang Zhang was quite satisfied, patting his shoulder. He said, "This is your first time in the special class, and you might not be familiar with the environment here. I'll give you a bit of an introduction." As he spoke, he began to introduce the class. Very quickly, Jiang Ye learned that upon entering grade 12, the special class holds a major exam every month. Ranking in the top 50 earns 1,000 yuan. Ranking in the top 20 earns 2,000 yuan. The higher the rank, the larger the bonus. But if the ranking is too low, it's also risky. If someone is consistently in the bottom 10 3 times or more, they will be kicked out of the special class. Therefore, competition in the special class is extremely fierce. Our class posts some tasks every month. Zhao Qingli approached, coolly stating, completing tasks can also earn significant rewards. Potentially over 50,000 yuan. Jiang Ye's heart was stirred. These two seemed to know he was very short on money, and purposefully shared ways to earn money with him. Once the cultivation technique reaches perfection, breaking through requires massive funds. Whether it's star sky refinement or martial arts nourishment, the expenses are tremendous. Zhao Qingli stated coolly, therefore, some valuable class tasks, like combat tasks, are usually very popular and can earn a lot of funds. You should pay attention to them. Alright. Jiang Ye nodded. Combat tasks are very profitable. He took note of it. Thank you both for the reminder. Jiang Ye said sincerely. Zhao Qingli said flatly, I'm just worried that you will drop out of the top 100 in grade. As class president, I don't wish to see that happen. For the special class, dropping out of the top 100 in grade is a shame. Don't look at Jiang Ye now being 89th in grade. But some students in the special class have yet to undergo star sky refinement. After all, star sky refinement isn't something one can go for just because they want to. Each term, there are only 3 opportunities, and a large fee is required. Even students in the special class need to ensure they are fully prepared and guarantee no mistakes before they sign up. Once these students undergo star sky refinement, the gap with Jiang Ye will widen significantly. By then, Jiang Ye will quickly drop out of the top 100 in grade. Zhao Qingli looked at Jiang Ye with some sympathy, as if she already saw his future. Next month, there's a star sky refinement opportunity. If you have confidence, sign up. Understood. Thanks for reminding me, class president. Jiang Ye nodded. However, in his heart, a thought arose. Star sky refinement. He indeed needed to prepare quite a bit. But before that, he should first break through to cultivation technique perfection, and then climb the martial arts celestial ladder. Chapter 41-40, Martial Arts Celestial Ladder, 2nd level. Chapter 41, Chapter 40, Martial Arts Celestial Ladder. 2nd level. In the following days, Jiang Ye was cultivating in the advanced class. The martial arts teacher of Class 1 was a man with a stubbly beard that Jiang Ye had seen before, named Cao Feng. However, in Jiang Ye's view, the teaching quality of the advanced class was no different from that of Chen Zilu. In some details, it was even inferior to Chen Zilu. Moreover, without the 30% perception boost from the ancestor's friend, Jiang Ye's breakthrough to perfection was delayed quite a few days longer than he had expected. In the blink of an eye, it was already January 23-26. This day, at home, bang, 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 Jiang Ye's figure swayed, sometimes punching, sometimes elbowing, each move was as Smooth as flowing water, without any sense of stagnation. With each exertion, every inch of muscle in his body resonated like finely tuned gears, forming a perfect closed loop of power. Gradually, every force he exerted became more and more perfect, without the slightest leakage. Ding! Suddenly, it was as if a certain bottleneck had broken through. Boom! In an instant, an indescribable sense of exhilaration burst forth from the depths of his soul, like a seed breaking through the soil after being buried under snow and rain. A feeling of transparency and lightness, like a spring breeze and rain, arose spontaneously. Finally, the star martial cultivation technique has reached perfection and broken through. Jiang Ye slowly ended his practice, looking at his own body. At this moment, he could feel that every inch of his skin had become extremely sensitive, completely under his control. Closing his eyes, he could hear faint sounds from 100 meters away. He could even sense the movement of dust in the air. His five senses had almost merged into the surrounding environment. In ancient times, reaching this level was unity of heaven and man, interacting with heaven and earth. Jiang Ye opened his eyes, unable to hide the joy on his face. After 2.5 years of arduous practice, he had finally achieved his initial goal. Although his current goals extended far beyond this, he was still overjoyed. Detected power has reached a new system limit. Title unlocked. Extreme Grandmaster. Extreme Grandmaster, the pinnacle of martial arts, high and aloof, surpassing countless martial artists. Jiang Ye automatically skipped over this flattery, looking at this time's reward. Reward: physical transformation, promoted to mortal body upper A. Mortal body upper A. Jiang Ye was shocked. In a level physique, it's divided into upper, middle, and lower. Upper A is undoubtedly the strongest physique among the mortal bodies. He did not expect such a significant improvement this time. Physical transformation will take some time. Jiang Ye sensed that he couldn't detect much change yet. Just right, let's try to ascend the second layer. With that thought, his consciousness suddenly sank. Ellipsis. The next moment, Jiang Ye appeared in a misty place. Looking ahead, a towering cloud ladder stood, golden all over, majestic and grand. Martial arts celestial ladder. Jiang Ye walked towards the cloud ladder. After easily crossing 10 steps, he reached the first layer. The martial arts celestial ladder, each layer has 10 steps. To ascend to the second layer, he would have to climb 10 more steps. Before, Jiang Ye always honed himself in the illusion realm on the first layer. But today, he directly climbed towards the higher steps. Buzz! A tremendous pressure rushed forth. The pressure that once overwhelmed Jiang Ye was now as if walking on flat ground for him. Jiang Ye kept climbing, in the blink of an eye surpassing 9 steps. When he reached the 10th step, and terrifying pressure attacked, gravity seemingly increased tenfold. Is this it? Jiang Ye's muscles tightened, standing straight under that tremendous pressure. His body perfected through the cultivation technique functioned like a battle machine, unleashing indestructible power, allowing him to move forward under immense pressure. Boom! In an instant, that pressure vanished, and Jiang Ye arrived at the large platform on the second layer of the martial arts celestial ladder. You have ascended to the second layer of the martial arts celestial ladder. Do you wish to start the second layer examination immediately? A panel appeared. Jiang Ye was not surprised. The first layer was an illusion realm examination. Who knows what the examination for the second layer would be? With a hint of anticipation, Jiang Ye silently thought, start the second layer examination. Buzz! The next moment, the environment around him suddenly darkened. Jiang Ye's consciousness was struck as if someone hit him on the head, plunging him into darkness. Ellipsis. When Jiang Ye opened his eyes again, he found himself standing in a dim room. On all the walls hung various instruments of torture, whips, candles, chains, hemp ropes, and so on. What place is this? Looking at those devices, Jiang Ye frowned slightly. Whips, and candles. Playing this kind of perverted game. Is this another illusion realm? But this time some kind of special play. But I have no such fetish. Jiang Ye looked around suspiciously. At first glance, nothing seemed wrong, but then he was suddenly shocked. He found himself tied to a punishment rack. Turns out, he was the passive one. At that moment, Jiang Ye saw in front of him, a bright red timer appear. Hours 0 minutes 0 seconds. Is the examination this time about enduring physical pain? Jiang Ye frowned, although he was quite unwilling in his heart. But when it came to enduring pain, he was not afraid at all. After countless trials in the illusion realm of the first layer, his martial arts will had long been extremely tenacious. Mere physical pain was nothing to him. Buzz tilde. Just as Jiang Ye thought this, suddenly, the punishment rack trembled slightly. The examination officially began. Damn it. In an instant, Jiang Ye couldn't bear it anymore. A wave of sharp pain hit him, as if someone had peeled off all his skin, and then rubbed with chilly water repeatedly. This pain had already far surpassed the previous Thunderfire trial. At the same time, the bright red timer officially started. But what gave Jiang Ye a headache was, damn it, it was not a countdown. This meant he didn't even know how long he had to endure to pass the examination. If he gave up prematurely, wouldn't all the previous suffering be in vain? Is this treating him like a Japanese soldier? Bring it on. Jiang Ye gritted his teeth, his expression icy cold. It's just pain, who's afraid of who? This time, he must pass in one go. Buzz. Buzz. The punishment rack trembled again, and Jiang Ye began to feel various unbearable pains. Jiang Ye gritted his teeth to endure, forcing himself to adapt to that pain. If I can't endure even this bit of pain, how can I persist through the starry sky refinement? In the future, Jiang Ye knew in his heart that this test might help him gradually become immune to pain. But just as he was slowly adapting, suddenly, Jiang Ye saw a candle flying towards him. Immediately, a drop of wax dripped on his wound. Instantly, a storm-like pain swept through his mind. It was unclear what components that wax contained, but it seemed to carry a mysterious energy, surging into his body through the wound endlessly. Jiang Ye felt as if every cell of his body was being torn apart. Opening his eyes wide, he finally saw clearly. It wasn't a candle at all, but an energy pillar. Condensed from mysterious energy, each drop could make someone want to die from the pain. This pain was dozens of times stronger than the previous Thunderfire trial. Endure. Jiang Ye clenched his teeth, forcing himself to withstand it. If he gave up here, all previous efforts would go to waste, and the examination would have to start all over again. Fortunately, his martial arts will was incredibly tenacious and resilient. No matter how intense the pain was, it didn't make him lose his sanity. Thus, Jiang Ye kept enduring the intense pain as time slowly passed. Unaware of how much time had passed. In endless pain, Jiang Ye's consciousness was almost about to fall into a coma, and finally, he couldn't endure it anymore. The string in his heart suddenly loosened. The next moment, the surroundings dimmed. The examination was over. Chapter 42-41, 10 out of 12 levels of wrongness. Chapter 42, Chapter 41, 10 out of 12 levels of wrongness. Martial Arts Celestial Ladder, second layer, on the large platform. The figure of Jiang Ye reappeared. Phew. He was gasping for breath, his entire being spread out on the ground. From cultivation until now, Jiang Ye had never been this wretched. This was the first time. The reason was nothing else but the sheer length of the recent torment. His tilde so painful. Even after the assessment ended, he still felt an incessant severe pain. Damn it, just recalling it makes the pain feel fresh again. Jiang Ye seemed to suffer from post-traumatic stress disorder, with spasms of pain hitting him though he had left that scene. Rumble. At this moment, a gigantic golden stone monument slowly rose in front of Jiang Ye. On the surface of the stone monument, large words written with the force of dragons and serpents, exuding a vigorous and magnificent aura. Extreme Grandmaster. Congratulations, you have stepped into the second layer of the martial arts celestial ladder and obtained the immortal monument. Calculating rewards. Seeing this scene, Jiang Ye's gaze turned peculiar. Is this immortal monument akin to a form of strength certification? Jiang Ye speculated. His strength had broken through to Extreme Grandmaster, and the system had already given out rewards. Climbing the martial arts celestial ladder and passing the assessment could still yield additional rewards. The two seemed to operate on different mechanisms. Your assessment time, 3 hours, 30 minutes, and 59 seconds, exceeding 99% of martial arts Grandmasters. You have tempered yourself through endless pain, with flesh as the furnace. Facing countless trials and tribulations, reaching the extreme. Unlocked title: Finding Joy in Adversity. Reward settlement: Finding joy in adversity, determined in adversity, enhanced comprehension. Finding joy in adversity. Under a state of pain, all attributes receive a substantial temporary enhancement. The deeper the pain, the greater the enhancement. Determined in adversity. In a state of pain, one can maintain absolute clarity, steadfastly holding one's mind, unmoved by myriad tribulations. Enhanced comprehension. Permanent 10% increase in comprehension. Jiang Ye looked at the rewards on the panel, his expression somewhat strange. Finding joy in adversity. Could it actually make him feel pleasure in pain? He didn't want to awaken such a peculiar attribute. And this determined in adversity, staying clear in pain. Truly a living Yama. Jiang Ye shook his head slightly. This not-so-brilliant grounded martial arts system always turned up something new for him. Never mind. He looked at this round of rewards, his eyes lit up slightly. Comprehension increased by another 10%. While not much, the merit lay in its consistency. If every layer boosted comprehension by 10%, the accumulation would be quite terrifying. But to make noteworthy comprehension advancements in a short time, exploiting bugs was necessary. For example, Ancestor's Friend, Saintess's Servant, all immensely boosting comprehension. For Jiang Ye, these rewards were already abundant enough. Just taking the rewards of finding joy in adversity and determined in adversity. Although Jiang Ye felt extremely uneasy about them. But he had to admit, these rewards would surely have great utility in the future. Retake the assessment to verify it. Just as Jiang Ye thought of this, he felt a wave of severe pain. No way, it's too painful, have to ease up. Jiang Ye thought to himself. After over 3 hours of torture, even with his martial arts will, he found it hard to endure. He had to do something else to relax a bit. Thinking of this, Jiang Ye couldn't help but look in the direction of the first layer. Got it. His eyes lit up and immediately stepped towards the first layer. Ellipsis. 2 hours later. Jiang Ye exited from the illusion realm assessment of the first layer, his entire body languid beyond compare. This time in the illusion realm, he experienced the attentive service of 5 young maidens. Under the considerate care of 5 exceptional maidens, his body and mind found immense relaxation. The earlier pain was thoroughly forgotten. Didn't expect the illusion realm refinement of the first layer to have such effects. He was rather surprised. At this moment, recalling the earlier tortures no longer brought pain. He could fully indulge in the second layer's assessment again. After a second layer assessment, relax in the first layer, then return to the second layer. Again, Jiang Ye pondered, this way, can't I just keep cycling? His eyes gleamed. With this thought, Jiang Ye did not hesitate, promptly returning to the second layer. You have cleared the second layer assessment, can repeat the assessment, but no rewards will be granted. You may continue climbing to the third layer. Jiang Ye decisively said, repeat the second layer assessment. Buzz. His consciousness suddenly went dark. The next moment, he was back in that dim room, with torture instruments hanging on the walls all around. Inspired by determination, Jiang Ye took a deep breath, his eyes showing steadfast resolve. System, show me your limits. Buzz. The next moment, the punishment rack shook violently. Damn it. Instantly, a sharp pain surged through, sweeping Jiang Ye's mind. Jiang Ye's eyes widened. Where was the supposed finding joy in adversity? Why was it still so painful? Ellipsis. Time passed. In the endless pain, Jiang Ye realized one thing. This so-called finding joy in adversity didn't mean he actually found pleasure in pain. After all, he had no such peculiar inclination. The true effect of finding joy in adversity was to enhance his resistance to pain. Basic attributes like attack and defense received a significant temporary boost. That is to say, he could endure longer in a state of pain. Coupled with the effect of determined in adversity, he remained unshaken by tribulations. Hold firm his will. This allowed Jiang Ye to gradually adapt to the level of pain. Time flew by. 2 hours. 3 hours. 4 hours. In the blink of an eye, 4 hours had passed. By this time, all kinds of torment methods had been employed in the assessment, even lynching and tearing apart by chariot were trivial in comparison. An ordinary person would have fainted from such inhuman torment long ago. But Jiang Ye persisted. Another 2 hours passed. Jiang Ye finally could not endure and withdrew from the assessment. Assessment time, 6 hours, 20 minutes, and 35 seconds persisted for 3 more hours than the first time. Jiang Ye looked at the panel. This demonstrated not only the effects of finding joy in adversity and determined in adversity but also that his endurance for pain had increased. The longer the time, the greater the level of pain in the assessment. But as long as I continuously hone myself, eventually, I'll be entirely immune to pain. This was indeed an extremely astonishing outcome. If a person were entirely unfazed by pain, how terrifying would that be? There would be nothing in the world that could defeat him. The transformation of physique should be complete. Suddenly, Jiang Ye smiled. Let's go out and take a look. He was rather expectant. What would be the experience of an upper A-grade physique? So painful. As soon as he attempted to move, Jiang Ye felt a wave of severe pain. Better head to the first layer to relax a bit first. Chapter 43 to 42, Can I Win? Chapter 43, Chapter 42, Can I Win? After relaxing in the first layer of the illusion realm, Jiang Ye returned to reality. It was already early morning the next day. The sky outside the window was getting light. My body. The moment he returned to reality, Jiang Ye immediately noticed something different. First, it was the strength throughout his body, like a tide, endless and inexhaustible. If he were to run 10 kilometers in one breath now, he probably wouldn't even be out of breath. Jiang Ye looked out the window. Although it was somewhat dim outside and a thin morning mist was spreading, he could easily see things 200 meters away. Even the text 100 meters away was incredibly clear to his eyes. When I previously reached perfection with the cultivation technique, my 5 senses were definitely not this clear. Jiang Ye thought to himself, the upper A-grade physique has greatly enhanced all my fundamental aspects. However, the biggest improvement is probably my cultivation speed. His previous cultivation speed had already surpassed that of most students in advanced classes. Now, he had an upper A-grade mortal body. How fast would his cultivation speed be? Jiang Ye withdrew his gaze from outside the window and moved to the center of the room, striking a fist stance. Now that his star martial cultivation technique had reached perfection, there was no need to continue cultivating it. Therefore, Jiang Ye began to practice the 8 thunder sounds fist. As Jiang Ye activated the breathing technique, a large amount of energy entered his body, beginning to flow through his meridians. When Jiang Ye started practicing the fist technique, he immediately felt the difference. The 8 thunder sounds fist puts great emphasis on the use of energy. It uses energy to evoke thunder sound. Even when incorporating star energy in the future, it still requires energy as the trigger. Originally, of the large amount of energy Jiang Ye breathed in, less than 1% could enter his meridians for his use. But now, at least 10% of the energy was integrating into his meridians. To put it more directly, he was now cultivating this middle-level yellow-tier art technique 10 times more efficiently than before. Of course, the actual improvement might not be that exaggerated, but there's no doubt it far exceeds before. So comfortable. Jiang Ye had never felt that cultivation could be such an enjoyable thing. Continuously waving his fists, he practiced this art technique, seemingly forgetting himself. In the blink of an eye, several hours passed. Brother, come out for breakfast. It wasn't until Zhang Ting's crisp voice came from outside the door that Jiang Ye woke up from his trance. Coming, he called out towards the door. Then he let out a long breath. Refreshing. Looking at his bare upper body, Jiang Ye couldn't help but grin and show a smile. The upper A-grade physique made cultivation really comfortable. No more feeling of sluggishness, everything flowed smoothly, just like spring water from a mountain stream joining the sea, moving without obstruction. What a tough life I used to have. Jiang Ye shook his head with a smile, then looked at the panel. Grounded Martial Arts Achievement System. Physique. Mortal Body Upper A. Talent. Original. Cultivation Technique. Star Martial Cultivation Technique. Perfection. 8 Thunder Sounds Fist. Entry 98%. Achievements. Martial Arts Master. Ancestor's Friend. Martial Arts Grandmaster. Beauty Path Chasing. Downwind Ear, Gale Step, Saintess's Servant, Ancestor Feeding, Extreme Grandmaster. Finding Joy in Adversity. Martial Arts Celestial Ladder. Second Layer. 98%. Jiang Ye was overjoyed, a few hours and it had increased by nearly 10%. He must know, these past few days, the total improvement hadn't been this much. Though he mainly focused his energy on the cultivation technique these days, he still found time to practice the fist technique occasionally. A few hours, such a great improvement. It was simply unimaginable. It was, after all, a middle-level yellow-tier art technique, more challenging to cultivate than the star martial cultivation technique. Upper A, this is Upper A. Ha ha ha. Jiang Ye couldn't help but laugh from the bottom of his heart. As if all the hardships endured before were worth it. Tears of all the past hardships exchanged for this moment of triumph. Wonderful. He wiped the sweat off his body, put on a shirt, and walked outside the door. Ellipsis. In the living room, the four members of the family were sitting together having breakfast. Yi. Seeing Jiang Ye's comfortable expression, Zhang Dai couldn't help but smile and say, "What sweet dream did you have, so happy this early morning?" Jiang Ye coughed softly and then said, "Dad, Mom, I forgot to tell you, I've entered the advanced class." These past few days, busy with achieving perfection, he hadn't had time to tell his parents this news. What? Advanced class? Zhang Dai and Li Anping exchanged glances, showing shocked expressions. "I remember, entering the advanced class has a high threshold, right?" Zhang Dai asked. Puzzled. Jiang Ye nodded and smiled. "It's quite high. One must reach perfection in the cultivation technique to get in." This made the couple even more amazed. "Yi, have you already achieved perfection in the cultivation technique?" Zhang Dai's eyes were as white as saucers. He remembered achieving perfection himself only as he was about to graduate from college. But Jiang Ye, he was just in his final year of high school. Both had the original talent, why was the gap so large? Yi. Zhang Dai's voice suddenly trembled a bit. He looked at Jiang Ye. "Do you have a chance to get into the 25 Schools Alliance?" The 25 Schools Alliance. For ordinary people, it was a term far beyond reach. And for someone of Jiang Ye's background, with original talent, from a poor family, there was no hope of getting in. But now, Zhang Dai saw a glimmer of hope. Facing his adoptive father's intense gaze, Jiang Ye nodded. "My goal has always been the 25 Schools Alliance," Jiang Ye said solemnly. "Even more, he aspires beyond that." "Good." Zhang Dai was silent for a moment before nodding vigorously. "Yi, having such ambition is excellent, both Mom and Dad will support you unconditionally," he said firmly. "You just work hard and tell us directly if you need anything." Jiang Ye felt a warmth in his heart. But he also knew that relying on his parents' current salaries, it was already hard to provide much more assistance in martial arts. He would have to strive for it himself. Poor in literature, wealthy in martial arts, martial training has never been affordable for families with limited means. "Let's see the star sky refinement at the end of the month," Jiang Ye thought to himself. These past few days, he had already signed up at school. Chen Zilu had mentioned, he has one free opportunity. This was also his only free chance to participate in the star sky refinement. The next time he would have to spend tens of thousands of yuan to register for it. Therefore, this opportunity was important, and he must do his best to improve himself. "My latest test, the total score in the 4 martial arts categories was only 520 points. Ranking 89th in the grade. There are 6 months until the college entrance examination, even if I can't reach the 900-point standard of the top 10 schools, I should strive to get as close as possible. 6 months, nearly a 400-point improvement. Will he succeed?" Faced with such a gap, anyone would feel despair. Previously, Jiang Ye had no confidence at all. But now, he was already an upper A-grade mortal body and had numerous buffs applied. Faced with this seemingly impossible task, he felt he had a fair chance. Chapter 44-43, Star Martial. Advancement Technique. Chapter 44, Chapter 43, Star Martial Advancement. Technique. After breakfast, Jiang Ye wore the elite class uniform and took the little girl to school. For some unknown reason, the superhero drivers Jiang Ye usually encountered all became courteous today. Seeing him from a distance, they stopped far away to give way. This scene made Jiang Ye a bit unaccustomed. Arriving at the school gate where Jiang Ting was, some parents dropping off their children, upon seeing Jiang Ye, all showed a friendly smile. And quickly pulled their kids aside. "Brother, why does it feel a bit different today?" Jiang Ting said, also feeling a bit unaccustomed. Jiang Ye patted her head and said with a smile, "Nothing's different, go to school." "Okay, bye brother." Jiang Ting waved her little hand and turned to run into the school. Jiang Ye also turned and walked towards City number 3 high school. He actually guessed that all of this was because of the elite class uniform he was wearing. In most people's eyes, the elite class often represents a prestigious family background. Every elite class student can get into martial arts university and become someone superior. This kind of identity is already higher than most commoners. Ellipsis. Arriving at school, Jiang Ye immediately told the martial arts teacher Cao Feng about his breakthrough to perfection. Finally perfected. Cao Feng nodded, feeling that this speed was slower than he expected. However, considering Jiang Ye's original talent, breaking through to the perfection of the cultivation technique at this time is already extremely excellent. "Teacher, the follow-up cultivation methods," Jiang Ye said. Having been in the elite class for so many days, he already knew there were follow-up cultivation methods. He came here precisely to inquire about them. Cao Feng was naturally prepared and held up 3 fingers. After reaching perfection in the cultivation technique, you need to cultivate refining techniques in preparation for star sky refinement. You now have 3 refining techniques to choose from. Star Martial Body Refining Technique, Star Martial Foundation Establishment Method, and Star Martial Advancement Technique, Cao Feng said with a slight smile. Jiang Ye showed a curious expression. What's the difference between these 3 cultivation techniques? He had heard of these 3 in the past few days. But which one to choose? He didn't know. These 3 refining techniques, the first 2 are both at the yellow tier middle level. Cao Feng explained, the last one is at the yellow tier upper level. The Star Martial Body Refining Technique gradually improves your physique by tempering the meridians and bones, but the process is relatively slow. The Star Martial Foundation Establishment Method helps you solidify your foundation, with a foundation establishment speed slightly faster than the former, but it's also more difficult. As for the Star Martial Advancement Technique, Cao Feng said solemnly, this technique is more vigorous, designed for advancement. It has a faster training speed than the first 2, but the difficulty is also the highest, suitable for those with exceptional talent. Jiang Ye suddenly realized, unexpectedly, the differences between these 3 cultivation techniques are that significant. These 3 cultivation techniques, Cao Feng looked at him and said, all can break the life shackles and help one break through the first break. They even help in breaking through the second break. The difference is that the body refining technique and foundation establishment method require more star sky refinement times, while the advancement technique requires fewer. Cao Feng said slowly, however, I suggest you choose the Star Martial Body Refining Technique. Star Martial Body Refining Technique. Jiang Ye was thoughtful, listening to the teacher's explanation. The body refining technique among the 3 cultivation techniques is the one with the lowest difficulty. But the improvement speed is also the slowest. With your original talent, your physique is not as good as those with newborn talent. Cao Feng shook his head and said, if you choose the one with high difficulty, just entering the technique will take you more than half a year. Like the Star Martial Advancement Technique, although it's at the yellow tier upper level, requiring the least star sky refinement times. But each star sky refinement must absorb a large amount of star energy to meet the requirement. And with the original talent's efficiency in absorbing star energy, it's almost impossible to achieve that. Cao Feng patiently explained. On the other hand, the Star Martial Body Refining Technique, although it requires more refinements, only requires a small amount of star energy each time, making it most suitable for you. Jiang Ye nodded slightly. Is there a difference after perfecting these 3 cultivation techniques? Jiang Ye asked. There is definitely a difference. Cao Feng candidly replied, the Star Martial Advancement Technique, after all, is a yellow tier upper level cultivation technique, with a 50% chance of breaking through to The second break, while the other two were 10% and 30% respectively. So low. Jiang Ye was stunned. The star martial body refining technique only has a 10% chance, which is virtually none. Jiang Ye further asked, what about breaking through the first break? Cao Feng calmly replied, these three cultivation techniques can basically all break through. The first break, the advancement technique and foundation establishment method both have over a 90% probability. As for the body refining technique, it's a bit lower, but still over 70%. 70%. Jiang Ye slightly frowned. So, if he chooses the star martial body refining technique, even if cultivated to perfection, there's nearly a 30% chance of failing to achieve the first break. Life's shackles are not so easily broken. Cao Feng shook his head slightly and continued, using the body refining technique as a transition. After reaching perfection, cultivating the advancement technique is the most secure for you. Jiang Ye nodded and did not refute. These words were indeed heartfelt advice. But, he had other thoughts in mind. Thank you, teacher, for the reminder. Jiang Ye looked at him and said, however, I want to try the star martial advancement technique. Oh. Cao Feng raised an eyebrow, seemingly not expecting Jiang Ye to reply like this. After all, he had made his point very clearly. Given Jiang Ye's aptitude, the lowest difficulty body refining technique was the best solution. He pondered for a while and said slowly, I remember, you have one free star sky refinement opportunity, which will be held at the end of the month. But if the cultivation technique is not mastered, the star sky refinement will have little effect. The implication was that if Jiang Ye chose the advancement technique, it was basically equivalent to wasting this star sky refinement opportunity. After all, the advancement technique is very difficult, and it is impossible to master it in a short time, rendering the star sky refinement ineffective. I understand, Jiang Ye replied, since the teacher has explained it clearly, I'm aware of it. Cao Feng didn't say more. He nodded and said, later, I will send you the star martial advancement technique. Having said this, there was no need to continue persuading. No matter what choice the student makes, it's their own matter. But Jiang Ye, with original talent, choosing the star martial advancement technique. Cao Feng shook his head secretly. Even among the top 10 in the elite class, few chose this refining technique. Most people have self-awareness. But having said everything, if the other party insists on hitting this southern wall, if they regret it later, it will have nothing to do with him. Ellipsis. Classroom of Senior Year 1. Shortly after Jiang Ye returned to the classroom, the bracelet on his wrist buzzed. This was a bracelet he obtained from a previous trial, capable of receiving cultivation techniques. Buzz tilde. Jiang Ye activated the projection on the bracelet, and in addition to the 8 thunder sounds fist, a new cultivation technique appeared. Star martial advancement technique. Indeed, it's somewhat challenging. Jiang Ye raised an eyebrow, not surprised. As expected, the difficulty was quite high. Knowing very well how difficult it was, but still wanting to hit this wall. Jiang Ye was never that kind of person. Begin cultivation. Jiang Ye assumed a stance and began to practice according to the content of the book. Not far away. Shortly after, the E-class representative, Zhao Qingli, was attracted to Jiang Ye's side. He actually chose the advancement technique. Zhao Qingli, with an aloof demeanor, gently shook her head, thinking, he chose to do the advancement technique, to show off so unreasonably. She, the top of the grade, even when she just broke through the cultivation technique perfection, only chose the foundation establishment method. Using the foundation establishment method as a transition, waiting for perfection, is already very challenging for an original talent. Yet, here was Jiang Ye, a student with original talent, who chose the advancement technique. This was even more of a show-off than Wang Zhang. Where does his confidence come from? Zhao Qingli watched the scene with curiosity. She wondered. Chapter 45-44, Dragon Pill. Chapter 45, Chapter 44, Dragon Pill. Jiang Ye was naturally unaware of the covert attention from the top beauty of the grade. At this moment, Jiang Ye was completely immersed in his own cultivation. The Star Martial Advancement Technique is the advanced version of the Star Martial cultivation technique. The cultivation roots of both have similarities. But when cultivating, the feel is completely different. Jiang Ye carefully contemplated. Cultivation technique and advanced technique have significant differences in cultivation. The former's aura is gentle, permeating the meridians like spring water. However, when the advanced technique is performed, it's like surging tsunamis, with a formidable chi force sweeping through the body, causing every acupoint to tremble. Just within a short period, Jiang Ye already grasped many profound insights. These insights help him deeply understand the star martial advancement technique, thereby accelerating his cultivation. In the past, it would have been impossible for him to grasp so much so quickly. But now, having an upper immortal body grants him powerful cultivation capability. Jiang Ye focused on his cultivation. Unknowingly, several hours had passed. Ding ding ding. The dismissal bell rang. Jiang Ye slowly opened his eyes, ending the cultivation for the martial arts class. He glanced at the panel. Cultivation technique. Star martial cultivation technique. Perfection. 8 Thunder Sounds Fist. Entry 98%. Star martial advancement technique. Not entered 10%. Improved by 10%. Jiang Ye showed a slight smile. He indeed felt the difficulty of this star martial advancement technique. Yellow tier upper level, the difficulty is far greater than yellow tier middle level. If he still had B-level physique before, he might only have improved by 2 or 3% in these few hours. But now, it's completely different. Just when Jiang Ye was contemplating, suddenly, a pair of snowy long legs appeared in front of him. Since Jiang Ye was sitting cross-legged, looking up now, he was a bit caught off guard. He coughed, quickly stood up, and said, "Class monitor, what's the matter?" The E-level girl tossed him a bottle of potion and said indifferently, "If you buy medicine in the future, find me, it's just 1,000 yuan. Jiang Ye looked down. Dragon pill. He was surprised. Dragon pill, outside it sells for 3,000 yuan a bottle. From Zhao Qingli, it's only 1,000 yuan. The class monitor's family must be in the drug business, no wonder she's so wealthy. Jiang Ye thought to himself. But soon, he awkwardly smiled at the girl, saying, "Class monitor, I don't have money." Zhao Qingli frowned slightly, examining him closely. "Not even 1,000 yuan. No," Jiang Ye replied honestly. He actually had no money left. The bonus he earned earlier had long been spent completely. Zhao Qingli didn't mind, and said indifferently, "If you don't have money, go to the task board on the blackboard and take a task. You've already perfected the cultivation technique, you can't go without medicine." Jiang Ye's heart was slightly moved upon hearing this. He looked at the girl and asked, "After perfecting the cultivation technique, must I take medicine?" Zhao Qingli gave him a curious glance. "Without taking medicine, do you want to rely solely on yourself for cultivation? Cultivating for years might not break through the first break." Jiang Ye nodded, then asked, "Another question, do medicines have side effects? Will they affect subsequent cultivation?" Zhao Qingli looked at him strangely again. "I say, you, this guy, look so good, how come you ask such?" The girl suddenly tilted her head. "Idiot. Quote. No, is there a relationship between these two?" Jiang Ye coughed, lightly sighed. No choice, coming from a humble background, lacking knowledge, hoping the beautiful class monitor would enlighten. Zhao Qingli's face slightly reddened from hearing this, but soon returned to normal. She said calmly, "It's nothing much, you've perfected the cultivation technique, taking medicine basically has no side effects. Just ensure you don't exceed 5 times a week." "Thank you, class monitor," Jiang Ye smiled. Zhao Qingli nodded, glanced at the medicine bottle in Jiang Ye's hand. "This bottle is a gift to you." Jiang Ye shook his head. "No need, I'll come to buy it from you when I earn money. As the saying goes, it's easy to repay money debt, but hard to repay emotional debt." He didn't want to owe people favors everywhere. Unexpectedly, Zhao Qingli, upon hearing this, proudly said, "I said it's a gift, so it's a gift, I don't want you to repay." Then, "Thank you, class monitor." Jiang Ye had no choice but to say. Zhao Qingli snorted lightly, cold and proud, turned and left with her snowy long legs. Before she walked far, Wang Zhang suddenly came over, whispered, "Beautiful class monitor, Give me a few bottles too, I have no money. Zhao Qingli's expression turned cold, her lips slightly parted. Scram. Damn it. Wang Zhang looked at the tall figure walking away alone, a face full of discontent. Why doesn't it work when it comes to me? Hey, brother Wang. Jiang Ye walked over and whispered, maybe it depends on the looks. Kid, are you looking for a beating? Wang Zhang clenched his fist, his smile gradually twisting. Ellipsis. Moments later, Jiang Ye arrived at the task board on the classroom blackboard. At this time, the electronic board was refreshing with tasks one after another. These were never seen in the regular class. Only the advanced class, having time between their cultivation, could spare time to do tasks. To earn money. Jiang Ye looked at the task board. Temporary coach at Black Eagle Martial Arts Hall. 200 yuan a day, settled weekly. Honorary spokesperson for Daylight Martial Arts Hall. 8,000 yuan per month, requires top 10 in grade. Capture wanted criminals, bounty ranging from 10,000 to 30,000 yuan. Danger level. Ellipsis. Jiang Ye looked for a while but didn't find a task suitable for him. For example, the temporary coach requires at least 1 week of commitment. During that week, he would basically be unable to cultivate. Other tasks either require grade rankings or have very high levels of danger. Like the task of capturing wanted criminals, the bounty ranging from 1 to 310,000 yuan made him tempted, but the 3 bright red stars made Jiang Ye wary. He was indeed short on money, but he also feared losing his life. Beside him, Wang Zhang said, recently, there aren't any good tasks to take, all are low pay and high work. It'll be better to choose a task once you've got some strength with the entry of the advanced technique. Entry. Jiang Ye nodded. Wang Zhang laughed, no need to rush, once there's a team task refreshed, call me, with me around, we'll pass with ease. He stood with hands behind his back, looking every bit the master. Jiang Ye was speechless, then nodded and said, okay. Though it sounded pretentious, one can't deny that Wang Zhang, now nearly approaching 700-point strength, was indeed strong. If teaming up with him for tasks, the difficulty would indeed be greatly reduced. Brother Wang, I'm heading back first. Jiang Ye said as it was getting late. All right, see you tomorrow. Wang Zhang nodded. Ellipsis. Back home, the first thing Jiang Ye did was take out the potion Zhao Qingli gave him. Dragon pill. Jiang Ye looked at the medicine bottle in his hand. The bottle was made of high-strength nanocrystals, its surface covered with honeycomb. Like fine engravings, feeling rather uneven to the touch. He took out the accompanying syringe and drew out the potion from the bottle. He had long been taught how to administer it in class. Puff. Jiang Ye injected the needle into his arm and slowly pushed the colorless potion in. After waiting for a moment, a feeling of heat rose up. Jiang Ye knew this was the start of the potion taking effect. Cultivation. Jiang Ye immediately sat cross-legged and began to operate the Star Martial Advancement technique. Using the cultivation route, he transported the potion throughout his body's meridians to refine it. A tingling sensation immediately emerged. This indicated that all of Jiang Ye's cells were undergoing transformation under the penetration of the potion. Time passed. An hour flew by. Swoosh tilde. Jiang Ye opened his eyes, having refined most of the potion. My strength. He clenched his fist, feeling a powerful force like waves crashing against the shore. How strong is this? Looking at the panel. Star Martial Advancement Technique. Not entered 10% right pointing arrow 25%. Improved this much. Jiang Ye was shocked. It had only been an hour, and he only refined most of the potion. Yet there were still residues in his body that he would benefit from for the next 24 hours. No wonder it's called the dragon pill. With my current physique, a single bottle can boost me by 20%, maybe even 30%. Jiang Ye knew very well that with an upper A physique, absorption of the potion was also better. A single bottle could equate to 2, even 3 or 4 of an average person. Of course, he also knew it was partly because it was his first time taking the potion. The body would develop resistance to medication. The more times he took it, the weaker the improvement would become later on. But compared to not taking it, it definitely was much faster. Currently, it seems that taking the potion indeed has no side effects, but to be safe, I should still take it sparingly. Jiang Ye silently closed his eyes. Before the starry sky refinement, the entry of the advanced technique should be stable. Chapter 46 to 45, Star Sky Refinement. Chapter 46, Chapter 45, Star Sky Refinement. In the following period of time, Jiang Ye returned to a routine of living between 2 points. However, his class changed from the original Class 9 to the Key Class 1. At night, he entered the martial arts celestial ladder, undergoing the painful test of the second layer. Of course, Jiang Ye didn't awaken any unusual attributes. He did this solely to enhance his endurance to pain. Besides, he could also release himself in the illusion realm of the first layer. Every time after the second layer test, Jiang Ye would return to the first layer to comfort himself. Through repeated cycles of break and re-establish, his martial arts will not only became stronger, but he also started to become immune to pain. And so, day after day, time quickly moved to the end of January. Ellipsis. At home, Jiang Ye sat cross-legged on the ground and slowly opened his eyes. In front of him, lines of subtitles appeared. Cultivation Technique. Star Martial Cultivation Technique, Perfection. 8 Thunder Sounds Fist, Minor Success 5%. Star Martial Advancement Technique, Entry 1%. Finally, just in time to break through the entry rank of the advancement technique before the Star Sky Refinement tomorrow. Jiang Ye took a deep breath. Actually, he was slightly apprehensive before. Relying on his upper A constitution, he boldly chose this upper yellow tier cultivation technique. If he couldn't achieve entry rank by the end of the month, then, as Cao Feng said, he would waste a chance for Star Sky Refinement. Fortunately, those worries proved unnecessary. Upper A constitution really didn't let me down. Jiang Ye smiled. There's less than half a year left before the college entrance exam. The top 10 prestigious schools, Jiang Ye would struggle to get into. But within the 25 schools alliance, he must choose the best. In martial arts, one must strive. Children from poor families must strive even more. Now he knows, the standards of the 25 schools alliance are not as high as a first break. But there is still a gap between the 25 schools alliance. Only by achieving a first break can one choose the best among them. 900 points, still 300 points short of my target. Jiang Ye calculated. Although there hasn't been an exam recently, his current strength far exceeds before. Just the 900-point threshold is intimidatingly high. Martial Arts 4 Assessment Standards. Points require Star Martial Cultivation Technique Perfection. Points require breaking through a first break. Points. Improvement within a first break is required, which is also the minimum threshold for the top 10 schools. As for the full score of 1200 points, only reaching a second break can achieve it. Jiang Ye knows. Reaching 900 points is very difficult. He purposely sets the target far to motivate himself. If I previously chose the body refining technique or foundation establishment technique, I simply couldn't reach a first break before the entrance exam. Jiang Ye shook his head in silence. Because these two refining techniques both require more than 10 times of Star Sky refinement to break through a first break. Not to mention Jiang Ye doesn't have that much money, the school also can't arrange that many times in half a year. Only the Star Martial Advancement Technique requires fewer Star Sky refinements. It's just that its difficulty makes most people shy away. Entry is just the beginning. Jiang Ye understood very well. To break the life shackles, at least minor success is required. The difficulty is very high. Even if the advancement technique reaches minor success, it doesn't mean it reaches a first break. It depends on whether the life strength reaches the threshold. This depends entirely on Star Sky Refinement. Star Sky Refinement purifies and refines the flesh with Star Sky energy. Jiang Ye muttered, this process is a process of life transformation. This transformation can't be achieved just by practicing the refining techniques. The refining techniques are merely guides. Put plainly, refining techniques are used to modify the body, foundation establishment, and body strengthening, allowing the body to accommodate Star Sky energy. High-level refining techniques can accommodate more Star Sky energy, and vice versa. How much life can transform depends on the absorption capacity of talent. Absorption has two meanings. The first layer is to absorb external star sky energy into the body. The second layer is to refine the star sky energy within the body for personal use. The stronger the martial arts talent, the more star energy can be absorbed. If star energy is not absorbed, no matter how strong the cultivation technique is practiced, it is still a carbon-based life, unable to compete with thermal weapons. But with star energy, it is different. Star Sky Martial Arts Master is not afraid of artillery. This is why this world values talent so much. Martial arts talent is the root of stepping onto the Star Sky Martial Arts. Without it, even if cultivation techniques are practiced, star energy cannot be absorbed. I heard, original talent has very low efficiency in absorbing star energy. How low is it? Jiang Ye doesn't know. However, he isn't worried. What if the efficiency is low? The time for star sky refinement is unlimited, as long as he persists enough, he can continue indefinitely. Since the efficiency is low, he will use time to make up for it. Moreover, Jiang Ye took out a delicate metal bottle. This was a gift from Chen Zilu before parting, which could help absorb star energy. Not only that, its value was enhanced by 200% by the system. Pop! Jiang Ye opened the bottle cap. A fragrant aroma immediately wafted through. Under the sunlight, the bottle contained a light purple liquid, like liquid amber, crystal clear, with faintly shimmering starlight. Star Sea Nectar. Jiang Ye already knew its name. To his knowledge, this thing is extremely rare in the entire West Mountain Province. West Mountain Province is after all just a backward region among the Western 10 provinces. Currently, the entire Blue Star Federation is divided into Eastern Domain 10 provinces, Southern Domain 10 provinces, Northern Domain 10 provinces, Western 10 provinces. Of these, the Eastern Domain 10 provinces and Southern Domain 10 provinces are the most prosperous. This, Star Sea Nectar, only appears in the distant and bustling Eastern Domain 10 provinces. And the price is unimaginably high. Just this small bottle might cost over $10,000. 10,000, Jiang Ye recalled a smiling pretty face. This favor is easy to use, but not easy to repay. Although given Chen Zilu's background, this amount of money might not mean much. But for Jiang Ye, such assistance is very precious. Speaking of Chen Zilu, Jiang Ye also remembered consulting Cao Feng a few days ago, but Cao Feng told him to ask any questions during the martial arts class, as he had things to do. After class, Jiang Ye couldn't help but empathize with the feelings of his former Class 9 classmates. The special treatment Chen Zilu gave him was indeed extremely rare. His face indeed easily garnered positive impressions from the opposite sex, combined with diligent cultivation. It was no surprise that he was favored by teachers. But Chen Zilu's treatment was not like that. Surely, there were other reasons. Why is she being so nice to me? Jiang Ye pondered for a while but didn't delve deeper. After all, it was in the past. If there is hope to meet again in the future, he might have a chance to find out the reason. But right now, the most important thing for Jiang Ye is tomorrow's Star Sky refinement. Martial Arts Celestial Ladder. Jiang Ye closed his eyes. He entered the second layer and continued the painful test. Making final preparations for tomorrow's Star Sky refinement. Ellipsis. The next day, and city was cloudless. Although today was Sunday, and city number 3 high school's senior department was crowded. Senior year students don't have holidays. Every day is spent sprinting for the college entrance exam. After arriving at school, Jiang Ye went straight to his classroom. After coming to the Senior 1 class, Cao Feng was already waiting on stage. Everyone, get ready, we'll soon gather at the school gate. Cao Feng said. Yes. Everyone in the classroom began preparing. Soon, Jiang Ye followed everyone out like a stream. The entire Class 1, surprisingly emptied out entirely to participate in this Star Sky refinement. This is the strength of the key class. In contrast, the ordinary classes in senior year, with more than 10 classes, none participated. The gap between ordinary students and the key class is really too big. Jiang Ye sighed. Secretly, the condition to participate in Star Sky refinement is to achieve star martial cultivation technique perfection. The key class has all met the requirements, while the ordinary classes, none except him, have met it. This is the gap between talents. Even money can't necessarily bridge it. Moments later. Following Class 1, Jiang Ye boarded the school bus, heading to the Star Sky Refinement site. Chapter 47 to 46, Lin Yushu. Chapter 47, Chapter 46, Lin Yushu. On the bus, Jiang Ye looked around and found several unfamiliar faces, not students from their class. Those three are from the second year. Wang Zhang, sitting next to him, explained. Jiang Ye showed a look of surprise. He knew that students from the advanced class could achieve cultivation technique perfection in the second year. But it's only January, the first semester of the second year hasn't even ended, and they've already reached perfection. If it were Jiang Ye, he would still be at the entry stage then. Wang Zhang folded his arms and said, "What's so surprising about that? In our year, there were 5 people who reached perfection at this time last year. Brother Wang is impressive," Jiang Ye said. These days, he had clearly understood the other's speaking style. He rarely spoke, but whenever he did, there was always an implicit challenge. Take Wang Zhang's words just now as an example, he must be among those 5. Otherwise, he wouldn't have mentioned it specifically. Upon hearing Jiang Ye's praise, Wang Zhang sighed and said, "Talking to you is comfortable. Unlike squad leader Zhao, who often snaps at people." Jiang Ye shook his head and smiled. Zhao Qingli is one of those wealthy people, and snapping at people, even the heavens or the earth, wouldn't be an issue for her. Poor people have to delve into the intricacies of social interactions. He conveniently asked, "When did squad leader Zhao break through to perfection?" Wang Zhang said, "She reached perfection not long into the first semester of the second year. So early." Jiang Ye was surprised and said, "It's been a year and a half, and the squad leader hasn't made her first break yet." Wang Zhang said, "She cultivates the Star Martial Foundation establishment method, which requires more than 10 Star Sky refinements to make her first break. But it's almost there, she will probably break through next semester." Jiang Ye nodded. Zhao Qingli usually practiced inner strength, so he couldn't tell what refining technique she was using. Didn't expect even the squad leader chose the foundation establishment technique. Jiang Ye sighed and said, "Seems like people like me who directly choose the advanced technique are very few." Wang Zhang laughed and said, "Only geniuses cultivate the Star Martial advancement technique. When I chose this cultivation technique, it took me 3 whole months to reach entry level." He looked at Jiang Ye and said, "I think you should wait for a few months, until the advanced technique reaches entry level before participating in Star Sky refinement. It's too wasteful to participate now." Jiang Ye smiled without speaking. Ellipsis. Amidst the chit-chat, the bus had arrived at the destination. Outside a cubic blue building. When Jiang Ye got off the bus, there were already many students gathered here. In City Number 1 High School and in City 2nd High School. Jiang Ye looked ahead. Only 3 major high schools were involved in this Star Sky refinement. The situation of the 2nd high school was similar to the 3rd high school, with over 100 students. But in City Number 1 High School, actually had more than 300 students. And City Number 1 High School truly is full of powerhouses. Jiang Ye's gaze swept over those 300+ students, sighing inwardly. And City Number 1 High School, being the best in city, has student quality that far exceeds other schools. Even among the newborn talent, there is a gap. For instance, middle A-level mortal body, the entire City Number 3 High School couldn't find one. And at City Number 1 High School, there are 5 here alone. But Jiang Ye looked around and didn't see any student with upper A-level physique. Could my upper A-level mortal body be the strongest physique among newborn talent? A sudden conjecture popped into Jiang Ye's mind. At that moment, he saw a familiar figure with a huge head. It was Lin Zan, who had once trained alongside him. Beside Lin Zan was a young man with an even bigger head. This person had curly hair and a face full of acne. He looked very ugly. Don't judge by his appearance, but the surrounding students looked at him with eyes full of awe. In City Number 1 High School's first in the entire school, Lin Yushu. Beside him, Wang Zhang was also looking at that person with a rather wary expression. Lin Yushu. Jiang Ye heard this and inwardly thought, is he Lin Zan's brother? Did they all grow up eating sanlu when they were young? Such big heads. At the same time, Lin Zan also saw him. Jiang Ye. Lin Zan looked surprised at Jiang Ye, inwardly saying, he's entered the advanced class. No wonder he's the opponent who once defeated me. But, he's an original talent, coming to participate in Star Sky refinement so soon. This time he might be crushed by me. Lin Zan smiled. Elsewhere, E-level girl Zhao Qingli was also paying attention to the team from the number 1 high school. Only those from City number 1 high school could arouse her sense of competitiveness. As for her classmates, she had long stopped considering them. My target. Zhao Qingli looked at Lin Yushu. He is City number 1 high school's top student and also the strongest high school student in the entire city. He has always been the target she wants to surpass. Lin Yushu seemed to notice Zhao Qingli's gaze, grinned, revealing his yellow-stained teeth. Then, he stared directly at Zhao Qingli's snow-white legs, unabashedly observing. So disgusting, Zhao Qingli furrowed her delicate brows. Lin Yushu was extremely ugly, with a big head, acne-covered face, yellow teeth, and lecherous eyes. Just looking at him made her uncomfortable. But she understood that Lin Yushu, despite being repugnant, had a score of up to 849. Higher than her current score. One day I'll crush this guy under my feet. Zhao Qingli gritted her teeth inwardly. She believed there was nothing in this world that money couldn't buy. If there was, it's that there isn't enough money yet. Ellipsis. Bro, stop looking. Lin Zan looked at the acne-faced youth in front of him and sighed. Her father is a giant in the business world, and her mother is a star professional. They are not people we can reach. Lin Yushu said indifferently, you think I'm like you. I'm just purely appreciating beauty. To achieve this score, who among them doesn't have a firm martial arts will? If mere beauty could sway them, they wouldn't be able to score over 800. After all, the virtual Starry Sky exam places great importance on martial arts will. For Lin Yushu, he usually just needs to see more beauty, and for him, it is a form of martial arts will training. Like now, facing someone like Zhao Qingli, a top-class beauty, and feeling the disgust in her gaze. Lin Yushu's heart rose with a strange pleasure. He instantly felt that his martial arts will had been enhanced. Today's state is very good. Lin Yushu's eyes flashed with sharpness. This time Star Sky refinement, I'm sure. Ellipsis. Soon after, the blue cubic building opened. More than 500 students on site streamed in. Refining pool. Once inside the building, Jiang Ye found that it was a sci-fi-like energy pool. The pool was 100 meters long and wide, with a floating structure and a dual ring nested format. Its outer layer was made of composite materials forming a streamlined framework, the surface intricately engraved with energy guide patterns. The inner ring structure was suspended half a meter above the ground on the energy base, making the entire pool seem to float above the ground. Above the pool, covered by a transparent glass dome, forming a closed space. Whoosh! A middle-aged man wearing silver-black armor suddenly appeared in midair. Star Sky refinement is about to begin. Everyone, enter the refining pool. The silver-black armor man's tiger-like eyes swept over them, shouting in a deep voice. Chapter 48 to 47, Star Professionals. Chapter 48, Chapter 47, Star Professionals. As the voice of the armored man fell, buzz tilde. The passages above the refining pool opened one after another, welcoming everyone. All students from City number 3 high school, enter the refining pool. Cao Feng stood at the front of the No. 3 high school team and shouted aloud. Upon hearing this, everyone walked towards the passages. Zheng Xueqing, as a member of Class 1, had naturally come this time as well. She glanced in the direction of Jiang Ye, her gaze flickering slightly. After this refinement, I'll surpass you. I hope you don't fall out of the top 100 in grade. Zheng Xueqing silently said in her heart. This was also her first Star Sky refinement. Undoubtedly, the strength of a newborn talent would be greatly enhanced after refinement. Once the Star Sky energy is refined, one is no longer an ordinary person, truly stepping onto the path of Star Sky martial arts. In contrast, original talent is called the lower talent because it is difficult to absorb star energy. Star Sky refinement has little effect on original talent. Moreover, as far as she knew, after achieving perfection in the cultivation technique, Jiang Ye still chose the refining technique, which is the most difficult advanced technique. What is he thinking? Zheng Xueqing was puzzled. The original talent already lacks absorption efficiency, and he still chooses the advanced technique. Can't he absorb star energy? Although the advanced technique can accommodate the most star energy. Regardless of whether Jiang Ye can absorb so much star energy, even if he could, he needs to be able to refine it. If it can't be refined, then it's purely a waste. After all, star energy that can't be refined will continue to dissipate. Only by fully refining it and truly absorbing it into the body, does it become one's own and not run away. And with the low absorption efficiency of original talent, 9 out of 10 will be wasted. He's trying to take a gamble. Zheng Xueqing had already envisioned many scenarios. She closed her eyes and sighed. Silently, coming from a poor family, Jiang Ye has already come this far. It's remarkable. Unfortunately, the original talent is ultimately a lower talent, defying fate. That never exists. Ellipsis. At this time, all more than 500 students present had entered the refining pool. On the ground, circles were drawn. Each circle represented a refining position. Jiang Ye also found a position to sit down, waiting for the start of the refinement. Whoosh! The silver-black armored man reappeared above the refining pool. There is no time limit for star sky refinement. The armored man said in a deep voice, endure as long as you can, measure your strength. Accordingly, the energy source for this star sky refinement comes from Mercury. While speaking, he threw several crystal-like energy balls into the energy base. Buzz tilde. The energy diversion lines around the refining pool were quickly illuminated. Star Professional. Wang Zhang looked at the armored man, his gaze burning intensely. Star Professional. Jiang Ye looked at him in confusion. Wang Zhang sighed. Star Professional, this is one of the most lucrative careers, my future aspiration. Most lucrative. Jiang Ye was somewhat surprised, he had never heard of it. It's normal not to know. Wang Zhang shook his head. Some things, common people aren't aware of. Do you know why the class monitor is so wealthy? It's not because her father is a business tycoon, but because her mother is a star professional. Wang Zhang whispered. Star professionals can travel between planets, transporting star sky energy. The countless star sky martial artists on Blue Star need an unimaginable amount of star sky energy every day. Where does this star sky energy come from? All brought by star professionals. The profits in this are unimaginable. Wang Zhang said with fervor. Jiang Ye couldn't help but hold his breath. It was the first time he had heard of these things. Which is normal since he was encountering star sky energy for the first time as well. It's natural not to understand these matters. Wang Zhang continued. Star energy is incredibly expensive, even this kind, diluted hundreds of times, costs tens of thousands of dollars for one refinement. Star professionals explore the starry sky, and just casually putting some primordial energy into their pockets is worth tens of millions. Tens of millions. Jiang Ye clicked his tongue. A common person could never earn that much in a lifetime. Not to mention common people, even the wealthy who earn 10,000 a month and a million a year would need 10 years to earn 10 million. Tens of millions. It's beyond their wildest dreams. And for star professionals, it's just a matter of moving a hand. The gap between rich and poor is truly unimaginable. Jiang Ye couldn't help but sigh. Buzz. Just then, starlights appeared on the overhead glass dome. Soon after, thin cracks opened in the ground. Countless stars radiated like dense mist, intertwining with the star lights on the dome. For a moment, it felt as if you were really in the star sea. Star sky refinement is merely a simulation of the real starry sky. The silver-black armored man spoke. In the future, if any of you become a star professional, you may go to the universe and conduct refinement beneath a brilliant starry sky. You are welcome to apply to become a star professional through the Federation Examination Bureau. Jiang Ye was slightly moved in his heart. He didn't expect this star professional to recruit exam candidates on the spot. This star professional seems to have many benefits, but it must also hide great dangers. Jiang Ye muttered to himself. For example, shadow disaster. As far as he knew, shadow disaster did not only appear on Blue Star. Throughout the solar system, cosmic bases on major planets have had shadow disasters. There are many martial arts masters on Blue Star, and they can control shadow disasters. In time, but on other planets, that's not necessarily the case. While he was pondering, the Star Sky refinement officially began. All more than 500 students present closed their eyes one after another, starting to operate their respective refining techniques to absorb the starlight. This, Star Sky energy. Jiang Ye looked at the starlight around him. It appeared beautiful and romantic, but it was actually extremely dangerous. It was clear from the students around him, some already showed expressions of pain. Let's begin. Jiang Ye sat cross-legged, his heart full of anticipation. The month of painful training was all for this moment, wasn't it? He closed his eyes and began to operate the Star Martial Advancement technique. In an instant, Jiang Ye's pores opened like tiny whirlpools, starting to absorb the surrounding silver starlight. The starlight drilled into Jiang Ye's body through his pores. In the next moment, Jiang Ye's pores felt like they were being scraped open with a small knife, causing waves of sharp pain. Just this amount of pain was completely bearable for Jiang Ye. He didn't even furrow his brows. Increase the power. Jiang Ye took a deep breath, completely immersing himself. Breathing can also absorb star energy. At the same time, he increased his effort, opening all his pores to absorb the surrounding silver starlight into his body. A silver glow emanated from Jiang Ye's body surface. Chapter 49-48, Guanyuan Acupoint. Chapter 49, Chapter 48, Guanyuan Acupoint. As Jiang Ye continuously pushed his power, the surrounding silver starlight entered his body one after the other. This starlight, carrying incredibly violent energy, coursed through Jiang Ye's body in a very rough manner. Under the operation of the Star Martial Advancement technique, these starry sky energies flowed through his entire body's meridians. It was as if they were cleansing his essence, using countless invisible blades to scrape open the sealed meridians within his body. Are my cells undergoing metamorphosis? Jiang Ye's heart stirred. The starlights carried extraordinary characteristics, transforming his cells, rapidly strengthening him. But this process was extremely painful. After just a few minutes, Jiang Ye began to feel unbearable pain. But in the next moment, buzz! Suddenly, his mind became incomparably peaceful, his consciousness as clear as a mirror. As if casting aside all distractions, entering a state of pain, Jiang Ye secretly noted, finding joy in adversity. During a state of pain, all attributes receive a considerable increase. Temporary, the deeper the pain, the higher the enhancement. Determined in adversity, in a state of pain, one can maintain absolute clarity, steadfast in one's heart, unaffected by all hardships. As Jiang Ye entered the pain state, these two effects started to take place. Comprehensive enhancement of all attributes immediately alleviated his pain considerably. Seeing this, Jiang Ye immediately proceeded to the next step, guiding those starry sky energies to flow into the space he had opened in his lower abdomen. Guanyuan Acupoint. Jiang Ye sensed. The Guanyuan Acupoint is located in the lower abdomen, much like the legendary Dantian. After entry into the advancement technique, a small space is opened at this location. And this space is used to accommodate starry sky energy. Although Jiang Ye cannot see within himself, he can sense it. A space has already been opened at the Guanyuan Acupoint. As the first ray of starlight entered the Guanyuan Acupoint, a feeling of comfort immediately surged through his entire body. Succeeded. Jiang Ye's lips curved into a smile. After the starry sky energy enters the Guanyuan Acupoint, it will temporarily be stored here. It won't dissipate in the short term. As long as he refines it in time, he can completely make it his own. This is just the first ray. This time the star sky refinement must fill the Guanyuan Acupoint to be worthwhile. Jiang Ye secretly thought. Soon Jiang Ye found out. To achieve this step, the difficulty is not small. I just absorbed at least 100 rays of starlight from the outside. Jiang Ye calculated, suddenly incredibly shocked. In the end, only one ray of starlight entered the Guanyuan Acupoint, the rest all dissipated. Is this the reason why the original talent is called lower talent? His absorption efficiency is less than 1%. At this rate, he may have to stay here for an entire day to fill the Guanyuan Acupoint. Stay a day shouldn't be a problem. Jiang Ye nodded silently. This pain is not as bad as what he experienced on the second layer of the martial arts. Celestial ladder. Continue. Jiang Ye was filled with energy and began absorbing again. Ellipsis. Meanwhile, above the refining pool, on a large floating platform, a few middle-aged men and women were standing on the platform, overlooking below. They were all teachers from the 3 high schools, such as Zhang Jinwu and Cao Feng. Standing among them, Zhao Qingli, this girl, does not disappoint indeed. Zhang Jinwu looked below and said with a smile, in just a few minutes, she should have absorbed 1,000 rays of star energy. At his level of expertise, he could naturally easily see how much star energy these students absorbed. Cao Feng said, this girl's foundation establishment technique is close to great success. Her absorption speed far surpasses others. Among these people, probably only Lin Yushu from City No. 1 High School can surpass her. Zhang Jinwu nodded. Lin Yushu, his last monthly exam score reached 849, destined to be a student of the top 10 famous schools in the future. But Zhao Qingli might be hard. He shook his head slightly. Zhao Qingli's last monthly exam score was 810. Reaching 900 points within half a year. Very difficult. Beside him, a middle-aged man wearing black practice clothes smiled and said, money can make the impossible possible. If Zhao Qingli works a bit harder, there is still a chance. This was Kang Haisheng, the key class teacher from City No. 1 High School. Zhang Jinwu did not refute either. Money can indeed make the impossible possible. If 10,000 doesn't work, then 100,000. If 100,000 doesn't work, then 1 million. But the problem is, if such a high price is paid to get into one of the top 10 famous schools. If the pace of the famous school cannot be kept up with, there's still a risk of getting eliminated. You can't just rely on money at that time, can you? At this time, Kang Haisheng suddenly asked, I heard there's someone with original talent from your school participating in this refinement. Zhang Jinwu nodded. Is it this student? Kang Haisheng pointed in the direction where Jiang Ye was. He noticed Jiang Ye's speed in absorbing star energy was noticeably slower than others. Zhang Jinwu was noncommittal, turning his head to ask Cao Feng. Cao Feng, did Jiang Ye choose body refining technique or foundation establishment technique? He hadn't been paying attention these days. But when Cao Feng heard this, he shook his head, helplessly saying, he chose the advancement technique. What? Advancement technique? Zhang Jinwu suddenly frowned. Why choose the advancement technique? Even Zhao Qingli didn't choose this technique, which is quite difficult. Cao Feng sighed. I tried to persuade him, but this kid insisted on choosing the advancement technique. I couldn't do anything about it. Kang Haisheng was also surprised. Star martial advancement technique. Shouldn't original talent not be able to enter this quickly? Whether it's body refining technique, foundation establishment technique, or advancement technique, all require entry before participating in the star sky refinement. Otherwise, it's tantamount to wasting it. Not having entry just means the efficiency of absorbing star energy will be even lower. Zhang Jinwu shook his head. It doesn't mean he can't participate in the refinement. Cao Feng said solemnly, original talent has an absorption efficiency of less than 1%. Without entry, it's even lower. This point is common consensus. An ordinary person absorbs 100 paths of star energy, only one path enters the Guanyuan acupoint. And for newborn talent geniuses, maybe 10 paths. The difference between the two is tenfold. This is just the absorption stage. The subsequent refinement also shows similar differences. Original talent is classified as lower talent for a reason. How could Zhang Jinwu not understand these principles? But at this moment, he felt somewhat speechless. Miss Chen just left for a few days, and this kid is already causing trouble. Zhang Jinwu was very headaches, and this old chap Cao Feng too, didn't mention this to me initially. Originally, he thought Jiang Ye wouldn't choose the advancement technique at all. His insight told him this kid wasn't someone who lacks self-awareness. But now, Zhang Jinwu felt it was too absurd. Of course, this is not really a big deal. Just that if Chen Zilu asks about this in the future, he wouldn't know how to explain. Let's see. Zhang Jinwu sighed softly, saying, this kid's martial arts will is quite astonishing. Maybe he can stay in the pool a bit longer. Chapter 50 to 49, Body of Steel. Chapter 50, Chapter 49, Body of Steel. In the refining pool, time slipped away. In the blink of an eye, several hours passed. At this moment, there were quite a few people in the refining pool who had twisted expressions and began to tremble all over. The star sky energy carries extraordinary attributes, which transform the human body from its roots. This process is akin to the fracture and reassembly of cells. The longer the transformation, the greater the agony endured, but equally, the benefits are more plentiful. Ah! Finally, someone couldn't take it anymore and yelled out, fleeing the refining pool in a sorry state. They exited through the passageway. After a while, one after another, people trembled as they got up and left the area. Time kept passing by. In the blink of an eye, the star sky refinement had lasted for 3 hours. More than 100 people had already left the refining pool in succession. On the suspended platform, Zhang Jinwu watched this scene, nodding slightly. Those participating in the star sky refinement for the first time generally have finished their refinement. Participating in the star sky refinement for the first time, it is mostly difficult to endure such agony. To persist unto this point is considered extremely excellent. Cao Feng nodded and said, the longer the cultivation time of the refining technique, the longer one can endure the agony. These first-time participants are just entering the practice, naturally unable to stick for long. Saying this, he looked at Jiang Ye with some surprise. This boy actually persisted until now. Cao Feng's eyes were filled with wonder. Zhang Jinwu wasn't surprised. He had long known Jiang Ye's martial arts will was quite strong. Even if the advanced technique hadn't been learned, he could persist longer. Yet as time passed, the agony grew more intense. Jiang Ye was likely soon unable to continue enduring. Ellipsis. In the refining pool, Jiang Ye was untouched by external influences. He tightly closed his eyes, feeling the starlight in the Guanyuan acupoint. 3 hours have passed. The starlight in the Guanyuan acupoint exceeds 300 strands. Jiang Ye calculated, but to completely fill the Guanyuan acupoint, it should have nearly 10,000 strands of starlight. Looking at it, there's still a big gap. But at this moment, Jiang Ye was brimming with confidence. For just a short while ago, he sensed something thrilling. As the pain intensified, my rate of absorbing starlight seemed to have slowly accelerated. Jiang Ye speculated, this might be the effect of finding joy in adversity. In a painful state, all his attributes received significant boosts. The increase in attributes also accelerated his rate of absorbing starlight. The deeper the pain, the higher the boost. Jiang Ye internally rejoiced. According to this pattern, as long as I stay longer, the quicker my rate of absorbing starlight will be towards the end. Previously, he could absorb only 100 strands of starlight per minute. Now, he could absorb at least 300 strands per minute. However, the efficiency of absorption hadn't changed, still at 1% out of 300 strands of starlight. Less than 3 strands entered the Guanyuan acupoint. The boost in attributes couldn't change his talent. Nonetheless, Jiang Ye was highly thrilled. Go for it. Jiang Ye silently encouraged. Strive to fill the Guanyuan acupoint early and then refine it here. Refining in the refining pool undoubtedly yielded better effects than refining alone back home. After all, the star energy in the Guanyuan acupoint would dissipate as well. It's just that the dispersal speed wasn't so fast. Jiang Ye closed his eyes and began absorbing at full speed. Ellipsis. 2 hours. 4 hours. Unwittingly, this star sky refinement had been going on for over 7 hours. At this moment, there were less than 100 people remaining in the refining pool. Half of these were students from City No. 1 High School. From City No. 3 High School, there were less than 20 people remaining. Outside the field, Zheng Xueqing looked at Jiang Ye in the refining pool with a face full of incredulity. Is this guy crazy? He actually managed to persist for such a long time. She thought her strength was roughly on par with Jiang Ye's. Yet she had only managed to persist for less than 4 hours before withdrawing. But now, 7 hours had passed, and Jiang Ye was still inside. Nearby, Lin Zan from City No. 1 High School wore a dark expression. Damn it, is this guy cheating? How can this original talent persist for so long? On the suspended platform, Zhang Jinwu, Cao Feng, and Kang Haisheng were also extremely surprised. This boy's martial arts will is this strong. Zhang Jinwu frowned, pondering, his performance in the last Thunderfire trial wasn't this strong. By his side, Kang Haisheng suddenly said, "Old Zhang, did you notice? This boy's absorption rate seems to have increased." Zhang Jinwu and Cao Feng's eyes narrowed. They had also noticed. Previously, Jiang Ye could absorb at most 100 strands of star energy per minute. But now, he absorbed 500 strands of star energy per minute. With this absorption rate, did his advanced technique get learned? Cao Feng was shocked. The longer the cultivation of the advanced technique, surely the faster the absorption rate. But this varied from person to person. Previously, when Jiang Ye absorbed 100 strands per minute, he largely didn't seem to have it learned. Without original talent cultivating this technique, there was no good reference. But now, 500 strands a minute. This definitely showed it had been learned. More than just learned. Kang Haisheng by his side also showed astonishment. This speed surpasses Zhao Qingli and Lin Yushu. Zhao Qingli and Lin Yushu, their refining techniques were close to great success. Could it be that Jiang Ye's advanced technique also was nearing great success? What kind of interstellar joke is that? Zhang Jinwu's eyes sparkled, recalling something Chen Zilu had said to him before. Could it be? His eyes were flashing. Just then, inside the refining pool, Jiang Ye suddenly stood up. All three eyes narrowed. Finally can't endure anymore. Cao Feng looked at Jiang Ye. Yet in the next second, Jiang Ye walked over to another refining spot and sat down again. Seeing this, all three had twitching eye corners. This boy dislikes that the previous spot didn't have enough star energy. The trio was speechless. The star sky refinement had proceeded to this moment. Others were already nearing their limits, in unbearable agony. And yet Jiang Ye still thought the star energy wasn't abundant, deliberately moving to a more concentrated spot for absorption. It must be known, the denser the star energy, the more horrifying the agony. Could Jiang Ye be of steel, not fearing pain? Interesting. Kang Haisheng suddenly laughed. I'm starting to be a bit curious about how long this student can persist. Ellipsis. Time passed second by second. As the star sky refinement continued, the latter stages became increasingly difficult with each minute. Each person seemed to be in a furnace of thousands of degrees, pain reaching the extreme. Even Zhao Qingli bit her red lip desperately, with sweat covering her fair forehead. As for Lin Yushu, he had long since given up on maintaining his demeanor, his big, pockmarked face cramped in a frown. Another hour passed. Wang Zhang finally couldn't endure anymore and withdrew from the refinement. At this point, and City Number 3 High School had only 2 people left. Zhao Qingli, and Jiang Ye. On the City Number 1 High School side, there were also fewer than 10 people remaining. Time kept flowing. The last few from City Number 1 High School also left one after another. The 10th hour of the star sky refinement. Only 3 people remained in the refining pool. Chapter 51 to 50, Extraordinary. Chapter 51, Chapter 50, Extraordinary. In the vast refining pool, only 3 people remained. All the students who had already given up stood outside, with eyes filled with strange expressions as they looked at the refining pool. More accurately speaking, their eyes were strangely fixed on Jiang Ye in the refining pool. Zhao Qingli and Lin Yushu were the top students in their respective schools. It wasn't surprising they persevered until now. But who was the remaining handsome boy? He looked unfamiliar. Time continued to flow. Half an hour later. About to break through. Lin Yushu suddenly opened his eyes and quickly exited the star sky refining pool. The others heard his muttering, all taken aback. About to break through. With Lin Yushu's current strength, what he referred to as breakthrough was undoubtedly reaching the first break. After leaving the refining pool, Lin Yushu sat cross-legged nearby and began to refine the star energy within him. At this moment, only 1 man and 1 woman remained in the refining pool. Another half an hour passed. Swish tilde. Zhao Qingli opened her eyes, glancing elegantly at Jiang Ye before stepping out of the refining pool with her long legs. Her Guanyuan acupoint was already filled. There was no need to stay any longer. Hence, only 1 person remained in the refining pool. Jiang Ye. Lin Zan looked at the young man in the pool, his face filled with surprise. Is he definitely cheating? On the other side, Wang Zhang also looked puzzled. No wonder he was so confident earlier. Seems like he was well prepared. Silently showing off, huh? You, guy, really hidden your abilities well. Ellipsis. Time continued to pass. 10 hours. 15 hours. 18 hours. Night had deepened, and most people had gone home. But a few chose to sit there, cultivating. They all wanted to see how long the young man in the pool could last. And in the refining pool, thousands of strands of starlight surged into Jiang Ye's body every minute. At such a speed, even if his absorption rate was only 1%, he could still have nearly 10 strands of starlight entering the Guanyuan acupoint every minute. The Guanyuan acupoint quickly filled up. 98%, 99%, 100%. Buzz. At the moment the Guanyuan acupoint filled, an incredibly full feeling spread throughout his body. Jiang Ye knew there was no need to continue absorbing. Begin refining. Jiang Ye operated mobilizing the star energy in the Guanyuan acupoint, unraveling it, and beginning the refining. Through the cultivation route of the advancement technique, guiding the star energy to circulate along specific routes, removing impurities, then returning to the Guanyuan acupoint. This process is called star energy tempering. Soon, the first strand of star energy was extracted from Jiang Ye's Guanyuan acupoint. It began to follow the cultivation route, entering the depths of his marrow. The star energy would permeate his entire skeletal system, with the impurities within being expelled through the bloodstream. Meanwhile, the star energy itself would also have a tempering effect on the bones. This is the refining process. Undoubtedly, this process was arduous and slow. The so-called tempering requires deep penetration into the body, thus consuming much time. A few minutes later, that strand of star energy quietly dispersed. Failed. Jiang Ye sighed inwardly, but wasn't surprised. Previously, when he absorbed star energy, 99% would disperse. Now that he was refining star energy, it was inevitably going to disperse. My body seems insensitive to star energy. Jiang Ye mused. Is it due to my talent? He had heard. Some geniuses' bodies automatically absorb and refine star energy. They don't even need the refining technique for guidance. Their bodies are highly compatible with star energy, melding seamlessly into the bones. Upon entry, Dao Bone, or perhaps an even higher level extraordinary talent. Jiang Ye shook his head. Such things were too far beyond his reach. Continue refining. Jiang Ye thought. So what if it disperses? Just reabsorb it. He was still in the refining pool and could endlessly absorb starry sky energy. Pain. Having endured 18 hours, of course there was pain. But this pain was still nothing compared to the torture of the second layer of the martial arts celestial ladder for Jiang Ye. After all, the torture of the second layer grew increasingly painful as one progressed. Now, Jiang Ye's tolerance for pain had exceeded imagination. Ellipsis. On the floating platform, Zhang Jinwu, Cao Feng, Kang Haisheng, and others were all sitting cross-legged. This star sky refinement had already lasted 18 hours, it was impossible for them to keep watching all this time. They needed to cultivate too. At this moment, Kang Haisheng suddenly exclaimed, he's already stopped absorbing star energy, why isn't he coming out yet? Does this kid want to stay inside and refine? Upon hearing this, Zhang Jinwu and Cao Feng both opened their eyes, their eyelids twitching incessantly. This Jiang Ye truly treats the refining pool as his own home. Everyone else can't wait to come out once they're finished refining. But Jiang Ye's Guanyuan acupoint is full, and it's still not enough. He wants to continue refining inside. No problem. Zhang Jinwu chuckled. Since he's not afraid of pain, let him stay inside longer. After all, the time is unlimited. He looked at Jiang Ye below, a spark flashing in his eyes. Miss Chen told me before that this kid's martial bone has awakened. Zhang Jinwu thought to himself, it truly shows extraordinary characteristics now. Martial bone awakening individuals usually have features that are unusual compared to ordinary people. Jiang Ye has original talent but exhibits such abilities, which confirms Chen Zilu's words. But, original talent with martial bone awakening. Never heard of that. Zhang Jinwu mused. However, Miss Chen mentioned it casually. Maybe it's not uncommon in Prosperous areas. Ellipsis. Meanwhile, during his refinement process, Jiang Ye discovered that his star energy refining efficiency far exceeded his expectations. After failing to refine the 10th stream of star energy, Jiang Ye finally succeeded. Buzz. The 11th stream of star energy, after more than 10 minutes of refining, rid of impurities, merged into his bones. Jiang Ye's whole body shook at that moment. He clearly felt, in that instant, an incredible change seemed to occur deep within his bone marrow. A primal power surged from deep within his soul. I am so strong. Jiang Ye clenched his fists, and a faint silver glow grazed his fingertips. Extraordinary abilities. Seeing this scene, Jiang Ye felt a slight tremor in his heart. It's rumored that those who break the shackles of life will have incredible extraordinary abilities born within them. And now, although he hasn't reached that realm, his body has started to develop the sprouts of extraordinary abilities. In the next moment, the tempered star energy returned to his Guanyuan acupoint. So, this is star sky energy. In just an instant, Jiang Ye gained much insight. Star sky energy, coming from the other side of the starry sky, carries extraordinary traits. Finally merging with him at this moment. This marked Jiang Ye's official step onto the star martial path. Jiang Ye could sense that the refined stream of star energy would never dissipate. It truly became a part of him. Strange, my efficiency in absorbing star energy is only 1%. Jiang Ye's eyes showed curiosity. Logically, the refining efficiency should be similar. But in fact, the refining efficiency reached 10%. Why? Jiang Ye pondered for a moment. He believed it might be due to his physical constitution. So-called bones, in a sense, are part of one's physique. Due to talent reasons, his body was indeed insensitive to star energy, so absorption efficiency was low. But during refinement, the star energy needed to merge into the bones. His current physique was upper A level, so the quality of his bones naturally improved. Therefore, as soon as star energy contacted, it could immediately merge into the bones. These seemingly contradictory phenomena appeared in Jiang Ye in an extremely rare way. However, a tenth of the refining efficiency is still too slow. Is there a quicker way? Jiang Ye pondered. He didn't hesitate any longer and took out the delicate metal bottle given to him by Chen Zilu. Star Sea Nectar. Jiang Ye's eyes showed anticipation. Bang tilde the lid opened. A faint fragrance instantly spread. Just this small bottle might be worth over 10,000, extremely precious. Hopefully, it can bring significant results. Jiang Ye raised his head and took a small sip. An immediate cooling sensation spread throughout his mouth, followed down the esophagus, into the stomach, quickly starting the circulation. Jiang Ye quickly began employing the advanced technique. As soon as he began, Jiang Ye immediately sensed the difference. Under the circulation of star sea nectar, his entire meridians became incredibly transparent. Buzz. A stream of star energy traveled along the cultivation route, coursing through his bones, infiltrating his entire bone structure. Inadvertently, this stream of star energy began to exert its effect, continuously tempering Jiang Ye's body. 10 minutes later, Jiang Ye's whole body trembled, sensing a stream of star energy along the cultivation route, returning to his Guanyuan acupoint, completely merging into him. Success. Jiang Ye's pupils shrank. He looked incredulously at the metal bottle in his hand. Just one small sip, and the first refinement succeeded. Did he just get lucky, or is the effect of this star sea nectar too extraordinary? The value of this star sea nectar is far beyond 10,000, while Jiang Ye's heart was shaken, he was also immensely joyful. With the help of this star sea nectar, the upcoming refinements would be much easier. I'll refine all the star energies right here in the refining pool. Jiang Ye made up his mind. Chapter 52-51, 100% Refinement. Efficiency. Chapter 52, Chapter 51, 100% Refinement Efficiency. Time flows. This star sky refinement has lasted 24 hours now. Cao Feng suddenly stood up and said solemnly, all students from in City Number 3 High School. Those who have completed the refinement, return to school for classes. Immediately afterward, Kang Haisheng and teachers from in City 2nd High School also got up, ordering the students to return to school. As the words fell, The students sitting cross-legged around the refining pool, meditating, all opened their eyes. Zheng Xueqing stood up, glanced at Jiang Ye, who was still in the refining pool. Such a person is terrifying. The young girl sighed helplessly. By now, she had lost any ambition to compete. If Jiang Ye could only persist for 10 hours, she would envy him, be jealous. But persisting for 24 hours. The meaning is completely different. On the other side, the E-level girl, Zhao Qingli, curiously looked at Jiang Ye. What makes him persist so much? Zhao Qingli couldn't believe Jiang Ye wasn't afraid of the pain. The pain of star sky refinement digs deep into the bones. It's a mysterious energy from the other side of the starry sky that can transform someone into extraordinary. How divine. Even with current technological levels, no painkiller can alleviate this kind of pain. Even Zhao Qingli could only last for a dozen hours at most. Won't he be able to last another day? Truly surprising. Zhao Qingli thought, suddenly. Laughed. Why think about these things, it has nothing to do with me. She stopped pondering it. No matter how exceptional Jiang Ye's performance was, what did it matter? He wasn't anyone to her. This star sky refinement is not a trial or assessment, doesn't rank. Jiang Ye's long stay only means he's very enduring. But poor people. Being willing to endure only leads to more hardships. As for Zhao Qingli herself, her target remained in City No. 1 High School's Lin Yushu. Jiang Ye. Just an ordinary classmate who looks good and endures well. The girl restored her aloof demeanor, stepped away with her snow-white long legs. Elsewhere, Lin Yushu also glanced at Jiang Ye. Interesting, and City No. 3 High School has another intriguing guy emerging. Alas, an original talent. Lin Yushu shook his head. Over the past hours, he had learned Jiang Ye's identity from Lin Zan. With the other party's current achievements, he couldn't possibly get into the 25 schools alliance, let alone compare with seed talents from top 10 prestigious schools like himself. Originally, Lin Yushu had the thought of getting to know him. But upon learning all this, he immediately abandoned the thought. Ellipsis. Soon, all the students present departed. Zhang Jinwu, Kang Haisheng and others, however, hadn't left. This kid, is he really planning to stay here for 2 or 3 days? At this moment several people exchanged glances. This kind of thing may not be unprecedented, but it is certainly extremely rare. Zhang Jinwu glanced at the silver-black armor-wearing man nearby. This time the star energy for the star sky refinement all came from the man. The armor-wearing man said indifferently, no matter, this bit of star energy, I don't care. Even if he stays for 10 days or half a month, it doesn't matter. 10 days, half a month. Zhang Jinwu and others looked peculiar. It's impossible. If someone really could stay that long, it would be downright phenomenal, shaking all schools. Ellipsis. In the refining pool, Jiang Ye sat cross-legged. He was completely absorbed in the refining, totally oblivious to the passage of time. He only knew that his body was undergoing continuous transformation under the tempering of star energy. In the Guanyuan acupoint, strands of faint silver star light floated. All of these had been refined and belonged entirely to his star energy. By now, there were already hundreds of strands. If Zhang Jinwu and others knew of this scene, they would surely be astonished. Refining and absorbing are not the same, it requires a large amount of time. According to the original talent's refining efficiency, even duration of 10 days or half a month might not produce hundreds of strands. But Jiang Ye, it took just a few hours. Yet all of this happened within Jiang Ye. Zhang Jinwu and the others did not have the supernatural fire-eyed golden gaze. Naturally could not know. Time flew by swiftly. 2 days. 3 days. Ellipsis. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed since the star sky refinement began. On site, only Zhang Jinwu and the silver-black armor-wearing man remained. As for Cao Feng and Kang Haisheng, being teachers, they needed to attend classes and left. The second day. Swish tilde. On this day, sitting in the refining pool, Jiang Ye suddenly opened his eyes. A trace of almost imperceptible faint silver light flashed in his pupils. Finally, Jiang Ye clenched his fists, all refined. At this moment in his Guanyuan acupoint, nearly 10,000 strands of faint silver star light floated, filling the entire Guanyuan acupoint. These star lights had all been completely refined by him. As long as he doesn't actively deploy them, these star energy will forever exist within him. Undispersed. Jiang Ye only felt a sense of overwhelming fullness. This star sky refinement ends perfectly. Jiang Ye silently summarized, my body can no longer absorb and hold star energy. Unless the advanced technique makes a breakthrough, further expanding the space of Guanyuan acupoint, otherwise there's no need for more star sky refinement in the short term. This time, his gains were absolutely astounding. Possibly double or even triple that of others. Why's that? Even with newborn talent, there would definitely be loss during refining. Star energy would continuously dissipate. The successfully refined star energy in the Guanyuan acupoint wouldn't surpass half. But Jiang Ye, because he stayed in the refining pool, even dissipated could be replenished back. This equaled absolutely no loss. Plus, with the help of star sea nectar, his refining efficiency multiplied. Nearly 10,000 strands of star energy, all refined completely. 100% refining efficiency. Who can compare? It's time to go back. Jiang Ye stood up, looked around the empty surroundings, somewhat puzzled. Seems it has been 1 or 2 days. Having been immersed in refining, he hadn't really noticed the outside passage of time. Jiang Ye. Zhang Jinwu came down to the ground, approaching Jiang Ye. Director, you're still here. Jiang Ye's eyes brightened, quickly leaving the refining pool. Zhang Jinwu looked at him, feeling emotional. You kid really stripped it clean this time. Stayed here for 7 full days. What? 7 days? Jiang Ye was dumbstruck, hadn't expected so much time had flown by. The star energy tempering also provided constant energy supply, keeping him from feeling hunger. Director Zhang, didn't expect you waited here for so long. Jiang Ye snapped back to reality, feeling embarrassed. Zhang Jinwu shook his head. You should thank Star Envoy Lu here. He exceptionally extended your time this round. As it stands, while star sky refinement has no fixed time limit, usually wouldn't exceed 3 days. Upon hearing, Jiang Ye couldn't help looking at the silver-black armor-wearing man not far away. He cupped his hands. Thank you, Star Envoy Lu. Armor-wearing man smiled. My name is Lu Baimu. You surprised me, could endure so long. Star Envoy Lu is praising me, it was merely luckily enduring. Jiang Ye said. This was no mere luck. Lu Baimu shook his head. I've seen many geniuses, but one with your sheer perseverance, never before. He added with a smile. Spent 7 days in the refining pool, you probably refined close to 100 strands of star energy. Chapter 53-52, Preparatory Star. Profession. Chapter 53, Chapter 52, Preparatory Star Profession. Nearly 100 strands. Jiang Ye shook his head upon hearing this and smiled. A little more than that. A little more. Could it be over 100 strands? Star Envoy Lu smiled. Jiang Ye replied, nearly 10,000 strands. What? Zhang Jinwu and Star Envoy Lu were visibly shocked and looked at him in disbelief. Refining nearly 10,000 strands. Does this kid know what he's talking about? Even with a newborn talent, it's unlikely to refine nearly 10,000 strands of star energy in 7 days. Soon, Star Envoy Lu smiled in relief. Jiang Ye probably mistook what he meant by refining for absorbing. In 7 days, absorbing over 10,000 strands is not surprising. But with an original talent's lack of sensitivity to star energy, refining takes a lot of time. Moreover, the refining efficiency is very low. In 7 days, it's unlikely to refine even 50 strands of star energy. However, since Jiang Ye stayed in the refining pool, surrounded by dense star energy, he might have refined over 100 strands, or even 200 strands. Activate your star energy so I can see how your life metamorphosis level is, Star Envoy. Lu asked curiously. Okay. Jiang Ye didn't hesitate and immediately began to operate the technique. Buzz tilde, as a thread of star energy emerged from the Guanyuan acupoint, it began circulating through his body's meridians. Suddenly, a powerful aura burst out from within Jiang Ye. This is the first extraordinary ability acquired after absorbing star energy, martial arts. Qi Spirit. Through martial arts Qi Spirit, one can intuitively feel his life level. Jiang Ye revealed no expressions, but this revelation immediately shocked both Star Envoy Lu and Zhang Jinwu. Your life level has skyrocketed this much. Star Envoy Lu finally showed surprise, finding it somewhat unbelievable. The cultivation technique to perfection, to the first break, requires multiple rounds of sky refinement. Even with the star martial advancement technique, it requires more than 6 times. This is because breaking the life shackles is a long process. Each sky refinement only progresses a small step. But Jiang Ye, this is far from being a small step. It's a giant leap. Not bad. Zhang Jinwu nodded and smiled. Jiang Ye, you have already walked a quarter of the way on the path of the first break. Unbelievable, Star Envoy Lu also exclaimed. It seems you've gained benefits far beyond others in these 7 days. Thanks to Star Envoy Lu, Jiang Ye smiled and cupped his hands again. The other party waited here for 7 days just for him. Without this, he wouldn't have been able to refine nearly 10,000 strands of star energy. Nor could he have made such progress. This favor certainly deserves thanks. Lu Baimu waved his hand and smiled. Jiang Ye, you are very suitable to become a star professional. I have high hopes for you. Star professional. High hopes for me. Jiang Ye was taken aback. Previously, from Wang Zhang's introduction, he already knew that the status and identity of a star professional were highly regarded across the entire Blue Star Federation. Did Star Envoy Lu actually have high hopes for him? It's very surprising. On the side, Zhang Jinwu smiled and said, Jiang Ye, don't underestimate yourself. Your ability to last 7 days in the refining pool, even in cities once in a century Dao Bone talent may not compare to you. Dao Bone talent. Jiang Ye nodded slightly. Compared to talent, he is far inferior to those geniuses. But in terms of martial arts will, he's indeed surpassed many people. The second layer of the martial arts celestial ladder is also a tempering of the martial arts will, just in a more intense way. A resilient martial arts will is a necessary condition to become a star professional. And you just happened to meet this point, Lu Baimu smiled. Jiang Ye's heart stirred, and he curiously asked, Star Envoy Lu, isn't being a star professional very dangerous? Lu Baimu was taken aback, seemingly surprised he knew about these things. He nodded and replied, indeed, being a star professional is a very dangerous profession. Not only must you face the shadow disaster alone, but the process of picking up cosmic star energy is also fraught with life-threatening risks. In some areas, humans can't even set foot. Lu Baimu lamented, one often has to endure immense pain to possibly obtain precious primordial star energy. Jiang Ye listened attentively. But enormous danger also comes with enormous opportunities, Lu Baimu said. Star professionals have the highest average income ranking across all professions in the Federation. Jiang Ye, Lu Baimu looked at him and said, your background dictates that you need a lot of resources to grow. Being a star professional doesn't depend on background, you can make a lot of money. Which suits you well. Jiang Ye pondered silently. Indeed, his family background doesn't compare to people like Zhao Qingli or Wang Zhang. To grow quickly, he needs money. A lot of money. Take the present as an example. His total score in the 4 martial arts aspects is only 520 points, with just 1 semester left. To reach 900 points, how difficult is that? If he could spend 100,000 or 200,000 a month on martial arts supplements like Zhao Qingli, he wouldn't be so worried. Thinking of this, Jiang Ye immediately inquired, Star Envoy Lu, what are the conditions to become a star professional? Lu Baimu replied, now you are still far from being a star professional. After all, to venture into the universe, you at least need to reach the 3rd break or above. However, you can try to apply for the preparatory star profession, Lu Baimu smiled. Preparatory star profession. Jiang Ye looked at him. Lu Baimu nodded and said, martial artists below the 2nd break can apply for the preparatory star profession through the Federation Examination Bureau. As long as you become a preparatory star professional, not only do you not have to face the dangers of the universe, but you also receive a monthly allowance of tens of thousands. Or even hundreds of thousands. Tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. Jiang Ye held his breath. He had never imagined so much money. Hundreds of thousands of yuan, that's equivalent to what my foster parents earn in over a decade. Lu Baimu continued, however, the conditions for becoming a preparatory star Professional or very demanding. Besides the basic assessment, you also have to hunt and kill a sufficient number of shadow race in reality. This part depends entirely on your luck. Jiang Ye was deep in thought. Hunting the shadow race in reality. He'd need to at least break through the first break for that. Moreover, it depends on whether he can encounter the shadow race. Nowadays, shadow disasters are not uncommon, they happen almost every day. It's just that An City hasn't experienced any shadow disasters, making life seem peaceful. But choosing between a shadow disaster and being a preparatory star professional. Jiang Ye would rather not become a preparatory star professional if it means a shadow disaster happening in An City. Next, Lu Baimu introduced him to more about the star profession. The sky grew darker. Jiang Jinwu said, "It's almost dark, you should hurry back." "All right." Jiang Ye nodded, having understood most of what there was to know about the star profession. After saying goodbye to Lu Baimu and Jiang Jinwu, he swiftly left the place. Once Jiang Ye had left, Jiang Jinwu looked at Lu Baimu, puzzled. "Star Envoy Lu, do you really believe he can become a star professional?" "From what I know, becoming a star professional requires talent. As a profession highly valued by the Federation, talent is, of course, a mandatory requirement. Original talent is considered lower, and logically speaking, it's impossible for someone with it to become one of them." Lu Baimu slightly shook his head and smiled. "I never thought he would truly become a star professional. Even the chances of him becoming a preparatory star professional are very, very slim. What I said earlier was just planting a seed in his heart, giving him a goal to pursue in the future, and to work hard towards it. Perhaps one day, he will grow into a towering tree. Although the odds of that are minuscule." Lu Baimu shook his head, sighing. "A strong martial arts will. That alone is not enough to make up for inherent disadvantages. Nowhere near enough." Ellipsis. Taoyang District, Building 12, Apartment 606. After returning home, Jiang Ye went straight to his room. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Ye slightly squatted, palms clasped in front of his abdomen, feeling the strength within his body. Since he came out of the refining pool, he hadn't had time to carefully experience the changes in himself. But he was very clear that this star sky refinement brought him significant transformation. The star energy entering the body is a form of refinement in itself. Not to mention the subsequent tempering, as the star energy penetrates deeply into his bones and infiltrates his entire skeletal system. This process of star sky refinement pushes the physical body to ascend to the human body's limits, until breaking through that life shackle. In Jiang Ye's 100% refinement this time resulted in an incredibly terrifying augmentation. "My body." Jiang Ye silently felt it, growing more and more delighted inside, just as Director Zhang said. "This star sky refinement improved me by a large margin, greatly transforming my physical strength. If the human body's limit had a progress bar, then Jiang Ye predicted he should have reached at least a quarter or even a third. Most importantly, it's the enhancement brought by the star energy itself." Jiang Ye closed his eyes, silently circulating the star martial advancement technique. Within the Guanyuan acupoint, a wisp of star energy moved on command, following the cultivation route from the Guanyuan acupoint to his arm. Whoosh! A faint silvery glow swept across the skin of Jiang Ye's arm. Instantaneously, Jiang Ye felt as if his body was injected with a magma-like hot flow. A primal force capable of destroying everything brewed furiously, eager to unleash. Jiang Ye's foot hit the ground, and the scorching power surged from the tailbone to the back of the neck, his arm drawing back like a bowstring. Ha! Suddenly, he punched out forcefully. An almost imperceptible silver halo erupted like a shockwave. Boom! The wall a meter away shuddered slightly, emitting a loud sound. Crack! A tiny crack appeared on the wall. This punch, unexpectedly left a shallow fist mark on the wall a meter away. Ah! Jiang Ye was dumbfounded. He never expected his punch to be so powerful. From a meter away, it almost cracked his own wall open. "Brother!" Zhang Ting rushed in, grabbing Jiang Ye's hand. "This is bad, it's an earthquake, we should head downstairs. An City is at the edge of an earthquake zone, experiencing moderate tremors every 3 to 5 years. Not major earthquakes, but small ones happen continuously. Jiang Ye coughed, reassuring her, "It's okay, I was just practicing." Li Anping walked in, seeing the fist mark on the wall, somewhat stunned. "Child, if you're going to practice, don't take the house down." Jiang Ye looked helpless. He never expected himself to be this strong now. Casually throwing a punch could cause such an effect. If he unleashed his full power, how intense would it be? Chapter 54-53, Chen Zilu's Reply Letter. Chapter 54, Chapter 53, Chen Zilu's Reply Letter. "Brother, you're amazing, can your training really cause an earthquake effect?" The little girl stared at him with big, admiring eyes. "It's not that exaggerated." Jiang Ye coughed. "Looks like I'll have to go downstairs to test my strength in the future. Otherwise, at this late hour, causing such a commotion would make the neighbors think something's up. Brother Chan, continue with your training, I'm going back to sleep." Zhang Ting reported. "What did you call me?" Jiang Ye glanced at her. "Brother Chan," Zhang Ting blinked and whispered, "My classmates call me that too, don't you like it?" Jiang Ye pinched her soft white cheek and said, "I like it, go to sleep." Good night, brother." After Zhang Ting and Li Anping left, Jiang Ye walked to the wall from earlier. A thin line of cracks had appeared on the wall. This was an old house, the wall's surface was already yellowed, and after Jiang Ye's punch, it had cracked. But only the surface layer cracked, the structure underneath was undamaged. Still, this was impressive enough. Mind you, Jiang Ye did all this from over a meter away. If this was a real combat test, it would be even more astonishing. Is this the power of starry sky energy? Jiang Ye nodded to himself, it really is an extraordinary force, so powerful. With just physical strength alone, he couldn't have shattered a wall from a distance. It was the star energy that granted him this incredible ability. However, this star energy really depletes bit by bit. Jiang Ye sensed that the strand of star energy he had just used had been expended with that punch. Star energy comes from the starry sky, the human body can't produce it. If it's completely used up, you can only replenish it through star sky refinement. Fortunately, Jiang Ye currently still had nearly 10,000 strands of star energy, so he didn't feel stressed about it for now. After a moment, he sat cross-legged, and a panel appeared before him. Cultivation Technique. Star Martial Cultivation Technique, Perfection. 8 Thunder Sounds Fist, Minor Success 5%. Star Martial Advancement Technique, Entry 1%. In the second semester of senior year, there are still 3 opportunities for Star Sky refinement. Jiang Ye pondered, once the advanced technique reaches minor success in these 3 refinements are completed, I should be able to achieve the first break. Originally, he wasn't very confident about achieving the first break before college entrance exams. But this Star Sky refinement was extremely thorough. His confidence surged unprecedentedly. After 3 more Star Sky refinements, he would definitely break through. As long as the star energy evolves the body to a certain extent, it naturally breaks life's shackles. How much has he evolved now? Jiang Ye wasn't sure, but in the next assessment, it would naturally become evident. The key is, 3 Star Sky refinements, at least 100,000 needs to be prepared. Jiang Ye sighed inwardly. Even a small amount of money could be a big obstacle for a hero. Where was he going to find so much money? He was already having trouble with martial arts nutrition. No matter, cultivate. Jiang Ye closed his eyes and started cultivating the Star Martial Advancement Technique. Breaking through the advanced technique to minor success is his primary goal now. Ellipsis. The next day, in City Number 3 High School. After a week, Jiang Ye returned to school, and everything on campus appeared the same. But as he walked into the 3rd year, Class 1, the entire class turned to look at him in unison, all staring with strange expressions. Jiang Ye hadn't been to school for 7 days. They had learned that Jiang Ye hadn't taken a leave but had persistently stayed in the refining pool for 7 days. He's simply a superhuman. Everyone looked at Jiang Ye with indescribable shock. Jiang Ye ignored them, walked into the classroom, and went to his usual cultivation spot. "Jiang Ye, you were born a devil." Wang Zhang chanted beside him. "You're not afraid of hardship, not afraid of pain, and your emotions are as dull as plain water." Jiang Ye gave him a strange look. Crazy. Are you crazy? Wang Zhang held his head, his pupils shook violently. How did you manage to stay in that hellish place for 7 days? Did you experience the 18 layers of hell? How can you endure so much? Hearing this, Jiang Ye nodded, something like that. The second layer of the martial arts celestial ladder, isn't that the 18 layers of hell? No, it might be even more torturous than hell. On the other side, E-class girl Zhao Qingli opened her eyes and also looked at Jiang Ye. 7 days. Zhao Qingli's cool face showed a hint of shock. If it were just 1 or 2 days, she wouldn't react like this. But 7 days. She's seen people who can endure suffering, but never anyone who can endure this much. A very good-looking and extremely resilient ordinary classmate. Zhao Qingli silently added a new label for Jiang Ye in her heart. Further away, Zheng Xueqing also fixed her eyes on Jiang Ye. Hell is empty, the devils are among us. She thought to herself. After a while, martial arts teacher Cao Feng walked in. Jiang Ye. Cao Feng's pupils slightly contracted, and a trace of surprise flashed across his face. But it disappeared quickly. He looked at Jiang Ye and said in a deep voice, Jiang Ye, have you entered the auxiliary technique? He had already sensed it when Jiang Ye was in the refining pool. Jiang Ye nodded and replied, I've entered. Cao Feng nodded slightly and said, not bad, keep it up. As the martial arts teacher of the key class, he admitted that he had indeed misjudged. But he didn't feel it was any problem. The fact that there were students who could make him misjudge was a good thing. Suggesting the class might produce a 25 schools alliance seed. Even though, from Jiang Ye's current level, he only had a chance to get into the lower ranked schools in the alliance. But it wasn't a bad thing, after all. Cao Feng said no more, stepped onto the podium, and began the martial arts class. Ellipsis. The day quickly passed. Before he knew it, it was time for school to let out. Just as Jiang Ye was about to pack his things and head home, the communication watch on his hand suddenly vibrated. Chen Zilu. He opened the watch. A thought crossed Jiang Ye's mind. This was the first time Chen Zilu had contacted him after leaving. He was curious because she was now tens of thousands of miles away at White Dragon University. Given the distance, would the conversation unlock a new achievement? Without hesitation, Jiang Ye answered the call. Jiang Ye. A sweet voice came from the other side. Teacher Chen. Jiang Ye said, what's up? I heard from Director Zhang that you stuck it out in Star Sky Refinement for 7 days. Chen Zilu's voice had a hint of surprise. The director told you? Jiang Ye asked. Chen Zilu acknowledged with a soft hum, after all, you're half my student, of course he'd tell me. But you, with such an important thing, didn't know to share the joy with me. Listening to the young woman's slightly resentful tone, Jiang Ye was somewhat stunned. He coughed and said, you've returned to school. I didn't want to interrupt your cultivation. HMPH. Chen Zilu snorted softly, rolling her eyes, weren't you never afraid of interrupting my cultivation when you used to find me all the time? Chapter 55 to 54, Suspected Use of Cheat Methods. Chapter 55, Chapter 54, Suspected Use of Cheat Methods. Jiang Ye coughed dryly and said, I troubled you back then, teacher. All right, I'm not blaming you. Chen Zilu said gently, be honest, did you really stay for 7 days? Really? Jiang Ye nodded. Good. Chen Zilu laughed, her voice sweet and clear, you're really quite something. Her tone carried astonishment, with a hint of complex emotion. Jiang Ye's heart stirred, unable to resist his curiosity. He asked, teacher, how long did it take you during your Star Sky refinement? I stayed for 5 days. Chen Zilu admitted, not as long as you. 5 days. Jiang Ye was shocked. Jiang Ye understood that kind of pain deeply. He managed to endure it so long entirely because of the ordeal from the second layer of the martial arts celestial ladder. But Chen Zilu, a girl could also withstand such a level of agony, it was unbelievable. Moreover, Chen Zilu had Dao bone talent, with terrifying absorption efficiency. Her staying for 5 days didn't mean she could only stay for 5 days. Teacher, you're amazing. Jiang Ye said sincerely. Not as amazing as you. Chen Zilu chuckled, enough about this, what's your total score in the 4 martial arts subjects now? Jiang Ye shook his head, I haven't taken any assessments recently. The last month's exam was 520 points. Chen Zilu said, then after this star sky refinement, you should be not far from 600 points. For the college entrance exam, you have a good chance of reaching 700 points. She carefully planned for Jiang Ye. 700 points. Jiang Ye smiled but didn't say anything. Chen Zilu said quite seriously, to achieve this goal, you must participate in every star sky refinement in the second semester of your senior year. The price for star sky refinement is 50,000 yuan each time. Hearing this, Jiang Ye was somewhat surprised. 50,000 yuan for each star sky refinement. He originally thought it would only be 20,000 or 30,000. 50,000 yuan. For the next 3 star sky refinements, he'd need to prepare at least 150,000 yuan. Seeing him silent, Chen Zilu asked, do you have enough money? I have enough. Jiang Ye certainly couldn't let the other person pay for him again. She had already given him a lot, and asking again would be a bit of a goodwill loss. The connection between him and Chen Zilu, he wanted to use it in more important areas. Not just for money. In fact, for Chen Zilu. If Jiang Ye really asked her for money, she'd still give it, but next time. Maybe not. She could support Jiang Ye temporarily, but for a lifetime. Even though she saw great potential in Jiang Ye, she wouldn't continuously give unconditionally. There are many ways to make money. Chen Zilu said earnestly, in the key class at your school, there are many tasks that can earn you money. Don't think there's no time to do tasks, time can always be squeezed out. This sentence inspired Jiang Ye greatly. Thank you, I know now. Jiang Ye said sincerely. From thousands of miles away, she still cared so much for him, such feelings were beyond what money could measure. Good luck. Chen Zilu said with a sweet smile, I hope to hear good news from you in the college entrance exam. Ellipsis. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Ye took a deep breath. He opened the panel. Warning, warning, your hearing has completely exceeded the system's detection range. System overload. Jiang Ye looked at the panel, speechless. Previously, he had already seen the system's message. Unexpectedly, after so long, this grounded martial arts system still hadn't reacted. Could it have crashed because of him? This system is really lagging. Jiang Ye shook his head secretly. Just then, the panel finally changed. Detected your hearing completely exceeding the detection range, suspected of using cheat measures. Achievement unlocked, ear of the cheat. Reward, free control over hearing. Control range, 0% minus 1000%. Huh. Jiang Ye's expression at this moment was as if he had a bunch of question marks plastered across his face. Can it be played like this? Alright, alright, alright. Even the ear of the cheat has been enabled. Does this mean I really have a cheat now? Jiang Ye looked strange. Immediately, he quickly began to experience his new ability. At the moment the achievement was unlocked, Jiang Ye felt as if his ears had turned into incredibly precise instruments, able to be controlled at will. First was 0%, turning the world to mute. In an instant, the whole world seemed to plunge into absolute silence, with no sound at all. A blessing for insomniacs. Jiang Ye shook his head, but he never suffered from insomnia. Next, 100%. This was normal hearing. 200%, double hearing. 250%. 300%. Hearing was amplified step by step, and upon reaching 300%, countless sounds rushed into Jiang Ye's mind like a torrent. Boom. Jiang Ye's eardrums were almost shattered. He was startled and quickly lowered the control. Only then did it gradually return to normal. Although it can be adjusted to 1000%, with my current bearing capacity, I can only handle up to 300%. Jiang Ye pondered. His hearing had already been enhanced by 200%, far beyond ordinary people. Increasing it by another 300%. Even star sky martial arts practitioners might not be as good as him. It's enough. Jiang Ye smiled. The enhancement in hearing isn't just about the range, the precision is even more crucial. This kind of enhancement is the biggest help. When I achieve the first break, Jiang Ye thought to himself, maybe then I can try higher levels. Thinking of this, he suddenly remembered something. Since I can unlock the ear of the cheat, can I also unlock achievements similar to the eye of the cheat? Jiang Ye pondered. When he unlocked Gale Step, Before, he suspected he might be able to unlock an achievement similar to having 1,000-mile vision through video communication. Unfortunately, it didn't work. Jiang Ye guessed that this was most likely because previously he was not far from Chen Zilu, and a few kilometers of video calls could not break through the limits of grounded martial arts. But now, the other party is tens of thousands of miles away. If they make a video call again, perhaps it would be different. I'll try again when I get back, Jiang Ye thought to himself. Speaking of Chen Zilu, he also remembered the issue of making money again. Besides star sky refinement, regular cultivation also requires supplementation with martial arts ingredients. Additionally, using medicine is absolutely necessary. To achieve a score close to 900 before the college entrance exams, the requirement is not just the first break. He must transform further after the first break. This requires him to continuously promote the transformation of his physical body. Therefore, using medicine becomes an indispensable part, as it fundamentally affects the physical body. Fortunately, after star sky refinement, his body is stronger. It can completely withstand the side effects of medicine. But all this requires a lot of financial support. I am now completely broke. Jiang Ye sighs inwardly. Making money. He has to make money. Jiang Ye shook his head and got up to go to the electronic task wall at the back of the classroom. As Chen Zilu said, he needs to squeeze out time to do tasks. Looking at the task wall, the task list was different from the last time he saw it. The task wall is refreshed daily. After all, these tasks are not only linked to City Number 3 High School. Several middle schools in City all receive tasks. Therefore, certain popular tasks could be claimed by others if one is a step slow. But by this time, school was out, and there were not many people around the task wall. The world at night is dangerous, this is deeply ingrained. Most students go home before night falls. Seems like there's no good task. Jiang Ye glanced hastily, intending to leave. But at this moment, he suddenly saw a new task flash on the task wall. Latest task. In the outskirts of an city, near the Changyan mountain range, remnants of the divine concealment organization have been found. Please proceed to clear them out. Completion reward, 100,000 Federation currency. Note, a team of at least 2 is required to accept the task, danger level 100,000. Jiang Ye felt like the world around him disappeared, leaving only these 3 words before him. Without hesitation, he glanced at the task content, then immediately clicked on the task, choosing to accept it. Fill in student name, student number. Your grade rank is 89th. It is not recommended to accept this task, do you confirm? Withdrawal. Yes, no. Jiang Ye was about to click yes, but upon reading the line clearly, he cursed silently and clicked no. You have accepted the task, you must find at least one teammate. Another message popped up on the screen. Jiang Ye thought for a moment, opened the communication watch, and dialed Wang Zhang's conversation. Having come to the priority class these days, he already had the other's contact information. Beep. The call connected. Brother Wang, there's a team task, do you want to sign up? Sign up, my student number is XXX. Wang Zhang agreed without hesitation. Jiang Ye liked his straightforward personality, whether as a brother or a friend, it's comfortable. He immediately submitted Wang Zhang's identity information to the system. At this point, Wang Zhang curiously asked, what's the task reward? Jiang Ye said, 100,000. What? On the other end, Wang Zhang was shocked and quickly asked, what task did you accept? 100,000 reward, it's quite rare. It also means the task is unusual. Jiang Ye didn't hide it and told the task details on the spot. After listening, Wang Zhang immediately said, wait, I'm not going for this task. I've already submitted. Jiang Ye replied. Quote. Both sides fell into a long silence. Until a moment later, Wang Zhang slowly spoke, Jiang Ye, you really are a devil, daring to accept a 4 stars task. If I don't hurry to accept, what if someone snatches it away? Jiang Ye shook his head and said, that's 100,000. For him, it's definitely a significant fortune. Wang Zhang was somewhat frantic and said, this is an extremely dangerous 4 stars task, eliminating the Divine Concealment Organization. There's a high chance of bloodshed. Jiang Ye chuckled and said, you mean killing people? Just treat them like the shadow race. He certainly knew the difficulty of a 4 stars task. But since the school issued this task, it indicated students have the capability to accept it. Fortune sought in danger. He only had half a year left, how could he make money without being brave? Fearful of everything, how could he cultivate star sky martial arts? Jiang Ye said with a gentle tone, what, is Brother Wang afraid of accepting a 4 stars task? Once these words came out, Wang Zhang coldly sneered, just a 4 stars task, haven't I accepted it before? Do you really think I, the 3rd in grade, would be afraid? I'm just worried about you. He emphasized that he was the grade's 3rd, not afraid. Jiang Ye nodded repeatedly, Brother Wang's strength is extraordinary, taking me along to complete the task is certainly no problem. Of course. Wang Zhang chuckled, but soon said, however, for this task, just the 2 of us won't do, we need to pull in another expert, get the class leader involved, and it will be stable. Jiang Ye nodded and said, I know, but I don't have her number, you contact her. Chapter 56 to 55, Crown of Supervision. The Plan. Chapter 56, Chapter 55, Crown of Supervision, The Plan. In a 2-story villa. Wang Zhang hung up the phone and took a deep breath. It's Jiang Ye's first mission, right? And he chose a 4 stars difficulty. He murmured, this guy is truly a devil. He sighed and didn't delay for long. Soon, Wang Zhang took out his phone and dialed Zhao Qingli's number. Beep. The call connected. Spit it out quickly. A cold voice came from the other side. Wang Zhang didn't mind and got straight to the point. There's a team mission, are you going? No. Zhao Qingli was very straightforward and coldly prepared to hang up. Wang Zhang said, it's a mission Jiang Ye took, he asked me to ask you. Jiang Ye. Zhao Qingli paused, and after a moment said, alright, what's the team mission? Quote. Black lines appeared on Wang Zhang's forehead, and he clenched his fist. Wait, what do you mean by this? A double standard, huh? Zhao Qingli said, less nonsense, answer me. The school just released a 4 stars mission, clearing the remaining hideouts of the Divine Concealment Organization. Wang Zhang immediately detailed the mission. After he finished speaking, Zhao Qingli frowned and said, this mission is too dangerous for Jiang Ye. Wang Zhang sighed, I promised to team up with him before, who knew his first mission would be 4 stars. That guy has too much guts. It's fine. Zhao Qingli didn't mind, calmly saying, 4 stars missions are highly sought after, usually impossible to grab. Since Jiang Ye grabbed it, then let's go. Alright. Wang Zhang smiled. With the 2 of them teaming up, not to mention a 4 stars mission, even more challenging 5 stars ones, they were confident they could handle. Zhao Qingli continued, tell Jiang Ye to meet at the school gate before 6 tomorrow morning, and discuss related matters with him. Got it. Ellipsis. On Jiang Ye's side, he quickly received Wang Zhang's return call. After acquiring Zhao Qingli's student number, he immediately filled in Zhao Qingli's identity information. Jiang Ye, meet at the school gate at 6 tomorrow morning. Wang Zhang said sternly, remember to bring your knife. Got it. Jiang Ye nodded. Since taking the mission, he knew bloodshed was inevitable. Nervous. A bit. After all, Jiang Ye had never killed anyone in his past or present life. But after undergoing the harsh test of the 2nd layer of the martial arts celestial ladder, his mindset had far surpassed before. Moreover, during virtual starry sky training, he had killed quite a few from the shadow race. In his eyes, these remnants of the Divine Concealment Organization were not much different from the shadow race. By the way, Jiang Ye suddenly asked, do these remnants of the Divine Concealment Organization have hot weapons? Hot weapons? No. Wang Zhang was very certain. Since the school released this mission, they've verified they don't have hot weapons. Otherwise, they'd dispatch experts to eliminate them. In essence, the mission was a way for students to gain experience and earn some small money on the side. Otherwise, those crippled minions could be wiped out instantly by any martial arts powerhouse. But to be cautious, still wear the anti-stabbing suit. Wang Zhang reminded, not for hot weapons, but to defend against knives and swords. Anti-stabbing suit. Jiang Ye frowned, unfamiliar with such equipment. Understanding his situation, Wang Zhang immediately said, "I'll bring one for you tomorrow." "Thank you, Brother Wang." Jiang Ye smiled. Before reaching the first break, it's impossible to be immune to knives and guns. Though he can punch through a wall now, an ordinary person with a knife could still injure him. But with an anti-stabbing suit, it's different. After the two of them discussed their plans, Jiang Ye hung up and prepared to go home. But just then, a line of subtitles appeared in front of him. New achievement triggered, sect mission. Jiang Ye was taken aback. Then a peculiar expression appeared on his face. Alright, this can trigger a grounded martial arts achievement too. It's good news. If he completes this mission, perhaps he'll earn more substantial rewards. With a hint of anticipation, Jiang Ye hurried back home. Ellipsis. Taoyang District, Building 12, Unit 606. Jiang Ye looked at the tiger gall on the dining table and said in surprise, "Tiger gall. This is the second time this month." With Zhang Dai's salary, he could buy tiger gall at most once a month. Li Anping smiled and said, "Your dad said he assisted the Shadow Hunting Bureau in completing a certain task, and the Bureau issued a bonus this month." Dad assisted the Shadow Hunting Bureau. Jiang Ye was quite surprised. Zhang Dai was merely a security guard, his strength not even reaching the first break. What task could he assist? "Mom, tell Dad not to take risks to earn money." Jiang Ye reminded, "I now have the ability to earn money myself." He suspected his foster father was working extra hard after hearing about his chances to be admitted to the 25 Schools Alliance. Li Anping had a complex expression upon hearing this. What Jiang Ye guessed, how could she not have guessed? Still, she understood her husband's wish more clearly. Even if it meant being reckless, as long as it could help Jiang Ye get into the 25 Schools Alliance, the sacrifices didn't matter. "Don't worry," Li Anping said with a smile, "your dad knows his limits." Jiang Ye nodded and didn't say more. Ellipsis. After dinner, Jiang Ye returned to his room. Today, he didn't immediately start cultivation. Video call. Jiang Ye mused slightly. He opened the communication watch. He hesitated for a moment and sent a video request to Chen Zilu. Ring. Beep. The video connected. A silhouette in a plain white long dress, graceful and slender, appeared in the projection. Her skin like white jade, wearing snow-white lace socks. "What's up?" A slight hint of doubt appeared on the stunning face of the girl. This was the first time Jiang Ye had called her since she returned to school. "Teacher." Jiang Ye cupped his hand and found a topic. "I just accepted a 4 stars mission." As he spoke, he kept an eye on the system panel. "No worries," Chen Zilu said, "a 4 stars mission won't have enemies above the first break. With your current strength, there's no need to worry when teaming up with the top 3 of your grade." "Thank you, teacher." Jiang Ye breathed a sigh of relief, looking enlightened. "Anything else?" Chen Zilu's delicate eyes looked at him. Jiang Ye shook his head. "No, thank you for clarifying." "Then I'll hang up, I'm still cultivating." Chen Zilu smiled. "Okay." He hung up the communication. That stunning silhouette gradually dissipated. Jiang Ye sighed, "Seems like she's busy, best not to disturb her too often." Chen Zilu went to White Dragon University, a place with fierce competition. Surely the cultivation tasks there are incredibly busy. He noticed that she answered his call amidst her busyness this time. It wasn't really a big deal. If he bothers her a few more times, it might lessen her goodwill. After all, Chen Zilu is no longer a teacher at City No. 3 High School. Luckily, new achievement. Jiang Ye looked at the panel. Detected that your vision exceeds the system detection range, far surpassing the upper limit of the grounded martial arts world. Achievement unlocked. Crown of Supervision. Reward. Vision greatly enhanced, able to clearly perceive minute details hundreds of miles away in the vast skies. Jiang Ye looked out the window. It was already past 7 in the evening, and city didn't have much of a night view. The outside world was dim. However, Jiang Ye could clearly see the towering trees on the mountains over 10 miles away. Amazing. Jiang Ye was overjoyed. Just a simple video call, and he unlocked a new achievement. Furthermore, according to the system introduction, can he see minute details hundreds of miles away? Even a first break, or a second break powerhouse might not be able to do that. Good. Jiang Ye smiled, gaining more confidence for the upcoming mission. Ellipsis. Once his mind calmed down, Jiang Ye moved to the center of the room. Cultivate 8 Thunder Sounds Fist. Facing actual combat tomorrow, he planned to temporarily elevate his combat power. Even a slight improvement could be useful at a crucial moment. Jiang Ye glanced at the panel. 8 Thunder Sounds Fist, minor success 5%. This middle-level yellow-tier art technique had quite a high cultivation difficulty. Previously, when he was at B-level physique, he spent more than half a month to make a little progress. However, now that he's at upper A-level physique and has undergone star sky refinement, it's surely a different experience cultivating it. Let's begin. Jiang Ye squatted with his legs, slowly forming a fist stance. As soon as he started cultivating, he immediately felt a difference. The 8 Thunder Sounds Fist cultivates energy. Originally, the flow of energy in Jiang Ye's body was rather slow. But now, the energy in his body surged like thunder among the mountains, roaring as it circulated. It felt as if the Ren and Du meridians had been cleared and were flowing smoothly. Step. Jiang Ye stepped forward, performing the first move of the fist technique. Before the fist stance arrived, a dense eruption of sound had already echoed through the air, like thunder trundling through the clouds. When the entire set of fist techniques was executed, the fist stance was at least 3 times faster than usual, creating winds around him like electricity. After the star sky refinement, all my meridians are unblocked. My physical body has also undergone deep transformation. Exercising this art technique, the power is at least 3 times greater than before. Jiang Ye was thrilled. His fist technique realm hadn't changed. But the power increased many times over. This is the hidden benefit brought by star sky refinement. Soon, Jiang Ye discovered, this 8 Thunder Sounds Fist seems to also be able to integrate star energy, bursting out great power. He could sense it. As the energy in his body circulated, the star energy in the Guanyuan acupoint began to stir, seemingly drawn by the energy. It's important to note that previously, when he wielded a punch powered by star energy, without any technique, it already caused such great strength. If combined with 8 Thunder Sounds Fist, the power would certainly be immensely astonishing. However, Jiang Ye wasn't eager to test it now. He stood in place, persistently cultivating. Ellipsis. Time flowed. In a blink, it was 1 in the morning. Jiang Ye stopped cultivating and entered the second layer of the martial arts celestial ladder, beginning the hellish painful trial. Continuing until the next morning at 5:30. Jiang Ye packed his equipment and, against the eastern widening horizon, stepped out of his home. Chapter 57 to 56, All Sides. Chapter 57, Chapter 56, All Sides. Jiang Ye carried a backpack, with 2 daggers inserted into the side pockets. In case of danger, drawing a knife from behind is undoubtedly the most convenient. But with Jiang Ye's current strength, even barehanded, he could still kill someone. 8 Thunder Sounds Fist, minor success 9%. After a night of cultivation, his 8 Thunder Sounds Fist had improved significantly. Now Jiang Ye felt his energy flow smoothly. One punch seemed to have the power of 3 bulls. This increase in strength filled Jiang Ye with confidence for the upcoming action. 5:50 a.m. Jiang Ye arrived at City No. 3 High School. A cold and aloof girl with snow-white legs and a tall, thin young man were already standing at the entrance. Squad leader, Brother Wang. Jiang Ye was somewhat surprised, the two had arrived so early. Arrived. Zhao Qingli glanced at him and calmly said, "Let's depart, try to complete the task before noon." Jiang Ye nodded. Time is always squeezed out. Nowadays, he truly understood this principle. Here. Wang Zhang tossed him a set of anti-stabbing suit. "Thank you, Brother Wang." Jiang Ye took it, removed his jacket, and put on the anti-stabbing suit. It was a long-sleeved, camouflage-style jacket anti-stabbing suit, with a lining made of multiple layers of high-strength fibers and a sponge cushioning layer. The arms also had metal arm guards for protection. Wearing this, personal defense is at least a notch higher. Jiang Ye nodded secretly. His physical strength was not weak to begin with. With the anti-stabbing suit, even if someone stabbed him directly with a knife, it might not break through the defense. At this moment, Zhao Qingli suddenly threw something black at him. Catch. What is this? Jiang Ye caught it and immediately felt a weight in his arms. He examined it closely and revealed a surprised expression in the next moment. A pistol. It's a custom special pistol that can harm the shadow race and has some effect on members of the Divine Concealment Organization. Zhao Qingli smiled and said, if you encounter danger, you can shoot. Jiang Ye exclaimed, using firearms, doesn't this count as cheating? He knew the school task was meant for experiential training. Firearms were usually not allowed. Otherwise, if the wealthy drove armored vehicles across the battlefield, wouldn't it be exhilarating? Zhao Qingli replied flatly, if you encounter danger, losing the task is better than losing your life. At this moment, Wang Zhang asked, Squad leader, where's my pistol? Why do you need a pistol? Zhao Qingli frowned her exquisite eyebrows and said, are you that afraid to die? Quote. All right, Jiang Ye's life is a life, but mine isn't. Wang Zhang's mouth twitched. Seeing this, Jiang Ye shook his head and said, Brother Wang, with your strength, why would you need a pistol for protection? That's true. Wang Zhang nodded. If it were anyone else, Zhao Qingli treating people differently this way would be intolerable. But alas, Jiang Ye was good-looking and spoke nicely. Wang Zhang's slight dissatisfaction instantly vanished. Zhao Qingli also realized her mistake, coughed lightly and said, I only have this one gun. After all, Jiang Ye is performing a task for the first time. All right, I know you're a sucker for good looks, let's go. Wang Zhang snorted coldly. Let's go. Jiang Ye and the two walked towards a pink off-road vehicle parked by the roadside. Big labor. Seeing the license plate of the off-road vehicle, Jiang Ye was slightly surprised. This was a luxury car worth over 10 million. Zhao Qingli opened the car door. Hurry up and get in. Squad leader really is wealthy. Jiang Ye sighed inwardly and then got into the luxury car. Ellipsis. West Mountain Province, most cities are built around mountains. Poor transportation is one of the reasons for backwardness. And city is no exception, located in a remote area and surrounded by mountains. When the car drove out of the city, if it continued forward for dozens of miles, it would reach a vast original forest, rarely frequented by people. The Changyan mountain range was located at the edge of the original forest. The off-road vehicle stopped a mile away from the mountain range entrance. Jiang Ye and the two got out of the vehicle. Let's go. Zhao Qingli, with a cold demeanor, walked in front with her long legs. Wang Zhang walked at the back. The two tacitly kept Jiang Ye in the middle. In case of any event, the one in the middle is usually the safest. The mountain road was bumpy, rising and falling. Zhao Qingli frowned slightly. The E-grade she was proud of seemed a bit troublesome in this situation. Looking down didn't show the ground, and with quick steps, one had to constantly be cautious not to trip. After walking several miles, she was already somewhat out of breath. It seems the squad leader Zhao hasn't climbed mountains much, Wang Zhang mocked. Want to get beaten? Zhao Qingli glared at him hard. Jiang Ye suggested, Squad leader, why don't we take a break? He also saw that it was quite inconvenient for her to climb the mountain with those two peaks. Who knew Zhao Qingli would also glare at him, blushing, I'm not tired. Speaking, Zhao Qingli quickened her pace slightly. At that moment, Jiang Ye suddenly said, there's someone. The three of them simultaneously stopped walking. Almost instinctively, they crouched into the nearby bushes. Where's the person? Wang Zhang glanced outside with confusion. I didn't notice anything. Zhao Qingli felt puzzled as she hadn't noticed anyone either. Over on that opposite mountain path, also three people, Jiang Ye said. Downwind ear, hearing enhanced 200%, clearer with more distance. Ear of the cheat, freely adjustable hearing. Adjustment range, 0% minus 1000%. With these two effects, his hearing far exceeded ordinary people's. Sure enough. A few seconds later, Zhao Qingli and Wang Zhang noticed the three people Jiang Ye mentioned. Three silhouettes were slowly approaching from another mountain path, all seemingly young, and city number 1 high school students. Wang Zhang was the first to recognize them, Lin Yushu. The leader among those three, with a large head full of acne, and extremely ugly. It was none other than Lin Yushu, the top student at city number 1 high school, with a score as high as 849 points. Jiang Ye frowned. Why are others here too? Did they also receive this task? Wang Zhang explained. Tasks above 4 stars can be undertaken by up to 3 schools simultaneously. Our team alone couldn't handle such a mysterious organization. Jiang Ye realized. So, there might be another school's team coming. How are the 10,000 yuan divided then? Jiang Ye asked quietly. There were so many people. Wang Zhang explained. Don't worry, that 10,000 was issued by our school, doesn't concern them, as long as we complete the task. I see. Jiang Ye was reassured. At this moment, another silhouette appeared on the other mountain path. Though there was only one, that figure exuded a particularly strong aura as he approached. He walked on the rugged mountain path like it was flat land. Who is that? Wang Zhang's expression tightened. From divine concealment. Organization. No. Zhao Qingli shook her head, looking coldly at the silhouette. He's a student from Xianyang High School. Xianyang High School. Both Jiang Ye and Wang Zhang were surprised. Xianyang City, a neighboring central city to An City. In terms of status in West Mountain Province, it's easily ranked among the top 5. Xianyang High School is even a key provincial high school, much higher tiered than An City. Number 1 High School. Students from Xianyang High School also participated in this task. Jiang Ye opened the panel to look at the person. The next moment, his expression turned unexpected. Chapter 58 to 57, Operation. Chapter 58, Chapter 57, Operation. On the mountain path ahead, a young man carrying a sword box approached. This young man was extremely handsome, but it wasn't the usual kind of handsomeness. His pupils were dark gold, his lips bright red, and his whole face carried an eerie, demonic aesthetic. Jiang Ye saw the other, only feeling an aura of sinister charm. However, what surprised Jiang Ye wasn't the other's appearance. It was physique, profound body, lower D. Talent, Dao Bone talent. Jiang Ye looked at the subtitle above the demonic young man's head. This was the first time he had seen a Dao Bone talent other than that of Chen Zilu. Lower D. Jiang Ye was very surprised, knowing that the rank of mortal bodies only divided a level into upper, middle, and lower. Could it be that starting from profound body, each rank divides into upper, middle, and lower? Profound body lower D. Compared to Chen Zilu's profound body upper A, isn't that more than a dozen levels apart? It seems the gap between Dao Bone talents is also incredibly vast, Jiang Ye thought to himself. Wang Zhang looked at Zhao Qingli. Do you know that person? Zhao Qingli said. He went to the same middle school as me, his name is Wanyao Yang. This person is very annoying. What do you mean? Jiang Ye looked at her curiously. He has been extraordinarily gifted since childhood, possessing special abilities. If you meet his gaze, you'll fall into a brief paralysis. Zhao Qingli said coldly. Back then, this guy often used this to bully classmates. Wang Zhang envied greatly, shaking his head. What a waste of talent. If I had such a power, the whole school would be my harem. He was about the same back then. Zhao Qingli said coldly. Anyone who resisted him, regardless of gender, was suppressed by him with bloody means. Jiang Ye asked curiously. Did the class monitor get bullied as well? He wouldn't dare touch me. Zhao Qingli sneered. Those bullied were all poor people. Without backgrounds, I just hate that kind of behavior. Jiang Ye couldn't help but take a deep look at that demonic young man. Why is he coming alone? Isn't this a team task? Jiang Ye asked in confusion.